In this gripping urban suspense and emotional saga, a woman of privilege plummets from her celestial perch. Her resplendent identity as a wealthy socialite is obliterated by a bizarre maritime disaster, only for her to be reborn as Feng, a humble village girl. Possessing the arcane art of reincarnation, she embarks on a meticulously orchestrated vendetta. Her once affectionate princely husband, her steadfast, knightly childhood friend, her calculating stepmother, and even a shadowy assassin lurking in the darkness become targets of her wrath. Yet, just as she believes she is about to expose all deceptions, she discovers that she is ensnared in an even grander conspiracy. The lingering tenderness behind her husband's monochrome memorial portrait, the cryptic clues embedded in mysterious social media posts regarding the maritime tragedy, and a deleted admonition from a QA forum. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. All intimate that this rebirth is a manipulated gambit, the blade of vengeance, is poised to pierce the heart of her nemesis. She suddenly realizes that those faces she so vehemently despises seem to be awaiting her return. In this carnage masked as love, who is the true orchestrator? You plummet into an abyss, surrounded by an infinite expanse of darkness. Acrid seawater inundates your senses, filling your eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Suffocation grips your throat, rendering you breathless and voiceless. Your head throbs with excruciating pain, threatening to explode, while your feet feel like leaden weights. You are helpless, left to witness the grim Reaper's approach. So, this is my appointed hour. You realize that I end the moment before oblivion. Who will you remember? Parents? Spouse? Children? A glorious past? A regretful future? Or perhaps the sinner who pushed you into the water? It seems that yet another night of overtime looms ahead. Feng gazed at the stack of folders on her desk, letting out a sigh within. Mao had been running a fever hovering around 38 degrees for the past few days. Today marked the fourth day. With old Joe on a business trip and unable to return promptly, she had initially planned to leave work early to take her child for a blood test. Now, she had no choice but to ask a nanny for assistance, compelled by her boss' urgency. In the midst of middle age, amidst the trivialities of life, one endures for the sake of financial stability. Endured. As she mumbled to herself, she extracted a resume and switched to a senior HR mode for a swift review. Her boss sought to hire a personal caregiver for his aunt, and the criteria were rather demanding. Young female, healthy, high emotional intelligence, adept at communication, experienced in caregiving with a basic understanding of medical knowledge, fluent in English, possessing personal talents, ideally with a bachelor's degree from abroad. Attractive, hardworking, capable of handling complex situations, and proficient in confidentiality. Feng personally felt that the requirement for fluency in English was rather excessive. Nowadays, those studying abroad for their undergraduate degrees typically come from families of means. Furthermore, to insist on good looks for such young women, what better opportunities could they pursue than to serve as companions for an elderly lady? Although her boss family was affluent with extensive connections, serving as a stepping stone, it was her boss aunt they were dealing with. Spending all day in a nursing home with an elderly woman, what exposure to the world or opportunities to meet distinguished individuals could one expect? The criteria indeed seemed rather lofty. Nevertheless, despite her grievances, Feng diligently scanned through the resumes. To her surprise, there were indeed several young women, seemingly well qualified, willing to take on the role of a caregiver. What motives were they harboring? Why would they choose to serve an elderly lady in the twilight of her life during their own prime years? Perhaps their intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared. Feng scoffed inwardly while reviewing the resumes until she stumbled upon one particular application that caused her smile to freeze in place. The name of the applicant read, Nanqiang. What a coincidence! A jolt of apprehension coursed through her. This candidate was disqualified. She had evidently failed to research her employer's background, committing a significant faux pas by sharing a name with that person, despite the variance in the final character. Rationality urged Feng to bypass this resume immediately to avoid wasting time. After all, a name so ominous could indeed affect one's fortune, as luck often intertwines with ability. Yet, she could not resist the urge to glance at the photo section of the application. Unlike the glamorous portraits of influencers and internet celebrities found in other resumes, this one was conspicuously devoid of any image, completely blank and pristine. This anomaly piqued Yuan Fang's curiosity. It was illogical. The job description explicitly stated a requirement for attractiveness, prompting applicants to showcase their beauty in a myriad of ways. The talents section, a mandatory part of the application, typically boasted an array of skills: piano, ballet, oratory accompanied by social media handles, and various video links. It seemed as though candidates were on the brink of presenting holographic 3D performances of themselves directly on their resumes. The entity, known as Nanqiang, has uploaded but a single photograph showcasing their calligraphy, the script appearing delicate and graceful, with no further contributions. It seems somewhat peculiar, Yuan Fang pondered. What could this mysterious young woman, sharing the same name, yet a full decade younger than that person, truly look like? By a twist of fate, a resume that ought to have been overlooked gently slipped into the pending interviews folder. The interview was scheduled for 3 days hence at the Sacred Heart Rehabilitation Center. Sacred Heart stands as a newly established high-end private facility, once a property of that person's family. It is said that that person foresaw the burgeoning retirement market and fervently urged their family to establish it. Utilizing their extraordinary connections, Sacred Heart was strategically located in the suburbs, merely an hour's drive from the city center, with an enviable geographical advantage. During its construction, that person consulted a feng shui master, ensuring the preservation of local flora while lavishly transplanting numerous rare trees, and even went so far as to excavate an artificial lake with remarkable extravagance. This opulence captivated the current owner's aunt, who had grown accustomed to a life of luxury abroad, compelling her to request rehabilitation at this facility. Thus, Yuan Fang arranged to interview alongside the head nurse here. As the vehicle entered the premises, Yuan Fang's keen eyes quickly spotted a silver-gray SUV beside the garden fountain. She hasn't changed her car yet, she mused. Given the owner's current wealth, she had expected at least a sports car, a commendable display of humility, indeed. She mentally commended this notion as her hand instinctively reached for the door, swinging it open and stepping out. Director Du, she greeted with a radiant smile, her expression bright as sunshine as she turned to the young man standing beside the vehicle. The individual possessed an impeccable physique, characterized by a delicate visage, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, and voluminous, slightly curled hair. Dressed in a light gray casual shirt with rolled-up sleeves, complemented by trousers of the same hue, she revealed a pair of handcrafted suede loafers, exuding an air of refined elegance. Yuan Jia, there's no need to be so formal. You may call me Dr. Du, the young man remarked with a smile that felt like a refreshing breeze. Yuan Fang's fondness for him surged instantly, as Du Liyuan's mannerisms were consistently impeccable. Although she had been honored with the title of Yuan Jia for many years, his current elevated status left her feeling somewhat uneasy. What a promotion. Now you must be addressed as Director Du. As the tension within her eased, Yuan Fang laughed heartily, adding, I will still be relying on the director for future meals. Though the latter part was said in jest, it subtly acknowledged her acceptance of her role as sister. Du Liyuan chuckled, gesturing toward the document bag in her hand with his chin. Yuan Jia, are you working here today? Ah, I came to conduct interviews. The boss is seeking a caregiver for his aunt. I've invited over 20 young ladies to meet today, Yuan Fang replied, glancing at her watch. Oh dear, I have an appointment at 9, and it's already 8:45. Director, I must take my leave. It wouldn't be proper to arrive late. As the HR director, maintaining professionalism was essential, representing the company's image as an examiner. Next time, sister, I shall treat you to a meal to celebrate your promotion. She turned swiftly, waving goodbye. Du Liyuan did not respond. Yuan Fang returned to the driver's seat, igniting the engine as she prepared to navigate into the underground parking lot. In that fleeting moment of turning, she glanced back towards the courtyard. The early summer breeze billowed the shirt of that individual, creating a somewhat inflated appearance. He has lost so much weight. Observing his pine-like silhouette, she inwardly marveled. Yet, after interviewing the 25th candidate, Yuan Fang found herself at a loss. Those caregivers who seemed steady and reliable failed to meet the prerequisites of fluency in English and pleasing looks, while the candidates who met the physical criteria were brimming with desire and ambition. Although having desire and ambition is not inherently detrimental, Yuan Fang was reluctant to introduce a hidden explosive into her employer's household at such a critical juncture. Things were already chaotic enough. Why do I feel like some of these young women are here for a beauty pageant? The head nurse, an elderly lady with a meticulous demeanor, expressed her frustration and helplessness through the deep lines etched upon her face. Wearing such high heels and short skirts, how can they care for the elderly? At this rate, I might as well not do anything today and just serve as a beauty contest judge. Yuan Fong couldn't help but chuckle, offering her a bottle of water. Perhaps you should take a break, that I will see how many are left and screen a few. I will call you when I need your assistance. The head nurse gratefully took her leave. Yuan Fong took a deep breath and turned to the next resume. Then, she encountered the name that had once stirred her heart. Nanqiang. Nanqiang. She called out towards the door. No response. Is Nanqiang here? Please come in for your interview. She raised her voice slightly. Still, there was no answer. Nanqiang. Has Nanqiang arrived? She amplified her voice to the maximum, yet the vast conference room resonated with silence. Still, there was no response. Something felt amiss if the candidates had not arrived. The assistant should have informed her immediately, and this paper resume would not have been placed in her hands. With a heart full of doubt, she opened the door and stepped outside, glancing towards the corridor where the applicants had been waiting. To her astonishment, the once bustling corridor was now desolate. Approaching lunchtime, there were hardly any candidates left. The abrupt departure of the head nurse had led them to believe that the interviews had come to an end, prompting them to seek their meals and rest. Thus, traversing the lengthy corridor, Yuan Fang's gaze fell upon a young woman seated at the far end. The girl leaned against the window frame, lost in thought as she stared into the distance. Outside, the endless summer was in full bloom, with clusters of pink and blue hydrangeas radiating their vibrant hues, yet, in the presence of that girl, the brilliant flowers suddenly became mere embellishments. The cacophony of nature was hushed, and they served only as the backdrop to a portrait. The subject of the painting sported a fresh student's haircut, with slightly curled side bangs obscuring her eyes, revealing a delicate nose. Her slender figure was enveloped in a white shirt dress, the hem of which framed her graceful calves that extended forward. Yuan Fong hesitated for a moment. Nanqiang? She instinctively called out. The young woman remained still. Is it Nanqiang? Yuan Fong inquired again, this time raising her voice slightly. At last, the girl turned her head. Hello, what did you just say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. The young woman swept her bangs back, removing the white earphone wire from her ear, revealing a swan-like, elongated neck. Excuse me, are you Nanqiang? Yuan Fong found herself stuttering for reasons unknown, instinctively repeating the question. Given her professional experience, such patience was rare. Interviewers were typically quite harsh with candidates. In her eyes, applicants should always be on standby, and listening to music while waiting was a serious faux pas that would incur significant penalties. Yes, the young woman smiled apologetically as she rose. I'm sorry for the trouble. Beneath her striking long brows, her features were well defined, and her clear eyes sparkled like cold stars. She was not the one. Yuan Fong finally discerned her face, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief wash over her. If the one were a brilliant and resplendent rose, this young woman resembled more of a humble green shrub, hardly blossoming at all. She radiated a straightforward and unadorned youthfulness, exuding the vigor of a youth without a trace of allure. Yuan Fong, who had long surpassed the age of indecision. This woman seemed to lack the sophistication of femininity, falling far short when compared to the illustrious flower of the human realm. But it was merely a coincidence of names. How could the one possibly return? Yuan Fong mused, already resolved to conduct a brief interview, merely going through the motions before sending the young woman home. After all, the boss would never allow someone sharing the same name as the one to linger before him was sent the room locked to prevent anyone from entering. Yet, plans often fail to keep pace with changes. Your name is Nanqiang. A clear and melodious male voice emanated from behind. Yuan Fong turned to see Du Li Yuan. It was uncertain how long he had been standing there, though he must have been present before he spoke, as the young woman's face bore no trace of surprise. Indeed, she smiled politely at Yuan Fong, her demeanor courteous yet distant. The surname Nan is rather uncommon, Du Li Yuan remarked as he approached them. As he passed Yuan Fong, he casually snatched the resume from her hand. Why employ such an inauspicious illusion? Yuan Fong immediately understood referred to the saying, not hitting the southern wall, one remains undeterred. It was the first instance she had witnessed Du Li Yuan being so abrupt with someone. His earlier act of taking the resume, without a word, felt entirely natural and unremarkable. Yuan Fong couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. "It is not an illusion I borrowed," the young woman replied, her smile unwavering, her expression serene. "A Chong refers to the mast on a ship that holds the sail. My father was once a sailor." Yuan Fong silently commended her composed demeanor in the face of his abruptness. Du Liyuan appeared oblivious to her words, pausing to lean against the doorframe as he began to peruse the resume in his hands. His tall figure partially submerged in shadow, his countenance fluctuated with the passing clouds obscuring the sunlight outside. The corridor fell into a profound silence, and Yuan Fong felt as though she dared not breathe. "Is your talent hard-pen calligraphy?" Du Liyuan inquired again. "Yes," Nanqiang replied softly. "Did you write this passage from the Huang Tingjing yourself?" He scrutinized the thin sheets of paper in his grasp, his voice betraying a subtle tremor. Nanqiang simply responded with a soft affirmation, acknowledging his inquiry. "Write a few lines for me to see," Du Liyuan said, raising his gaze to her, his brow furrowed in concentration. Nanqiang did not immediately comply. Instead, she turned to glance at Yuan Fong with a look of perplexity. In her mind, it seemed that this interviewer holding the resume was the one she ought to heed. Yuan Fong promptly stepped forward, gesturing, "This is Director Du of the Rehabilitation Center, our esteemed guest interviewer." Finally, Nanqiang nodded in acknowledgement. She then opened her backpack, retrieving a rubber band, a fountain pen, and a notebook with a leather cover. Biting the rubber band, she neatly gathered her hair at the back of her head, laid the notebook on the bench in the corridor, and bent down to write with meticulous care. Reminiscent of a primary school student, her lashes cast shadows upon her fair cheeks, the imprint of her teeth still faintly visible, while her lips bore a delicate blush. Yuan Fong observed that Du Liyuan's right hand, clutching the resume, trembled slightly. She had never seen his eyes so radiant, as though they might burn through to the very soul. Once she finished writing, Nanqiang rose and extended the notebook to Du Liyuan. He did not take it immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon her face, as if attempting to penetrate her very essence. Nanqiang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened tomato. She turned once more to glance at Yuan Fong, her eyes reflecting confusion and a plea for assistance. "What does the director think of this young lady?" Yuan Fong interjected, sensing the atmosphere had grown exceedingly awkward. "Shall we invite him or Yu to join us as well?" Her intention was that if he caught her eye, he would allow Nanqiang to proceed to the final interview, though it was merely a casual remark. However, Du Liyuan's response was almost instantaneous. "No need." His tone was resolute and assertive. "Her handwriting is exquisite. It would be a pity for her to serve as a caregiver. Come and be my assistant instead." He placed the resume into Yuan Fang's hands, cast one last lingering glance at Nanqiang, and then turned away, striding purposefully out of the room. That evening, an unusual visitor arrived at an inconspicuous residential building in S City. The guest ascended the staircase, which had not been traversed in quite some time, and opened a door that had long remained shut. Most of the furniture in the room had been removed, and what remained was draped in several layers of dust-covered sheets, indicating that this two-bedroom flat had been uninhabited for an extended period. He navigated with familiarity to the inner bedroom, where a large window stood, its once fluttering white curtains now faded to gray, allowing only a faint, warm light to filter through. Beneath the window frame sat a massive, cumbersome wooden writing desk, once protected by a thick glass cover. The visitor located the lower right corner of the glass and deftly wiped away the years of accumulated dust, revealing a faint transcription of the Huang Tingjing. It resembled something familiar, indeed. With that thought, a smile crept upon his lips. Disregarding his pristine attire, he slumped into the wooden chair before the desk, loosening the collar of his shirt and exhaling a long breath. Before him, a hazy visage of a delicate face began to materialize. "Yuan, the teacher said if I don't rewrite this section satisfactorily, I won't be allowed to go home for dinner. What should I do?" The girl's playful words echoed in his ears. Crisp and tender, he lifted his head, closed his eyes, and a look of profound contentment adorned his face, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Everything felt as though it had transpired just yesterday. Chapter 2. After contemplating for a full 2 days, Yuan Fong finally decided to call the manager of the Human Resources Department at Xingxin Sanatorium. "You mentioned an assistant?" Manager who from the HR department answered the call cheerfully, stating that the director had already informed them of a newcomer arriving soon. And they were in the midst of arranging a workspace. Could you kindly send me your contact information? Yuan Fong was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Du Li Yuan would act so swiftly. This revelation further complicated her emotions. While the majority of shares and operational authority of the sanatorium rested with Du Li Yuan, Shengxin still nominally belonged to the group, at least for the time being. Du Li Yuan's involvement in the hiring plans of the top management seemed somewhat inappropriate, though the young woman was not an irreplaceable talent. Yuan Fong was inclined to facilitate this request. However, her concerns over the past couple of days stemmed from a different issue entirely. The uneasy restlessness and anxiety that loomed over her like an impending storm had caused her to lose sleep for 2 consecutive nights. Never mind, let fate decide. Yuan Fong opened her email and sent over Nanqiang's resume and contact details. Perhaps, as Lao Bai suggested, it was all merely her unfounded worries? She reassured herself, turning a blind eye. After receiving the call from Shengxin Sanatorium's HR department, Nanqiang fell silent. Did you have the interview? Her roommate, Zhou Rong, inquired, putting down her bowl of instant noodles, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. You must treat us to a nice meal. Nanqiang snapped back to reality and smiled gently. All right. Weren't you saying it was to care for an elderly lady? Why did I hear you mentioning the assistant to the dean on the phone? Zhou Rong inquired, her curiosity evident as she unapologetically acknowledged her eavesdropping. How did your position change so suddenly? Who knows? Nanqiang replied with his characteristic calmness. I heard the dean thinks my handwriting is rather commendable. Your handwriting is indeed impressive. It could fetch a price, Zhou Rong mused, finding his reasoning somewhat persuasive. This role certainly surpassed the prospects of caregiving for the elderly. What future does one have in such a position? No matter how much one earns, it does little to enhance our sum. The assistant to the dean represents a higher starting point, perhaps paving the way for a meteoric rise. You are exceedingly fortunate, she remarked, casting a somewhat envious glance at Nanqiang. He smiled serenely, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, Zhou Rong felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. She had always sensed that Nanqiang was somewhat different from her peers. Despite being fresh graduates, he exuded a maturity and composure that set him apart. Likewise, she believed he would not be lost among the masses, for his demeanor was strikingly distinctive, making it difficult for other small-town girls to compare. If life were a television drama, Nanqiang would undoubtedly belong to the protagonist's circle. The futures of supporting characters might consist of earning a steady salary from 9 to 5 to make ends meet, but the protagonist could ascend to greater heights, transcending societal barriers and transforming their lives forever. What might his future hold? Would he soar to new heights and become a phoenix? Zhou Rong couldn't help but feel a pang of envy mixed with curiosity. Meanwhile, Nanqiang returned to his room, seated quietly on the modest 90-centimeter wide bed, surveying his surroundings in contemplative silence. The room is quite diminutive, originally intended as a study, measuring approximately 8 square meters. With a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and 2 large suitcases, one can scarcely turn around. She has been sharing this 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom apartment for over 2 months now, alongside Zhu Rong and a young male alumnus, Xiao He, who recently embarked on a career in IT. It is common knowledge that cohabiting with the opposite sex is not the most prudent choice. However, in the densely populated core of City S, this modest room demands a mere 800 yuan per month. Xiao He is quite amiable, residing alone in the master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, rarely venturing into the shared facilities and seldom frequenting the living room, thereby demonstrating considerable respect for the young women. Nevertheless, it is time to commence the search for a new home. She glances at the calendar on the wall, retrieves a red pen, and gently circles the date she is to report for duty. The weekend soon arrives, and upon returning from work, Xiaoyi learns that Nanqiang has secured a promising job. He enthusiastically offers to treat her in celebration. Although Nanqiang initially hesitates, Xiaoyi cheerfully insists that they shall indulge in a grand meal once she receives her first paycheck, having only just begun his own employment. He understands the anxiety that accompanies unemployment. Zhu Rong has no objections to Xiaoyi's suggestion. In fact, she is eager to enjoy a couple of splendid meals without the burden of expense. Thus, on Saturday evening, the trio decides to dine at a nearby Hunan restaurant, reveling in a sumptuous feast. In high spirits, Xiaoyi generously purchases some barbecued delicacies at the restaurant entrance and requests 2 bottles of beer from the staff. The lively gathering was filled with laughter and cheer, as everyone indulged in food and drink. Planning for the future, and envisioning the blissful life of owning cars and homes after making their fortunes. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Nanqiang's face, which typically bore a lack of warmth, became flushed and amiable. After satisfying their appetites, the trio strolled back to their community, exchanging banter along the way. In their haste to cross the street before the light turned, Xiaoyi impulsively pulled Nanqiang, who had lagged behind. With a moment's hesitation, Nanqiang decided to follow Xiaoyi and quickened her pace. Upon returning home, Zhou Rong inquired, "What happened when we crossed the street? I noticed you seemed to glance back." "Nothing, I just misjudged," Nanqiang replied with a smile, shaking her head. "Are you going to take a shower?" Her requests were always articulated with great subtlety. In this instance, her inquiry about Zhou Rong's shower plans was, in fact, a gentle indication of her own desire to bathe. Zhou Rong, accustomed to her indirectness, initially intended to scroll through her phone before sleeping, thus acquiesced effortlessly. Thereupon, Nanqiang took a small plastic basket filled with her toiletries into the bathroom. Zhou Rong reclined on the sofa, lost in thought as she gazed at the aluminum door of the bathroom. Being inherently averse to unnecessary tasks, she never bothered to stow her assortment of bottles and jars in her bedroom. Even though they were housemates, she unabashedly left her skincare and makeup products in the shared bathroom. Xiaoyi would undoubtedly refrain from using them. And as for Nanqiang, she seemed too refined to resort to pilfering. Moreover, Zhou Rong had previously observed that the cosmetics Nanqiang employed were of a similar quality to her own, lacking any discernible superiority or inferiority. However, if that is the case, why does Nanqiang always confine all her belongings within that rather small bedroom? She has never left any personal items in communal areas, not even a single one. Even her drinking glass is retrieved from her room only when needed, and promptly returned afterward. Moreover, whenever Nanqiang is away from home, her room door remains tightly locked, never to be opened. Is it a manifestation of obsessive cleanliness or merely an extreme caution? Even her clothes are mostly stored within a suitcase, as if she is perpetually prepared for departure. Zhou Rong has never encountered a girl so guarded, leaving her utterly perplexed. After taking a shower and drying her hair, Nanqiang donned her pajamas and returned to her room, opening the window. The midsummer night breeze flowed in, providing a refreshing respite to the small room that had baked under the afternoon sun. She rummaged through her bag, extracting several small receipts, and began to record her expenditures for the day at her desk. Breakfast cost 3 yuan, lunch amounted to 15. In the afternoon, she purchased 2 bottles of yogurt for 6, a box of toothpaste for 8, and 4 kiwis for 18. Fruits at the supermarket are rather pricey. The landlady mentioned that the nearby vegetable market offers more reasonable prices, but where exactly is that market? As she continued writing, Nanqiang propped her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly out the window at the twinkling lights. Then she spotted the silver-gray SUV, along with the flickering crimson fireworks inside. Perhaps it was best to pretend she had not seen anything. With that thought, she lowered the curtain, turned off the lights, and prepared to retire for the night. At that moment, her phone rang. After hesitating for a moment upon seeing the number, she ultimately chose not to answer the call, remaining quietly seated in the darkness until the screen faded to black. Monday was the designated day for her to report, and on that day, Nanqiang rose early, waiting at the entrance of the sanatorium for a while before arriving punctually at the Human Resources Department, manager who received her with great warmth, guiding her through the office building and introducing her to the fundamental aspects of the sanatorium. Our director typically visits 3 days a week, from Tuesday to Thursday, while he attends to matters elsewhere on Mondays and Fridays. Manager Hu, a slightly plump middle-aged man with crescent-shaped eyes and a kindly demeanor, mentioned that the director would likely not be present today, encouraging her to review some documents and familiarize herself with the setting. Is there any urgent task that needs addressing? On her first day, Nanqiang endeavored to appear proactive. Was there anything the previous assistant needed to hand over? Manager Hu's smile turned somewhat awkward as he confessed. To be honest, the position of director's assistant is a new one. No one has held it before, so I am unaware of what the director intends for you. He only knew that the director wished for this young lady to report as soon as possible. Nanqiang pursed her lips, clearly taken aback. In that case, I will assign you to the general department for now, where you can observe and learn from the team. Manager Hu felt quite clever with his arrangement. Although this young woman was a talent handpicked by the director, upon meeting her in person, she appeared to be merely an inexperienced university graduate in need of guidance. The general department is responsible for the reception of all important guests at the Sacred Heart, and it would not be detrimental for the young assistant to gain some worldly wisdom. However, This decision would prove to be the most significant mistake of his career. Nanqiang was escorted to the comprehensive department, where manager who introduced her to her colleagues one by one. The news of Director Du's appointment of an assistant had long spread throughout Xingxin, and everyone shared a tacit understanding regarding this potentially well-connected young woman, all maintaining a facade of politeness. It was not until they approached the renowned beauty, Gu Xingnan, that the atmosphere shifted. Ah, the young lady is indeed stunning. She must conduct her work with equal grace, Gu Xingnan remarked, scrutinizing Nanqiang with a smirk that danced at the corners of her lips. Well, that is something to learn from the blossoming flower of Xingxin, manager who chuckled, evidently wary of this fiery woman. He turned to Nanqiang with praise, stating, Manager Gu is our most illustrious flower at Xingxin. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also a pillar of our operations. Truly, Xingxin would not be what it is without her. You must learn diligently from Manager Gu. Nanqiang nodded in acknowledgement. As a young person, one should simply be earnest and grounded. Gu Xingnan, clearly accustomed to such flattery, nonchalantly tossed her long, cascading hair and sat gracefully, reaching for the documents on it. Adorning her delicate, alabaster wrist was a 5-flower bracelet made of red chalcedony, an anniversary limited edition from a prestigious brand, valued at approximately the price of a compact sedan. Nanqiang's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. After leaving the comprehensive management department, Nanqiang was finally escorted to her workstation, situated adjacent to the director's office. It offered a breathtaking view of the lakes and mountains, separated only by a floor-to-ceiling glass panel. The director is not in at the moment. Why not take a moment to peruse the documents and familiarize yourself? Manager who hurried to the meeting, pausing at the door before stating, I will call you when it's time for lunch, and then turning to leave. Nanqiang surveyed her surroundings before taking a seat at her workstation, powering on her computer as she awaited its startup. The door to the adjacent office creaked open, and Du Liyuan emerged. He appeared as though he had not slept all night. His eyelids were darkened, a hint of stubble adorned his chin, and his shirt was disheveled and wrinkled. Why are you so late? His voice was hoarse with irritation. Nanqiang blinked, swiftly realizing that his inquiry was directed at her tardiness. Manager who took me on a tour, she replied, her expression a blend of confusion and just the right amount of alarm, as he seemed to have expected her absence from work at Xingxin today. Humph. Du Liyuan snorted disdainfully, his demeanor frosty. How would he know my schedule? I apologize, Dean. Nanqiang said, lowering her head in sincere regret. The title Dean momentarily restored some of Du Liyuan's composure. He gazed at the slender neck beneath her dark hair, his breathing gradually steadying and his eyes returning to their usual calm. He then retrieved the car keys he had prepared earlier from his pocket and strode purposefully towards the exit. Where did Manager Hu take you? He inquired, his tone a commanding invitation. Xingxin is vast. Come, let me show you around. As they drove out of the office building and navigated the park, Du Liyuan engaged in casual conversation with Nanqiang. Where are you from? He asked. Shizhou, she replied. Nanqiang spoke of a small town located approximately 4 hours' drive from City S, a place devoid of railway access. Du Liyuan raised an eyebrow. Is there anything particularly famous in Shizhou? He inquired. Not particularly, she replied. If I had to mention something, it would probably be the clay pot tofu, a local delicacy that has been featured on television. Du Liyuan responded with a disinterested "oh," and added, I have a friend from Shizhou. And he mentioned that the local customs are quite fierce, with the most notorious being the bandits. Am I right? Nanqiang chuckled lightly. The people of Shizhou are impoverished. Decades ago, such a notion did exist, but it is no longer the case. The bandits of yesteryear likely enlisted to fight in the war. It seemed she was reluctant to speak ill of her hometown. Du Liyuan nodded thoughtfully and continued, how would one say, fellow townsfolk? Let us seize the land from the tyrants in Shizhou dialect. With that, Nanqiang recited it in her local tongue. Her voice was both clear and sweet, the Shizhou dialect, typically robust in enunciation, transformed into something soft and melodious when she spoke it. I fear that before the townsfolk can take action, their wives will be the first to rush in and drive you away, Du Liyuan remarked with a sigh. Nanqiang, who had been tense until then, couldn't help but burst into laughter, her smile infusing her previously serious demeanor with a hint of youthful innocence. Observing her laughter, Du Liyuan's expression gradually softened. What family members do you have? He asked again. I have a father who was a sailor, Nanqiang replied, but he no longer works in that capacity. And your mother? Du Liyuan pressed further, inquiring how one could care for a sailor who spent years away at sea. My mother abandoned me when I was very young. Nanqiang replied, her expression serene, as though recounting another's tale. My father was often at sea, and she chose to follow another man. I was raised by a neighbor's grandmother. In that succinct statement, she encapsulated the essence of her tumultuous early life. Du Liyuan found himself momentarily speechless. This revelation was clearly beyond his expectations. It's all in the past. Let us look forward, he said, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel in an attempt to comfort her. Nanqiang smiled faintly in response. It was then that Du Liyuan noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in her bright eyes. An awkward silence enveloped the car, prompting Du Liyuan to instinctively reach for a cigarette. Yet, in his haste to leave, he realized he had only taken the car keys. He carefully pulled the vehicle to the side of the road and extended a hand toward the passenger seat. I apologize. I need to retrieve something, he signaled to Nanqiang. She immediately recoiled, pressing herself against the seat back and holding her breath. Du Liyuan opened the glove compartment and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. The familiar packaging bore the faint scent of a delicate perfume, as if it had just been extracted from an exquisite handbag by a pair of slender, graceful hands. It had been ages since he had smoked from this pack, just as it had been long since anyone had occupied the passenger seat of this car. Yuan, why are you always so forgetful? I should have brought you a pack of cigarettes to keep in the glove compartment for emergencies. A familiar female voice echoed in his mind. Staring at the cigarette box in his hand, he was momentarily taken aback. Was it the brand that was wrong? Shall I fetch you a packet? A crisp, melodious voice interjected, disrupting his reverie. Du Liyuan regained his composure. Turning to gaze at the young woman in the passenger seat who had just spoken, Nanqiang widened her eyes in surprise, her expression tinged with curiosity. With her fair, oval face and a pair of exceptionally bright, sparkling eyes, her skin appeared so tender that one might imagine it could yield water, embodying an innocence untouched by the world, entirely unguarded against society. The first hints of spring blossom do not allow other dragonflies to alight upon it. Du Liyuan shook his head, smiling. No. It's just that I haven't smoked this brand in ages and can hardly recall its flavor, he replied nonchalantly. Do you mind if I smoke? Nanqiang shook her head in response, her smile slightly bashful, clearly unable to conceal her sincerity. Consequently, Du Liyuan ultimately opted to set the cigarette aside, suppressing the urge. He could not quite articulate why. Perhaps he simply wished to preserve the rarefied illusion before him, undisturbed by the mundane smoke of the world. Let us discuss more pressing matters. His demeanor swiftly returned to normal, and he directly broached the subject. How did you commute today? By subway, then bus. Followed by a short walk, Nanqiang replied. Line 7. Du Liyuan pondered, recalling the congestion during peak hours. How much time do you spend on transportation each day? An hour and 20 minutes one way, Nanqiang calculated, assuming the bus ran on schedule. It's rather distant, Du Liyuan mused thoughtfully. If you were to become my assistant, you would need to be on standby at all times. How about relocating to the sanatorium? There are dormitories available. St. Hart, being a sanatorium, naturally offers some accommodations for the night shift medical staff. His proposal was impeccable both in logic and sentiment. However, Nanqiang was not inclined to reside in such makeshift lodgings. She yearned for a space entirely her own, hence her hesitation in responding. A one-bedroom apartment with a private bathroom, he continued, discerning her reluctance. Du Liyuan began to enhance his offer. 60 square meters, in a pleasant environment, located in the medical experts building, a multi-story apartment equipped with an elevator. Just a 10-minute walk to the cafeteria. He coaxed gently. No rent required. Observing the guarded expression on Nanqiang's face gradually soften. A smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth. The furniture is brand new. No one has ever lived there. He languidly concluded his pitch. This final statement shattered Nanqiang's resistance. All right, she acquiesced. I will prepare and strive to move in as soon as possible. Du Liyuan smiled. Recognizing the shared affinity for cleanliness and newness, a disdain for all things secondhand. As a child, she had never worn dresses given by others, no matter how exquisite. If someone else had worn them, she would refuse them outright. What else do you need to prepare? You should pack up now. He extinguished his cigarette and started the car, declaring, we shall move in tonight. Tonight? Nanqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, tonight, Du Liyuan reiterated, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel as he turned it with determination. I have nothing on my agenda for the entire day. I can assist you with your move. Without a hint of doubt, he accelerated the car out of the Sacred Heart gates and sped onto the highway. Chapter 3 Under the guidance of Nanqiang. Du Liyuan successfully navigated the vehicle to the residential complex where she resided. The complex, having been established many years ago, lacked the modern feature of separating pedestrian and vehicular pathways. Thus, Du Liyuan opted to park the car right at the entrance of the building. Nanqiang expressed her desire to ascend and pack her belongings, to which Du Liyuan raised no objections. Understanding that it might be somewhat presumptuous to visit the home of a girl he had only recently met. Inside the aged rental apartment, Nanqiang meticulously organized and packed her possessions, clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. Her gaze then fell upon the calendar hanging on the wall, where today's date was circled in red. She tore the calendar down, rolled it up, and placed it into her suitcase. As she closed the door to her small room for the final time, Nanqiang set 2 gifts and a letter on the coffee table in the living room. One gift was a handmade dried fish from Shizhou for Xiao He, who occasionally enjoyed a beer, making it a perfect accompaniment. The other was an unopened luxury lipstick for Zhou Rong, a token of her earnings from her part-time job at Labudo last month, which Zhou Rong had once envied greatly. In her letter, she personally articulated the reasons for vacating the apartment and assured them that she would continue to pay the rent as agreed until Xiao He and the others found a new tenant. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards these 2 young individuals who had illuminated her life with a flicker of light and warmth during its darkest and most helpless moments. While Nanqiang was penning her letter upstairs, Du Liyuan sat in the car, perusing her notebook. Earlier, when she had taken a tissue from her bag, she had inadvertently left it behind. A simple craft paper notebook, its pages worn and faded, evidently carried for quite some time. The front page bears the name George inscribed in English, while the inner pages chronicle daily expenditures dating back a year and a half, primarily detailing the cost of breakfast and lunch. From these entries, it becomes apparent that the notebook's owner leads a modest life. Du Liyuan gazed at it, lost in thought. Were she in the same position, she would never engage in such accounting. She had never known a lack of money. Even during her early years before her family achieved prosperity, when she always possessed ample pocket money, her desires modest, at most a can of cola or an exquisite ice cream. Her mother consistently endeavored to provide her with the best, enduring personal hardship in the process, not to mention the lavish lifestyle that followed. As these reflections coursed through her mind, a twinge of sympathy for the notebook's owner welled up within her. Turning a few more pages, she encountered the hastily written version of the Huang Tingjing by Wang Shiji, composed at his behest. She lingered over it for an extended period, her expression solemn, her fingers trembling slightly as they caressed the paper. "Why can't I write it well?" A young girl's delicate voice echoed faintly in her ears. "If you cannot write it well, simply keep rewriting, over and over, just write the Huang Tingjing, until the character becomes unrecognizable. That will be just right." The impatient reply of a youth seemed to drift from a distance. At that time, he was so youthful, merely perceiving the girl's capriciousness and frequent impatience, unaware that she was, in fact, indulging in a playful display of affection. Once, her world revolved solely around him. He was her singular source of admiration, her steadfast pillar of support. The 2 little souls walked hand in hand into the future, yet one day, one began to sprint ahead, leaving the other far behind. The boy was compelled to learn the art of running alone, striving to catch up. When the day finally arrived that he stepped onto the track, he discovered that the girl had already soared into the sky, becoming a dream he could never reach. She had once filled him with ecstatic joy and had also caused him profound heartache. Raising his gaze through the concrete lattice, he faintly discerned a white figure, his vision slightly blurred. Nanqiang, carrying her luggage, exited the building and found Du Liyuan already waiting for her by the car. Upon seeing her struggling with 2 large suitcases, he quickly approached, eager to assist by taking the items from her hands. "Is it really that light?" he inquired, surprised. "I assumed girls would have an abundance of belongings." "Not much," Nanqiang replied. "I have 2 suitcases as well." A bit taken aback, he reminisced. "I once helped someone move, and their belongings filled 2 entire trucks." He couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. She must have lived in her previous place for quite a while, he mused. Nanqiang laughed in response. "I've only been here for less than 3 months. I haven't had the chance to buy much, just these." Du Liyuan nodded in understanding. After placing the suitcases in the car, they both returned to their seats as Du Liyuan started the engine, preparing to depart. Nanqiang fastened her seatbelt and turned to him, inquiring, "I wish to send a message to my roommate, notifying her of my move. Would that be acceptable?" Du Liyuan nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Nanqiang then took out her phone and lowered her head to initiate a WeChat message. Du Liyuan observed that her smartphone was an older model, appearing somewhat dated. "What sort of individuals are your roommates?" he asked softly, gazing at the girl who was intently focused on composing her text. Nanqiang quickly glanced up at him. They are girls. It's prudent to be cautious in friendships. He drove casually, avoiding her gaze, acknowledging the complexities of contemporary society. I found my accommodation on the school BBS. Nanqiang replied, blinking her eyelashes, sounding particularly docile. He Xixiang works at an internet company, and Zhou Rong is in the fast-moving consumer goods sector. They are both alumni. Genuinely respectable individuals. Du Liyuan responded with a non-committal falling into silence. However, this silence did not endure for long, as he soon felt compelled to inquire further. How do they treat you? He asked. Nanqiang smiled gently. They're all quite nice and take good care of me. He Xixiang even voluntarily reduced my rent. One must always be cautious, Du Liyuan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at her. Young boys are not as innocent as you might think. Surely not, Nanqiang replied, still smiling softly. The director is overly concerned. Du Liyuan continued to drive, choosing not to elaborate further. He was well aware of the thoughts that young boys harbored. On a weekend evening, he stood across the street, witnessing the tender interaction between Xiaohe and Nanqiang. Their careful attentiveness to each other, mingled with an unintentional display of affection and a hint of subtle insecurity, filled his heart with hope each time he gazed at Nanqiang, a feeling of admiration that perhaps even the boy himself had yet to recognize. This scene felt aching, reminiscent of his own past, when he was beset by anxiety and caution. Yet, just as in those days, the girl in the boy's eyes would not pause for him. She was destined to soar to greater heights. In pursuit of that elegant figure taking flight, the boy would spend his life running through a world brimming with thorns, even if it meant emerging battered and bruised. A gentle summer breeze wafted through the window, playfully lifting the girl's soft hair, the fragrance rolling in like undulating waves. Faint yet palpable, the burdens of the past gradually dissolved in this delightful aroma, his thoughts drifting away. Du Liyuan inhaled this refreshing scent, beginning to feel an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation throughout his being. Perhaps tonight would grant him a restful sleep, he mused, as a quiet joy blossomed within him. Yu Siwei found himself dreaming once more of the same scene, the same people, the same dialogue. At the end of a flower-strewn red carpet, the bride and groom stood side by side, a high-nosed, silver-haired pastor cradling a holy book, a beaming smile adorning his face. I do, he declared. I wish him, to be my wife, husband, from this day forth, to possess and support one another. The newcomers recited the timeless vows in unison, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health. We cherish and love one another until death do us part. The white doves took flight within the church, and thunderous applause ensued. Now, the groom may kiss the bride, the pastor proclaimed. The groom turned to unveil the bride's face, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yu Siwei. However, as the veil was lifted, the bride's features mysteriously vanished, leaving only a pair of eerie red lips that continued to part and close. The once solemn vows echoed through the church like a relentless tide, reverberating in his mind. Until death do us part. Until death do us part. Yu Siwei jolted awake from his dream, sitting upright with beads of cold sweat dotting his back. What are you afraid of? If you harbor no guilt, why fear the knock of a ghost? A sharp voice of reproach rang in his mind. He shook his head, attempting to cast aside the haunting memory. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 4 a.m. Unable to return to slumber, he decided to rise and attend to work. Upon opening his email, he found a message from Australia. The agent informed him that the Australian police had decided to formally close the case, and the commercial search and rescue team they had hired had also relinquished hope. The leader, out of goodwill, suggested that they need not continue sending money. As so much time had elapsed with little chance of survival, it was likely that his wife's remains had already been consumed by sharks, unless a miracle occurred. After reading the final sentence, Yu Siwei hurled the remote control from the coffee table against the wall in a fit of rage. With a resounding bang, the remote control shattered into numerous fragments. He lay back on the expansive leather sofa, gasping for breath, his broad chest rising and falling with great intensity. The room was enveloped in profound silence, save for the ticking of the clock on the wall. 15 minutes later, everything gradually returned to normal. Yu Siwei sat up once more and replied to the email with a mere 2 words, give up. Perhaps alerted by the earlier commotion, the hotel concierge thoughtfully sent him a message inquiring if everything was all right. Yu Siwei, his voice laden with fatigue, responded, no need to worry. Ever since that incident, he had taken up residence in the opulent suite on the top floor of the hotel for several months, where he was treated as a distinguished guest, attended to by the finest concierge service available around the clock. Yet, he remained indifferent. To him, the greatest advantage of staying in a hotel was that it prevented any semblance of homeliness. Setting down his phone, he remained motionless, gazing at the scattered lights below, until dawn crept in, revealing the pale light of the east. Beep! The alarm rang punctually at 6 o'clock. He was jolted from his reverie, glanced at the memo on the coffee table, and rose to prepare for a shower before heading to work, where 8 meetings awaited him. Ever since the incident in Australia, he had been laboring under an unbearable workload, devoid of leisure or personal life. Confirming that the arrangements aligned with his recollections, he tossed the memo back onto the marble coffee table with a snap and turned towards the bathing area. The morning breeze swept through, fluttering the pages of the memo, caressing it all the way to its cover. After emerging from the bath, Yusiwei noticed that Secretary Song had already delivered the morning newspaper, which outlined all of today's appointments and reminders. His gaze fell upon one particular item. Madame Rong had called last night inquiring whether she could borrow a painting from his wife's collection for this year's charity art exhibition. He couldn't help but smirk coldly at the swift intent. Just as he was about to type a refusal, he halted abruptly. Curiosity piqued. He decided to inquire about the painting. He deleted his initial response and sent forth his question instead. Secretary Song's WeChat response arrived promptly, revealing that the artwork in question was Eternal Love. Upon reading those final 4 words, Yusiwei's handsome visage twisted into an expression of fury. The cover of the memorandum fluttered in the crisp morning breeze, once a cherished custom gift. Its exquisite, high-quality pages were encased in rare lizard skin, and the giver had inscribed a heartfelt message in embossed silver, a phrase that also adorned Yusiwei's wedding invitation. 2 are better than 1, for they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them. Chapter 4. According to Du Liyuan's arrangement, Nanqiang moved into the Sacred Heart Sanatorium, and her work swiftly fell into rhythm. During her internship, Du Liyuan did not assign her excessive responsibilities, as he was preoccupied with his own matters at the hospital. Thus, in accordance with manager Hu's directive, when the director had no orders, Nanqiang occupied herself with learning in the general department. The personnel in the general department had already formed their own small teams, and during meals, they had established fixed dining partners. As the manager, Gu Shangnan had never extended a personal invitation to Nanqiang to join them, and the others discreetly refrained from speaking up. Nanqiang was aware that Gu Shangnan harbored a dislike for her, yet she did not voice her thoughts. Instead, she diligently attended to the myriad trivial tasks assigned by her seniors, consistently being the first to clock in to collect the welfare milk for everyone, affix reimbursement slips, organize documents, and process forms. As time passed, her steady work ethic began to earn her the trust of some seniors, who started to entrust her with arrangements for important client engagements, all of which she accepted without hesitation. Apart from the general department, Nanqiang's most frequent interactions were with the finance department. With her sweet demeanor and quick-witted nature, she often brought snacks to share during afternoon tea, making her the first to assist her seniors whenever they needed help. Gradually, she became familiar with the employees in the finance department. One day, a young employee named Xiao Zeng extended an invitation to her, proposing that they have lunch together in the cafeteria each day. Xiao Zeng had been working at Sacred Heart for several years. He had an ordinary appearance, but was vivacious and outgoing, often inquiring about various tidbits of information. As Nanqiang spent more time with him, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his curiosity. On that day, as the two dined together, amidst their laughter, they lamented the prolonged absence of quality sleep. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed Xiao Zeng's face. Do you know? Your manager Gu had a nickname in her youth, Natural Awakening. What does that mean? Nanqiang inquired, somewhat puzzled. Because everyone desires to wake up naturally. She articulated the last 6 words with deliberate emphasis, her eyes narrowing with mirth. In an instant, Nanqiang grasped the implication and covered her mouth in astonishment, whispering, Really? What do you mean, really? Xiao Zeng scoffed at her naivety. With her capabilities, how could a mere department manager afford a Jaguar and an array of unique Chanel bags? She's no ordinary character. What do you mean? Nanqiang maintained her composure. They say she's the mistress of Vice Dinju. Xiao Zeng's expression radiated a sense of pride. A senior beauty of Xingxin, she had the privilege of being sheltered by powerful connections, striding with an air of superiority. Vice Dinju, a veteran of Xing, currently held the position of deputy head, overseeing the construction and logistics procurement departments. Is that so? But Vice Dean Zhu's daughter studies in the United States, right? Nanqiang feigned surprise. He must be in his 50s. Moreover, isn't Manager Gu married? Ah, you are utterly oblivious. Xiaozong, pleased with Nanqiang's reaction, leaned in closer and whispered, Manager Gu has been with Vice Dean Zhu for many years. Her husband is merely a facade. They divorced long ago. Nanqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Vice President Zhu, too, after spending so long within the group, initially dispatched as an elder to establish Sacred Heart with grand ambitions of becoming the dean, was unexpectedly thwarted by the sudden emergence of Dean Du as Xiaozong spoke. He shook his head, recounting how Dean Du, upon assuming office, swiftly eliminated Zhu's trusted aides brought from the group, opting instead to recruit Manager Hu from outside to oversee personnel, while promoting Manager Sun, who had previously held a subordinate role, to manage finance. Zhu's unfulfilled aspirations surely ignited a deep-seated resentment towards Dean Du. Well, since you are the assistant personally appointed by Dean Du, it is only natural that Gu Shangnan would harbor a disdain for you. Nanqiang nodded thoughtfully. By the way, do you know why Dean Du was suddenly parachuted in? Enthralled by the conversation, Xiaozong divulged an additional piece of gossip. You must know about the former princess of our group, right? She tragically perished in a maritime disaster in Australia a year ago. Nanqiang bit her lip, remaining silent. Didn't her father also die of a myocardial infarction? He left all his wealth to the princess, and who would have thought she would meet with misfortune as well? It is said that before her death, she left a letter bequeathing her shares in Sacred Heart to a classmate, and that individual is none other than Dean Du. My goodness, such a fortune. Xiaozong could not help but shake his head in disbelief, exclaiming, to just give it away like that. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension. She turned to Nanqiang, pouting in annoyance. Tell me, being neither kin nor acquaintance, why didn't she bestow it upon me? Nanqiang had intended to respond, but upon hearing the last remark, she could not suppress a chuckle. Perhaps they shared an extraordinary bond in the past, she whispered. An affair? Extramarital affairs? The inquisitive eyes of Xiaozong sparkled with curiosity, yet something seemed amiss. It is widely said that the prince consort is a remarkable figure, exceptionally handsome and possessing extraordinary skills. If the princess had harbored affection for Director Du in the past, why then would she have chosen to marry the prince consort? It is often mentioned that they were childhood sweethearts, having known each other long before. Nanqiang paused momentarily and chuckled. Who knows if she regrets it now? Indeed, Xiaozong exclaimed, a light dawning upon him. I have heard that the princess and the prince consort share a rather lukewarm relationship, with numerous quarrels erupting at the group headquarters, all of which were overheard by others. It is said that the prince consort looks down upon his father-in-law, who is of nouveau riche origins, and that the princess relentlessly pursued him to win his affection, despite the prince consort initially having another girlfriend. Alas, who would have thought that a wealthy and beautiful woman would resort to chasing after a man, only to end up with such a dismal outcome? Nanqiang fell silent, choosing not to respond further. Xiaozong, however, continued to indulge in his gossip about other topics, while his thoughts had already drifted far away. In the afternoon, Du Liyuan called, requesting Nanqiang to prepare for a dinner gathering. Without a moment's hesitation, Nanqiang pleaded over the phone, Director, I am willing to comply with your every request, but please, I cannot drink alcohol. I am truly allergic to it. There was a brief silence on the other end before the directive came. Just come over first. Anxiously arriving at the reserved private room, Nanqiang soon realized that the attendees were primarily composed of refined middle-aged gentlemen, rather than the portly, ruddy-faced merchants and officials she had envisioned. Professor Wang, Director Zhang. As Du Liyuan exchanged pleasantries, she realized that this gathering was a congregation of the medical elites from S-City, including Du Liyuan's esteemed mentor, who had convened specifically to celebrate him. Nanqiang's role was that of the chauffeur responsible for transporting Du Liyuan, thus he was exempt from indulging in alcohol. The intellectual assembly was notably more refined, with conversations largely revolving around anecdotes and news from the medical field, occasionally interspersed with whispers from the academic realm. My student. The venerable Professor Wang began, his demeanor shifting as the wine flowed, is commendable in every regard, diligent, exceptional, and gifted. However, there is one aspect of concern. He set down his small wine glass, his expression turning grave. To this day, he remains without a girlfriend. His piercing gaze was directed at Du Liyuan, prompting a chorus of laughter from the attendees. Du Liyuan. No matter how accomplished a man may be, he must establish a family, Professor Wang admonished with heartfelt sincerity. You've often claimed that one should prioritize career before family. Now that you have achieved success, it is time to consider settling down. Laughter erupted once more. And while Du Liyuan nodded, a hint of awkwardness adorned his countenance. Anyone with a suitable match, do introduce him, Professor Wang proclaimed, surveying the room. My student has a remarkably promising future. I actually know someone fitting, chimed in a dental director, raising a hand. My niece, currently studying in the UK, stands at 168 meters tall and is exceptionally beautiful and accomplished. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone to showcase photographs. Here, Professor, take a look. She will return to the country next year. The professor took the phone and examined it closely, nodding in approval. I find it quite commendable, he remarked. Handing the device to Du Liyuan. You should take a look as well. With a sense of resignation, Du Liyuan accepted the phone, while Nanqiang, seated beside him, glanced over out of curiosity. The image displayed was a photograph from a social media feed, a tall and athletic girl leaning against a white railing, enveloped by a large stack of papers, with a spiral staircase circling behind her. The accompanying caption playfully read, I can hang, but my grades cannot. Charming and delightful. Young lady, as a girl yourself, what do you think of her? Professor Wang inquired, turning to Nanqiang. She is exceptionally outstanding, Nanqiang replied sincerely. Recognizing that any girl attending the Imperial Political and Economic Academy must be remarkable. The head of the dental department nodded with pride, indeed. But my niece refers to that place as the Greater London Financial Vocational School. Laughter erupted once more among the group. Nanqiang smiled in companionship until she turned her head and met Du Liyuan's piercing gaze, sharp as an icy blade, causing a pang in her cheek. As the dinner concluded and Du Liyuan, slightly inebriated, settled into the passenger seat, Nanqiang maneuvered his SUV into action, igniting the engine. The interior was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the vehicle gliding forward. When did you learn to drive? Du Liyuan, reclining against the backrest, suddenly asked. During the summer break in university. Nanqiang replied, her hands steady on the steering wheel, her demeanor calm. Wasn't your family in a difficult financial situation? How could you afford to learn to drive? Du Liyuan's tone bore a hint of irritation. Having earned a modest sum from part-time work, the teacher remarked that proficiency in driving enhances job prospects. Nanqiang's response resonated with remarkable logic. Du Liyuan fell silent, simply closing his weary eyes. Initially, it seemed he would drift into slumber, but soon he reopened his eyes, sharp and alert. How do you know that the institution in the photograph is the Imperial College of Political Economy? He inquired directly. Have you been there? Nanqiang smiled faintly, producing an answer she had meticulously prepared. Ah, that is the school I aspire to attend. I have perused extensive materials about it. Her demeanor was remarkably relaxed, and her response was flawlessly crafted. Du Liyuan turned away, seemingly swayed by her words. Do you know why I was able to become the Dean of Sacred Heart? He gazed at the road ahead, his expression somewhat dazed. At my age, I should be accumulating experience in a top-tier hospital. Nanqiang remained silent. I am not a scion of wealth, nor do I possess any familial connections. I entered medical school based solely on my academic merit, graduating at the top of my class. Du Liyuan murmured, I learned to drive during my postgraduate studies. As prior to that, I lacked the funds, and the thought of self-funding my studies abroad in the UK or the US was utterly unthinkable. Nanqiang blinked. Since you are a child of an ordinary family, you should understand my perspective. Du Liyuan chuckled softly, a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. Children from ordinary families may dream, but they seldom dare to dream too grandly. He had never even bothered to gather information about studying abroad at his own expense, for he understood that his parents would have to sacrifice everything to provide such financial support. His life must be forged through his own efforts. I have a friend with whom I grew up, and we once shared an inseparable bond, confiding in each other about everything. However, one day, her family suddenly acquired great wealth. Du Liyuan gazed into the distance, his voice drifting as though ensnared in memories of the past. My once cherished dream was to buy her a grand villa with a garden, until I realized that my monthly salary barely covered her expenses for a single night at a bar. The down payment I had painstakingly saved was merely a fraction of her family's financial returns over just a few days. While she could casually purchase a necklace, I would have to forego all luxuries for half a year to afford one. With a swallow, Du Liyuan lifted his face, swallowing the bitterness of the past. Nanqiang remained silent. I apologize, I need to smoke. Du Liyuan extended a hand and opened the glove compartment. Almost immediately, Nanqiang noticed a laminated photograph within. At the center of the photo stood a girl clad in a graduation gown, her smile radiant, surrounded by peers, akin to stars encircling the moon. Among them was the youthful and spirited Du Liyuan. Do you know her? Du Liyuan followed her gaze to the photograph, his brow furrowing as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Nanqiang shook her head. She is quite famous. Du Liyuan exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression weary. Many people know her. The lady is exquisite. Nanqiang pondered over his choice of words, considering Du Liyuan's current age. It seemed more appropriate to refer to the girl in the photograph as a lady. Indeed, she is the most beautiful person I have ever encountered. Du Liyuan forced a bitter smile, revealing his anguish. Her name, like yours, is Nanqiang, although her Chang refers to the rose. Nanqiang remained silent, sitting motionless. She has passed away. Upon uttering these words, Du Liyuan appeared to be choked, beginning to cough violently, as if his very soul were being wrenched from him. The agony tearing through his being, as if he might expel his innards. Nanqiang continued to sit still. After a considerable time, she seemed to regain her composure and hastily rummaged through her bag, producing a packet of tissues to offer him. Are you feeling better? Her voice sounded timid. Du Liyuan eventually ceased coughing, gradually regaining his calm. He accepted the tissues, lifting his gaze, revealing a pale visage adorned with striking, bloodshot, almond-shaped eyes. She met a tragic end, and even now, her body has not been discovered. His hoarse voice lingered in the compartment, recounting memories imbued with powerlessness and fatigue. She once married in splendor, tying the knot with a man who appeared to be her perfect match. Yet, she was not happy. She and her husband were perpetually at odds. One day, she called me in tears, confessing her battle with depression and her desire for a divorce. Not long after, she tragically lost her life in an accident. Before her demise, she bequeathed her shares of Sacred Heart to me through a will, appointing me as the dean. Du Liyuan, utterly exhausted, closed his eyes. You see, I ascended effortlessly. Nanqiang bit her lip. I almost forgot to mention, her husband graduated from ISC. Du Liyuan cast her a sidelong glance, his face suffused with derision. It is precisely what you yearn for, the imperial school of political economy. Nanqiang fell silent, averting her gaze from his penetrating stare. I must have been intoxicated to confide such things to you. Du Liyuan shook his head in self-mockery, although you share her name. How could you possibly be her? Such bizarre occurrences as reincarnation simply do not exist in reality. I merely miss her too much. Du Liyuan turned his head to gaze out the window. I miss her exceedingly, exceedingly, exceedingly. The repetition of exceedingly seemed to drain him of all strength. And as he spoke, his shoulders trembled slightly. Nanqiang understood in her heart that, at this moment, his eyes were likely brimming with tears. The journey continued in silence until the vehicle reached the apartment garage, where it was already midnight. Du Liyuan had long since succumbed to sleep against the seat, his breathing deep and steady. Dean? Nanqiang softly called out. Du Liyuan did not respond, clearly lost in a deep slumber. Nanqiang unfastened her seatbelt and leaned gently against the back of her seat. The expression on her face transformed from the gentle innocence she displayed in public to one filled with contemplation and solitude. Xiaonan. Du Liyuan, is that you? Xiaonan? He murmured in his dreams. Nanqiang turned her gaze towards the slumbering youth, her eyes imbued with a chill. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly spoke. It is I, a Yuan. A car surged past with a deafening roar, its headlights casting a stark, ghostly illumination upon the woman's radiant visage, enveloping her in an eerie aura. Chapter 5. Yusi Wei emerged from the conference room and turned towards the VIP client reception area. The secretary pushed open the door, revealing a venerable elderly lady seated gracefully in a wheelchair, sipping her red tea delicately. Aunt, Yusi Wei approached, bending slightly to grasp the old lady's hand and bestow a kiss on her cheek. It has been quite some time, Siwei. The elder lady smiled warmly at him, her expression gentle. You seem to have lost some weight. When have I ever been considered plump in your eyes? Siwei chuckled, unfastening his suit jacket and settling elegantly onto the adjacent sofa. How's the caregiver I arranged for you? He took a sip of the Earl Grey tea that had been prepared, chosen personally by the Human Resources Director. The elderly lady exhibited a nonchalant demeanor. It's passable, but how could anyone compare to the comfort of your company? Siwei cast a glance at the plate of pastries on the coffee table, noticing the cookies from Mason's department store that the lady adored, perfectly suited for tea. The secretary had indeed put in effort. Regrettably, the elderly lady had elevated blood sugar levels and was advised by her doctor to avoid such treats. It was only natural for her to feel dissatisfied when even such minor matters had not been communicated in advance to the secretary's office. Contemplating this, Siwei gestured for the removal of the pastry plate, his expression tinged with remorse. I apologize. I've been exceedingly busy since taking over Nanqiang, with a multitude of matters to attend to. He raised his hand to check his watch, acknowledging that even this meeting with you was limited to a mere 20 minutes. Behind him, Secretary Song nodded vigorously, affirming the truth of his words. Heaven knows how busy the acting chairman is, sleeping merely 4 hours a day. Even his highly regarded secretary, affectionately nicknamed Ironclad Little Golden Steel, is nearing her breaking point. Lady Yu nodded, her demeanor calm and composed. Have you received any news about Xiaonan? She inquired as she set her teacup down. Secretary Song's heart sank. How audacious of this elderly lady to confront the chairman with his gaping emotional wounds. Yu Siwei silently shook his head. Poor child, you must miss her dearly. Lady Yu reached out to grasp Yu Siwei's intertwined, pale fingers, seemingly attempting to offer solace. However, Yu Siwei quickly withdrew his hand. His tone as frigid as his gesture. No, I do not miss her at all. Why should I long for someone who is planning to leave me? He averted his gaze, his handsome visage devoid of any emotion. Lady Yu sighed, falling into silence thereafter. On Friday, as the workday drew to, Nanqiang was preparing to gather her belongings when suddenly, several hefty folders were placed on her desk. These are the detailed records of all business-related entertainments and reimbursements since the establishment of our sanatorium company. Please take some time to organize them. Instructed Lu Ping from the General Affairs Department, just arrange them in chronological order. Nanqiang was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this the responsibility of the finance department? The group was dispatching auditors to review the branch S accounts, and the entire finance department was currently burning the midnight oil preparing the necessary materials. Lu Ping shook her head, explaining that the external reception had always been the responsibility of the General Affairs Department, while the Finance Department merely reported the total amount. The original materials remained with us, thus we must diligently fulfill our own responsibilities. She added, this is also Manager Gu's directive. Nanqiang glanced at the towering stacks of folders and softly inquired, when is it due? The Group S audit team will arrive on Monday. So everything must be prepared beforehand, Lu Ping replied, implying that weekend overtime was unavoidable. What standard are we aiming for? Are there specific requirements? Nanqiang asked, maintaining her composure as she opened one of the folders. Simply organize all relevant receipts and documents in numerical order, then create a table of the numbered items. Print it out for Manager Gu's signature and submit it to the Finance Department, Lu Ping stated nonchalantly. Once the auditors receive the documents, they will confirm entry into the company system, and that will suffice. It's quite straightforward. Nanqiang nodded in understanding. Be sure to prepare in advance. If the materials aren't ready, it will impact the company's budget for this year. If funds are not allocated, we will all be in a precarious... It's quite alarming. Lu Ping cautioned before hastily departing with her handbag and high heels, eager to pick up her son from kindergarten. Now, Nanqiang found herself alone in the office. With the weekend plans cancelled, she was compelled to toil throughout the entire day, only completing her work by Sunday noon. Subsequently, she began to call Gu Shangnan, requesting her to sign. No one answered. She waited for half an hour before attempting to call again, but still, no one answered. Thus, on the day of the deadline, she made countless calls and sent numerous messages, yet the crucial signatory seemed to have vanished without a trace. She also reached out to Lu Ping, who was in charge of the work, only to face the same silence. She continued to wait until evening. By the time morning arrived, she thought to bring the documents for Manager Gu to sign. Surely it would still be timely enough. As Nanqiang pondered this, she gazed out at the crescent moon. On Monday morning, as Nanqiang stepped through the doors of the comprehensive department, she was met with the sharp reprimand of Gu Shangnan. Why are you late? How could you be late? Gu was on a call, her voice laced with anger. After hanging up, her piercing eyes seemed to stab at Nanqiang. Nanqiang, she strode swiftly towards her. What is your method of working? Why does the group claim we failed to submit the materials on time? Nanqiang glanced at the clock. It was 8:15, marking the first occasion she had seen Gu Shangnan arrive before the official start time of 8:30. Well, the documents were organized by Sunday morning, but they required your signature. I called you all day yesterday, yet no one answered. She began to explain. Are you blaming me then? I was on a plane all day yesterday. I only returned at midnight. Gu Shangnan brutally interrupted, her demeanor fierce. Knowing I needed to sign, why did you not prepare in advance? Why did you choose to reach out while I was on a business trip? What is your approach to work? Nanqiang was momentarily taken aback. No one had informed her of Gu Shangnan's business trip. At least, Lu Ping had not. Well, Ping Jie mentioned that the group would review the materials on Monday. I intended to come this morning to have you sign off, which should still be feasible. Nanqiang endeavored to explain. No, what I said was that the group must receive the materials before the weekend. Lu Ping interjected immediately, unhesitatingly distancing herself from the matter. Manager, the deadline for collecting group materials is Sunday at midnight. After that, the system automatically shuts down. Everyone is aware of this. How could I possibly state that the deadline is Monday? Nanqiang was once again taken aback. Indeed, Lu Ping had not indicated that the deadline was on Monday. She had merely stated that the group would conduct an audit on Monday, while she emphasized the necessity of having the materials ready before Monday. She did not remind anyone that the system would close at midnight on Sunday. Strictly speaking, her words were accurate, yet they deliberately omitted some crucial information. How subtle. Gu Xing'an cast a glance at Lu Ping, nodding in satisfaction, then turned back. Her tone harsh as she continued to criticize Nanqiang. You cannot manage your responsibilities and yet wish to shift the blame onto others. At such a young age, how can your character be so lacking? Resorting to lies to evade responsibility. In the midst of this exchange, Nanqiang suddenly realized that further explanations would be futile. This might well be a premeditated incident. Thus, she sealed her lips tightly, resolutely silent. Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences stemming from this delay? And the overall budget allocation for the company will be postponed. The chairman is notoriously unyielding. Even if the dean were to plead on your behalf, it would be in vain. Gu Xingnan's voice grew increasingly louder, her anger escalating with each word. What of the assistant to the director? Do not presume that having support behind you grants you the liberty to play tricks and act unscrupulously. Where has professional ethics gone? This is no child's play. After unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of reproaches, Gu Xingnan felt a refreshing surge of relief. She gazed at the young woman before her, who tightly pressed her lips together, and was filled with a sense of triumph. She knew that the girl must be brimming with feelings of injustice and fury at that moment. Yet, what could a sheltered flower, new to the workforce and lacking connections, possibly do? At most, she could shed a few tears. Unfortunately, tears are the least needed in the workplace. Nanqiang remained silent, biting her lip as she turned to glance at Lu Ping. She was eager to discern the expression on Lu Ping's face. However, Lu Ping exhibited no remorse, her lips curled in a smirk, as if she were an audience member reveling in a farcical spectacle. Truly, this was a new low, Nanqiang mused. Do truly wicked individuals exist in this world? She recalled a childhood inquiry posed to her mother. Indeed, they do. If I were to steer clear of these nefarious people, keeping my distance, wouldn't I be safe? No, those wicked individuals may seek you out, ensnaring you and denying you peace. So what shall I do? Self-preservation. One must learn the art of safeguarding oneself. Nanqiang snapped back to the present, observing Gu Xingnan continuing her tirade, while the other colleagues remained silent. Meanwhile, the personnel department staff had begun to peek in. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Gu Xingnan resembled a small boat tossed about in a tempest, alone and vulnerable against the raging winds and heavy rains. Would you kindly make another call to the group to inquire? She steadied her mind and spoke with unhurried clarity, her voice maintaining its usual mellifluous tone. Perhaps they have received the documents by now. What did you say? How could you lie without even preparing a draft? Gu Xingnan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The document doesn't even bear my signature. What do you intend to present to them? Or have you submitted materials without my confirmation? You are exceedingly bold. This is simply audacious. Rest assured, there is a signature. Nanqiang smiled gently, his expression reassuring, promising not to cause you any trouble. Gu Xingnan widened her eyes, ready to retort, when her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she had no choice but to answer. Ah, yes, what? It has been received? She held the phone, astonished as she looked at Nanqiang. Who signed it? Ah, I see. Oh, it's all right. As long as it's received, that's what matters. After hanging up, she coldly addressed Nanqiang, since everything has been taken care of. Please remember to report in advance next time. All the onlookers were left astounded, and Lu Ping appeared particularly taken aback. She glanced at Gu Xingnan, then at Nanqiang, hesitating to speak, but ultimately refraining. Very well. Nanqiang responded with calm dignity and turned to leave. The curious onlookers, murmuring in astonishment, dispersed like startled birds. No sooner had Nanqiang settled back at his desk than Manager Sun from the finance department emerged from the dean's office. Manager Sun, I truly appreciate your assistance yesterday. She sincerely expressed her gratitude towards him. Not at all, it was merely a trifling matter, Manager Sun replied with a kind smile. If it weren't for you bringing the documents to me for signature last night and urgently delivering them to the group audit, our budget allocation for this year would have gone awry. You are quite a responsible young lady indeed. He praised Du Liyuan, who stood behind him. Leaning slightly against the doorframe, Du Liyuan offered a subtle smile. Like all new employees, Nanqiang felt a bit bashful in response to the unexpected compliment, cupping her cheeks with a shy grin. Her delicate features made this gesture appear charming rather than awkward. Du Liyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Manager Sun depart. Turning his gaze to Nanqiang, he remarked, "Unfortunately, this will only increase Gu Xingnan's dislike for you." His lips curled upwards, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "Do you think you can still remain in the comprehensive department?" There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "It doesn't matter. Manager Gu never liked me to begin with." Nanqiang tilted her head, seeming indifferent. "No matter what I do, she would never favor me, especially." She lifted her gaze to meet Du Liyuan's, her face adorned with a confident smile. "I have but one boss, and it is my duty to satisfy you." Du Liyuan was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a genuine smile. Nanqiang exhaled softly in relief, realizing that her bold gamble had indeed. Although assigned as the assistant to the dean, Nanqiang had essentially been relegated to the role of an administrative secretary. Du Liyuan never involved her in any operational matters of the nursing home, indicating a lack of recognition for her abilities and perhaps an uncertainty regarding her attitude. She needed an opportunity to prove herself, to demonstrate her utility to the dean and her unwavering loyalty. It was Gu Xingnan, who regarded her as a thorn in the side, that inadvertently provided her with this chance. Since she had been unable to reach Gu Xingnan and Lu Ping the previous day, Nanqiang promptly contacted Manager Sun of the finance department to explain the situation. The delay in submitting the internal audit materials could potentially disrupt the budget allocation and operations of the entire nursing home, presenting a significant challenge for the finance department. Recently promoted, Manager Sun was understandably reluctant to share the blame. The stakes were too high for his position. Moreover, he was well aware of Nanqiang's good reputation within the finance department, having heard plenty of commendations about her. Consequently, Manager Sun offered to sign on behalf of Gu Xingnan and take responsibility for explaining the situation to the group's audit department. Once Manager Sun secured the necessary signatures on the documents, Nanqiang set off in a taxi, laptop and files in hand, to meet with the audit supervisor of the group. Outside, the rain poured heavily on that Sunday. The audit supervisor observed the somewhat disheveled young woman opening her laptop, revealing a screen that clearly displayed the page awaiting her confirmation in the system. The USB port was occupied by a token for mobile office use, indicating that she had anticipated all possible contingencies. "Just in case, I feared you might not have brought your laptop with you," she explained. Breathless, Nanqiang spoke. "Having run all the way up, I heard Manager Sun mention that the system would automatically shut down at midnight, and it is now 10:15. Do you think we still have time?" The audit supervisor adjusted the frames of his glasses perched on his nose, swallowed hard, and fell silent. Thus, on Monday morning, the audit supervisor personally delivered the documents to the group, handing them over to the responsible staff member. Du Liyuan scrutinized the delicate yet resolute girl before him, momentarily merging her image with that of another stunningly beautiful face, reminiscent of a hibiscus flower. Like her, she possessed an indomitable spirit. If her handwriting was unsatisfactory, she would rewrite it repeatedly. If her dancing was lacking, she would practice tirelessly, never yielding to failure. How strikingly similar they were. He found himself momentarily disoriented. In truth, he had long been aware that Gu Xingnan would never allow Nanqiang to remain comfortably in the comprehensive department. It was merely a matter of time before that woman took action. Zhu Ning, having toiled for many years in Xingxin, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. As Gu Xingnan's subordinate, she would naturally not show deference to someone whose foundation was not firmly established. The person he had personally appointed had instead been placed under Zhu Ning's command, which was one of his greatest grievances regarding the personnel department's arrangements. Manager Hu, having transitioned from a young private enterprise, was competent in his tasks but lacked experience in management. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening afterward, choosing instead to let the situation unfold. He was curious to see how this seemingly fragile young woman would react to her first lesson in the workplace. Would she hide away and weep? Or would she call in to complain and confide her troubles? Whichever path she chose, it would ultimately lead to a single outcome: seeking his assistance, thus deepening her admiration, reverence, and dependence on him, just like the youthful southern peony. Yet, to his astonishment, she chose a third path, opting to confront the impending crisis head-on. Was she truly as innocent as he had imagined? Du Liyuan found himself engulfed in doubt. The director also had a fondness for hydrangeas. Nanqiang's soft voice pulled him back to reality. At that moment, she was gazing out the glass window at the flower box, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the lush expanse of pink snow. It was truly beautiful. As she admired the sight, she exclaimed, "Our sanatorium has planted so many hydrangeas. The last time I came for an interview, there were plenty on that floor, albeit in purple. But now, the white ones are equally lovely, with their stamens still a soft pink." She chattered away, reminiscent of a genuine young maiden stepping into the world for the first time. Du Liyuan's gaze softened. Indeed. Following her line of sight towards the sea of flowers, he noted that these hydrangeas possessed a poetic name, endless summer, known for its particularly long blooming period. Nanqiang smiled, her laughter bright and sweet. "I know, and I am aware that the white hydrangeas are the most exquisite variety within the endless summer." "The bride," she murmured, her eyes brimming with tenderness and strength. Chapter 6. On Monday morning, it was time for the regular early meeting of the decision-making team at Nanqiang. At 8:30, Secretary Song had already accompanied the boss to the conference room and began reviewing the materials submitted by all the subsidiaries. A significant event was set to commence today. The annual internal audit of the group was about to begin, and the relevant heads of the audit and finance departments had also arrived early on site. Yu Siwei was perusing the documents when the phone of the finance department manager suddenly rang. He gestured subtly to Yu Siwei before answering, his expression shifting with a mix of emotions. "What happened?" Yu Siwei raised an eyebrow. "Nothing. It's all resolved," the finance manager replied with a smile, explaining that a subsidiary had called to clarify that all materials were prepared. Yu Siwei nodded in acknowledgement. During the formal meeting, the vice president in charge of finance announced the timely commencement of the internal audit. No sooner had his words left his lips than someone interjected, "Mr. Yu, I heard that the internal audit materials from the Sacred Heart nursing home were not submitted on time. It seems that Sacred Heart is increasingly disregarding the group." Yu Siwei raised an eyebrow. The speaker was Vice President Jiang Run, who had once been instrumental in promoting Vice Director Zhu of Sacred Heart. The two shared a rapport akin to that of close allies. Yu Siwei remained composed, casting a discreet glance at the finance manager, who wore an awkward expression. He hastily added, "Indeed, it was nearly missed. However, the assistant to the director of Sacred Heart delivered the materials overnight last night, and the process was completed before the system closed." Yu Siwei offered a subtle smile. Jiang Ren, deflated, leaned back in his chair with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, Jiang Ren stepped forward to expose Xingxin's shortcomings, and anyone with discernment understood that he aimed to give Du Liyuan a kick. Du Liyuan, a mere commoner, had ascended the ranks due to a fortunate acquisition of shares, yet those within the circle regarded him with disdain. Eager to expel this outsider before he could claim a portion of the spoils that rightfully belonged to others, Vice President Zhu was incensed that Du obstructed his path. And as a member of the same interest group, Jiang Ren could hardly tolerate him either. In the eyes of the others, Yu Siwei could hardly wait to distance himself from Du Liyuan, for all of his current wealth and status were derived from the bequest of Yu's late wife. And even until the moment the will was disclosed, Yu remained blissfully unaware. There lingered a subtle sympathy among the crowd for this favored son of fortune, not quite a cuckold, yet resembling one nonetheless. Thus, when Jiang Ren unveiled the truth, it was also a calculated move to curry favor with Yu Siwei. Unfortunately, the situation was disrupted by a minor assistant. Yu Siwei's expression returned to tranquility. He displayed indifference towards Du Liyuan. As before, Du Liyuan failed to capture his attention. He was merely one of the countless individuals in the vast sea of humanity, slightly more astute and diligent, yet harboring ambitions that starkly contrasted with his own background. However, that was where it ended. Even when this individual buzzed around Nanqiang like a worker bee, Yu Siwei merely scoffed at his transparently sordid intentions. If Du Liyuan could be likened to a bee, Yu Siwei undoubtedly regarded himself as the king of beasts. They were fundamentally different species. A tiger, with a gentle flick, could extinguish a bee's life. The tiger remained motionless, simply because the rose still required that bee. After the meeting, Yu Siwei instructed Secretary Song to inquire about Du Liyuan's new assistant and the circumstances surrounding the materials for Xingxin. Although he had little interest in the mundane worker bees, he nonetheless regarded Xingxin as part of the group's enterprise and wished to see it thrive rather than succumb to internal strife among the upper echelons. "Siwei, shall we plant an abundance of flowers by the windows of Xingxin? I wish for those who come here for recuperation to feel an overwhelming sense of, just as we do now." He recalled a moment when that person gazed up at him with a captivatingly beautiful face, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with sweet anticipation. Later, he learned that she had chosen the main floral arrangement for their wedding day to be the endless summer, placed beside the director's office. Yu Siwei found himself lost in thought, observing the bustling traffic in the distance. Mr. Yu, do you think we should take some time to inspect Xingxin? Secretary Song, as a top-tier assistant, sensed a subtle shift in her boss's mood and boldly made the suggestion. However, Yu Siwei merely waved his hand dismissively, replying, no need, before turning away with indifference. After the signature controversy, Du Liyuan began delegating some important tasks to Nanqiang, requiring her only to organize core operational documents without making any decisions. This indicated that Du Liyuan deemed her a reliable subordinate. Nevertheless, Nanqiang felt that merely this was far from sufficient. She had her own aspirations, grander visions. Each time she escorted Du Liyuan to the headquarters of Nanqiang for meetings. Upon returning, she would invariably pause her vehicle at a distance from the towering skyscraper to admire it for a moment. The headquarters building, constructed by the group on land they purchased, was designed by a renowned foreign architect and stands as one of the iconic structures of S City. On clear days, the azure sky and white clouds are beautifully reflected in the glassed façade. Within the Nanqiang building, the most powerful individuals occupy the luxurious independent offices on the top floor, a realm entirely distinct from the bustling cubicles below, featuring opulent bedrooms, lavish bathrooms, and an indoor golf course that rivals five-star hotels. Gazing down from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top office, pedestrians and vehicles appear as mere ants scurrying about. At present, Nanqiang is but an ordinary ant among them, laboriously toiling each day to make a living and support her family. The pinnacle of the Nanqiang building seems unattainable for someone of her standing. Yet, who truly cares? After stealing one last glance at the uppermost level of that edifice, she donned her sunglasses, a slight smile gracing her lips, and turned to drive away with haste. Upon returning to Xingxin after dropping Du Liyuan off, the front desk suddenly called to inform her of a visitor. Typically, guests for the dean's office require prior appointments, so an unexpected arrival was quite rare. Surprised yet composed, she opened the door to greet the guest. The visitor, clad in a tailored suit and exuding an air of confidence, carried a rather unremarkable but sizable brown paper bag. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he stated that he was an old friend of Dean Du, recently returned from abroad, and wished to deliver a gift to him. Hoping that Nanqiang would kindly facilitate its transfer, Nanqiang cast a swift glance at him, responding with polite yet courteous words. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. However, our sanatorium has a strict policy against accepting gifts privately, so I must kindly ask you to take it back. The guest's expression soured, emphasizing, I am not just anyone. I am a close friend of Director Du. I merely request that you pass it along, nothing more. Despite the insistence, Nanqiang maintained a serene smile and shook his head gently. I understand, but I truly regret to inform you that without the director's explicit permission, I cannot accept it on his behalf. Perhaps you could call him now or send a text. The guest, caught off guard by this subtle refusal, became increasingly agitated. Aren't you his assistant? Why don't you just call him yourself? Nanqiang retained his calm demeanor, replying with an unwavering smile. The director is currently engaged in an important meeting, and according to protocol, I cannot disturb him. I sincerely apologize. The guest's square face flushed with anger, his mouth opening as if to unleash a torrent of curses, but suddenly his expression shifted, revealing a smile. Miss Nan, is it? I heard the front desk refer to you that way. How thoughtless of me to focus solely on Director Du's matters and neglect to present you with your gift. He retrieved an elongated orange box from a brown paper bag and quietly handed it to Nanqiang, saying, a small souvenir, a token of appreciation. A gift of roses carries a lingering fragrance. Nanqiang glanced at the box's shape and logo, her mind already surmising its contents. Thank you, I appreciate the gesture. She gracefully sidestepped the box thrust towards her, remarking, I still have work to attend to. If you have no further matters, I shall not take up any more of your time. The guest, however, displayed no signs of relinquishing his determination, insisting on forcing the small box into her hands. In response, Nanqiang turned her head to seize the telephone on the table, swiftly pressing one of the speed dial buttons. Hello, is this security? Director Du's visitor is attempting to leave, but he cannot find the way out. Could you please arrange for someone to assist him? The guest's outstretched hand froze midair, his complexion alternating between shades of green and white. He ground his teeth, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately relented, stamping his foot in frustration before storming out. Watching his retreating figure, Nanqiang placed the phone down, only to be met with a busy signal indicating a wrong number. With a gentle sigh, she exhaled. Finished already? Suddenly, Xiao Zheng's head popped into the doorway, her face beaming with a smile. What are you doing? You startled me. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Nanqiang's tone lightened, returning to its usual playful tone. It's time for dinner, and knowing the director is in a meeting, I came specifically to summon you. Xiaozhang waved her phone in the air. Are you coming or not? The two young women strolled toward the elevator, engaging in lively conversation. As they traversed the sparsely populated floor of the director's office, Xiaozhang could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Why didn't you accept it just now?" Nanqiang paused, realizing that Xiaozhang had likely witnessed much of the preceding exchange. "Accept what?" She winked at Xiaozhang, intending to clarify her statement. "Are you referring to the director's offering? If the director himself declined, how could I possibly accept it? How do you know the dean won't accept it?" Xiaozhang inquired curiously, glancing at her. "That visitor seems quite amiable, and he claims to be a friend of the dean, bringing along a souvenir from his travels." Nanqiang couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Xiaozhang," she affectionately called his name, "if I get promoted in the future, will you make a special trip to the office to have my assistant deliver a gift to me when you return from your travels? Why wouldn't I just give it to you directly?" Xiaozhang replied, his eyes wide. "I have your number, and I could easily visit your home." "Exactly," Nanqiang nodded. "Just think about it. If he were truly a close friend of the dean's, would he really need a mere assistant from the company to deliver a gift? Moreover, I asked him to call or text the dean, and he hesitated for quite some time. This indicates their personal relationship isn't particularly strong. If there's no personal connection, it must be a formal gift, which complicates matters significantly." After a moment's pause, Nanqiang's smile returned. "So, tell me, before we ascertain the full context, would I dare accept this gift on behalf of the dean?" "Oh." Xiaozhang understood and nodded slightly. "That makes some sense. But aren't you worried about misjudging the situation?" She felt puzzled by Nanqiang's certainty. As far as she knew, during Zhu's reign, Gu Shengnan, who held the same position, had often accepted gifts on behalf of others. "Of course, I have my fears," Nanqiang acknowledged with a nod. "Misjudgment is certainly a possibility, but after considering the risks, I believe it is preferable to wrongly accuse a visitor than to let the dean be subjected to potential slander. After all, the outcome of the latter merely resulted in my receiving a reprimand, while the former—" She chuckled and shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps Zhu could conveniently take it to the group and stir up quite a commotion, leaving Du Liyuan in a precarious position. "You truly are." Xiaozhang observed the radiant smile of Nanqiang for a considerable time, nearly at a loss for words, possessing an abundance of combative experience. She ultimately reached a conclusion. Nanqiang, with a smile, refrained from responding, letting out a sigh, and deftly shifted the topic. "I believe that what the individual handed me must be a wallet from H, though I am uncertain of its color or material. Nevertheless, its price would undoubtedly equate to several months of my wages. Alas, what a misfortune. I can only touch it through the box." She raised her hand to her nose and inhaled, her expression one of rapture. "How exquisite. This is a luxury scent that most people cannot experience. I must savor it a bit longer." Xiaozhang was utterly amused by her theatricality, bursting into laughter, seizing her hand with sparkling eyes. "Is it truly from H? Quickly, let me smell it. Such an exquisite fragrance." The two young individuals, engaged in jovial banter, approached the lobby entrance, only to discover a plainly dressed woman at the front desk, her face etched with anxiety as she scanned the surroundings, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with the staff. "I have already informed you that we do not know Dr. Xiaodu. There is no Dr. Xiaodu here." The front desk attendant's demeanor had grown impatient. "They told me I could come here to find him." The woman persisted, clearly a laborer weathered by the elements, her skin dark and lined with wrinkles. "There is none. You may as well return." The receptionist, vexed by the incoherent ramblings of a certain woman, found herself unable to enjoy her lunch, harboring a bellyful of grievances. "Take your belongings with you. You've sullied the floor." Upon closer inspection, they noticed a cement-woven bag at the woman's feet, from which two foolish chicken heads protruded through holes. Beside it lay a bamboo basket, obscured by a dark rain cover, rendering its contents indistinct. The woman, flustered, uttered a few more words, though none could decipher her utterances, leaving her to argue in solitude, her face aflame with indignation. "Xiaozhang, do you have any cash?" suddenly inquired Nanqiang, who had been observing the scene. "Huh, I brought a little," Xiaozhang, still caught up in the spectacle, responded. "How much?" "Lend it all to me. I'll repay you this afternoon," Nanqiang replied, turning to her with a grave expression. "Not much, just 300 yuan. Nowadays, who carries cash?" Xiaozhang, now puzzled, retrieved her work card and extracted 3 bills from its sleeve. "What are you doing?" following Nanqiang's gaze. She couldn't help but change her expression, exclaiming, "Oh no, are you planning to conduct a charity event right here? Surely, it's not that serious." Nanqiang accepted the money with a smile, responding, "I want to be joining you for lunch. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow as an apology." Having uttered this, she swiftly made her way towards the hall. That day, Du Liyuan returned from a meeting at the Nanqiang headquarters, approaching the end of the workday. Weary from a protracted and taxing session, Jiang Ren faced relentless challenges regarding his proposal, steadfastly refusing to yield. He was acutely aware that Zhu Neng was the instigator behind this obstruction. Moreover, it was not only Jiang Ren who met resistance. Other senior members of the group were equally skeptical, complicating his reform initiative significantly. No one believed that he genuinely intended to expand and enhance Xingxin. Rather, they suspected he was merely seizing the opportunity presented by a sudden inheritance to profit and then depart once he had amassed sufficient benefits. As a newcomer devoid of achievements and connections, he found himself struggling immensely. Upon pushing open the office door, he was greeted by the sight of his assistant, who wore a bright smile while meticulously arranging a fruit platter before her. This scene brought a flicker of warmth to an otherwise cold reality. "The director has returned," Nanqiang exclaimed, rising to welcome him, his smile as vibrant and fresh as the grapes before them. "Come and taste these grapes, along with some fresh walnuts and peanuts. These are truly exceptional goods not available in the market. Where did they come from?" He forced a smile, intending to retreat to his work, feeling no appetite. "You can enjoy them yourself. They were sent by your patient." However, Nanqiang's next statement successfully halted his departing steps. "My patient?" Du Liyuan paused, turning back to glance at Nanqiang. "Indeed, your patient. To be precise, a former patient of yours." Nanqiang stood up cheerfully, presenting the grapes to him, the rosy hue of his cheeks and the fresh fragrance enveloping him. It turned out that the rural woman he had seen in the hall earlier was a relative of a former patient of Du Liyuan's. She was immensely grateful for his role in saving her son and had come to the hospital to express her thanks. Little did she know that Du Liyuan had already moved on from his previous hospital. She navigated through various modes of transportation, guided by the address left by a colleague at the hospital, in order to deliver some local specialties to a benevolent doctor who had once aided them during trying times. Nanqiang welcomed her, treated her to a meal, and only after graciously accepting her gift did he bid her farewell. "They are quite impoverished. Why accept any gifts?" Du Liyuan thought of the honest mother and son duo, unable to suppress his immediate impulse to reproach Nanqiang. Yet, Nanqiang seemed to anticipate his reaction. "Do not be alarmed. I presented her with a commemorative album from our sanatorium, claiming it was a token from you. Inside, I tucked away 1,000 yuan, which she should discover on her way back." The girl maintained her ever-present smile, serene and unruffled, enough to purchase her chickens and fruits, likely exceeding the market price by more than double. Du Liyuan was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. "Please do not hold it against me. Just indulge in some grapes," Nanqiang urged. "She mentioned they were freshly picked this morning and sent from afar with the hope that you would savor their freshness." With a warm smile, Nanqiang's eyes curved into lovely crescents. Du Liyuan lowered his head, plucking a grape and placing it into his mouth. It was indeed quite fresh. He murmured softly. In these turbulent times, rife with peril and strife, he finally found a sliver of motivation and support within that bunch of grapes. He recalled the day many years ago when he resolved to become a doctor, committed to saving lives. That youthful idealist was so noble, brimming with aspirations and fervent zeal. As twilight descends, the window reveals a sprinkle of stars, and the expansive, desolate office of the dean is imbued with a touch of warmth from the soft orange glow emanating from the assistant's desk lamp. Du Liyuan and Nanqiang have fallen into a silence, sharing the grapes and dried fruits laid before them in quietude. One ought to provide more. Suddenly, a seemingly nonsensical utterance pierces the tranquil atmosphere of the office. "I am aware, yet this is all I possess. In fact, 300 of it is borrowed, and there is no time to withdraw from the bank." The assistant has long since grasped the thought swirling within his mind. "Perhaps, would you consider granting me a raise?" Chapter 7. As the day's meeting concluded, Yu Siwei sat in his independent office on the top floor of the Nanqiang building, perusing the recent financial reports of the company he intended to acquire. Secretary Song entered, holding a folder, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What is it?" Yu Siwei glanced at him. "Mr. Yu, the investigation from Xingxin has yielded results," Secretary Song replied, handing over the folder, seemingly on the verge of adding something, yet hesitating. "Speak." Yu Siwei refrained from opening the folder, his impatience with Secretary Song's unusual reticence palpable. "Well, It's just that I find this matter rather coincidental. Secretary Song scratched his head, caught between his curiosity and the trepidation of addressing his superior. It concerns the newly hired assistant of Dean Du Li Yuan. Her name is quite similar to your wife's. He stammered, ultimately revealing the information. Yu Siwei's head snapped up, his eyes gleaming with intensity. They're both called Nanqiang, except the character for Chang is different. Under the weight of his boss's formidable presence, Secretary Song instinctively swallowed hard, trembling as he gestured towards the folder on the desk. There are photos inside. You may wish to take a look. Yu Siwei set aside the financial report and swiftly opened the folder that had been presented to him. A fair and delicate face emerged before his eyes, one he had never encountered before. The folder contained all pertinent information about Nanqiang, encompassing her resume submitted during the interview and the details registered upon joining Xingxin. The dossier was impeccable, containing age, origin, identification number, education, background, and family information, all presented with an air of authenticity. Her appearance was unremarkable, her background modest. A mere drop in the vast ocean, easily forgotten. As he perused the details, Yu Siwei's gaze lingered on the calligraphy excerpt from the yellow court scripture, holding his attention for over 15 seconds. Song, the secretary, snapped to attention. His intuition, honed by experience, prompted him to recall the details associated with the photograph. There's a peculiar detail, he began. Director Yuan from HR mentioned that she initially applied to be old Madame Yu's caregiver. But after Dean Du saw her calligraphy, he had her write a passage on the spot and immediately decided to make her an assistant. Yu Siwei's thick eyebrows arched in response. Snatching someone from my team? He shook his head, inwardly scoffing at Du Li Yuan's futile attempt. Presumptuous, Song added, preempting his boss's unspoken thoughts. Her penmanship is passable, Yu Siwei conceded after reviewing the file, offering a faint praise. Should I contact HR to have her reassigned? Song inquired, mindful of his boss's earlier remark, already considering Nanqiang as one of their own. To his surprise, Yu Siwei promptly declined. Why? Is there something exceptional about this girl that warrants an exception? He cast a sidelong glance at Song, his expression devoid of warmth. Du Li Yuan's foolishness regarding his name is solely his affair. It is not my concern. With his elbows resting on the table and his fingers interlaced, Yu Siwei wore a sardonic smile. When God desires to bring about a person's downfall, he first drives them to madness. Secretary Song nodded quietly and stepped aside. The boss can be quite treacherous at times, she thought to herself. In another office, Yuan Fong gazed at the original documents in her hand, somewhat distracted. Moments earlier, Secretary Song had approached her requesting Nanqiang's resume, startling her. She had not expected that President Yu had already begun to actively inquire about the young lady. Her vague apprehensions had now materialized. Seizing the opportunity, she clarified the situation to Secretary Song and offered an explanation for her earlier decision to let Nanqiang go. This girl lacks an overseas study background, which does not meet the boss's requirements. I noticed that Dean Du was quite eager for a hire, so I didn't press the matter further. Secretary Song replied with a smile, Director Yuan, there is no need for concern. The boss is likely just making casual inquiries. If it is merely a casual inquiry, then there is certainly no issue. The fear lies in the possibility that such inquiries might lead to an unwillingness for casualness. Yuan Fong mentally scoffed, while a faint smile of relief graced her face. Returning her attention to the resume at hand, she noted, Wally, female, 26 years old. A graduate of the University of Southern California, standing at 168 centimeters tall and weighing 58 kilograms. Even with a photograph that measured merely an inch square, the beauty of the subject was undeniable, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity in her features. Yuan Fong sighed as she turned over the small note on the back of the resume. Indeed, this was the individual recommended by Vice President Jiang Ren. The entire world seemed eager to find a new companion for the boss. She couldn't help but reflect inwardly. It was hard to say how many had come since the moment they learned that the boss had consented to cease the search and rescue efforts in Australia. Everyone appeared to have tacitly accepted the demise of the wife, merely awaiting the transition from the status of missing person to the formal declaration of legal death. During this interval, she had received numerous resumes from a variety of individuals, all targeting the president's office. Their common attributes were youth, beauty, higher education, and respectable backgrounds. Among them, the most representative were a few who had been recommended through high-level connections, their style strikingly reminiscent of the late wife, with sleek, glossy waves of hair, porcelain-like fair skin, and lips as red as blood. What were these individuals thinking? Surely, anyone with discernment would understand. Yet, no matter how closely they mirrored her, they could never replicate the brilliance of the wife during her lifetime, inevitably evoking a sense of imitation. Furthermore, Yuan Fong felt that the boss might not necessarily favor women who epitomized femininity to the utmost. Once, by a stroke of chance, she had entered the boss's private office. At that time, he had not yet assumed control of Nanqiang and was fully dedicated to his technology company, almost living in the office. In that stark, cold room with concrete walls, Yuan Fong had the fortune to glimpse a photograph. The background depicted a vast expanse of golden grassland, seemingly in Africa. The individual in the photograph is unadorned, exuding a sense of androgyny, clad in a loose-fitting white linen shirt and light beige suit shorts, with a pair of rope-soled sandals adorning her feet. The breeze of the prairie tousles her long hair, while the sanguine sunset casts a warm glow upon her sun-kissed visage. The girl, with her hands tucked into her pockets, beams at the camera with infectious joy, radiating warmth throughout the entire office. Yuan Fong forever recalls the profound impact he felt upon first encountering that image. Such beauty, indeed, such exquisite beauty. Alas, how cruel fate can be. Yuan Fong shook his head in lamentation, diverting his gaze from the Arsum. Luna, please inform that Huali to come for an interview tomorrow morning. He picked up the phone on his desk, re-establishing his most professional demeanor. Yes, a direct interview is necessary, no preliminary phone interview required. Oh, and do remind her to bring her original diploma. It was imperative to honor Jiang Ran's connections. A direct pathway would undoubtedly be opened. However, a background check was equally essential, at the very least to ensure the authenticity of her diploma. Last time, he had arranged for a distant niece of a senior director to interview with the boss, only for her to emerge in tears after a few questions. It was rumored that the boss had inquired, "What is your opinion on the economic theories of the renowned Cambridge professor Alfred Robinson, a person who does not exist? In a duel between Batman and Iron Man in the real world, who would prevail? And what would you do if you were suddenly struck unconscious by a frozen salted fish while walking down the street?" The range of questions was vast and entirely beyond the scope. Yuan Fong later felt compelled to gently remind Secretary Song, suggesting that the boss ought to temper his inquiries. Secretary Song wore a silly grin, seemingly reveling in the moment. You wouldn't understand. That young lady claimed to be from the School of Journalism at Northwest University. Yet she was oblivious to the number of libraries on campus. Such ignorance suggests she was either sent away for a few years or that her sum was fabricated. It is inconceivable that the boss would treat her favorably. Yuan Fong pondered this and could only nod in resignation. I wonder how the Huali recommended by General Jiang will fare. She is, thus far, the one who bears the closest resemblance to a lady. Yuan Fong mused as she closed the Arsum. On Tuesday, Sacred Heart hosted a charitable event, where Du Li Yuan invited several children who had lost their loved ones in major disasters for a free retreat. Given the significant societal impact of these tragedies, a multitude of media outlets and television stations were drawn to cover the event. Nanqiang, dressed in a blouse and pencil skirt while donning high heels, completed all media interviews, and by the end of the day, her muscles ached and her toes were swollen. Seizing a moment during the tea break, she retreated to the lounge to massage her toes. Undeniably, Du Liyuan's initiative was commendable. It served as free advertising while also fostering a favorable impression with the government. How rapidly one grows, Nanqiang thought, a charming smile gracing her lips. Haven't eaten yet? Little Xing entered, carrying a lunchbox. Here is what you requested. She handed Nanqiang a cloth bag, containing the flat shoes she usually kept under her desk for breaks. Thank you. Nanqiang smiled as she changed into them. Is everything normal outside? Quite normal. Just chaotic. Xiaozeng rolled her eyes in exasperation as a horde of chattering children rushed about, eluding capture. The social worker was unable to keep a watchful eye on them, and these youngsters incessantly bombarded us with questions, alternating between demands for food and urgent calls of nature. Truly, children are the most formidable creatures in the world. She concluded with indignation, resolutely declaring that she would never bear children. Nanqiang couldn't help but laugh. Xiaozeng was merely 25 or 26, an age when a young woman ought to relish her freedom, naturally unwilling to have her joy interrupted by children. There are merits to both having children and choosing not to. She gently suggested, perhaps in 5 years, your perspective may evolve. Xiaozeng shot her a horrified look, as though on the verge of retching. Having been single for many years and having watched countless idol dramas, she had long since lost hope in men from the real world, believing she might have to rely on herself for her twilight years. Don't you find children rather bothersome? She asked, observing Nanqiang's enigmatic expression, incredulous at the thought that she might actually like children. Nanqiang nodded graciously. How can you possess maternal instincts at such a young age? Xiaozeng exclaimed, astonished. Look at you. With your beauty, you should indulge in life, savoring food and drink, and pursuing handsome men everywhere. Why yearn for the mundane life of marriage and motherhood? She considered Nanqiang's aspirations a waste of potential. If only she were as lovely as Nanqiang, her true thoughts were too embarrassing to voice. If one chooses the right partner, marriage can indeed be a wonderful thing. Nanqiang spoke softly, her demeanor calm. Two individuals are certainly better than one, as they can rely on each other. But who can one truly depend on in this day and age? Xiaozeng pursed her lips dismissively. Marrying a man without wealth is exhausting. Yet marrying a wealthy one is even more draining. It's an emotional burden. Just look at Vice Dean Zhu's wife. She gestured towards the window. On the lawn stood a plump, middle-aged woman, engaged in conversation with others, adorned in a Hermes birkin and clad entirely in Chanel. Her lips curled into a restrained smile. Imagine, if she were to discover that her husband has been maintaining a long-term mistress, she would likely be in tears right now. Could she still smile? She shook her head, her expression rife with disdain. Perhaps she knows, yet pretends otherwise. Nanqiang regarded Mrs. Zhu with a serene expression. Every woman has her own threshold. Goodness, how can one endure such a thing? Xiaozeng exclaimed, her mouth agape before quickly closing it again. Well, money is truly a remarkable thing, she murmured. It appears that the joy of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. Unable to suppress her laughter, Nanqiang replied, Indeed. I once thought the same. As the two shared a light-hearted moment, the door to the lounge abruptly swung open. A woman, devoid of makeup and cradling an infant, stood at the threshold, clad in a social worker's t-shirt. Excuse me, may I use this space to nurse my child? She inquired politely, unable to find another suitable location. Nanqiang and Xiaozeng nodded eagerly, promptly offering the sofa for her use. With nimble dexterity, the social worker prepared the infant's bottle, settling onto the sofa to feed her. The child, being so young, wasn't typically allowed at the convalescent home. But her affection for me was such that I couldn't bear to leave her at the welfare center while I attended today's event. As she nursed the baby, the social worker explained to the two young girls, their faces alight with curiosity, that the child's mother had passed away and her father had abandoned her, leaving her at the welfare center, never to be seen again. Poor thing, she murmured, empathy being a natural human response. A profound sense of pity welled up within Xiaozeng. That father is an absolute scoundrel, she thought, unable to contain her indignation. Having uttered the curse, she turned to regard Nanqiang, only to find her gazing intently at the infant's face, lost in thought. May I touch her? Nanqiang finally mustered the courage to ask, as the baby finished feeding and was being held upright. Give it a try, the social worker responded with a smile. Patting the baby's back, Nanqiang tentatively extended a hand, seemingly intending to caress the infant's delicate cheek. However, midway, her hand altered course, hovering near the baby's chubby little hand. Soon, her finger was clasped tightly within the infant's fleshy grip. It's the grasping reflex, the social worker elucidated with a smile. Nanqiang responded softly, her voice barely audible. The social worker expressed her gratitude and soon departed with the child. Let's eat. You haven't had anything yet, have you? Xiaozeng remarked, turning to Nanqiang. To her, this encounter was merely a fleeting interlude, not worthy of further contemplation. However, she noticed that Nanqiang's eye sockets were a vivid red, and his pupils were filled with a haze of moisture. Surely not. To weep over the sight of an orphan is an excessive display of sensitivity. She was utterly astonished. Someone like him should never indulge in tragic films. Nanqiang managed a faint smile and nodded reluctantly. As evening approached and mealtime arrived, she opened the door to the director's office, where Nanqiang had already composed himself, revealing no hint of emotional turbulence on his face. Director, your dinner has arrived, she announced lightly as she glided towards the desk, only to discover that Du Liyuan was fast asleep in the chair. His slightly curled bangs hung down, softening the elegant beauty of his face, rendering it less sharp and more gentle, faintly reminiscent of his youthful visage. Nanqiang stood still for a moment, lost in thought. She then picked up the suit jacket from the nearby sofa, intending to drape it over Du Liyuan's shoulders. Just as her hand neared him, it was firmly grasped by another hand. Du Liyuan awoke. I apologize, I tend to sleep fitfully. He smiled at Nanqiang and released his grip. It's good to see you awake, she replied, her demeanor remarkably understanding. "The meal has arrived and remains warm. Would you like to eat now? I can fetch you a cup of tea." She turned to retrieve the takeout box from the coffee table. However, Du Liyuan rubbed his brow, weariness etched across his features. "No, thank you, I lack an appetite." Nanqiang halted her actions and faced him. "Zhu has ruined my project." Du Liyuan gazed at the brightly lit lawn in the distance, where Gu Shangnan was leading a group of employees in screening an outdoor movie for the children, while Mrs. Zhu stood nearby capturing the joyous moments. He had recently been reprimanded by the group for allegedly misusing company resources, which tarnished the organization's reputation. Consequently, the group refused to provide any endorsement or support, and the plan to invite foreign experts to serve as consultants for the Sanxi nursing home had collapsed. His tone was casual, yet Nanqiang knew that a fierce fire of indignation raged within him. During their last attendance at a gathering of medical elites, she recalled hearing him discuss this project, fully aware of the considerable effort and numerous connections he had leveraged, all under the auspices of the Nanqiang Group, to secure the visit of several renowned American cardiovascular specialists. Du Liyuan harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to transform Sanxi into the premier high-end nursing home in the country, rivaling those in Switzerland. However, Zhu Nang's last-minute intervention had dealt a significant blow to his lofty aspirations before they even took flight. "You are the director. If you are dissatisfied, why not simply have Vice Director Zhu dismissed?" Nanqiang suggested, blinking innocently. Du Liyuan shook his head. "The senior executives of Sanxi must be appointed by the group's board of directors. Do you think Sanxi is solely my enterprise? But you hold a substantial number of shares, do you not?" Nanqiang inquired, observing him keenly. "You possess the largest stake in Sanxi." Du Liyuan was almost amused by her innocence. If Nanqiang truly intended to harm me, they possess myriad methods, such as rendering that heap of shares worthless, or even turning them into liabilities. In that case, the so-called stocks would merely be scraps of paper. A mocking visage of a young, handsome man flashed before his eyes. Whenever confronted by him, that man always bore a disdainful expression, as if to say that a mere ant shaking a great tree was laughably presumptuous. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his knuckles turning pale. "That won't happen." Nanqiang smiled gently, as if the spring breeze had thawed his frozen demeanor. Such an outcome would lead to mutual destruction. What advantage would it confer upon Nanqiang if Xingxin became worthless? She leisurely opened the lunchbox, arranging its contents with grace, and elegantly poured a pot of hot black tea. Xingxin, after all, held a significant position in Nanqiang's industrial strategy for the next 2 decades. In business, one must negotiate based on interests. If there are sufficient benefits to pursue, nothing is off the table. She lifted the teacup, cradling it delicately before Du Li, and with a gentle smile, remarked, "I believe the dean might consider taking a different path. The enemy of my enemy might just become a friend." Du Liyuan gazed into her clear, sparkling eyes amidst the swirling steam, momentarily taken aback. Was she truly just a fledgling university student? The way she discussed these matters with such ease suggested, as if she had been born into a family of merchants, rather than being the daughter of a humble seaman from a small town. Even now, should he choose to surrender, others might not believe him. After a moment of silence, Du Liyuan finally spoke, his expression inscrutable under the dim light. Nanqiang offered a faint smile, having anticipated this moment and already prepared her declaration of allegiance. She raised a finger playfully and said, "Director, some time ago, while assisting the General Affairs Department with reimbursement claims, I stumbled upon numerous intriguing discrepancies. For instance, the reimbursement for entertaining important clients often does not align with reality." Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if recounting a captivating scene from a popular idol drama. To illustrate, she mentioned the dining expenses for project-related hospitality, many of which were recorded on nights when clients had already departed on early flights. If one were to merely examine the dates without scrutinizing the flight schedules, everything would appear in order. Yet, many of these expenses were cleverly attributed to clients who had already left, exploiting an ingenious time lag. The financial department, in processing these, did not verify the specifics of clients' departure times, only checking invoices, dates, amounts, and whether the matters had been approved. Since the General Affairs Department fell under the purview of Vice Dean Zhu, it was naturally granted considerable authority, allowing various fraudulent claims to slip through unnoticed. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Du Liyuan, wearing a stern expression, questioned the significance of the entertainment expenses. Surely, the internal audit of the group shared the same sentiment and overlooked such matters. However, Every small sum accumulates over time. With a cheerful demeanor, Nanqiang presented a figure, causing Du Liyuan's eyes to widen in disbelief. Such audacity? Most of this occurred before your tenure. Nanqiang nodded slightly. It had indeed been quite some time. I double-checked, and the figures were accurate. If reported for verification, it would certainly suffice to establish a case of embezzlement. Du Liyuan fell silent, merely for foreign affairs entertainment. Zhu Neng and Gu Shengnan exhibited such audacity. One can only imagine the extent to which Zhu Neng extended his hand during the St. Hart construction period and logistical. It is no wonder Zhu Neng was so eager to bring him down. He likely feared the exposure of his once unassailable dominion. After a lengthy silence, Du Liyuan patted Nanqiang on the shoulder. We require more evidence. Unless there exists irrefutable proof of Zhu Neng's direct involvement, it may ultimately be deemed mere managerial negligence. Upon finishing this statement, he turned and seated himself on the sofa, opening a lunchbox and beginning to consume his meal heartily. It was evident that his mood had lightened considerably. Nanqiang observed him, maintaining a professional and appropriately measured smile. One could only wonder what kind of token of loyalty Du Liyuan would prepare for the group, but without a doubt, the one she had prepared for herself was likely satisfactory. After all, Du Liyuan had begun to refer to us, had he not? The weekend shifts were not for naught, and the extraneous tasks of the comprehensive department were not done in vain. No one willingly engages in a losing venture for long. If there is to be a cost, one must at least seek some return from the process. After all, in business, one must be businesslike. Chapter 8. After concluding a morning meeting, Yu Siwei sank into his office chair, weariness evident as he rubbed his temples. Boss, would you like a cup of coffee? Secretary Song, ever considerate, presented a mug. Yu glanced at him and accepted the cup, taking a sip. Who is it this time? He gazed at the cup, not lifting his eyes. The coffee is decent. Is it Colombian? Secretary Song chuckled, appreciating his boss's astuteness. Whenever he needed to present a particularly impressive resume to his boss, he would personally brew a cup of coffee as a gesture of apology for interrupting his workflow. Over time, a tacit understanding had developed between. It's a recommendation from General Jiang. She's his niece, just returned from the United States. He produced a folder and gently placed it before his boss, his face beaming with delight. Director Yuan has already met her. Her diploma is authentic, and she is indeed beautiful, with commendable coffee brewing skills as well. Yu Siwei merely grunted in response, neither affirming nor denying. Will you see her? Secretary Song cautiously scrutinized his expression. Yu closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them. Give her 10 minutes. His voice was hoarse. Huali, a former beauty pageant champion, sat on the expansive leather sofa, gazing at the legendary figure before her. A man whose reputation had long preceded him within the Chinese community. She was astonished to find him even more handsome in person than the rumors suggested. Wherever he went, he was undoubtedly the most distinguished presence in the room. In comparison, her previous suitors appeared utterly insignificant. She silently thanked her uncle for encouraging her to attend the interview. Although her uncle urged her to modify her dressing style to appear more feminine and alluring, it mattered little to her, for she possessed an innate beauty that shone through in any attire, bolstered by her unwavering confidence. With a smile gracing her lips, she gazed at the man before her, slightly tilting her head to showcase the elegant curve of her neck, a feature she took great pride in. Opposite her sat the Diamond Bachelor, a man who had captured the attention of the entire world. Handsome, affluent, and widowed. Aligning herself with him could propel both her and her family from modest wealth to immense fortune in an instant. Compared to the arduous paths others faced, this was undeniably the swiftest route to success. Yu Siwei cast a glance in her direction, his gaze steady as he lowered his eyelids, continuing to peruse the resume in his hands. This reaction surprised Huali. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a man who responded this way. Typically, upon their first sight of her, men would blush, breathe heavily, and gaze at her with either flickering eyes or unabashed admiration. Never had anyone treated her as though she were invisible. Miss Hua, when rain falls into a river, does the splashing water belong to the rain or the river? Yu Siwei inquired without raising his head from the resume. What an absurd question. Huali was utterly perplexed. All right, let us change the question, he continued, observing her bewilderment. After a brief pause, he asked again, how can we enable a computer program to possess self-awareness akin to that of a human? Huali snapped back to reality, completely taken aback. This man was defying all expectations. Wasn't he supposed to pose questions related to her major in communication studies or economics? Her Ivy League dual degree is undeniably genuine. However, When it comes to providing sufficient algorithms and case studies, she hesitates, her beautiful face turning pale in an instant. During her time at university, she attended talks by some prominent figures in Silicon Valley at Stanford, but what exactly did they say? It seems they mostly praised her appearance, inviting her to meals and drinks, yet the specifics of their computer knowledge elude her memory. Wei nods slightly. For the final question, if you possessed Doraemon's anywhere door, how would you utilize it? He closes the resume, seemingly ready to conclude the interview. If possible, I would wish to visit a world with a time machine. However, this time, Huali does not retreat in embarrassment. She lifts her slender neck and raises her head high, evidently prepared to fight until the very end. Wei is momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? He proceeds to ask the next question. I wish to see my grandmother. She raised me single-handedly. Huali provides an answer that is not directly related to the anywhere door. My grandmother passed away from a sudden heart attack during my first year abroad, leaving without a farewell. A hint of sorrow clouds her expression as her smile fades. I deeply regret not treating her well during my childhood, being too willful and taking more than I gave. If given the chance, I would like to return and care for her once more, to let her know that her granddaughter has grown up and can leave her in peace. Mr. Yu, I possess no grandiloquent rhetoric about changing the world or creating the future. I believe that in this life, cherishing moments with family is a form of happiness. Huali spoke softly. In this lifetime, one is surrounded by loved ones. What of the next? Perhaps we shall become mere strangers passing by. She lowered her eyelids. Reflecting on the brevity of life, the true moments of joy shared closely may indeed be but a fleeting segment. Wei gazed at her, remaining silent for a considerable time. Very well, Miss Hua, you may return and await further news. After a pause, he inclined his head politely towards Huali. She reciprocated with a nod and gracefully departed. Wei watched her slender figure fade into the distance, gently narrowing his eyes. After a while, he took out his phone and made a call, informed Yuan Fong to proceed with her. His tone was nonchalant. Also, please notify others that the president's office is at capacity. They need not linger on this matter. At the Shengxin Sanatorium, in the director's office. Nanqiang lifted the last card he had pinned, scrutinizing it closely before nodding in satisfaction. Since Du Liyuan's appointment, a more humane management approach had been implemented at Shengxin, where every employee receives flowers and cake on their birthday, along with a congratulatory card personally signed by the director. Previously, the cards were mass-produced with printed blessings, monotonous and uniform. Now, with Nanqiang's arrival, she proposed to handwrite cards tailored to each employee's unique characteristics, naturally inscribing them herself. For the bachelors, she wished them the swift discovery of their beloved. For the married, she wishes for familial harmony and happiness, while for those with children, an additional wish for the children's flourishing growth and academic success is included, although it is merely a slight alteration. The employees who receive handwritten blessings feel a deep sense of warmth, garnering numerous accolades in return. Du Liyuan sat at his desk, observing through the glass the every movement of the young lady across from him. Her earnest penmanship, the gasp of near error, and the sweet smile following her successful correction, all her actions brimmed with innocence and charm, akin to a pristine sheet of paper yet untouched by vibrant strokes. It evoked memories of a girl who had once practiced her writing at his family's desk, her large, luminous eyes gleaming, revealing a delightful canine tooth when she smiled. Lost in thought, the depth of his gaze intensified. Director, could you please sign here? Just as he pondered, Nanqiang had approached, laying out the cards in a neat array, awaiting his signature. Observing the delicate and graceful words upon the card, Du Liyuan did not hastily put pen to paper. When you initially crafted your resume, why did you include a photograph of the Huang Tingjing? He inquired, lowering his gaze and speaking with gravity. Nanqiang was momentarily taken aback before responding with a calm smile. I simply excelled in that particular section. Du Liyuan shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. You know, I have a friend who was particularly fond of that segment as well, but not because she was proficient in it. Rather, she struggled with it repeatedly and thus practiced over and over again. The corners of Nanqiang's mouth lifted slightly. Are you perhaps referring to the lady who shares my name? She spoke candidly about the topic of Nanqiang, and rather than shying away, she boldly initiated the conversation. This openness deepened Du Liyuan's sense of loss. Indeed, he sighed, we have practiced calligraphy together since childhood, like childhood sweethearts. Nanqiang nodded, her expression remarkably serene, which left Du Liyuan feeling increasingly defeated as he sought any hint of emotion from her. A fool's dream, he mocked himself internally. Despite their similar names, talents, and even smiles, how could she possibly be Nanqiang? The person before him was merely the daughter of a sailor, ordinary and unremarkable. Not that unattainable flower blooming on a distant peak. That flower had withered, never to be reclaimed. I also had a neighbor boy with whom I grew up. When my father went to sea and my grandmother cooked, he was the one who played with me, Nanqiang suddenly remarked, observing his despondent demeanor. And what about now? Du Liyuan looked up at her. Do you still keep in touch? Nanqiang shook her head. He did poorly in school and enlisted at a young age. I left our small town for university, and we lost contact after that. There are always some transient souls in life. To encounter one another is already a rarity. She spoke softly, unsure whether her words were meant for herself or for Du Liyuan. The past is behind us, and we must look ahead. Du Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle. You, young lady, speak with such an air of wisdom, as if you have lived multiple lifetimes. Who knows? She replied with a hint of mystery. Perhaps remnants of my past life linger within me. Who can say? Nanqiang blinked, playful yet enigmatic. Du Liyuan considered her jesting, entirely dismissing the remark. As he observed the astute and perceptive young woman before him, a once impenetrable fortress within his heart began to subtly yield. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a cherished flower of yore. Though their ages and appearances differed, the cadence of her speech, her manner of conducting herself, and the graceful curve of her smile struck a harmonious chord within him. Furthermore, her humble origins bestowed upon her an acute sense of observation and an endearing adaptability. In stark contrast to the thorny rose of his past, which had left him battered and bruised with but a moment's attention. A perfect work in progress. Du Liyuan mused, a twinge of nostalgia washing over him. By the way, Director, we have a meeting at the group headquarters this afternoon. The marketing department has prepared the materials. Should I take them, or would you prefer to handle it yourself? Nanqiang inquired nonchalantly, noticing his relaxed demeanor. I will take them myself, Du Liyuan replied, engrossed in the documents at hand, not bothering to lift his gaze. His decision to go alone implied that Nanqiang would not accompany him to the headquarters, effectively barring her entry. The unexpected response left Nanqiang momentarily speechless. Director, may I be so bold as to ask if you have any dissatisfaction with my work? She cautiously scrutinized Du Liyuan's expression. None at all. Why do you ask? Du Liyuan raised his head, his face a picture of astonishment. You have never taken me to the headquarters meeting. Is it because you think my performance would bring you embarrassment? Please, just tell me, and I shall strive to improve. A rare hint of shame and urgency flickered across her fair visage. Du Liyuan's grip on the documents faltered. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and replied, No. You are overthinking it. The meetings at headquarters are hardly worthwhile. A group of middle-aged men engaged in petty scheming. There's no need for a young lady to involve herself in such affairs. Just focus on the tasks I have entrusted to you. It was evident that he wished to avoid further discussion on the matter, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Thus, Nanqiang had no choice but to leave the office. How could one even contemplate sending you to the Nanqiang headquarters? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Du Liyuan observed her despondent figure retreating, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. A flower discovered by oneself ought to be cherished within one's own garden, never allowing others the chance to covet it. In the first half of his life, he had suffered greatly for not understanding this truth. This time, he vowed not to err again. Chapter 9. Nanqiang returned to her office, opened her computer, and stared blankly at the screen. Events seemed to be unfolding in a manner she had not anticipated. Her gaze was fixated on the screensaver before her, a majestic image of the Nanqiang building. Her eyes were locked onto the glass at the pinnacle of the edifice. If the path with Du Liyuan proved futile, what other means could she employ to swiftly approach that individual? Despite her acute awareness of his whereabouts, at the top floor of the Nanqiang building, in the presidential suite of a hotel, or perhaps still appearing regularly at the golf course and private clubs as he once did, her current status rendered her unable to access any of these locales. Bodyguards, security measures. The coldness of locked doors, the chasm of class loomed before her and that person, a formidable divide that completely isolated them from one another. He had likely forgotten her entirely, or perhaps she had transformed into a ghastly specter with grotesque features haunting his midnight reveries. Turning her gaze, she looked at the glass opposite her, where her reflection revealed her current visage. The elegance and charm she once possessed had vanished. Her eyes, devoid of their former brilliance, now reflected only the mundane and limited aspects of youth. What kind of life awaited such an ordinary girl? Most likely, it would mirror that of countless others, eventually finding a mediocre partner for marriage and children, quarreling with her husband over familial matters, and fretting daily over the trivialities of life. Love? That is the most extravagant yet illusory luxury for a married woman, even less tangible than a child's residence in a desirable school district. Ah, we're considering a group purchase of financial products. Would you be interested? Xiao Zheng's cheerful voice interrupted her contemplation. What products? Nanqiang came back to her senses, smiling as she looked at her. Xiao Zheng had just undergone a Korean-style eyebrow embroidery and was still in the recovery phase. Her face lifted, and her two eyebrows seemed to soar before her. It's from the bank, recommended by the business manager from our area, offering a 9% return for a year, which is higher than various money market funds. She spoke rapidly, like a series of firecrackers. I think it's a good idea. We could consider it a regular investment with minimal risk. We'll get it all back in 3 years. Nanqiang had initially been enthusiastic, but upon hearing the last sentence, she shook her head. I won't buy it. Why? Do you think the returns are too low? Xiao Zheng glanced at her askance. Given the current economic climate, where annual returns are barely 4%, 9% over 3 years is quite acceptable. No, I'm concerned about whether I can retrieve it. Nanqiang smiled gently. 3 years is too long. I cannot wait. Xiao Zheng pouted, thinking Nanqiang was simply too financially constrained and not intending to press the matter. That evening, upon returning to her room after work, Nanqiang received a text message containing only 4 words. How have you been? She stared at the message, frowning. Not this number again. At the end of each month, she would receive greetings from the same number. Initially, the person called, but she did not answer. It later transformed into text messages. The content was exceedingly simple, merely inquiring how she had been lately. How do you do? Those few words echoed back and forth in her mind. She was unaware of the identity of the person on the other end of the line. Yet she hesitated to block them, choosing instead to evade the situation entirely. However, on this lonely and frigid night, gazing at the dim glow of her phone screen, she suddenly felt compelled to offer a response to the persistent caller. I am well. Thank you for your concern, she delicately typed, then pressed send. Life is fleeting. What harm is there in warming the heart of a stranger while one still breathes? The other end fell silent, and no further messages arrived. Yusiwei received the message at midnight. As he read the content, his fingers trembled slightly. The dim light of the screen extinguished as he lost himself in thought, prompting him to tap once more and revisit the message. He then grabbed his coat and stepped out of the hotel. Mr. Yu, Sister Guan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the striking man before her. Having worked at the Nan family estate for nearly a decade, she had encountered numerous dignitaries. Yet each time she met this particular son-in-law, his icy demeanor left her momentarily speechless. After the incident involving the young lady in Australia, the son-in-law dismissed the workers and sealed the young lady's room, leaving only her and the gardener, old Zhuang, to maintain the expansive estate. Previously, every fortnight, the son-in-law would return during the day, carrying a mysterious black bag, and would ascend to the second floor without issuing any instructions to them. Today, an inexplicable wind seems to blow through the air. It has been merely a week since, in the dead of night, the son-in-law unexpectedly drove to the grand residence. His expression stern and forbidding. Yusiwei nodded slightly in acknowledgement, forgoing the formality of changing his shoes, and promptly ascended the staircase. Sister Guan stood frozen at the entrance. Having never deciphered the emotional landscape of this son-in-law, in her recollection, he was always miserly with words and laughter, colder than the biting winds of a frigid winter's day by the riverbank. With practiced ease, Yusiwei approached the door of the second-to-last room at the end of the corridor. The door was firmly shut, adorned with a hand-painted black rose on the doorknob. He stood there for a moment, contemplating the rose, before producing a key that existed solely in his possession. Closing his eyes, he exhaled deeply, then opened them to insert the key with unwavering precision into the lock. With a resounding click, the heavy wooden door creaked open. Without hesitation, Yusiwei stepped inside. The room revealed itself as a splendid and spacious bedroom, drenched in a palette of nude pink and muted green, exuding a charm that was both alluring and sophisticated. Every piece of furniture and decor had been meticulously selected, radiating elegance devoid of the commonplace. The presence of a chaise longue, a vanity, and sheer white drapes at the bedside spoke volumes, narrating the tale of a discerning beauty who resided here. As Yusiwei closed the door behind him, he surveyed the familiar space, inhaling deeply. The scent was reassuringly recognizable, eliciting an involuntary smile of satisfaction upon his face. Surveying the room, he gently caressed the surfaces of the furniture with his hand, as if tenderly stroking a beloved. His long fingers glided over the sofa, the vase, and the vanity. Soon, A slight frown creased his brow. In just a week, a fine layer of dust had settled, and knowing her fastidious nature, she would surely be displeased. Thus, he opened the black bag he had brought along and retrieved a pristine white cloth, beginning to meticulously wipe down the furnishings. He attended to the task with utmost seriousness and caution, behaving as though he were of a higher station, lest Secretary Song witness him in such a humbling endeavor, likely causing her jaw to drop in astonishment. After finishing with the furniture, he replaced the cloth with a fresh one, rolled up his shirt sleeves to the elbows, and knelt to scrub the teak floor. This scene, if witnessed by the venerable Mrs. Yu, would surely provoke her disdain, rolling her eyes in contempt at such a fall from grace for her esteemed lineage. Upon completing his chores, a light sheen of perspiration graced Yu Siwei's forehead. He rose and settled onto the sofa, retrieving a box of wet wipes from his bag to cleanse his hands. He meticulously wiped them clean, even attending to the spaces between his fingers, before disposing of the used cloth and wipes into the black bag, zipping it shut with precision. It was evident that he had been engaged in this routine for some time. Every item was prepared with meticulous attention, and all processes executed flawlessly. Finally, he could take a moment to breathe. Locating the mechanism by the coffee table, he pressed it gently, revealing the storage compartment within, which housed a white remote control. He pressed the button on its surface. I find myself pondering whether I should depart or remain, as the band prepares to perform but one final piece. Then, out of the periphery of my vision, I caught sight of you, a timid little girl, solitary and shy. I shared the last waltz with you, two forlorn souls united. I succumbed to love for you. This final waltz ought to endure for eternity. A resonant and profound male voice emanated, that of Engelbert Humperdinck, singing the timeless classic. The last waltz. The soiree draws to a swift conclusion. Must I take my leave or linger a while longer? The ensemble begins to play their concluding melody, and I observe you gliding past me, a lonely, bashful maiden. This is the ultimate waltz, a moment shared between us, two isolated beings entwined in this final dance. I fell for you. This last waltz should perpetuate indefinitely. The melodious voice reverberates through the empty chamber, as if the protagonists, adorned in splendid attire, are gracefully dancing hand in hand, captivating the attention of all present. Yu Siwei closed his eyes and listened, lost in reminiscence. It is all over now. Nothing left to articulate. Only my tears accompany the orchestra's melancholic strains. La 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 la. La 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 la. Now all has come to an end, and there is naught left to express. Just my tears flowing with the ensemble's performance. The splendor fades, and the melodies turn sorrowful and futile, as if the male protagonist, but a moment ago, held the female lead in a graceful dance upon the floor, now finds himself solitary and desolate. Yu Siwei's brow furrowed slightly. The summer night breeze lifted the sheer white curtains, carrying the fragrant scent of the ohana roses from outside, reminiscent of the pink skirt of the girl in the dance, swirling past, evoking her enchanting smile and delightful aroma. That once was a splendid fairy tale. Beside the nightstand, in an oak-carved frame, a visage adorned with a charming smile quietly observed all of this. The frame bore the engraving of a butterfly, its wings inscribed with the name Psyche. Hailing from ancient Greece, Psyche, a mortal princess whose beauty eclipsed that of Venus, was also the beloved wife of Cupid. Cupid, enamored at first sight, defied his mother to secretly conceal her within a palace atop the mountains. Due to her unwavering love for Cupid, she ultimately overcame numerous trials, drinking the elixir of immortality to become the goddess of souls, eternally united with Cupid in the divine realm. This exquisite frame was crafted by Yu Siwei himself, who inscribed the words, for he once possessed such a Psyche. She was as radiant as the stars, graceful in her movements, her voice as pure as a nightingale emerging from the valley. Proud and headstrong, she never allowed herself to desire anything unattainable. Yu Siwei gazed at the photograph, lost in contemplation. With a soft laugh, it seemed as if a goddess of exquisite form appeared before the dressing table. She wore a nude pink silk robe, her hair cascading like a waterfall over her voluptuous bosom, her long, smooth legs extending from beneath the robe, elegantly draped over a velvet stool, revealing perfectly shaped ankles and feet adorned with bright crimson polish. Gazing into the mirror at her enchanting visage, the corners of her lips curved into a smile, capturing the most alluring arc, seemingly utterly satisfied with her beauty. She then picked up a green gemstone comb from the table and began to gently brush her cloud-like, voluminous hair, again and again. Her snow-like skin and delicate blush rendered the opulent furnishings of the room dim and lackluster in comparison. Only upon witnessing such unparalleled beauty does one realize that all else pales in comparison. Alas, no one had beheld such vibrant, affectionate allure. Only her husband held the privilege of appreciation. Siwei, Siwei, the psyche in the mirror whispered, her red lips parting to call her husband's name. I hate you. Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes. Siwei closed her eyes, inhaling the lingering fragrance in the air. The room was left with only the sense of her and him. Chapter 10. Sister Guan and Lao Zhuang spent a restless night, anxiously awaiting in the hall, uncertain of when the son-in-law would descend and concerned that he might have unexpected instructions. They were acutely aware that their new master's temper allowed for no second chances. Wei's delay extended longer than they had anticipated, and it was only with the dawn of morning that he finally descended the staircase. Would you care for breakfast, sir? Sister Guan ventured, observing the weariness etched on Wei's face. I have prepared congee. Wei raised his hand to check his watch, his voice hoarse. No need. I must return at once. He had 5 meetings scheduled for the day. Sister Guan exhaled in relief, turning to retrieve the meticulously arranged side dishes from the table. Just as she lifted a plate of green pepper and century egg, she heard Wei's voice behind her. Did you make pickled radish? Turning to face the master, she nodded nervously. A few days prior, she had purchased fresh radishes and had taken the liberty to pickle some. A specialty of hers and a favorite of the young lady, particularly when her appetite waned. Just a taste of the sweet and sour pickled radish was enough to ensure that the young lady could manage a bowl of white rice. Thinking of the young lady brought a pang to her heart. Alas, such a beautiful soul had vanished without a trace. I shall have a bit, Wei declared, his mind shifting in an instant. Before Sister Guan and Lao Zhuang could react, he had already pulled out a chair and seated himself. They exchanged a glance and hurried to the kitchen to fetch congee and utensils. Wei lifted the bowl of congee and took a sip, then picked up a piece of pickled radish and placed it in his mouth. The sourness was overwhelming. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Sister Guan was taken aback by his expression, her heart skipping a beat, nearly losing her balance. This pickled radish was the cornerstone of her livelihood at the Nan family for many years. If Mr. Yu were to reject it, she would likely find herself cast out. Fortunately, old Zhuang was there to steady her, preventing her from collapsing into her seat. To Sister Guan's astonishment, Wei swallowed down a piece of the pickled radish. He then took another, still grimacing at the sharp tang. This left Sister Guan utterly perplexed. She knew that her son-in-law did not particularly enjoy sour flavors. In the past, when her daughter brought him back to the main residence, he had never touched this dish. Her daughter relished the robust flavors of traditional Chinese cuisine, while her son-in-law preferred a more delicate palate, often favoring Western dishes and occasionally indulging in coarse grains. Sister Guan had once thought that her daughter and son-in-law's culinary preferences were worlds apart. However, their wealth rendered such differences inconsequential. The household boasted both Western and Chinese chefs on standby, ready to create a lavish spread even for 2 diners. Sister Guan understood that her son-in-law regarded her daughter's common tastes with a respectful tolerance, but she could not fathom why he suddenly wished to try pickled radish today. After finishing an entire plate of the pickled radish, Wei finally set down his chopsticks. The craftsmanship was commendable. It would be best not to let it fade into neglect. He wiped the sauce from the corners of his lips, his expression remaining as indifferent as ever. Sister Guan responded timidly, yes, yes. At the same time, she exchanged a glance with old Zhuang, realizing that perhaps this meant she was to continue making pickled radish. Ensure that no one enters the young lady's chamber, Wei instructed as he rose, directing his words specifically towards Lao Zhuang. Should anything unusual arise, inform me at once. Lao Zhuang nodded eagerly in acknowledgement. Grasping the black bag draped over the chair's backrest, Wei turned and exited through the door, his tall figure melding into the hazy morning mist, leaving Sister Guan and Lao Zhuang exchanging glances. Secretary Song and the driver had long awaited at the entrance of the Nan family mansion, prepared to escort their employer to the development zone for a government meeting. The moment Wei entered the car, Secretary Song eagerly broke the silence. Mr. Yu, we have received news from Hong Kong. Wei remained non-committal, leaning back in his seat, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Observing him, Secretary Song immediately grasped the situation. Their employer had likely already received the news the previous night. Each time a message arrived from that specific account in Hong Kong, the usually stoic Wei exhibited considerable emotional fluctuations, alternating between elation and anxiety, an emotional state that could linger for days. Although Secretary Song was unaware of the message's specifics, He understood it must pertain to something of great significance to his employer. The message from yesterday had surely struck a chord with Wei. Otherwise, he would not have hastily driven back to the old residence overnight. What could it possibly be? The aura of mystery surrounding it piqued Secretary Song's curiosity. He glanced at his employer, who sat behind him, resting in silence, and noted the dark circles under his eyes, shaking his head at himself. A diligent secretary should only concern himself with the matters his employer wishes him to know. On this particular day at work, Nanqiang unexpectedly received an invitation from Gu Shangnan, requesting her to meet a client at a hotel in the economic development zone on her behalf. "Isn't Sister Ping going?" Nanqiang inquired softly, glancing at the invitation letter in her hand. "Her child is unwell, and she is at home caring for him today," Gu Shangnan replied nonchalantly. "I have to accompany General Zhu for a meeting in the afternoon and cannot leave. The client is our supplier, the vice president of Dongshan Company, who has traveled from afar for the contract. Just deliver the contract for me." Nanqiang nodded and said nothing further. Upon arriving at the hotel, during the delightful afternoon sunshine, Nanqiang deliberately chose an outdoor seat in the restaurant to meet the client. The guest soon descended from his room. He introduced himself as General Liu, a middle-aged businessman with a round face and a substantial build, weighing at least 180 pounds. After exchanging pleasantries, Nanqiang presented the contract before him, intending to take her leave. Why the hurry? To her surprise, General Liu grasped her fair hand firmly, saying, "You must be Xiaonan. Why not stay for a meal?" In an instant, Nanqiang understood why Gu Shangnan had sent her in the first place. Observing Liu's lecherous grin, she felt a clarity akin to a clear mirror in her heart. "General Liu, I have other matters to attend to, so I shan't delay you any further." She feigned reaching for her bag, discreetly freeing her right hand from his grasp. However, she had underestimated the audacity of General Liu. "It's almost closing time. What other matters could you possibly have?" Mr. Liu, relentless in his pursuit, once again reached for her bag. "Manager Gu specifically arranged for a young and beautiful lady to receive me, and you intend to leave just like this? Is this how you conduct your reception?" Manager Gu only instructed me to deliver the contract. Nanqiang managed to suppress her anger and anxiety, striving to maintain her composure. "The contract is already placed before you." "Delivering a contract?" Mr. Liu scoffed derisively. "A courier could handle that task. What need have I for your long journey? If we do not dine together, will the contract still be signed?" Nanqiang, her expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Whether you sign or not is beyond my purview." Mr. Liu let out a derisive huff, producing a foul belch from deep within. "Young lady, do you even know who I am? Are you aware of the worth of this contract? If you accompany me for a meal, I could offer you a 10% commission on this contract." Nanqiang felt an almost incredulous laughter bubbling within her. Yet she maintained her politeness and courtesy. "Mr. Liu, why must you impose such unreasonable demands?" In a private dining room just a wall away, someone gazed out the window, observing the contentious pair. The restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows were made of high-quality, opaque glass, allowing those inside to enjoy the external scenery while concealing their presence from the outside world. From the room's vantage point, one could clearly see the profile of Nanqiang and Mr. Liu, and with the ventilation window ajar, their conversation could be heard distinctly. "Making a living is challenging," Secretary Song remarked as she watched the unfolding dispute, unable to suppress a sigh in her native dialect. As a fellow worker, he felt a deep-seated sympathy for the fair-skinned young woman. In a world devoid of resources, such is the nature of existence. Wei observed the unfolding scene with an impassive demeanor. Liu, the brother-in-law of Dongshan International's owner, was lacking in ability, merely coasting through life on the generosity of others. Having been unceremoniously ousted by his sister's husband, he now helmed a printing company, where he could only exert his false bravado in front of the young lady. The guests they had invited were currently ensnared in traffic, delayed by half an hour, providing the two a rare moment to witness this spectacle. Secretary Song, keenly observing his employer's mood as he silently contemplated whether to voice his suggestion to assist. Although a sense of justice was paramount, the boss's disposition held greater significance. After all, having served the boss for many years, he had witnessed countless women who, moments before aloof, could suddenly become avaricious at the sight of profit. With a tempting shortcut laid before them, would the young woman also transform unexpectedly? What does it mean to impose undue hardship? Mr. Liu, noting Nanqiang's relatively mild demeanor, seized the opportunity to press further, leaning in with his rotund face. "Calculate for yourself. How much is your monthly salary? Does it even reach 10,000? This contract's commission could sustain you without sustenance for 2 years of work. If our collaboration proceeds smoothly, haha, I find you quite appealing. How about I gift you a villa to play with? His insinuating grin emerged. Nanqiang, witnessing his shameless performance, felt his anger surge to its zenith, only to dissipate in an instant. So you are Mr. Liu? She settled into her seat, casting a smile at the pig-headed man across from her. Indeed, I believe you are the most generous person I have ever encountered. I have taken note of your words, but to avoid mere empty promises, I would appreciate it if you could first demonstrate your sincerity. She opened her bag, retrieving a brown paper notebook and a pen, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers before tearing off the page and handing it over. What is this? Mr. Liu stared at the sequence of numbers, utterly perplexed. My bank account, Nanqiang replied, her expression earnest. Did you not mention a 10% commission on the contract? Please, transfer the funds now. My phone is equipped to notify me of any bank transactions. Once the money arrives, I shall accompany you to dinner, and I will cover the expenses. Choose whatever you desire. You. Mr. Liu focused on the string of digits, realizing that it indeed resembled a bank account number. If you have further requests, please articulate them. For we are engaged in a straightforward exchange of money for goods. Nanqiang gazed at the man opposite her, speaking with confidence. By the way, on my way here, I noticed a property development called Swan Lake Residence. I believe the villas there are quite appealing, with the smallest unit starting at 600 square meters, plus a complimentary 300 square meters of garden space, which amounts to a significant discount. What do you think about placing a deposit today? There is no better time than the present, and I happen to have my ID with me. As she spoke, she reached into her bag, feigning an intent to retrieve her identification. You madwoman. Mr. Liu was so incensed that his cheeks began to quiver, the flesh trembling with indignation. Who do you think you are? Why should I buy anything for you? I am Xiao Nan. Did you not realize that just now? The smile on Nanqiang's face remained as steadfast as ever. Did you not profess your affection for me? Such sentiments are of little worth. It is the property that holds true value. Fool. In a fit of indignation, General Liu erupted. Do you believe yourself to be made of gold? Go back and take a look in the mirror. With a string of curses, he stormed out, his balding crown glistening in the light. Nanqiang watched his departing figure, her smile gradually fading. Fortunately, she had not forgotten to take the contract. She cast a glance at the table, her brows slightly raised. In the restaurant's private room, Secretary Song observed the unfolding turn of events, utterly taken aback. This young woman possesses quite the prowess. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Turning to glance at his boss, he noticed Yu's gaze fixed on the young lady, his expression grave and his eyes distant, lost in contemplation. Mr. Yu, my sincerest apologies for being late. The door to the private room swung open, and their esteemed guest finally arrived. Secretary Song promptly turned to greet him, his face adorned with a professional and warm smile. Yu Siwei also turned to engage in pleasantries, exuding an air of grace. After several exchanges, once the guest was seated, Secretary Song glanced out the window once more. The tea table was devoid of any presence. The beautiful lady had long since vanished without a trace. Chapter 11. That night, as Nanqiang returned home, he experienced an unusual tranquility in his slumber. Meanwhile, far away in an upscale spa in the city center, Gu Shengnan was abruptly awakened from her beauty sleep by a phone call. I understand. Don't be upset. That girl simply doesn't know her place. I'll scold her later and find a suitable venue to treat you to drinks as an apology. After hanging up on General Liu of Dongshan, Gu Shengnan's expression turned cold and solemn. In truth, she was not particularly concerned about offending this Liu. It was common knowledge within their circle that he had long been discarded by Dongshan International, reduced to a mere shell of a man, consumed by lust and greed, and merely vocal in his complaints. Moreover, as a supplier to Xingxin, he was dependent on their patronage for profit, ultimately relegating him to the status of a subordinate. A few harsh words would hardly stir any significant repercussions. If he were indeed a crucial client, how could he entrust matters to Nanqiang? What surprised her was the attitude of this young girl, who refused to fall into the traps laid before her, showing no interest in the toxic bait presented. How could this be? Wasn't she impoverished, relying on student loans to graduate? Often, beautiful yet impoverished young women are the most susceptible to temptation, drawn into perilous paths by the allure of easy money. Among those girls who had fallen prey to the likes of Liu, at least 3 out of 5 had succumbed. This girl, given time, would undoubtedly become a formidable ally to Du Liyuan. After a moment's contemplation, she dialed another number. Zhu received the news from Gu Shengnan and, After she recounted the entire situation, replied simply, "Understood," before abruptly disconnecting the call. Zhu Neng, the deputy dean, has just turned 50 this year. Unlike most men of his age, who tend to be portly and unkempt, he maintains a well-proportioned figure and exhibits a commendable sense of grooming. Years of affluence have allowed him to shed the rustic demeanor of his early days at the Bianqing Technical School, cultivating an effortless charm that is further accentuated by his meticulously chosen gold-rimmed glasses, rendering him a figure of refined elegance. After a moment he reached for another mobile phone and made a call, not to Gu Shangnan, but to another individual, concerning entirely different matters. He had no intention of offering consolation to Gu Shangnan, nor did he plan to deal with the situation at hand. To him, Nanqiang was merely a trivial pawn, possessing little significance. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Gu Shangnan for seeking him out over this issue. Most of the time, he regarded her as a sensible woman, one who understands when to impose upon him and when to remain silent. Zhu Neng possesses 4 mobile phones, each equipped with dual SIM capabilities, amounting to a total of 8 numbers. After years in business, these 8 numbers represent the culmination of his efforts, with all his connections and networks meticulously categorized according to faction and utility. He has established numerous informants within both Nanqiang and Xingxin, ensuring a reciprocal flow of information. The moment a phone rings, he is poised to grasp the unfolding events at any moment. At the core of enterprise lies management. Management revolves around people. And to manage people, one must comprehend every individual, every matter, and every dynamic. Zhu Neng firmly believes that only by maintaining a panoramic view can one make optimal judgments at the appropriate moment. In the midst of all this, he did not feel weary. Rather, he reveled in the sensation of having everything under his control, relishing the thrill of overseeing every detail. The endless competition with both nature and humanity brought him immense joy. Mrs. Zhu emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying a platter of freshly sliced fruit, a spontaneous creation of hers for the returning Annie from work, artfully arranged. However, her keen ears caught the tail end of her husband's recent phone conversation, and her gaze inadvertently fell upon his phone, where she recognized a few familiar digits. The once tender smile on her face abruptly froze. Zhu Neng's phone boasted a caller ID feature, and only those who made him uneasy would remain nameless. He would never save the number of a mistress. Over the years, she had long been aware of her husband's romantic escapades, although she feigned ignorance. Encountering the truth face to face was like a thorn lodged in her throat. Impossible to swallow. Humph, let us see how long you can continue this charade. After a moment's contemplation, she placed the fruit before herself and began to eat it with deliberate slowness, using a fork. Upon finishing his call, Zhu Neng noticed the displeased expression on his wife's face, and his heart instantly became as clear as crystal. After years of maintaining a courteous distance, he could not be bothered to placate her. Instead, he turned his attention back to the television screen. Why engage with a ferocious tigress on the brink of explosion when it would only invite trouble? By the way, the store called this afternoon. They mentioned the limited autumn collection and would like to arrange a time to drop off the catalog for us to review. Mrs. Zhu, unable to contain her composure, spoke with a calm faade, disguising her inner turmoil. Go ahead and buy whatever catches your eye. Zhu Ningxin, lost in thought, absent-mindedly stroked the pug nestled in his arms. This old dog had been his companion for a decade, ever since his daughter went abroad for her studies. This dog had become his closest ally, requiring little more than sustenance. Mrs. Zhu received the answer she desired, yet her joy was far from exuberant. After all, it was a response she had long anticipated. Their dynamic had remained unchanged through the years. Would acquiring those bags, clothes, and jewels truly bring her happiness? Perhaps not. However, the absence of such possessions would undoubtedly deepen her discontent. She constantly reassured herself, convincing her heart that she no longer loved her husband, and that remaining with him was merely for the sake of maintaining an outwardly glamorous life. At the very least, she could step outside and be regarded with envy and admiration as Mrs. Zhu. At least her only daughter appeared to belong to a seemingly complete and harmonious family. At least she still held the position of the legitimate wife. In middle age, many find their marriages stagnant and devoid of vitality. As autumn approached, Du Liyuan was scheduled to attend a medical conference abroad in September, a commitment lasting a month. Before his departure, he inundated Nanqiang with a plethora of assignments, leaving her with little time to breathe. On a rare occasion, when she found herself with a moment's respite, Nanqiang ventured to the break room. hoping to pour herself a cup of coffee to rejuvenate her spirits. Upon entering, she discovered a group of colleagues consoling a tearful young nurse. "I truly don't know what to do. I've done everything as instructed, yet she remains dissatisfied." The nurse sobbed, her tears cascading like a string of broken pearls, radiating profound grievance. This was the fourth nurse driven away from room 99. Another female colleague from the VIP guest group expressed her indignation, stating that since the establishment of the Sacred Heart Institute, they had never encountered such a challenging guest. A chorus of voices erupted in complaints. Nanqiang was observing when she suddenly noticed the timid little Zheng in the corner, who had also caught sight of her. As their eyes met, Zheng's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement, and she hurried over in a flurry of curiosity. "Wow, room 99 has an extraordinary guest, unbeatable in the comprehensive department." Her face radiated joy, and her perfectly groomed Korean-style brows seemed ready to soar off her face. Room 99 is the finest luxury suite in the entire Sacred Heart Institute, boasting services that rival the top Swiss wellness resorts. There is only one such suite in the entire facility, and those who can secure a stay there are invariably affluent, often extraordinarily wealthy. Guests of this caliber typically have their service plans meticulously crafted by the VIP guest group and the head nurse, who also allocate dedicated personnel from the comprehensive department to serve as full-time special assistants. Who could this be? Even the head nurse and manager will find them perplexing. Nanqiang was brimming with curiosity. It wasn't that the guest was particularly difficult. Rather, much of the information surrounding her was erroneous, or perhaps the information was accurate. But she was capricious? Little Zheng shrugged with a knowing expression, revealing that the guest's companion had provided an extensive list of demands. The VIP group and nursing staff diligently complied, yet the guest from room 99 remained dissatisfied, lamenting the inadequacies of the dining options, the ambience, and the overall service, claiming it fell short of offering a home-like warmth. She merely pointed out what was wrong without offering any clarity on what was right, leaving everyone perplexed, including her caregiver. This was precisely what caused distress among them. Xiao Zong, biting on the straw of her cup, wore a look of schadenfreude. Now Gu Shengnan has encountered a formidable character. It is said that room 99 holds significant influence, being the aunt of the group's big boss. Let's see how she navigates this. She might end up losing her position. Upon hearing Xiao Zheng's words, Nanqiang blinked her eyelashes, plunging into deep contemplation. In the office of the comprehensive department, Gu Shengnan was indeed troubled. With years of experience in her career, she had weathered many storms, yet the guest in room 99 proved to be exceptionally challenging. Upon entering, the guest first criticized the knitted items for lacking comfort and demanded a complete replacement. The VIP manager promptly rushed to an upscale furniture store to procure the finest bedding, only to be chastised for its extravagance, ultimately resorting to using the set of linens the guest had brought along. When it came to refreshments, the guest insisted on a specific foreign brand of imported sparkling water, priced in the triple digits. They scoured various import supermarkets to procure it, only to be met with the critique: the flavor is incorrect. The dining experience was paramount, having heard that the guest had elevated blood sugar levels. They meticulously prepared a meal composed of organic coarse grains with minimal oil and salt. Yet, the guest took a single bite and returned the dish, accompanied by a handwritten note of disapproval, disgustingly inedible. This infuriated the chef, who hailed from a five-star hotel background, leading him to express his frustration in the room. After a succession of 3 VIP managers and 4 nurses, none could appease this guest, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would succeed moving forward. However, this guest was one whose displeasure must be avoided at all costs, for she was the beloved aunt of the group CEO. Furrowing her brow, Yu Xing'an began to scrutinize the list of contacts on her computer. The guest's patience had reached its limit and was on the verge of eruption. Someone had to bear the brunt of her frustration. Her discerning gaze settled on a particular name, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Yu Xing'an entered the office just in time to see her intended target organizing folders at the desk. With her fair complexion and slender figure, she resembled a fragile reed swaying in the autumn breeze, easily susceptible to breakage. "Nanqiang, please attend to the guest in room 99 and serve as her personal assistant for a few days," she instructed with an air of calmness. A miraculous silence enveloped the office as everyone raised their heads, casting curious glances towards the delicate figure. Their gazes were tinged with both sympathy and the thrill of witnessing unfolding drama. "Manager, I must prepare the dean's speech. He wishes to review the draft tonight." "And I truly lack the time," Nanqiang interjected, halting her current task, her autumn water-like eyes reflecting quiet resolve. Gu Xingyan smiled. Do you think to intimidate me with the dean's demands? How naive. He hasn't even warmed his seat yet. There's no need for concern. I have already arranged for someone to draft the dean's speech, and you may temporarily delegate your current tasks. Gu Xingyan advised, exuding confidence and leading gently. Nanqiang. When you first joined, Dean Du praised your exceptional capabilities to everyone, which is why we made the unprecedented decision to promote you to assistant to the dean. Now that Shengxin is facing challenges, isn't it time for your talents to shine? Do you not wish to alleviate the burdens of the dean? Are you content to hide away, indulging in the farcical tales of Sacred Heart? The juxtaposition of flattery and disparagement, the relentless pressure, has elevated Nanqiang to an exalted position, rendering her predicament a precarious one. With a subtle flutter of her long eyelashes, Nanqiang acknowledged the situation. I understand, she remarked. Upon hearing that Nanqiang was to become a personal assistant, Xiaozhang nearly swallowed the ice cubes in her coffee. Are you out of your mind? You know it's a disastrous situation, yet you are charging in to tidy it up? Are you not aware that she is deliberately ensnaring you? She chided, her frustration palpable as she gazed at her companion. What can be done? Nanqiang retorted, perusing a lengthy list of instructions for room 99 without lifting her gaze. Can I simply refuse? What can be done? You're not ill, are you? Everyone experiences headaches, dizziness, or menstrual discomfort from time to time. Xiaozhang, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, You could suddenly faint. Take a sick leave. Avoid it for as long as you can. Escaping for a moment does not equate to evading it for a lifetime. Nanqiang calmly replied, That may be true. All right, your capabilities are exceptional. More pronounced than a herniated disc. Xiaozhang, exasperated by Nanqiang's serene demeanor, continued, Do you not realize that room 99 is connected to a prominent figure? Should she unleash her prior grievances upon you, and the big boss intervenes, you could very well be dismissed. Not even the dean could save you. That seems unlikely, Nanqiang said, closing the folder after reviewing the list. A faint smile gracing her fair features. Sacred Heart, Suite 99. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. The private caregiver, Xiao Lu, approached and opened the door. She turned back, her voice tinged with trepidation. It's the water delivery. Shall I allow her entry, madam? Madam, you, having relinquished all faith in the Sacred Heart, waved her hand dismissively. Her voice weak, leave it at the door. She had resolved to depart the following day, wishing to never again lay eyes upon this inept assemblage. Initially, Siwei had the audacity to boast that the infrastructure design rivaled that of a five-star hotel, and the service mirrored that of a Swiss sanatorium. However, upon actual residence, she discovered it was merely an upscale private hospital. The bed linens lacked suppleness, the meals were monotonous and uninspired, and the rooms, though spacious, were desolate and frigid. The service was mechanically rigid, with the nurses imposing an endless litany of prohibitions, giving her the sensation of having prematurely succumbed to a debilitating illness, awaiting her demise. Devoid of any sense of indulgence, and profoundly inauspicious, Xiao Lu opened the door and accepted the tray from the nurse's hands. Ah, exquisite, she murmured. Madam Yu turned her head and beheld a crystalline goblet, adorned with an abundance of blush pink and ivory peonies. Beneath the peonies lay a glass of her customary sparkling water, yet enhanced with the addition of fresh peach-infused ice cubes and a sprig of diminutive mint leaves. The interplay of rosy hues and verdant tones was undeniably. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Xiao Lu to bring it over. She took a sip, her eyes widening slightly. Have them prepare afternoon tea, she directed Xiao Lu. Inform them that I desire pastries, and without artificial sweeteners. Xiao Lu hastily turned to dial the VIP line, inwardly lamenting, but doesn't the old woman have high blood sugar? The physician has advised a reduction in sweets, yet she insists on indulging in afternoon tea. An excess of sugar would be detrimental to her health, while an insufficient amount would displease the elderly woman. However, upon the arrival of the afternoon tea, a weight lifted from Xiao Lu's heart. The vase had been replaced with a white porcelain one, and the floral arrangement featured delicate, pink-tinged lotus blossoms. The beverage, while still sparkling water, now contained fresh lychees instead of ordinary ice cubes. The dessert was particularly enchanting, resembling a solidified dewdrop resting serenely on a verdant leaf. A pale pink cherry blossom was frozen within the dewdrop's center, evoking memories of bright, early spring. The entire presentation possessed a crystalline, amber-like clarity. Mizu Shinjin Machi? Old Mrs. Yu murmured, momentarily taken aback. Then, she noticed the small dish of brown sugar the dish of soybean flour, and the dainty wooden spoon on the tray. Mizu Shinjin Mochi is typically served without added sugar, allowing the guest to determine their preferred level of sweetness. How cunning, she chuckled, so I'm to decide for myself. After a moment's contemplation, the elderly woman refrained from using the brown sugar, opting instead for a small amount of soybean flour. She slowly savored the Mizu Shinjin Mochi, finding it quite delightful. Inquire as to whether my special assistant has been replaced, she said, taking a sip of the lychee-infused water to cleanse the soybean flour from her palate. Xiaolu nodded and turned to make the call. Yes, she has been replaced, she confirmed after hanging up, her face beaming. Furthermore, the new assistant suggests that the fruit on Holy Heart Mountain's back hill is now ripe and recommends that I take you to pick some. This proposal is indeed delightful. Mrs. Yu mused, nodding in agreement. Upon their return from the hillside after gathering fruits, the soft furnishings of room 99 had been entirely reimagined, adorned with a palette of creamy beige textiles that exuded a subtle fragrance. The room was graced with meticulously arranged fresh flowers and verdant plants, while all implements were positioned in the places most familiar and convenient for Mrs. Yu. She opened the tag of one of the blankets and squinted her eyes. This was her preferred home brand from England, renowned for its 100-thread Egyptian cotton collection, which struck the perfect balance of softness and firmness for her. The ambience of the room had also transformed, now infused with the invigorating scent of lime and basil, a fragrance she had relished in her countryside living room for an extended period. The citrus notes were refreshing, perfectly suited for summer, and the aroma was utterly delightful. Inform them that I shall reside here for another week, she declared, casting a gentle smile towards the blooming iris on the windowsill. Gu Shengnan was taken aback when she received a call from room 99. She had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Nanqiang's seemingly trivial efforts had indeed won over Mrs. Yu, merely changing the bed linens, tableware, and adding a few flowers along with a touch of fragrance had led the elderly lady to express her willingness to extend her stay for another week. Reflecting on this, she concluded that as long as Mrs. Yu was satisfied, the credit would ultimately reflect well on the adept management of the comprehensive department. Thus, she decided to overlook the situation, allowing Nanqiang to proceed with his arrangements. In the ensuing days, the fragrance in room 99 would shift daily, harmonizing with the changing weather and temperature. On rainy days, the scent of gin envelopes me, evoking the sensation of wandering through a mist-laden forest. In contrast, on sunny days, it transforms into a deadly tenderness, reminiscent of a radiant Eastern woman standing amidst a floral garden in the afternoon, smiling warmly at you. Occasionally, I indulge in a neutral fragrance reminiscent of the wilderness, akin to the crashing of waves against rocks, as the briny breeze dances over wildflowers, intertwining masculinity and femininity. Fresh flowers are replaced daily, featuring an array of varieties: bird of paradise, pearl bush, Japanese furo, ocean mystery, and fountain grass. The sheer diversity is dazzling, with colors and shapes harmoniously paired, instantly pleasing to the eye. The tableware has been upgraded to vintage bone china, while the drinking vessels are now exquisite hand-blown pearl tears, crafted from specially treated glass that refracts a mesmerizing rainbow of colors at the bottom of the cup. Furthermore, each day brings a delightful surprise upon the return of the elderly lady from her stroll. Occasionally, it is a mango tied with a ribbon, accompanied by a card stating, "Wild from the back mountain, purely organic, please enjoy." Other times, it is fresh lotus seed pods, with a card reading, "On this sweltering summer day, may it offer you a touch of coolness." When the mood strikes her, the elderly lady responds to the card, engaging in delightful correspondence with her special assistant. For instance, one day, she found the handmade cookies served during afternoon tea delightful and requested an entire platter. The platter was swiftly delivered, yet it was empty, save for a handwritten note. "For your well-being, I kindly urge you not to indulge excessively." The delicate, graceful script was exquisite. Upon reading it, the elderly lady promptly replied with a note, "I shall indulge more." Subsequently, the kitchen promptly furnished her with a fresh assortment of cookies. Although copious in quantity, each morsel was Lilliputian, scarcely larger than a fingernail, their diminutive stature rendering them irresistibly charming. She could consume the entire plate with the caloric impact of merely 2 ordinary cookies. The adversary's cunning delighted the venerable matriarch. Inquire as to her appellation, her age, and her provenance, she instructed, finally yielding to her curiosity about the exceptional aid. Upon his return from the reconnaissance, Xiaolu reported, "Her given name is Natalie. She hails from Shizhou and is a young woman, approximately my age. The elder Mrs. Yu's intrigue deepened. From which institution did she matriculate? She queried, admiring the young woman's refined taste and thoughtfulness, qualities that seemed incongruous with a provincial upbringing. Ah, I neglected to inquire. Shall I ascertain that information? Xiao Lu stammered, pivoting as if to resume his investigation. Never mind, Mrs. Yu sighed. Xiao Lu's performance remained unsatisfactory. He executed only explicit directives, never anticipating needs or exceeding expectations. If only a replacement could be secured, the old woman mused internally. Chapter 12. Nanqiang has been serving as a special assistant to the elderly Madame Yu for nearly 2 weeks now. They communicate through handwritten notes, developing a certain tacit understanding. The entire Sacred Heart community marvels at her ability to manage this fastidious old lady. Yet only she knows that all of this stems from the substantial tuition she has paid in the past. Madame Yu hails from a prestigious family and enjoys a life of affluence. She settled in England at a young age. Throughout her life, she has held herself in high regard, remaining unmarried and living alone, with an astonishing attention to the minutiae of daily life. Every aspect of her eating, dressing, and usage is meticulously chosen. Although the materials may not always be the most expensive, the stringent details have long been ingrained in her very being. And flowers and ambience are indispensable. In her quest to win the old lady's favor, Nanqiang has gone to great lengths and spent considerable sums, ultimately discerning the elder's temperament and preferences. Ultimately, it is said that no amount of wealth can procure the old lady's goodwill. Having successfully navigated Madame Yu, she might finally have a chance to approach Yu Siwei, wouldn't she? As a girl from the lower echelons of society, devoid of connections or particular talents. Her hopes of getting closer to a man perched atop the food chain likely hinge on serendipitous encounters. Even the Cinderella of fairy tales requires an invitation to a royal banquet to begin her journey. With a basket of floral materials in hand, Nanqiang ambles back to Sacred Heart, her mind adrift in contemplation. Hey, young lady. Suddenly, someone jostles her along the way. Nanqiang lifted her head and focused her gaze, only to find a stranger pointing behind her, seemingly hesitant to speak. Your bag. Startled, Nanqiang quickly looked down, her heart sinking in horror as she realized that her crossbody bag had been unzipped without her notice, and her wallet had vanished. Turning around, she spotted a tall man sprinting across the street with long strides. Hey, return my belongings. Without a moment's hesitation, Nanqiang clutched the basket in her hands and chased after the man. Typically, she seldom carried a wallet, but recently, having been tasked with managing the needs of the elderly Mrs. Yu, she found herself in need of purchasing various high-end items. The total cost of these goods was substantial, far exceeding her meager salary. Thus, Gushangnan had allocated her a sum of petty cash to cover the expenses, insisting she retain all receipts for reconciliation purposes. Unfortunately, her stolen wallet contained all the reimbursement receipts and the entirety of her remaining petty cash. The theft meant she would have to cover the deficit herself. And even if she withdrew every last cent from her bank account, it would still be insufficient. Nanqiang exerted every ounce of strength to pursue, losing one of her shoes in the process. Yet, despite her determination, her petite frame could not match the long strides of the thief, who stood over 6 feet tall. Upon reaching a fork in the road, she realized the thief had vanished, likely a seasoned criminal familiar with the area. Exhausted, Nanqiang leaned against a nearby utility pole and slowly sank to the ground, cold sweat trickling down her forehead in beads, her heartbeat racing as if it might burst from her chest. It was over. She lowered her gaze, fixating on her toes, feeling an overwhelming dizziness as if the world had turned upside down. What should she do now? She pondered. Should she call the police? Yet deep down, she understood that without someone to make the initial report, the chances of recovering those items were virtually non-existent. Glancing once more at the basket of flowers by her feet, she noted how the once vibrant hydrangeas had been scattered and diminished by her tumultuous steps, their petals strewn across the ground. Where was the charm they once possessed? Shaking her head, Nanqiang managed a bitter smile. Life, like flowers, is fleeting. She had never envisioned that one day she would be so desperate over a mere few thousand yuan. In the past, had she encountered a similar situation, she would likely have reacted with anger while dialing for help, waiting for others to manage the aftermath for her. Why pursue a thief? It seemed utterly impractical, especially considering the designer high-heeled shoes she wore, casually worth a 5-figure sum. In stark contrast to her former life, she had plummeted from the lofty heights of privilege to the fragrant soil of hardship. Nanqiang squatted on the ground for an extended moment, until her breathing gradually steadied and her heartbeat returned to normal. During this time, no one reached out to assist her, nor did any gallant knight descend from the heavens. The passers-by hurried along, oblivious to her fragile silhouette, each absorbed in their own pressing matters. Life can indeed be fraught with difficulties. Yet, she must face each challenge head-on. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her soiled skirt and, with resolve, hoisted the basket of wilted flowers, limping back along the path she had come. She still needed to return and prepare the room for Mrs. Yu today. Regardless of the circumstances, the most pressing task at hand was to ensure Mrs. Yu's satisfaction to the extent that she would be willing to meet her in person and even introduce her to that individual. Only then would all her efforts not be in vain, for she had her own reasons to persist: solitude, tenacity, and unwavering resolve. As she walked into the Sacred Heart precinct, the highest structure, a European-style bell tower, began to toll. Time was running short. With this thought, she withdrew her gaze from the distance, only to unexpectedly collide with the tall figure nearby. He was an exceptionally handsome man, clad in a linen white shirt with a slightly loosened collar, and impeccably pressed trousers that exuded effortless elegance and nobility. Behind him stood an understated black luxury sedan, whose license plate was worth several times more than the car itself. Known only to those with discerning eyes, the usual entourage that trailed him was conspicuously absent. He leaned against the half-open car door, gazing contemplatively at the distant bell tower. Seemingly lost in thought, a glimmer of light danced at his cuff in the sunlight, revealing a deep blue cosmic watch. The dial encompassing the 8 planets of the solar system, with the outermost hand synchronized to the Earth's rotation. Such a fascination with timepieces was a hallmark of the elite. Bang! Nanqiang felt as if an atomic bomb had detonated in her mind. For a fleeting moment, her vision was engulfed in a crimson sea of blood. Then the wave receded, the clamor faded, revealing a desolate and barren void. A piercing chill enveloped her. She never anticipated that she would encounter that person during her most desolate moments. How absurd fate can be, regardless of fortune or misfortune, wealth or poverty, illness or health. We cherished and loved one another until death tore us apart. The vows linger vividly in my ears. Now, even when close at hand, everything has irrevocably changed. She suppressed the tempest of fury raging within her, striving to recall the scene she had rehearsed in her mind 1,000 times. Her nails carving grotesque crimson lines into her palm. Easy, easy, she murmured softly to herself. Easy, easy. Her expression finally reverted to its usual calm and gentle demeanor. Not far away, Yu Siwei gazed at the towering clock tower, reminiscing about the past. Years ago, Nanqiang had proposed the construction of a clock tower at Sacred Heart. He deemed the endeavor utterly pointless, mocking her for what he perceived as a clumsy imitation of European architecture, and warned her that beneath every clock tower lies a suppressed soul. Some died during its construction, others while guarding it. Building a clock tower was considered highly inauspicious. Nanqiang had clearly taken his words to heart. Her once rosy face turned as pale as paper, for she held him in the highest regard, believing his words without question. Nevertheless, she stubbornly proceeded with the construction of the clock tower, explaining to him that their beloved European town boasted a similar one. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. Yu Siwei squinted his eyes as he gazed at the clock tower bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. As the phone rang, Yu Siwei glanced down to see it was Secretary Song calling, evidently reminding him that their scheduled time was drawing near. This visit to Xingxin was a private arrangement. He had not informed the park management and merely intended to leave after visiting his aunt. On a whim, he had decided to stop and admire the greenery within the park. Surely, it was the season when the endless summer was nearing its end. After hanging up, he let out a weary sigh and was about to return to his car when he suddenly froze. Not far from him, by the flower bed, stood a young woman clad in a misty blue cotton dress, holding a basket of purple flowers, her gaze fixed intently upon him. She appeared quite youthful, slender in frame, reminiscent of a university student, with fair skin, rosy cheeks, and softly curled medium-length hair, exuding an air of innocent charm. Yet, it was not these attributes that halted his steps, it was the astonishing brightness of her eyes. The setting sun danced within her clear pupils, resembling 2 clusters of red flames, consuming and burning with an intensity that hinted at annihilation and madness. As Yu Siwei gazed at the motionless girl, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. He found himself questioning whether he had been transported into a scene from some fantastical film, perhaps akin to Alice in Wonderland. "Mr. Yu, the time has come," called a delicate hand, adorned with bright red nail polish, extending from the car. A youthful, stunning face peeked from the passenger seat. Her smile sweet as honey. It was Huali. All right, Yusiwei replied, casting a glance at her. Nearby, Alice observed this exchange, blinking and revealing a somewhat awkward smile. As the flames extinguished and the magic dissipated, all tumult returned to tranquility. Yusiwei exhaled in relief, nodding courteously to the young woman before turning to board the vehicle. Having encountered countless beautiful girls, he had long since developed immunity to their allure. In his eyes, beauty was merely a perishable asset, easily subject to depreciation in the grand tapestry of human evolution, unremarkable. The car roared to life and drove away, without a backward glance. After a short distance, Yusiwei caught a glimpse of that pale blue figure still standing in place through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. He recalled having seen that very face intimidating a lecherous man in a restaurant not long ago. So it was her, he murmured to himself. What did you say? Huali turned her cheek toward him, her face adorned with a bright smile, her flowing hair carrying a fragrant breeze. Nothing, he replied, though he had no intention of engaging her in further conversation. Very well, then please take a moment to rest. We shall arrive at the banquet venue in approximately 40 minutes. Huali, perceptive as ever, promptly fell silent. At this moment, she cherished her position as the president's secretary immensely. Her family had high hopes for her success in securing a place within the office of the president at Nanqiang. Though the core operational tasks were primarily handled by Secretary Song, the responsibilities involving external receptions and social engagements mostly fell within her domain. Aware of the envious gazes surrounding her, she understood all too well what her current role entailed. It represented an opportunity coveted by countless individuals, the closest chance to Yusiwei. This elusive prize. A woman's life comprises only a fleeting few years of resplendent brilliance. If one can seize the finest prey at the apex of life's parabola, it can be deemed the ultimate return on investment. Though countless voices in society proclaim that women can hold up half the sky, the prevailing notion in this patriarchal realm remains that achieving success through marriage surpasses professional accomplishments. Much like the multitude who admire Kate Middleton, yet seldom aspire to emulate Margaret Thatcher in this male-dominated society. It is indeed arduous for a woman to forge a successful career. If one is bestowed with the divine gift of beauty, it may be far more prudent to adorn oneself and relish the life of a gracious spouse. Huali contemplated this as she discreetly observed her boss through the rearview mirror. He epitomized perfection, wealth, appearance, status, intellect, all quintessential attributes that form the ultimate dream for women in their pursuit of a partner. Although it was evident that he harbored no particular interest in her, who could assert that love could not blossom over time? In the back seat, Yusiwei remained oblivious to the secretary's intentions, lost in contemplation as he gazed out at the passing scenery. Memories from several years past surfaced in his mind. At that time, he and Nanqiang had just begun their courtship, attending a charity gala hosted by an emerging entrepreneur. On that fateful evening, Nanqiang donned a form-fitting, dark green silk gown that revealed a glimpse of her alabaster décolletage and graceful shoulders. She was breathtakingly beautiful and undeniably provocative. As her boyfriend, he genuinely wished for her not to dress in such a manner, yet understanding her ardent passion for beauty and recognizing his own advantages, he could only respond with respect. On the evening of the banquet, amidst a throng of excessively enhanced internet celebrities and wealthy matriarchs of a certain age, the naturally beautiful Nanqiang emerged as the most exquisite butterfly, radiating brilliance throughout the venue. However, her luminescence inevitably attracted unwarranted attention. As the event progressed, while exchanging pleasantries with friends from an elevated vantage point, she spotted a crude local tycoon attempting to ingratiate himself with her in the corner, his champagne glass in hand. His face a mask of lascivious intent, as if he longed to press himself against the hem of her gown. Yusiwei, unable to contain his indignation, abruptly abandoned his companions and descended the staircase, just in time to overhear the exchange between the tycoon and Nanqiang. Beautiful lady, spare the pretense. Who brought you to this gathering? How much did they pay? What did he buy you? I will offer 3 times. No, 5 times the amount, he leered, his voice as repugnant as his appearance. Houses, jewelry, choose whatever you desire. All is yours. Yusiwei, seething with rage, felt compelled to intervene when he heard his girlfriend's melodious voice. Sir, look at this. Nanqiang nonchalantly raised her hand, showcasing a dazzling ruby ring. This is from Harry Winston, worth $1 million. She then gracefully turned to the tycoon, revealing a pair of shimmering earrings, a slightly more extravagant version from the same collection, priced at 3 million. And then there's this, she continued, her delicate fingers gliding over a necklace adorning her neck, adopting the exuberant tone of a television shopping host. This is remarkable, personally designed by Harry Winston himself, one of a kind, valued at 25 million, and it's unattainable for mere wealth. There are over a dozen such pieces, all purchased by me for my own enjoyment. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, she concluded her final 7 words, her face adorned with a sweet smile. I wonder if the boss is worth several billion, and if that would be sufficient for my indulgences? No sooner had the words left her lips than a hand reached out to entwine with her arm. Nanqiang turned to find the tall and handsome Wei beside her. Farewell, my boss. My little lover has come to find me. His fees are rather extravagant. I've nearly spent the equivalent of a publicly listed company on him. Nanqiang shot a charming glance at the local tycoon before gracefully draping herself over Wei's arm, departing with a joyful air. Behind them, the wealthy gentleman stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as he watched the enchanting couple vanish at the staircase. Wei was uncertain whether to laugh or cry, ultimately opting for silence as he maintained a serious demeanor while escorting the affluent beauty upstairs. The figures of the golden boy and jade girl melded into the opulent velvet drapery. How have I managed to spend the equivalent of your company? The voice of the little lover floated back from behind the curtain, tinged with discontent. You know, I purchased 50 million gold coins for that new simulation game your company released, didn't I? Real money. I've lavished gifts and gear upon your character. Yet my character still resides in a dilapidated apartment. The affluent beauty's tone was one of righteous indignation. Who is Harry Westend? Why is he designing jewelry for you? The little lover posed another question, slightly envious. I don't know. I just mentioned it casually. Perhaps he is the elder brother of Harry Potter? The affluent beauty's response was unexpectedly whimsical. Drip. The early autumn raindrops tapped against the car's window pane. Inside the car, an ephemeral silence enveloped the atmosphere, with only the driver immersed in his task, occasionally breaking the stillness with faint sounds. Memories, like gentle raindrops, dissipated into the breeze. As the rain cascaded against the window, one might assume it would evaporate into nothingness, yet upon closer inspection, one discovers that it has left behind a patchwork of marks on the glass, a testament to its presence that demands a hand to wipe it away. Chapter 13. Water, endless water. Waves crash relentlessly, inundating her nostrils, mouth, eyes, and ears. A metallic sweetness fills her throat as a flickering light source hovers above her. She struggles to ascend, yet her ankles feel ensnared by the grip of a 1,000-pound stone, dragging her inexorably into the frigid abyss. Help! Help! Save me! In the midst of her despair, she senses a vessel approaching, and the instinct to survive compels her to fight against the watery depths. With every ounce of strength, she extends her hand, striving to part the surface. In that fleeting moment, she glimpses a familiar pair of black flip-flops hanging from the deck railing. The initials YN emblazoned upon them are a testament to the bond between them. Has he come? Her heart swells with joy. Salvation is near. Summoning all her might, she strains towards the vessel, but her leaden ankles hinder her progress, and no one responds to her cries for help. As she sinks into the depths, a familiar silhouette materializes in her blurred vision. Tall and robust, clad in an exquisite full-body wetsuit, the very gift she had bestowed upon him for his birthday. The figure stands on a yacht several meters away, silently observing her struggle beneath the waves, a vast mask obscuring any discernible expression. Save me! Save me! I implore you! Desperation twists her features as she emits a final, anguished cry from her chest. Yet, that figure merely glances in her direction before turning away, retreating towards the cabin. Like a fleeting bubble, he vanishes without a trace. Regret fills her heart as she ponders the folly of having her name inscribed upon another's shoe, an act that renders her forever beneath their heel. Now, she watches helplessly as he forsakes her, releasing her outstretched hand and plunging her into an abyss of despair. Awoken from this nightmare, Nanqiang bolts upright in bed, gasping for breath. Sweat trickles down her forehead, coursing past her jawline and soaking into her collar. She grits her teeth, her entire being trembling with fear. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Recalling the words of her psychologist, she strives to regulate her breathing rhythm. She must persevere. She must be strong. She cannot be defeated. She is left with only herself, and she must learn to confront her battles. Repeatedly, she offers herself mental affirmations, compelling herself to remain composed. After approximately half an hour, her body finally ceases to shake, returning to a semblance of normalcy. She throws off the covers and pads barefoot into the living room, pouring herself a glass of ice water. She tilts her head back and drinks deeply. Outside, the moon hangs brightly, surrounded by a sparse scattering of stars. And in the midst of this solitude, Nanqiang is lost in contemplation. She recalls the words of that enigmatic figure. Is it not your unwillingness to accept? Then investigate, discover the reasons behind your demise. Hearing is but hearsay, seeing is believing. Adopt a different identity to observe how they fare in your absence. Perhaps only then will clarity emerge. This time, you cannot rely on others. You must depend solely on yourself. With her eyes tightly shut, she inhales deeply. From the moment she was declared missing to being legally pronounced dead, 2 years have elapsed, and her remaining time is alarmingly limited. Once declared dead, the commercial empire that belonged to Nanqiang would be utterly divided, with all that wealth falling into the hands of others. Is money truly significant? Indeed, it is of paramount importance. Money is a marvelous thing. In times of affluence, whenever she felt discontented, she would summon her esteemed psychologist, spending the equivalent of a villa's worth merely to unburden her grievances. Even now, amidst her tribulations, she continues to glean wisdom from her past therapy, learning to navigate the scars of trauma. Money holds such significance that she sacrificed everything for it, leaving no trace behind, utterly consumed. The glass window reflected the slender, pallid figure of the girl, her countenance marked by an icy indifference. Do you cherish money so much? Then let it all be yours. She addressed the unseen presence in the air. I demand your life. At that moment, the phone resting on the bedside, charging, flickered to life silently. A message from a familiar number appeared on the screen. It bore only 6 words. Do not worry, it will be fine. The following morning at work, the receptionist informed Nanqiang of a package awaiting her. Upon retrieving it and opening the box in her office, she was taken aback. The wallet stolen the day before lay inside, untouched and serene. Receipts, cash, identification, everything remained intact, rendering the previous day's harrowing chase a mere figment of a dream. Now perfectly timed with the awakening from slumber. What is this? A miracle? A divine gift? Nanqiang gazed down at the box, rendered speechless for a long moment. She awoke and immediately began to scrutinize the outer packaging of the parcel, hoping to uncover some clues from the logistics number. Regrettably, aside from her name and phone number, there was no trace of courier information on the package. The receptionist merely mentioned that a courier had delivered it early in the morning, but she hadn't taken note of which courier it was. Just as she was pondering this, she looked up to see Xiaozing eagerly approaching her, chattering away. Wow, you're about to soar to great heights, she exclaimed, her face beaming with genuine delight. Did you? The secretary of the big boss from the group specifically called to say he wants to meet you this morning at Sacred Heart. Nanqiang paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, did he say why? It must be because you've provided exceptional service in room 99 and caught his attention. Xiaozing shot her a glance, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. Now, make sure you perform well. I'm telling you, that Secretary Song is 32 and still unmarried. A well-known golden bachelor in the company. If you meet him, make every effort to impress. Nanqiang chuckled softly. All right, I'll do my best. Her expression was exceedingly gentle. The venue for Secretary Song's meeting with Nanqiang was a small conference room on the top floor of the Sacred Heart office building. As was her custom, Nanqiang arrived 10 minutes early, seated herself at the square conference table, and habitually surveyed her surroundings. The conference room appears to have been recently renovated within the past 6 months, adorned with a plush carpet, and the furniture looks scarcely used. A charcoal bag, intended to eliminate odors, remains in the corner, while a vase of fresh hydrangeas, specifically the endless summer variety called Bride, graces the conference table. It seems the senior executives of the group announced a visit at the last minute, leaving the staff with little time to procure seasonal flowers, prompting them to hastily gather a few from the garden. On the wall opposite the seating area, a large glass reflects Nanqiang's visage under the bright lights. Behind the blooming flowers lies a youthful yet pallid face. Nanqiang gazes vacantly at her reflection, at times finding this face utterly unfamiliar. She recalls the moment she first encountered this visage, thinking it was not even half as beautiful as her original self. Back then, she felt a deep disdain. What good was such beauty if it merely led to being cast into the sea? That mocking voice echoes in her mind. Yet, in her current state, can she truly fulfill her plans? Doubt begins to creep in. What is this? Have you become someone who relies solely on appearances, devoid of confidence? The voice erupts in laughter. Lift your head and reflect on what you have lost. Are you truly willing to surrender simply because you do not possess sufficient beauty? The voice turns harsh and uncompromising. Retracting her gaze, Nanqiang redirects her focus to the flowers before her. These must be the last of the endless summer blooms in the garden. No matter how long or splendid the flowering period, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. As if responding to her thoughts, a solitary petal drifts from the bouquet and lands softly on the table. Nanqiang let out a barely perceptible sigh, gently plucking a petal and bringing it to her lips for a tender kiss. Then, with a swift breath, she blew towards the drifting petals. Her slender fingers opened, allowing the petals to dance and fall gracefully. Miss Nan, in the enclosed meeting room, Secretary Song regarded the elegant young woman before him with a serious expression. Mr. Song, Nanqiang replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Time flies. Little Song has transformed into a golden bachelor. It was evident that he had been by Yu Siwei's side for nearly a decade, having remained with him since graduating from university. Initially a product manager, he had accompanied Yu Siwei on numerous ventures, evolving from a greenhorn into the esteemed secretary of Nanqiang. She understood why Little Song remained single. His boss was an intimidating workaholic. In the past, she had introduced him to several young women, but each had been frightened away by his relentless 24-hour work commitment. Secretary Song swallowed hard, slightly unnerved by the girl's benevolent smile. Miss Nan, could you please provide a brief introduction about yourself? He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Nanqiang nodded and began to fluidly recount her background and experiences, as though she had rehearsed it countless times. Secretary Song listened intently, inquiring further about her school and hometown, seemingly intrigued by the narrative of her upbringing. Nanqiang answered each question without a hitch, her poise unbroken, while Secretary Song refrained from any interruptions. After Nanqiang concluded her introduction, he posed a question. Ms. Nan, who are you, truly? I implore you to be candid. Nanqiang hesitated momentarily before replying. My name is Nanqiang, and I am an employee here. A brief silence ensued, after which the secretary's words struck her like a physical blow, shattering her carefully constructed defenses. Can you vouch for the veracity of your statement? The secretary inquired, scrutinizing her with a severe expression. I believe I extended an opportunity for honesty, which you declined. I'm afraid I don't quite comprehend your meaning, Nanqiang stammered, her complexion paling slightly as she struggled to maintain her composure and conceal any trace of apprehension. With a sharp thud, the secretary deposited a file onto the desk. My investigation has revealed that your identity is fabricated. The serial number on your diploma is valid, but according to the alumni registry, no one named Nanqiang has graduated from your alleged alma mater in the past 3 years. I am uncertain as to how you accomplished this feat. Did you undergo cosmetic surgery, change your name, obtain counterfeit documents, bribe the school, or engage in a litany of illegal activities? Nanqiang's mind reeled. Although the secretary repeatedly used the pronoun I, she was acutely aware that the mastermind behind this interrogation was the man lurking in the shadows. Yu Siwei. It was always him. He possessed an uncanny sense of vigilance, perpetually consumed by suspicion. Once again, he had gained the upper hand, preemptively ordering an investigation into her background. For years, it had invariably been so. He surpassed her in every aspect, in strength, in foresight, and in the meticulousness of his thoughts and actions. It was why her father had so heavily relied upon this man, even decreeing that his daughter's paramount achievement in life was securing such an exceptional husband, one who could inherit and magnify the entirety of the Nan family's legacy. Yet, in all his calculations, he had failed to foresee the utter depravity that festered within the man's very core. Nanqiang lowered her long eyelashes. Then, lifting her gaze anew, the girl's dark eyes gleamed, shimmering with nascent tears. Mr. Song, it is true that I have altered my name. I was originally named Niu Fenfang, hailing from the village of Nanya in Shizhou. My father, Niu Daong, is a fisherman. She recounted her tale with measured cadence, her countenance serene and composed. My academic credentials are genuine. Upon graduation, my aspiration was to join a reputable firm. However, numerous companies dismissed my application upon seeing my name and origins. Subsequently, I encountered Nanqiang's recruitment advertisement, which stipulated a preference for individuals with overseas education. Lacking such experience, I resolved to change my name, hoping to seize an opportunity. As you've discovered, my diploma is indeed authentic, though I encountered an impasse in amending my details with the institution. In desperation, I digitally altered the original document and printed a revised copy, a measure born of necessity. According to the general principles of civil law, citizens possess the right to a name and the prerogative to alter it in accordance with regulations. The act of changing my name is within my legitimate rights. I simply have not yet completed all the requisite formalities. Mr. Song, although most of the young women from my hometown did not attend university and went directly to work in factories, I truly completed my studies. My academic credentials are genuine, and I can solemnly swear to that. She raised her right hand, confessing that her desperation for employment had rendered her somewhat anxious. Oh, then why the name change? Secretary Song scoffed dismissively, unimpressed by her innocent demeanor, his wariness evident. Mr. Song, my family hails from Nanqiang village, which is why I adopted the surname Nan. As for Chong, it stems from my childhood experiences accompanying my father on fishing voyages, where I was captivated by the sight of masts adorned with sails, a vessel's essential source of propulsion. She spoke calmly, her demeanor composed. What is wrong with naming myself Chong? She gazed at Secretary Song, her expression filled with bewilderment, questioning whether a girl from the countryside was only deserving of a name like Fragrance. Secretary Song fell silent, clearly taken aback by her inquiry. However, he soon regained his composure and sought another angle. Since you grew up in the countryside and have never traveled abroad, how do you possess knowledge of so many foreign goods? His skepticism remained. I read, Mr. Song. Nanqiang lowered her delicate neck, displaying humility. I read extensively, and many of the books introduce various means to enhance one's quality of life. Moreover, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Secretary Song. If you have conducted an investigation into my background, you would undoubtedly be aware that I have previously held part-time positions in five-star hotels and luxury boutiques. Through this exposure, I have likely developed an understanding of the preferences of affluent individuals, such as floral arrangements and acquiring international brands to satisfy clientele, which is hardly a formidable challenge. She possesses profound insight into Yu Siwei, since his associates would not hesitate to confront her directly. It stands to reason that he must already possess a comprehensive dossier detailing her life history. He has long been cognizant of her true name, her family background, her academic achievements, and her professional experiences. Fortunately, her identity is impeccable and beyond reproach. Having articulated all of this, Nanqiang straightened her posture and gazed intently at Secretary Song. Her eyes pierced through the glass curtain, directly locking onto the shadow lurking behind the wall. Calm and unflinching, the shadow behind the window chuckled softly. Intriguing, he mused. A knock echoed through the conference room. Mr. Song, I apologize for the interruption, but Director Du urgently requires his assistant, manager who announced, peeking through the door with a troubled expression. He emphasized that it is extremely urgent. Secretary Song glanced back at the glass curtain, his expression momentarily wavering. There was complete stillness behind the glass. Very well, you may go. Secretary Song waved his hand toward Nanqiang, expressing gratitude for her cooperation. Nanqiang rose, cast a fleeting glance at him, and turned to leave. Chapter 14. Upon learning that Yu Siwei's associate wished to meet with Nanqiang, Du Liyuan promptly canceled his upcoming engagements and secured a return flight. Disembarking from the plane, he disregarded the fatigue from the red-eye journey and hurried straight to Xingxin, urging manager Hu to convey a message and extricate the individual from the situation. Just as Nanqiang approached the conference room door, a tall figure eagerly turned to face him, an expression of concern etched across his handsome features. Xiao Nan, he exclaimed, gazing at the girl who occupied his thoughts. Dean, she replied, her beautiful face breaking into a smile, radiating the warmth and tenderness he had come to cherish. What did Mr. Yu's people discuss with you? Du Liyuan inquired, observing her feigned nonchalance, his brows furrowed with worry. They asked about my care for elder Yu. Nanqiang maintained her smile. And how did you respond? Du Liyuan pressed, feeling his heart twist painfully, despite all his careful planning. His greatest fear had materialized. Yu Siwei's associates had set their sights on Nanqiang, a scenario he could not permit. I didn't answer well, Nanqiang replied, shaking her head as if it were of little consequence. Mr. Yu's secretary seems to harbor some suspicion towards me. He may believe I have ulterior motives. By the way, my performance didn't cause any trouble for you, did it? She added cautiously, noting the heaviness in Du Liyuan's expression. In that moment, a weight lifted from Du Liyuan's heart. It's all right, he responded with a relieved smile. That's all that matters. That's sufficient. In Suite 99 of the Sacred Heart Nursing Home, a conversation unfolds between a young girl and the elderly Mrs. Yu, revolving around a familiar topic. One might suspect the young lady harbors ulterior motives. Mrs. Yu peruses the file in her hands, her brow furrowing into a deep crease. Regrettably, it is rare to find someone so adept at catering to her needs. Since the girl's arrival, every meal and item has been to her liking. A look of wistfulness graces Mrs. Yu's face. Having surpassed the age of 60, she has always lived a life of luxury, with meticulous standards for her food and attire. For instance, she insists on selecting crabs that are a pound for 3, and insists on free-range chickens weighing precisely 1 pound and 4 ounces, with no allowance for even a slight excess. Since returning to the country, she has been surrounded by newcomers, few of whom are aware of these nuances. Even if they were informed, they might not execute her preferences accurately. Yet, this particular girl consistently selects ingredients that are precisely right, and the cooking methods employed by the kitchen are impeccably suited to her tastes, with seasoning and timing executed flawlessly, as if she had been a long-serving maid in her household. It is precisely this level of proficiency that raises suspicion. Yu Siwei gazes at the charming visage on the resume and casually remarks that researching one's preferences is hardly remarkable. What is truly astonishing is that she has altered such a significant name, a name that he considers an inviolable boundary. Behind him, Secretary Song fervently nods in agreement, inwardly scoffing. Not only has she changed her name, but some even demand cosmetic alterations to resemble the lady in the photograph. These outsiders, driven by greed, treat the boss as if he were a goose that lays golden eggs. He casts a sympathetic glance at his employer. Very well, I understand. The old lady shall not be a source of trouble for you. Madam, you let out a sigh, returning the resume to Yu Siwei. If you wish, it wouldn't hurt to make use of it. Yet, Yu Siwei did not take the resume. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his expression remaining unperturbed. The risks were all within manageable limits. Her backing was merely Du Liyuan, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. He spoke in a nonchalant tone, his demeanor relaxed. Madam Yu chuckled, retracting her hand that had offered the resume midway. Among the children of the Yu family, you are the most considerate. She regarded Yu Siwei, nodding as she spoke, clearly feeling immense satisfaction with this younger relative she had watched grow up. Yu Siwei smiled silently, his gaze drifting beyond the window behind the old lady. Not far away, amidst clusters of pale purple hydrangeas, Nanqiang walked alongside Du Liyuan, seemingly engaged in some amusing conversation, both their expressions radiating joy. In Du Liyuan's eyes as he looked at Nanqiang, there was an abundance of tenderness and indulgence. It was the first time Yu Siwei had seen such an expression on Du Liyuan's face since Nanqiang's departure. No longer was it the forlorn gaze of something forever out of reach, but rather a look of profound contentment, as if he had discovered a cherished treasure. A worker bee, after losing its rose, ought not to bear such an expression. Suddenly, Yu Siwei found Du Liyuan glaringly conspicuous, exceedingly so. On that day, Du Liyuan had rushed back to S City unexpectedly, and since his driver was on leave and unable to return, the task of taking him home naturally fell to Nanqiang. The car entered a high-end residential complex located in the heart of the city. At his earnest invitation, Nanqiang accompanied him to the elevator to tour his new residence. This exquisite apartment is a newly acquired residence of Du Liyuan, spanning over 200 square meters. Featuring a spacious layout with direct elevator access and a sky garden, the decor follows an elegant and minimalist style, revealing the influence of a professional designer. Carefully selected decorative paintings adorn the walls, reflecting the owner's refined taste. Nanqiang strolls through the somewhat empty rooms, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Du Liyuan must be living the life of his dreams now, residing in a luxurious apartment and enjoying a privileged and respectable life, having reached a position that many of his peers strive for. A distant memory surfaces from a certain night at the Nan family's grand residence, where she, clad in a custom gown, mingled on the terrace, inadvertently catching sight of a solitary figure in the corner. Now, she glances down at her own attire. Worth no more than a couple of hundred yuan. The hand of fate has turned her life around so effortlessly. Nanqiang returns to the living room, surveying her surroundings, her gaze settling on a silver suitcase by the entrance, still unpacked since Du Liyuan's arrival, in stark contrast to the pristine beauty of the apartment. The suitcase bears the marks of wear and tear, its aluminum alloy surface etched with a small black rose. A flicker of recognition crosses Nanqiang's face as she gazes at the familiar suitcase. She recognizes it as a memento from her 20th birthday celebration, a lavish affair orchestrated by her father, for which she had custom-made a series of gifts, each adorned with her hand-painted black rose emblem. In the fervent and impetuous days of youth, One often yearns to emblazon their possessions with distinctive labels, a constant desire to showcase their uniqueness. At that memorable banquet, every memento was meticulously chosen by her. For those she held dear, she selected particular items, hoping they would be cherished and frequently utilized. For her father, she chose a pair of handcrafted tortoiseshell glasses, and for Du Liyuan, a silver designer suitcase. Yet, when she presented this keepsake to him, Du Liyuan expressed his discontent, stating that the black rose was overly feminine. Thus, she presumed that the fastidious Du Liyuan would never use the suitcase throughout his life. To her astonishment, not only did he use it, but he did so on numerous occasions. The suitcase bore faint indentations, as if it had weathered many trials. "What do you think of the decor?" Du Liyuan's clear voice resonated from the open kitchen. He approached her with a cup of tea. The exquisite tea set a work of renowned design. Cao Chang accepted the cup and took a sip, a smile illuminating her face. "It's truly beautiful." Upon hearing her response, Du Liyuan beamed, his laughter genuine and heartfelt, reminiscent of a youthful boy receiving affirmation from the girl he adored. His gaze lingered on the girl seated gracefully upon the sofa. Her posture was impeccable, her long, thick eyelashes framing eyes that sparkled, a subtly upturned nose, and porcelain-like skin that was delicately fair. That slender, elegant figure effortlessly intertwined with the ethereal visions he had long cherished from years past. She embodied his aspirations, a dream once deemed unattainable. "If I were to invite you to be the mistress of this home, would you accept?" The question escaped his lips before he could check himself. Nanqiang was momentarily taken aback, her teacup trembling slightly, causing a few drops of red tea to spill onto her skirt. Du Liyuan himself was startled by his own thoughtless words. However, upon witnessing Nanqiang's comical expression of disbelief, he could not help but chuckle. "I am sincere," he declared, gazing earnestly at the charming young woman before him, enunciating each word with clarity and conviction. "If you are willing, I wish to become your boyfriend, to hold your hand as we stroll down the street." This was a sentiment he had long buried deep within his heart. While he could not claim to possess the strength of mighty wings, he vowed to shield her from life's storms and yearned to walk alongside her into the twilight of their years. As he spoke these words, the girl before him gradually transformed into a resplendent rose, vibrant and captivating. At that moment, she seemed so proud that he felt utterly unqualified to utter, devoid of any justifiable reason to do so. Yet, the tides had shifted. Everything was now different. Nanqiang stared wide-eyed at Du Liyuan. Although she had sensed his fondness for her, she regarded it merely as a transient infatuation, believing that he was projecting unfulfilled hopes from his youth onto her, a notion not worthy of note or significance. To her utter astonishment, Du Liyuan had expressed his feelings in such an old-fashioned and formal manner. There was no playful pursuit, no veiled hints, not even the slightest teasing distance. It was a straightforward declaration, marked by earnestness and sincerity. "Aye." Nanqiang blinked, feeling somewhat at a loss. "You are the boss. I truly never anticipated this." She rummaged through her mind for a response, yet found herself utterly devoid of a strategy in the face of such a fervent and innocent heart. There was no reason to agree, nor any position to promise. She was even unable to convey the harsh truth to Du Liyuan, that she simply could not endure until her hair turned white. Du Liyuan discerned the girl's anxiety and predicament, perceptive as he was. He promptly took the teacup that was nearly slipping from Nanqiang's grasp and placed it steadily back on the table. "Do not fear. I do not require an immediate answer from you," he said, observing the flush on her cheeks as he earnestly elaborated. "My affection for you is my own matter. I wish to be with you, and this is merely a request. I am willing to wait, and I respect your response." Nanqiang looked up at Du Liyuan with a hint of disbelief, finding patience and tenderness inscribed in the amber depths of his almond-shaped eyes at that moment. "Is this truly Yuan?" she questioned herself. In her memory, he seldom exhibited such amiable demeanor towards women. Since childhood, he had been the most exceptional child in the courtyard, excelling in both academics and appearance, entirely dismissive of the attention from girls, even shunning dependence on her whenever possible. As they grew older, they drifted apart. After her mother's tragic accident, she thrived under her father's protection, while he became increasingly taciturn. It was said that Du's mother had introduced several suitable matches for him, all of which he had brusquely declined. She truly remained oblivious to the tender moments a Yuan exhibited towards other women. With a gentle lowering of her eyelashes, she offered a soft reply. Du Liyuan sighed deeply within himself. In truth, he had spoken a falsehood. He could no longer afford to wait. Moreover, he was unwilling to prolong the wait. For Yu Siwei's minions had already begun to extend their reach, instilling in him a fear of history repeat. Whether Nanqiang harbored feelings for him was of little consequence. Love is something that can be nurtured over time. In the realm of the animal kingdom, the foremost principle for male survival is to swiftly establish territory, claiming mates and resources. Having navigated the bizarre and multifaceted world for many years, he resolved that this time, he would not allow another to seize the opportunity before him. Chapter 15. On the night of bidding farewell to Nanqiang, Du Liyuan lay on the grand bed of his new residence, indulging in a long-forgotten dream. In this reverie, a familiar silhouette glided towards him, her hair flowing like waves of seaweed, and her lips a luscious shade akin to velvet roses. A Yuan, have you chosen to forget me? The figure gazed at him, her pointed chin lowered. No, never. It is impossible for this lifetime. Du Liyuan looked upon the apparition, his heart filled with trepidation as he whispered, longing to reach out yet hesitating to extend his hand. He feared that this might merely be an ephemeral illusion, shattering into irreparable fragments upon contact. Thus, he held his breath, rooted in place, observing as he had for many years. Why choose that woman? The voice of the shadow was frigid to the core. She bears the same name as I, yet she is not me. No, she resembles you greatly. Truly. Du Liyuan sensed her disdain, his heart aching as if pierced by daggers. Xiao Nan, you shall never return, and I am left in solitude. What am I to do? I am so alone, so very alone. He murmured to himself, questioning why he had been cruelly abandoned. Do you know? She is much like you, reminiscent of you from 20 years ago. Du Liyuan's voice softened with nostalgia. Can I love her? Xiao Nan, as I once loved you. Yet the shadow erupted into a chilling, mocking laughter, resonating with an icy sting. How can you be so certain that I will not return? The figure retorted, dissipating into thin air like wisps of smoke. Du Liyuan awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, sitting up in alarm. Outside the window, the moonlight shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. He fell into a moment of silence before regaining his composure and retrieving a picture frame from the drawer of the bedside table. Judging by the background and attire, the photograph evidently bore the marks of time. It featured a young man and woman standing side by side, both smiling. The girl in the frame, no more than 15 or 16, was at the tender age of her youth, and it was apparent that she would blossom into a striking beauty. The boy was likely a year or two older, towering over her by a head, with exceptionally handsome features. The young lad was none other than the youthful Du Liyuan, while the girl was the very same Nanqiang who had graced his dreams moments before. They were the golden couple of the experimental high school, a title even the teachers whispered in private. They were the stars of every competition. Du Liyuan consistently garnered accolades in athletics and academic contests, while Nanqiang captivated audiences during cultural performances. Both had received love letters from students across the school. However, Nanqiang's academic performance was lackluster, and in the esteemed environment of the experimental high school, where academic excellence was paramount, students with mediocre grades and average backgrounds found themselves at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Thus, Nanqiang often looked up to him, relying on him, speaking to him with utmost caution, fearful of disappointing Du Liyuan. Every weekend, she would carry her school bag to his home for tutoring, eagerly awaiting his guidance on exam points and problem-solving techniques. All her merits paled in comparison to Du Liyuan's remarkable scores. After all, beauty could not enhance one's university entrance examination results. She still had to rely on her grades to traverse the arduous path that so many aspired to conquer. As the examiners could not see the faces behind the answers, Du Liyuan once believed that nothing would ever change. Little did he know, the catalyst for all transformation lay in that summer of his second year of high school. Nanqiang's mother tragically passed away, and her father, long presumed deceased, unexpectedly reappeared, taking Nanqiang away with him. From the fragmented conversations of their parents, Du Liyuan learned that Nanqiang's father had once led a wayward life, entangled with another woman, leading to a complete rupture with Nanqiang's mother. For reasons unknown, he had later come into a significant fortune, using it as capital to embark on a business venture that flourished beyond expectations. From that moment on, Nanqiang was no longer like the rest. She was exempt from the pressures of college entrance examinations and free from worries about academic performance. Her father had secured a place for her in a prestigious school across the ocean and arranged for her upscale apartment. Her winter and summer breaks transformed into a whirlwind of global indulgence, as her social circle shifted to encompass individuals vastly different from those of her past. She had abruptly become a phoenix born at the finish line. At that time, Du Liyuan was still somewhat naive, feeling joy for Nanqiang's newfound fortune and maintaining their connection. Whenever she returned from abroad for her holidays, they would make it a point to meet. However, it soon became evident that he and Nanqiang's friends were not quite alike, whether it pertained to their fashion, lifestyle, or travel experiences. The topics of conversation were ones in which he found himself unable to participate. Although initially, upon hearing that he was a medical student from S University, everyone expressed admiration and maintained polite interactions, Du Liyuan still sensed their inherent disdain. These young scions of wealth did not regard his excellence with the seriousness it deserved. After all, for those destined to inherit family enterprises, even the most outstanding ordinary individual was merely a future employee in their own company. Their courteous demeanor was simply a reflection of their upbringing, extended equally to anyone, regardless of status. It was only at this moment that Du Liyuan suddenly realized how insignificant his previously perceived advantages appeared in the face of the class divide. Despite being naturally gifted, diligent, and regarded as a model student by teachers and parents alike, as well as being the envy and admiration of his peers, what did it ultimately matter? Merely due to his humble origins, he might have already forfeited his ticket to fair competition. The destination he yearned for was merely the starting point for those born with silver spoons in their mouths, easily within their grasp. It was then that he first regretted his decision to pursue medicine in his homeland, for compared to business, the benefits of a medical career were painfully slow to materialize. In his moments of disillusionment, it was Nanqiang who offered him encouragement. How wonderful it is to study medicine. It is a profession that does not rely on others. Right? With solid medical skills, people will seek you out wherever you go. The affluent Nanqiang, cradling her cup of milk tea, absent-mindedly nibbled on the straw, reminiscent of their childhood days. Observing my father, who runs a thriving business yet often wears a mask of forced smiles. I see him attending social engagements he wishes to avoid, uttering words he does not wish to speak. She shook her head, her delicate features adorned with a sense of resignation. Ah Yuan, why not pursue a career in medicine? It is a profession you cherish and one of great nobility. Life, with its inevitable cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, offers no escape. Should the day come when I am aged and ailing, perhaps I might seek your assistance, basking in your brilliance. As she spoke, she gently patted his hand. In that moment, Du Liyuan experienced a profound epiphany. Indeed, while wealth can procure many things, it cannot buy lasting health. The medical profession commands the respect of even the wealthiest, for who among us has not sought medical counsel at some point? Furthermore, physicians are never truly out of work. In the presence of dignitaries, as long as one possesses the requisite expertise and excellence, one maintains a voice of authority. This path seemed to be the most fitting for him. Thereafter, he devoted himself to his studies, emerging as the most outstanding student at S University, S Medical School, eventually becoming a protégé of a renowned mentor, poised to become a rising star. He continued to accept invitations to various gatherings hosted by Nanqiang. However, in the company of peers from diverse backgrounds, his demeanor had transformed into one of serene composure. He found himself standing atop the most opulent rooftop bar in S City, watching them recline on a grand, circular white bed, reveling in their merriment amidst the diaphanous drapes. The crowd around them engaged in boisterous discourse, bustling with excitement. Yet, for reasons unknown, Nanqiang did not always radiate enthusiasm like a celestial body surrounded by stars. He recalled a moment when she sat alone by the circular bed on the balcony, quietly gazing at the shimmering ocean of neon lights in the distance. At that moment, she adorned herself in a white Grecian gown, barefoot, with an exquisite back design that revealed her sculpted bodily contours. On her delicately slender right ankle rested a stunning platinum bell. Beside her lay a silver mirrored tray upon which sat a glass of white wine and a few luscious red cherries. No one approached her, nor did anyone intrude upon her solitude. She gazed into the distance, the night breeze stirring the wisps of hair by her ears, as if she were a figure in a painting embodying grace. For the youthful Du Liyuan, time seemed to stand still, forever etched in his memory. Someday, I shall sit beside her at the pinnacle of this city, together gazing upon the bustling grandeur of the world below, he mused, his heart captivated by her ethereal silhouette. However, hope shattered on Nanqiang's 25th birthday. Amidst the opulent and extravagant celebration, she clasped a man's hand, turning to him with a radiant smile. Yuan, look, this is my boyfriend. Du Liyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The cold visage of Yusiwei emerged before him, exuding an aura rivaling that of an emperor. The hands of the golden couple were tightly intertwined. In that instant, Du Liyuan comprehended that his dream had ended. On the night of her departure from Du Liyuan's lavish new residence, Nanqiang too found herself nearly sleepless. She lay in her modest studio apartment of merely 10 square meters, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in reflection on the past. Nanqiang spent her childhood in an old residential area of S-City, during a time when unit welfare housing was still prevalent. Her father passed away early, and her mother single-handedly raised her to provide her daughter with better opportunities, in addition to her regular 9-to-5 job. Nanqiang's mother would often take on extra work during her spare time to supplement the household income. As a child without the support of a father and with a mother perpetually occupied, Nanqiang found herself in a subordinate position among her peers, often forced to follow other children and sometimes subjected to their ridicule. It is said that a widow's home is rife with gossip. The innocent cruelty of children can inflict deep wounds on their contemporaries. As a relatively sensible child, whenever she was scorned to the point of being unable to retort, she would retreat to a corner and weep in solitude, returning home to feign normalcy as if nothing had transpired. Amidst the bleak and indifferent surroundings, there existed one exception, their neighbor, Aunt Guan. Aunt Guan was a fellow townswoman of Nanqiang's mother, having entered the workforce together, and they shared a sisterly bond. Kind-hearted and gentle, Aunt Guan's husband, Director Du, was a university graduate, considered an intellectual in that era. The couple empathized with the struggles of Nanqiang and her mother, often offering assistance to the duo. Director Du was exceptionally talented, known for his exquisite calligraphy, and thus, when Nanqiang's mother was particularly busy, she would send Nanqiang to learn the art of penmanship from him free of charge. It was during this time that Nanqiang became acquainted with Aunt Guan's son, Du Liyuan, who was a year her senior and, in her eyes, a radiant paragon of excellence. Du Liyuan was the epitome of an exemplary child, renowned far and wide for his striking appearance, academic prowess, and athletic abilities. Whatever he asserted was never met with skepticism from teachers or parents alike. Consequently, whenever he was accompanied by Nanqiang, the other children would often tone down their exuberance, some even displaying a hint of reverence. It was during this time that Nanqiang first savored the exquisite taste of vicarious power, leading her to rely on Du, much like a fledgling bird leans on its guiding leader, the wild goose. As for Du Liyuan, perhaps due to his parents' admonitions or a sense of compassion, he never outright rejected Nanqiang's dependence on him. Although he occasionally exhibited signs of impatience, whenever she felt despondent and lost, he would gently reassure her, saying, "Little Nan, do not cry." He would then add, "Who has wronged you? I shall seek retribution." This would invariably bring a smile back to Nanqiang's face. For many years thereafter, they traversed the same path to and from school each day, during which Du Liyuan would treat her to the fast food she had longed for. They would spend weekends foraging for wild fruits and collecting snails by the reservoir, ultimately roasting the snails and savoring them together. If Aunt Guan provided only a bottle of cola, young Du Liyuan would never indulge in it alone. Instead, he would stow it in his bag, waiting for Nanqiang to arrive before opening it, ensuring they each had half. Similarly, if his mother presented a single chocolate, the adolescent Nanqiang, despite her yearning, would patiently tuck it into her pocket, awaiting Du Liyuan's arrival to share it. It was only once, due to the sweltering heat, that chocolate unfortunately melted into liquid, staining her pocket, which left Nanqiang feeling utterly disheartened. Du Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, gently patting her head and exclaiming, "Silly girl." In our childhood, when boys would ride bamboo horses, circling around the bed to play with green plums, all tales of innocent affection begin so beautifully. Memories flowed through her mind like water. And as Nanqiang pondered the fragments of her past, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. What if, during her second year of high school, her mother had not faced misfortune, and her father had not taken her away? What might her life have been? Would she have seamlessly married Du Liyuan? Would she, like Aunt Guan, have established a modest family, living a life filled with the mundane necessities of daily existence? On her 25th birthday, the image of Du Liyuan, forlorn and desolate, suddenly invaded her thoughts. Though a twinge of sympathy stirred within her at that time, it was quickly overshadowed by the envious gazes of those around her. The future she envisioned was one where she would walk hand in hand with Yu Wei, a man of such high stature in the hierarchy of life. To share her days with him was akin to conquering the world for a woman. Those who are ascending often find it challenging to glance back, for to them, those past moments represent little more than a descent, perhaps merely a pleasant landscape within their memories. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to forget that figure, compelling herself to relinquish her childhood. Now, she felt as though she were a person unworthy of receiving love. Chapter 16. The following afternoon, at the headquarters of Nanqiang, Yu Siwei received a complaint call from the elderly Madame Yu, his elegant brows arching in response. Very well, I shall attend to it. Please do not be upset. How about a trip to Nice for a few days? He concluded the conversation with a decisive tone. Upon hanging up, he maintained a stoic expression and instructed Secretary Song. Book the tickets. Secretary Song discerned the displeasure of his superior, but, in the interest of fulfilling his duties, hesitantly inquired, shall I book 2 tickets, or 3? For the elderly lady, her current caregiver, little Lu, and there's also the uncertain factor of the special assistant from Sacred Heart, Nanqiang, whom the boss mentioned would be assigned to assist her. Yu Siwei did not respond immediately, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Secretary Song recognized that this was no genuine smile. An unsettling chill raced down his spine, rendering him rigid with apprehension. That Du Liyuan was indeed audacious, resorting to such a clumsy excuse of illness to conceal someone. Yu Siwei spoke slowly. This Niu Fenfang is quite extraordinary. He slightly tilted, stretching his neck like a tiger preparing for a hunt. Secretary Song keenly noted that throughout the conversation, Yu Siwei had referred to the young woman as her original name, rather than as Nanqiang. What illness has Niu Fenfang contracted? He hastily echoed. She appeared perfectly fine just a few days ago. Yu Siwei scoffed softly. The Human Resources Department at Sacred Heart claims she is unwell, suffering from autonomic nervous system disorder, and has requested a month of sick leave, even providing a medical certificate from the hospital. As he spoke, a smirk adorned his face. Dr. Du Liyuan, being a medical professional, found it exceedingly simple to procure a medical leave notice. This was a truth universally acknowledged. Yet his insistence on utilizing the dubious excuse of autonomic nervous disorder to transfer Nanqiang away revealed his genuine regard for Niu Fenfang. Yu Siwei found himself increasingly perplexed. What peculiar quality did this village girl possess that prompted Du Liyuan to risk incurring his displeasure even before solidifying his position as the director? To his knowledge, was he not engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhu Neng, desperately seeking support from the headquarters? Perhaps I should inform Human Resources to transfer Niu Fenfang back to headquarters? Secretary Song could clearly sense that her boss was deep in contemplation. Yu Siwei shook his head and mused. Investigate the detailed background of Niu Fenfang. Send someone to Shizhou to inquire with the locals. I have an unsettling feeling about her. He recalled the image of her blowing flower petals into the air as he observed from outside the mirror, and the enigmatic glance she cast his way just before departing. That gaze, laden with unspoken words, seemed to pierce through to the very essence of himself standing behind the mirror, imbued with an unsettling intensity and authority. Yu Siwei furrowed his brow. She made him feel uncomfortable, profoundly uncomfortable. Secretary Song swiftly accepted the task and took her leave, leaving Yu Siwei alone in the empty office, where he seldom found himself lost in thought. After a moment, he rose and pressed the button beneath his desk. The concealed door behind him slowly opened, revealing a luxurious private lounge connected to the office. The lounge was constructed by Nanqiang's father, Nan Dalong, in an effort to redeem his origins. This affluent father-in-law collected calligraphy and paintings from every corner, purchasing anything he deemed valuable to showcase his artistic taste. The lounge once housed numerous priceless artworks. However, after Yu Siwei assumed control of Nanqiang, he meticulously catalogued and removed them all. He was not a man driven by material desires and harbored disdain for the futile accumulation of art, especially when he recognized that their sole purpose was ostentation. Now, the lounge has been entirely redecorated in a minimalist and austere style. The vast walls, devoid of adornment, are blank, save for a solitary oil painting hanging on the concealed door facing the grand bed. As Yu Siwei entered the lounge, he stood transfixed before the painting. It depicted a young woman kneeling gracefully by a stream, her figure draped in delicate lilac gauze, her posture exquisite. Her long, cascading hair flowed down, concealing the myriad of springtime wonders. A crescent moon and stars shimmered in the water's reflection as she bent down to gather the moonlight's shadow. Her profile revealed a high and noble nose, while the painting itself boasted soft hues and delicate strokes, exuding a gentle style. This masterpiece marked the conclusion of the renowned contemporary artist Gui Nian's career and was a wedding gift to Yu Siwei. On the night of their engagement 7 years prior, Gui Nian was captivated by Nanqiang's beauty. With Yu Siwei's consent, he began to paint her likeness, ensuring that the artwork was ready for their wedding day. I once believed that a man like Si Wei, who seemed to dwell in the clouds, was unlikely to marry. However, I never anticipated that he would encounter you. When presenting the painting, Gui Nian remarked that only a woman as exquisite as Madame could cradle the moon. Yu Siwei vividly recalled the smile that adorned Nanqiang's face, shimmering yet tinged with shyness. He had cherished her heartfelt laughter, which infused warmth and radiance into his entire world. On the night of their wedding, Gui Nian bestowed upon Nanqiang the honor of naming the artwork, and she graciously inscribed the title, Eternal Bond. Having studied calligraphy since childhood, her delicate small script was extraordinarily beautiful, even prompting Gui Nian to express his admiration. Henceforth, this piece became Nanqiang's most treasured possession. Following Gui Nian's unexpected cessation of painting, Eternal Bond evolved into a legendary masterpiece, quietly circulated within the art community. Many sought to behold its beauty, and some even desired to borrow it for exhibitions at a high price. However, Nanqiang never acquiesced. She simply hung the painting in the bedroom she shared with Yu Siwei, admiring it in solitude. Even during their later separation, Nanqiang insisted on bringing the painting back to her family home, rehanging it in her own chamber. After the tragic passing of his wife, Yu Siwei retrieved the painting, reinstating it in the lounge, which, apart from his office, was the place he frequented the most. He scrutinized the painting for a while, raising his hand as if to touch the woman depicted. Yet, halfway through, he hesitated, his outstretched finger pausing in midair, slightly curling. Under the shimmering moonlight, the woman's kneeling posture appeared so poignant and sorrowful, as if lamenting that what she had gathered was merely a shadow, not the moon itself. Much like the inscription the mistress added to the back of the painting, he ultimately let out a sigh and turned away. Outside the general manager's office, Huali had been waiting in the secretary's room for quite some time, as she required several documents to be signed by Yu Siwei. Today, she appeared particularly stunning. Of course, she was always enchanting, and anyone who beheld her would find her a delight to the eyes. However, today was different. It was her birthday. Typically, she would likely take the day off to celebrate with friends, but since becoming Yu Siwei's secretary, no party could rival the allure of her boss. This evening's celebration was arranged at a club after work, during the midnight session, prompting her to don a cleverly designed mustard yellow fitted dress. The silk fabric accentuated her flawless figure, making her movement reminiscent of a graceful mermaid. To avoid being overly revealing during work hours, she paired her dress with a white blazer, which somewhat tempered the overt femininity of her attire. Nevertheless, the brilliance of her beauty was undeniable. She garnered countless compliments and lingering glances along the way. The envy in the eyes of women and the unabashed admiration from men spoke volumes. Known among her colleagues as the chief rich beauty, Huali was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman in the company. With such a captivating presence before Yu Siwei, how could he possibly divert his thoughts to other women? For women, beauty serves as a formidable weapon, and it is evident that Huali possesses an extraordinary arsenal. Yet, it is quite peculiar that since her employment began, Yu Siwei has maintained an indifferent demeanor toward her, revealing no signs of interest beyond the confines of their professional relationship. Could he be a man accustomed to the art of seduction, perhaps hoping for women to take the initiative? It is said that his former wife pursued him ardently, lending credence to the rumors. Huali found herself lost in such musings. She could hardly fathom a man being unmoved in her presence. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a situation. In the past, merely gracing a room with her presence would attract a steady stream of suitors, and according to Mrs. Huali's teachings, her only task was to select the finest from among them. With a creak, the office door swung open, and Yu Siwei strode out with purpose. Tailored suit and impeccably fitted waistcoat, he exuded an air of perfection and restraint, regardless of the time or place. "Mr. Yu," Huali said, shaking off her blazer as she stood, her silk gown accentuating her shoulders, which glimmered like white jade, her skin luminous and translucent. She rallied her spirits and greeted him with a sweet smile. "There are a few documents that require your signature." However, Yu Siwei merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction. "Leave them there," he said casually, continuing on his way. Huali's smile faltered momentarily. She had not anticipated Yu Siwei's utter disregard for her meticulously chosen attire. Surely, with such a striking beauty before him, anyone would take a second glance. Yet, Yu Siwei appeared to regard her as if she were but a wisp of air. "Mr. Yu." In her unwillingness to accept defeat, she called out to Yu Siwei. He halted his steps, glancing back at her with a hint of disdainful indifference. Suddenly, Huali felt her confidence wane. I would like to leave work a bit earlier today, she stammered. For today is my birthday. Summoning her courage to utter those words, she gazed at Yusiwei with eager anticipation. Very well, you may return home to rest early. However, Yusiwei merely nodded before turning away. Wally stood frozen, her face pale, unable to comprehend the crushing blow she had just received. No reaction, no appreciation. Her carefully crafted declaration had plummeted into a void. Could it be that this man truly possessed a heart of stone? Was no beauty capable of igniting even a flicker of interest within him? As she lingered in despair, Yusiwei unexpectedly returned from around the corner. Secretary Hua, he called her name. Yes, what is it? Huali snapped back to reality, her face, once ashen, rekindled with hope. Happy birthday. Yusiwei gazed into her eyes, displaying a rare warmth. The dress is lovely. A radiant smile broke across Hua Li's face, joy nearly spilling from her eyes as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Do not drink too much tonight. There is an important meeting in the morning, and punctuality is essential. However, his next serious remark extinguished all of her delight. Chapter 17 today marks the 5th anniversary of the Rome Art Museum's annual exhibition in S City. As usual, the hostess, Rong Ziyu, received all the esteemed guests and media before finally returning to the gallery to admire the carefully curated artworks. In addition to the annual exhibition, today is particularly significant for Rong Ziyu, as she has successfully secured the loan of the renowned artist Gui Nian's final masterpiece, Eternality, for its debut public display. Gui Nian is celebrated as the contemporary Friedrich, known for his romantic landscape paintings, and Eternality stands as his sole portrait. A singular treasure and a legendary piece within the collection community. Countless admirers have yearned to behold its beauty, yet have been consistently denied access by its owner. Currently, this illustrious painting belongs to Yusiwei, a distinguished young business prodigy and her son-in-law. Regardless, being able to borrow such a remarkable piece is a significant honor, enough to silence those who eagerly await her downfall. It is widely believed that once Nan Dalong passes, her prosperous days will come to an end. Today, however, she intends to hush the gossipers by demonstrating that even her son-in-law, the esteemed heir, possesses the means to uphold his dignity. With the right tools, one need not fear the challenges of unearthing hidden treasures. Amidst the ebb and flow of life, filled with romance, art, music, and laughter, Rong Ziyu has relished a life of unrestrained indulgence over the past decade, unperturbed by the criticisms from outsiders who claim her lifestyle is merely a result of opportunism. For her, the whispers of gossip were utterly inconsequential. The joy of life resided in the subtle details that ordinary individuals often overlook or cannot aspire to. Take, for instance, the exquisite custom-tailored white qipao she wore today, crafted by a tailor renowned for designing garments for Sung Meiling. It was no small feat to secure an appointment. Most people wouldn't even have the means to inquire about such a name. The impeccable cut accentuated her figure perfectly, allowing her to glide gracefully with a mature femininity that captivated the room. Accustomed to outshining everyone, she surveyed the guests with immense satisfaction, reveling in her triumph. Amidst the fragrant allure and delicate silhouettes, her gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a girl who seemed out of place. This girl was slender and wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured much of her face, revealing only her peach-like cheeks and slightly pouting rosy lips. She donned a loose camel-colored knit sweater that casually exposed a hint of her alabaster shoulder, paired with relaxed wide-leg linen culottes. Her delicate ankles were adorned with a pair of well-crafted casual shoes, embodying a carefree style that, at first glance, appeared unremarkable. This androgynous ensemble stood out starkly amidst the cocktail dresses that celebrated feminine curves, prompting many guests to steal glances at her. Intrigued by the identity concealed beneath the fisherman's hat, Rong Ziyu raised an eyebrow. At her stage of womanhood, where wealth, beauty, and status were already within her grasp, the only source of psychological disparity lay in one elusive element: youth. Indulging in luxurious attire and sumptuous feasts, engaging in meticulous beauty regimens, acquiring exquisite cosmetics, and even embarking on regular trips to Switzerland for cosmetic treatments, all of these pursuits merely served to slow the inevitable march of time, failing utterly to restore her to the vibrant days of youth, brimming with collagen. In those halcyon times, a mere gloss for her lips was sufficient to render her radiant. Unlike now, when she hoards an entire drawer of lipsticks, constantly burdened by the need to maintain her appearance with makeup at the ready. Her own youth was far from resplendent. The current sheen of her life is merely a fade, forged through the trials of time. Reluctantly, she must admit that deep down, she harbors a disdain for those beautiful and affluent daughters of fortune whose starting point in life is the terminus for many. Such inequity breeds resentment, particularly towards her suddenly appeared stepdaughter, who, fortunately, passed away early, leaving little to be envied. Rongziyu cast another glance at the hat-clad young lady. So youthful, yet capable of obtaining a ticket to her private art exhibition, dressed in a fashion so singular. It was likely that she hailed from a newly returned aristocratic family. Rongziyu inwardly scoffed, while simultaneously contemplating sending her assistant to inquire about the mysterious young woman. A lack of affinity does not preclude the possibility of association. Perhaps this girl could be introduced to some merchant through her. Should she succeed in playing the matchmaker, accumulating a few social gatherings and expanding her network could prove invaluable in times of need. Nanqiang stood in the corner, gazing up at the grand painting before him. A few days ago, Du Liyuan received an invitation to the opening of the art museum. However, he had already arranged a 2-month visit to the United States, leaving the unclaimed ticket in the hands of Nanqiang. Simultaneously, she received an email from the Human Resources Department manager who informed her that, in accordance with Director Du's wishes, her sick leave had been processed, and he urged her to rest well and recover swiftly. Considering her residence in a sanatorium, he specifically emphasized the importance of tranquility and minimizing unnecessary outings. It was then that Nanqiang realized that Du Liyuan was even more determined than she had imagined. He began to eliminate any possible contact she might have with Yu Siwei, even declining opportunities to interact with Elder Yu. For her current situation, this was hardly favorable news. Du Liyuan's concerns were rather unwarranted. She would not develop feelings for Yu Siwei. However, she must approach him, for he held the key to the truth. Yet, she could not divulge this to Du Liyuan, as she herself was unsure whether Du Liyuan might also play a role in the unfolding of that truth. For one who has tasted death, in a world fraught with peril, trust is a rare commodity. With a sigh, she tilted her hat slightly upwards and gazed at the painting, studying the artwork she had admired for 7 long years. The woman depicted exuded grace. Though only a profile was visible, her beauty was unmistakably striking. Much time had elapsed since the completion of the painting and its public exhibition. Yet time had wrought no change upon the figure within. She remained as exquisite as ever, a beauty tenderly cherished, no longer resembling herself. She had long since become a mere shadow, riddled with wounds. Memories surged within her, and Nanqiang felt an overwhelming mix of emotions as her gaze skimmed over the figure in the painting. The flowing hair, the delicate veil, the graceful arms, and the ethereal moonlight captured at her fingertips, ultimately resting on the artist's signature. There, in elegant small script, were the words eternity. A deeply ironic smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Yu Siwei was indeed a master of manipulation. With his wife's demise, her wishes naturally held no weight. Once, Nanqiang had cherished this painting dearly, treating it as a treasured possession, rejecting all requests for its loan, even from her own father. Yet, merely half a year after her passing, Yu Siwei unveiled the artwork to the public, and through the very hands of her most despised stepmother, Rong. As far as she knew, the relationship between Yu Siwei and Rongziyu was remarkably ordinary, merely a nodding acquaintance. How could he suddenly display such generosity? It was indeed puzzling, exceedingly puzzling. Perhaps it was not a loan, but a gift. A sharp voice within her suddenly emerged. That cunning and scheming Rongziyu surely had employed some nefarious tactics to coerce Yu Siwei. The devilish whispers rustled in her mind. A tremendous headache tightened its grip on Nanqiang, as if the very earth were fracturing beneath her. She had to take several deep breaths to steady her emotions. It was all in the past. Those matters held no significance. What truly mattered was the truth. Do not forget your plan. She repeatedly reassured herself in the depths of her mind, bolstering her resolve. And gradually, the devil's whispers began to fade away. She was meant to be a beautiful legend, living within a painting, yet now she has become a dark specter, crawling upon the ground. Raising her gaze to the artwork, a solitary tear slipped from the corner of her eye, cascading down to her cheek. Is this painting truly tragic? A male voice resonated behind her. Nanqiang turned to see a sun-kissed boy with a beaming smile, his pearly white teeth strikingly beautiful. In a flash, she swiftly turned away, pulling her hat's brim down. Am I really that ugly? Why are you avoiding me? The boy, taken aback by a girl's reaction towards him, was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but lean in closer to behold Nanqiang's true visage. With a sigh inwardly, Nanqiang reflected on how social gatherings often contained spoiled rich boys who regarded impudent offenses as commonplace. She had long since grown accustomed to such encounters. Perhaps, she replied coldly, noting the absurdity of the painting's title having no connection to its imagery. How could it be absurd? The boy looked at her in astonishment, explaining that the title was penned by the model herself as a wedding gift, hence the inscription Eternity, marking it as a piece of romanticism. His expression was earnest and solemn, as if he had just perused the introduction in an art catalog. Nanqiang let out a light chuckle. Romantic? She scoffed disdainfully. If you have the chance, take a look at the back of the painting. She had no desire to waste words on the naive lad, and turned to leave, a lingering scent of fragrance trailing behind her. Why use this? The boy stood still, inhaling the fragrance that mingled the scents of iris and hyacinth, lost in a moment of contemplation. In the luxurious VIP lounge on the top floor of the Rong Art Museum, Yunyanzu reclined comfortably, engrossed in a mobile game. His long legs casually propped up on the armrest of the leather sofa. Sit up properly. The authoritative voice of Yu Siwei echoed as he appeared at the entrance. Brother, Yunyanzu exclaimed, startled, hastily lowering his legs and sitting upright. His cousin was impeccable in every aspect, save for his excessive seriousness. He held both others and himself to extraordinarily high standards. What was even more infuriating was that he consistently met those standards, rendering any criticism of his stringent expectations utterly futile. The curtains are not drawn, Yu Siwei remarked, casting a glance at him. The ever-reliable Secretary Song immediately strode to the floor-to-ceiling windows, swiftly closing the expansive Venetian blinds. Did you think being on the top floor meant no one could see us? Yunyanzu retorted, unwilling to concede defeat. Yu Siwei shot a look at Secretary Song, who thought to himself, well, it falls on me again, yet maintained a courteous demeanor as he said, Matt, we noticed numerous reporters on our way up, especially since today marks the premiere of Eternal Love. Mr. Yu is simply being cautious. Yunyanzu lapsed into silence. He had never bested this cousin of his. Everyone insisted he learn from him, as this Spade King was always justified in his actions. Is there anything unusual? Yu Siwei inquired, parting the slats of one of the blinds to glance outside. Not at all, Yunyanzu languidly remarked. It's merely an ordinary painting. The artist is not deceased, nor is he Van Gogh. What could possibly be so extraordinary? Besides, brother, you've dispatched such a multitude of security. He had originally intended to return to his homeland for a delightful summer vacation, but little did he know that as soon as he disembarked from the plane, Yu Siwei had sent someone to summon him here, claiming he needed to oversee the exhibition of a borrowed painting. Yunyanzu circled the artwork a dozen times, utterly perplexed by its significance, which warranted the personal attention of the youngest scion of the Yu family. Noticing his cousin's displeased expression, he quickly rectified his previous statement. Indeed, the lady in the painting is exceptionally beautiful. Having grown up abroad, Yunyanzu had yet to behold the legendary Nanqiang in person. The celebrated union of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl had garnered much admiration, although he was merely an elementary school student at the time. He was aware that his sister-in-law was a striking beauty, albeit reputed to possess a rather difficult temperament. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Yu Siwei's countenance darkened even further. Uncertain of which sensitive nerve he had inadvertently touched, Yunyanzu mentally chided himself. After spending so much time here, has Matt encountered any appealing young ladies? Secretary Song, sensing the tense atmosphere, swiftly interjected with a jest. Just a bunch of tiresome older sisters, Yunyanzu retorted disdainfully. In his eyes, women over the age of 22 had already begun to age, lacking in charm. Initially wishing to continue his tirade, he suddenly recalled something. A flicker of excitement gracing his countenance. He had encountered someone rather intriguing. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had gazed at his sister-in-law's painting for an extended period, and in the midst of his contemplation, tears had unexpectedly streamed down his face. Before he could finish his thought, Yu Siwei had already turned his face toward him. How old is she? What does she look like? A peculiar light danced in his eyes. Approximately 20 years of age, still quite youthful, Yunyanzu replied with a shrug. Fairly attractive, slender, and possessing a delicate charm. Upon hearing the age of around 20, the luster in Yu Siwei's gaze dimmed considerably, all traces of excitement dissipating into the ether, as though nothing had transpired at all. Is that so? He responded nonchalantly, his mind wandering elsewhere. Brother, may I inquire about something? Yunyanzu recalled the question the girl had posed before her disappearance, a sense of curiosity welling within him. Have you seen the back of that painting? In the blink of an eye, A shadowy flame ignited within Yu Siwei's eyes. Why do you ask? He lowered his gaze, striving to suppress the tremor in his voice, his hands clenching into fists. It was what that girl mentioned. I asserted that eternity is a work of romanticism, and she seemed to disagree, even suggesting I take a look at the back of the painting. Oblivious to his cousin's unease, Yu Nianzu continued unabated, Brother, does the back of eternity truly hold something? What could it possibly be? Before he could finish, his collar was suddenly seized, and Yu Nianzu found himself thrust against the wall. You. Repeat that. Yu Siwei clutched his collar, speaking each word with gritted teeth, his expression grotesque, and his eyes bloodshot. Throughout his life, Yu Nianzu had never witnessed such a version of his elder cousin. From the earliest memories he could recall, his brother had always embodied an unshakable and flawless persona. Albeit rather dull, yet never had he appeared as terrifying as he did now. It was her. She offered me a chance to glimpse the painting, the back of it. Yu Nianzu was startled by this sudden threat, his speech faltering. Could you repeat that? What does she look like? What is she wearing? Yu Siwei inquired slowly, his voice hoarse and deep. She wore a fisherman's hat, seemed to have on a tan outfit and white trousers, quite casual. Yu Nianzu murmured, Brother, are you going to find her? This question jolted Yu Siwei. In the next moment, he released Yu Nianzu and swiftly turned towards the door, striding out. However, the girl had long since departed. Yu Siwei hurriedly checked several exits, yet found nothing. He returned silently to the VIP room, where Secretary Song and Yu Nianzu sat, both bewildered, exchanging glances like two confused deer. Inform Rong Ziyu that I require the surveillance footage, he commanded Secretary Song, his countenance icy. Upon receiving Yu Siwei's request, Rong Ziyu, though puzzled, dared not neglect it. She hastily summoned the head of the security department to assist. What exactly are we investigating? She inquired of Secretary Song. The painting was perfectly intact, wasn't it? There was no damage at all. Secretary Song shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. Having served his employer for such a long time, he noted that this unusual behavior was quite rare, and it seemed highly probable that it was connected to the death of his wife. Soon, the individuals brought in by Yu Siwei arrived to clear the area, escorting both Rong Ziyu and Secretary Song out, leaving only the security chief, Yu Siwei, and Yu Nianzu in the surveillance room. Based on Yu Nianzu's recollections, they quickly located the girl's figure in the surveillance footage. However, whether by design or chance, the girl's fisherman hat consistently obscured her true appearance, revealing only her delicate and petite chin. Yu Siwei furrowed his brow, repeatedly watching the segment where the girl gazed up at eternal love. Did she truly weep? He stared at the monitor and, without turning, inquired of Yu Nianzu. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes, Yu Nianzu replied, gesturing to the footage where he subsequently appeared, which is why I approached her. How could she possibly know? Yu Siwei murmured, seemingly speaking to himself. Who on earth is she? He added, his tone tinged with confusion. Yu Nianzu was taken aback by his cousin's unprecedented bewilderment, fearful to even breathe. Wait. Yu Siwei suddenly recalled something and turned to question the operator. Since this exhibition is private, isn't there an invitation for the opening? Do you allow entry based on invitations? The security chief nodded in confusion. Good, very good. Yu Siwei let out a long sigh and decided to retrieve the guest list of invitations immediately, intending to meticulously cross-reference it with the footage from the entrance. For every name that was confirmed, he would strike it off the list. Once the scope was narrowed, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. Yu Nianzu was taken aback. Thousands of invitations have been sent out. How can we possibly verify them? He muttered reluctantly. This is utterly impossible. Impossible? Yu Siwei scoffed. Do you think you're reading a detective novel where a single flash of insight leads to the revelation of truth? The haze of confusion dissipated, and he regained his usual air of superiority as he stood up and strode towards the door. Every conclusion is derived through meticulous unraveling. If you dismiss even this simple task of comparing footage as impossible, how do you suppose the Yu family has achieved its standing today? Yu Nianzu was rendered speechless. His head bowed in dejection. That evening, after the museum closed, Rong Ziyu and her entire team were compelled to endure a night of watching surveillance footage. Whenever a figure appeared on the tape, they were required to locate the corresponding name on the list according to Yu Siwei's instructions, and further group them for a secondary verification to prevent any errors. By the end, the team was utterly exhausted, on the brink of slumber. Yu Nianzu, unfamiliar with the guests, opted to take on the role of a supervisor, casually ordering coffee and late-night snacks to invigorate the others. As the early hours approached and the team began to succumb to fatigue, he quietly slipped out. The young boy was unafraid of sleepless nights. He possessed robust stamina, but more importantly, an insatiable curiosity. As he approached the painting titled Eternal Love, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quietly turned the canvas over. The light from his phone illuminated the surface, coalescing into a stark white point. Within that somewhat blinding radiance, he discovered 3 delicate characters. There are times when even eternity ends. Yunyanzu felt a wave of confusion wash over him, unable to grasp the significance of these words. He tilted his head, pondering earnestly for a moment. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped his lips as clarity dawned upon him. The subsequent line to Eternal Love. There are times when even eternity ends must be. This lingering resentment is endless. Even having grown up abroad, thanks to his family's unwavering commitment to Chinese education, Yunyanzu recognized by Ji's song of everlasting regret. His Chinese teacher had once conveyed that it was a poignant line, suggesting that even the most fervent love would eventually fade, while hatred, etched deep within the heart, would never dissipate. His thoughts drifted to the enigmatic young woman, who wore an uncommon fragrance. Had it not been for his mother's recent fondness for it, he would not have recognized. This was a scent typically favored by women over 35, characterized by its complexity and devoid of sweetness, entirely at odds with the essence of. The name of the perfume seemed to carry an endless narrative of vengeance. How peculiar it was that a young girl would choose such a fragrance. Could it be that the story behind this painting mirrored the tale concealed within the name of the perfume? Chapter 18. On the way home from the art gallery, Nanqiang received a message from Zhou Rong, someone she had not been in touch with for a long time. Zhou Rong mentioned in WeChat that shortly after Nanqiang left, they found a tenant to take her place. Now that all the formalities were completed, she wished to return the extra month's rent that Nanqiang had originally overpaid. Naturally, Nanqiang's first reaction was to decline. It seemed illogical to reclaim money that had already been given. However, Zhou Rong's resolute attitude in the message prompted her to reflect, and she decided to invite Zhou Rong for dinner. Oh wow, you look so much more beautiful. Upon their first meeting in the restaurant, Zhou Rong immediately expressed her unabashed admiration. Nanqiang could not help but chuckle. Is it really that exaggerated? Thank you. I'm serious. You were pretty before, but today you seem different. Zhou Rong tilted her head. I know. You look like a wealthy young lady strolling the streets of Paris. Nanqiang was amused and covered her mouth with laughter. Wealthy young ladies in Paris wouldn't dress like this. She removed her fisherman's hat. How would you know? Have you seen one? Zhou Rong playfully teased her. Nanqiang wanted to retort, but held back. Well, how would I know? I'm just following your lead in nonsense. She replied with a gentle smile. Zhou Rong also smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Her round face, which was not particularly striking, became charming with that vibrant smile. Hey, how about we save up for a trip to France? She unlocked her phone and began to scroll through her social media feed. I have a female superior who just returned from Paris, a city of exquisite beauty, where the Eiffel Tower hosts a nightly light show. Wait, I'll show you the video. Despite their separation of several months, Zhou Rong remained as warm and affable as ever, showing no signs of change. Nanqiang observed her, sensing a touch of warmth in her animated chatter that dispelled the cold, dreary atmosphere of the world around them. What are we two going for? You should find a boyfriend to accompany you. She looked at Zhou Rong tenderly, noting that the place was ideal for couples' vacations. Zhou Rong's hand, which had been swiping across the screen, froze momentarily, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nanqiang suddenly realized, could it be that she already had someone? Zhou Rong bit her lip, a mixture of laughter and shyness prompting her to nod in affirmation. It's Xiaohe. The words seemed to tumble out in her excitement. Nanqiang was taken aback for a moment before feeling a wave of relief wash over her. That's wonderful. I always thought he was a good lad, quite dependable. Upon hearing Nanqiang's endorsement and well wishes, Zhou Rong's eyes crinkled with joy. Yes, I think so too. He is quite grounded and is already planning our future. As she sipped her juice from the glass, her pride in her boyfriend flowed freely, encouraged by her companion's affirmation. We've agreed that once this lease is up, we'll move into a one-bedroom apartment near the subway station. He's doing well at his company, consistently receiving excellent evaluations. You should get a promotion and a raise by the end of the year, and perhaps even some stock options. We're considering pooling our money to buy a small apartment once the stocks mature, and then get married. Little He's father promised to give him 100,000 yuan as a down payment for a car. Recently, we have been exploring various options, and several brands are collaborating with banks to offer 2 years of interest-free loans. She spoke with laughter, feeling that life was brimming with hope. far exceeding the choices I had anticipated. Nanqiang gazed at the rosy cheeks of Zhou Rong, momentarily taken aback. It was merely a modest apartment and a car requiring installment payments. Yet this had filled the girl with such vibrant vitality and hope. Little he must feel fortunate that his girlfriend finds joy and contentment so easily. Suddenly, the memory of a heated argument with Yu Siwei echoed in his mind. The latter's voice hoarse with rage. What do you truly want? What do you truly want? You have everything. Why do you still claim to be unhappy? Oh dear. I almost forgot. You're now the assistant to the director. Isn't it rather amusing to share this with you? Zhou Rong glanced at Nanqiang's somewhat dazed expression and couldn't help but tease herself. You must be earning a handsome salary now, mingling with influential figures. With your credentials, you should no longer worry about cars or houses. You can simply reside in the grand villa and drive the Mercedes that your husband buys for you. The final remark was tinged with a mixture of envy, jest, and sincere well-wishing, for a Mercedes was the finest car she could envision. Nanqiang chuckled and shook his head. Zhou Rong reminded her of the girl she once was, years ago, residing in an old brick house. Back then, her most extravagant desire was merely a tulle dress priced just above 1,000 yuan in a boutique. It hung there like a beautiful, pure dream of a young girl. Yet, she lacked the courage to voice her longing to her mother, who was struggling to make ends meet, feeling unworthy of harboring dreams fit for a princess. Later, fortune smiled upon her unexpectedly. Her father bestowed upon her a generous allowance and even arranged for a chauffeur to drive her in a Mercedes. Consequently, she instructed the driver to take her back to that department store. The dress still hung in its place, now marked down for the impending change of season. She stood there for a long time, contemplating, yet ultimately refrained from purchasing it, shedding tears of sorrow while clutching her money. Her mother would never see her wear that dress, and she feared she might never find happiness again, the young girl mused. Fortunately, there were still those who knew happiness. Observing Zhou Rong's ordinary yet vibrant face, Nanqiang sighed inwardly. Enough about me. Let us speak of you, Zhou Rong proposed, unable to resist the urge to indulge in some gossip about Nanqiang. How are you faring in your new company? She inquired. Is it particularly strict over there? Why do you say that? Nanqiang replied, taking a leisurely sip of her drink. Don't you know? They have someone specifically assigned to call and investigate you. Zhou Rong exclaimed, her eyes widening. They claimed it was for your employment background check and asked me numerous questions about you. Nanqiang's previously lively demeanor froze, her eyes widening slightly. Really? What did they ask? She calmly remarked, it's merely some habitual traits, nothing too complex. Young responded, I initially intended to disregard them, but their demeanor was rather amiable. They mentioned they were conducting business nearby and even came to my door, presenting an enormous basket of imported fruits upon entry, alongside their work identification. I have heard that reputable companies conduct background checks, so I answered to the best of my knowledge. I assure you, it was all in good faith. She noticed Nanqiang's expression was less than favorable and quickly added, I spoke highly of your intelligence, beauty, kindness, integrity, and meticulousness in your work. Nanqiang offered a slight smile, albeit somewhat insipid. Has Yu Siwei taken action? He remained as he always was, decisive and relentless, willing to sacrifice 1,000 rather than let one slip by. Did my investigation cause you any trouble? Yong observed Nanqiang's face blanch suddenly, and her unease began to swell. Not at all. That is the standard procedure for onboarding. Nanqiang reassured her with a comforting falsehood, attempting to soothe the anxious young woman before him. However, I would like to ask for your assistance. She smiled gently at Yong, like a breath of spring. A day later, the investigation results from the Wrong Art Museum emerged, proving to be less favorable than anticipated. Several guests had transferred their invitations to others, resulting in a significant discrepancy between the list of invited individuals and the actual attendees captured on camera. Consequently, Yu Siwei issued another directive, instructing Rong Ziyu's team to diligently contact each invitee to verify the whereabouts of the invitations and ascertain the true identities of those who attended on that day. In Rong Ziyu's heart, there simmered a profound sense of indignation, questioning whom she had offended. Yet, in the presence of Yu Siwei, she could only stifle her anger, compelling her team to abandon their current tasks and embark upon this perplexing detective endeavor. Although she was well aware that earning a wealthy individual's money was no easy feat, she had not anticipated that even borrowing a painting could lead to unforeseen complications. Truly, the riches of the affluent are challenging to acquire, and the fruits of labor can be quite unsavory. Nonetheless, there lay an opportunity to gain, and she was adept at uncovering benefits amidst adversity. Having rendered significant assistance to Yu Siwei, she felt entitled to procure a portion of funds for her own indulgence. After a moment of contemplation, she reached for her telephone. Yun Yanzu glanced at the message on his phone and chuckled, turning to look at Yu Siwei, who was seated behind the desk. Brother, Rongziyu has requested 1 million in expenses as compensation for inconveniencing the esteemed guests of the art gallery. While 1 million was not an astronomical sum, there were fewer than 300 guests on the list requiring follow-up. He calculated that this would necessitate gifts averaging over 3,000 yuan each. A mere phone call would entail presenting gifts worth several thousand yuan. Did Rongziyu perceive this place as a gold mine? Or was she seeking to line her own pockets under the guise of this endeavor? Give her 2 million, Yu Siwei replied, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hands, his eyelids remaining unperturbed. What did you say? Yun Yanzu exclaimed, rising from the sofa. She only requested 1 million. In his view, his brother was a shrewd businessman who never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Rongziyu's intentions were glaringly obvious. He could not fathom why his brother failed to see through her ruse. There is no such thing as a horse that does not graze. Yu Siwei's expression remained placid, his tone unwaveringly indifferent. Increase the funds to expedite her work. I expect results within 3 days. Yun Yanzu found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by his elder brother's intense curiosity regarding the identity of that girl, an eagerness he had not anticipated. A sense of unease crept over him. As though events were beginning to spiral out of control, he redirected his gaze towards the imposing figure seated behind the desk. Even amid such a hectic workload, Yu Siwei maintained an impeccably straight posture, reminiscent of the flawless image he had upheld since childhood. His striking good looks were inherited from their enchanting mother, while his noble yet aloof demeanor stemmed from their paternal lineage. As for his remarkable self-discipline and intrinsic motivation, it remained a mystery whether these traits were innate or acquired. Once, Yun Yanzu had harbored deep admiration for his elder brother, who was undoubtedly the most exceptional child in the entire family. However, their mother, Xie confided in him that his brother was, in fact, quite pitiable. She hoped Yun Yanzu would not become a person like him. A child who exhibited profound understanding from a young age must either have been nurtured by exceptionally influential parents or have endured considerable hardships early in life, with adversity and crises compelling him to mature. Xie had articulated this sentiment. As for his cousin, there was no doubt he belonged to the latter category. Despite being the esteemed eldest grandson of the Yu family, Yu Siwei's childhood was far from a smooth journey. His mother, a former dancer, was disdained by the family, and after receiving a substantial divorce settlement, she vanished without a trace. His father swiftly sought solace with a new lover, and tragically, they met a violent end. Their bodies mangled beyond recognition in an unfortunate accident. Neglected by his father and unloved by his mother, the eldest brother was raised by his grandparents from a tender age. Although he was the only descendant permitted to reside long-term in the ancestral home of the Yu family, a privilege that seemed extraordinary to Yun Yanzu. The ancestral residence was devoid of warmth, filled only with shadows, coldness, and endless solitude. His childhood was marked by the sternness of elderly guardians and the haughtiness of an imperious aunt, devoid of the boundless tenderness and care that parents typically bestow. This absence of affection spurred him to strive relentlessly in his studies and career, for he understood that his grandfather had other children and numerous grandchildren, inevitably. The grandfather's affection and wealth would one day be divided among them. In that eventuality, he would find himself utterly alone, bereft of paternal support and maternal care. He felt compelled to prove himself as the most exceptional among them, seeking validation from his forebears to secure his place within the family. From certain perspectives, one could indeed view him as a pitiable figure. Matt, you need not toil as hard as your brother. Love will find you regardless. At the very least, your mother will cherish you. Your grandparents have also left you a sum of money, ensuring you need not struggle excessively to lead a fulfilling life. Yun Yanzu recalled the expression of Ms. Xie as she uttered these words, gentle and serene, with her eyes seemingly flowing like a tranquil lake. Indeed, such a life was fraught with suffering. He inwardly murmured, I would rather not be like my brother. Rongziyu was taken aback by Yu Siwei's unexpected generosity, which naturally infused her with a more proactive attitude towards her work. In no time, she meticulously arranged the content for the follow-up calls and swiftly delegated tasks. Notably, she allocated a modest sum from this windfall as a team incentive bonus, stipulating that the individual achieving the best follow-up results could earn a cash reward of 5,000 yuan. Although this amount barely covered the cost of a handbag for her, It was sufficient to ignite enthusiasm among several young ladies eager to showcase their prowess. The comprehensive department of the Sacred Heart Sanatorium was among the first to receive the call. As a subsidiary of Nanqiang, this department, responsible for hosting important clients, had also received 5 invitations for the opening ceremony of the Rome Art Museum, all neatly tucked away in a box, yet to be dispatched. Gu Shengnan instructed Lu Ping to conduct an inventory check. However, upon counting, Lu Ping discovered only 4 envelopes in her possession, with one miss. It seemed that Director Du had taken one. A colleague interjected, suggesting they inquire with the director about to whom it had been given. Lu Ping rolled her eyes in response, exclaiming, "How absurd! The director is in America. Who would bother making an international call for such a trivial matter? It's better to avoid unnecessary complications." The staff in the comprehensive department were well aware of the delicate relationship between Zhu Ning and Du Liyuan, so it was advisable to steer clear of provoking the director. What should they do then? Should they candidly inform the art museum? The colleagues, clearly at a loss, proposed simply to inform the museum that all 5 invitations were still in their possession and none had been sent out. Lu Ping, calm and composed, spoke as if she had dealt with numerous similar situations. How could they ascertain whether we had sent it or not? Would she send someone to investigate? Following instructions. A colleague relayed the confirmation results, returning soon with a troubled expression. The art museum requested that the invitation letters be arranged in a row for a photograph to be sent to the big boss of the group for his approval. Lu Ping, sipping her tea, nearly choked. Rong Ziyu, having ascended from the bottom of the pyramid, was acutely aware of the intricacies that might exist in such matters. She had long prepared for this. Since they were receiving remuneration, it was only natural to execute the task flawlessly. For how else could one achieve a leap in social class? However, she underestimated the present individuals and technology, believing that there were always countermeasures to policies from above. After all, we do have graphic designers, don't we? The team responsible for the website's aesthetics can take a photo and then have the graphic designer enhance it. Lu Ping's eyes glinted with inspiration. She recalled to compress the image to a smaller size and make it somewhat blurry. It would surely go unnoticed in the email body. The colleague, momentarily taken aback, chose not to argue and dutifully went to execute the plan. They did not perceive the gravity of lying in this matter. It was merely another instance of superficial harmony where everyone appeared to be well. On the eve of an avalanche, each snowflake believes that all is serene, convinced that disaster could never befall them. Chapter 19. In the dormitory of the Sacred Heart Nursing Home, Nanqiang was engrossed in her mobile phone. A recent message displayed on the screen read, "Your savings account ending in 7889 received a salary deposit of RMB XXXX at 17:30:14 on November 10th. With a current balance of XXXX, something was amiss. Her earnings for this month had significantly dwindled." She glanced at the workgroup chat on WeChat, where several colleagues had posted red envelopes, expressing gratitude and sharing cheerful sentiments, seemingly celebrating promotions and salary increases. Pondering the situation, she sent a voice message to Xiaozang, inquiring about the matter. Instead of responding via text, Xiaozang called her directly. During the call, Nanqiang learned that her quarterly evaluation had been rated as the lowest tier of unsatisfactory, placing her at risk of elimination. The personnel management at Sacred Heart adhered to a performance appraisal elimination system, where 20 of employees were deemed excellent, 70 satisfactory, and the remaining 10 unsatisfactory. Those classified as unsatisfactory would forfeit their performance bonuses for the entire subsequent quarter, and repeated unsatisfactory ratings could lead to dismissal. In the comprehensive department, which comprised 10 individuals, Nanqiang was the sole employee rated unsatisfactory this time, with the justification being her 5 days of sick leave taken by the evaluation deadline. She found this reasoning utterly absurd. Both the human resources and comprehensive departments were well aware that her sick leave had been at the behest of Du Liyuan, rather than her own volition. Yet, what could she do? Gu Shengnan had evidently struck at her vulnerable point. Could she truly appeal by claiming that the sick leave was dictated by Du Liyuan? Doesn't that amount to selling out the director? It seems that this silent loss must be endured. At least on the surface, it appears justifiable for Gu Shengnan to deem her inadequate. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, Xiaozang suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. "By the way, Lu Ping from your department has received the Excellence Award. The Excellence Award is bestowed upon employees who have made outstanding contributions, and within the entire Shinshin organization. Only about 5 individuals are eligible, making it a tremendous honor. Not only does it position one as the prime candidate for promotion, but it also comes with substantial material incentives. Given that she is Gu Xingnan's trusted confidant, this is hardly surprising. Nanqiang expressed little astonishment. These two women could easily be likened to a domineering young lady and her devoted maid from ancient times. However, Xiao Zeng seemed hesitant, pausing for a moment before finally biting her lip and stating, "Do you know the reason Lu Ping was awarded the Excellence Award?" The commendation materials claim it was due to her significant contributions while hosting important guests in Suite 99, earning their acclaim and salvaging Xingxin's reputation and standing. But the special assistant for Suite 99 is clearly you, Xiao Zeng concluded with righteous indignation, exclaiming, "This is utterly shameless." Nanqiang remained silent, her grip on the phone tightening, her knuckles turning white. Suddenly, she recalled that each time she had gone to procure fragrant flowers, Gu Shengnan had insisted that Lu Ping fill out the purchase request and sign it personally, under the pretext of liberating Nanqiang's labor, allowing her to focus on serving clients. Lu Ping would also come to inspect the rooms and take photographs after everything was arranged, claiming she was there to ensure nothing was overlooked. The only occasion when she had the opportunity to take a photograph with the esteemed Mrs. Yu, Lu Ping was positioned beside her, while she herself was relegated to the periphery. At that moment, she had not given it much thought, merely perceiving Lu Ping as a senior from the comprehensive department and the leader of the VIP group, likely seeking to establish his presence. Now, however, she comprehends that the two may have had ulterior motives from the outset. Gu Xingnan was ostensibly paving the way for Lu Ping. Was she merely a stepping stone for them? Nanqiang scoffed inwardly. While being a stepping stone may be inconsequential, it becomes rather ungracious when one has utilized the stepping stone and still feels the need to kick it aside. "I understand now, thank you," she said softly to Xiao Zeng. "Do not be overly upset. There may still be room for maneuver," Xiao Zeng replied, sensing the calmness in Nanqiang's voice, but worried she might be silently enduring her grievances. "I believe the dean holds you in high regard. Perhaps if you confront him, he might advocate for you." "Indeed, I know my limits," Nanqiang replied with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. She appreciated Xiao Zeng's concern, yet upon reflection, approaching Du Liyuan directly regarding this matter was not the most prudent course of action. In terms of personnel management, she still belonged to the comprehensive department, under the purview of Zhu Neng, who was a staunch adversary of Du Liyuan. Zhu was known to go so far as to report Du Liyuan to the group to sabotage his business dealings. Thus, confronting Du Liyuan would only serve to complicate matters further. According to her experience, the evaluation results that have been publicly announced and come into effect are unlikely to be retracted, as doing so would be tantamount to striking a blow to the dignity of the Human Resources Department and the management of Sacred Heart. The possibility of overturning the situation is indeed minimal. Furthermore, even if she were to successfully reclaim some ground, it would merely provide Du Liyuan with an excuse for nepotism and favoritism. What should be done? Should she swallow her pride? If she were still the carefree village girl, Niu Fengfeng, she would likely have chosen to resign in a fit of anger and walk away, refusing to engage with this murky situation and the insidious individuals involved. After all, if one is not welcome here, there are always other places to go. Unfortunately, she is not in that position. She cannot afford to leave just yet. Resigning would only play into Gu Xingnan's hands. She set down the phone and shifted her gaze to the calendar on the desk. Contemplating for a moment, she picked up a pen and circled the date for the following day and read. The next day, Nanqiang arrived at the office of the Sacred Heart Human Resources Department and placed a thick envelope on Manager Hu's desk. "What is this?" Manager Hu inquired with a smile. "You scheduled an early morning appointment just to submit reimbursement documents?" "So many." As he spoke, he opened the envelope and his smile faltered. "What does this mean?" He looked up at Nanqiang, visibly displeased. "I just wanted you to take a look, Manager Hu," she replied with measured composure. "I have also handled a significant number of client receptions for Room 99. In the folder lies her meticulously revised notes on Room 99, originally an extensive 5-page list, each item densely annotated in red ink. The preferences and tastes of the guests are inscribed in fine handwriting with utmost clarity. Additionally, she has compiled a weekly weather forecast alongside an array of fragrance and floral combinations tailored to varying conditions. Each day's dietary arrangement for the elderly lady was personally drafted by her, and she meticulously captured and printed all email correspondences with the catering department, the VIP team, and the nursing station. Furthermore, there are photographs showcasing the displays of various stores where she sourced home essentials, alongside images of the floral arrangements she personally crafted, each meticulously dated and located. The evidence is compelling, speaking volumes in silence. As you can see, I alone have devised and exerted effort in the case of Room 99. Not a single email involved contributions from others in the comprehensive department, not even the leaders who were copied. The delicate visage of Nanqiang began to flush slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Manager who, if hosting esteemed guests is deemed an honor for the entire department, why is it that team leader Lu Ping is recognized as an outstanding employee while I am labeled as inadequate? Is it merely because I did not prepare a polished PowerPoint presentation to report? This thought lingered unspoken on her lips. Well, do not be too disheartened. As the young girl began to show her feelings, Manager whose initially guarded demeanor softened somewhat. Based on the materials presented, it appeared that this situation may indeed have caused her some injustice. However, according to protocol, performance evaluations are conducted by department managers, and my role merely involves compiling the results. Perhaps you might consider appealing to Manager Gu? He adeptly passed the responsibility, aware that Vice Dean Zhu's influence is deeply entrenched, and no one wishes to offend Gu Xingnan. As for this fledgling young lady, a little consolation should suffice. Would anyone truly stand up for her? The evaluation results are dictated by Manager Gu, and do you truly believe I would achieve anything by approaching her? Nanqiang blinked, a tear cascading down her cheek. Such a tear could never be shed before Gu Xingnan, yet in the presence of Manager Hu, it served its purpose. Observing her sorrowful expression, Manager Hu felt a twinge of compassion, but he merely sighed, his face betraying his dilemma. This matter is indeed troublesome, he murmured. Since you find yourself in such a predicament, should I take this evidence to Vice Dean Zhu and Dean Du? Perhaps we could all sit down, present the evidence, and discuss it openly? Nanqiang suggested, revealing her determination to confront the issue head-on, ready to risk everything. No, Manager Hu exclaimed, the thought of such a battleground causing him immense distress. If a confrontation were to ensue, both sides would blame him for poor management of employee relations, rendering him a laughingstock. His position would likely be precarious, and he still relied on this salary to support his family. I have a general understanding of the situation. You are indeed wronged. However, this commendation has already been issued, personally sanctioned by the dean, making it rather difficult to retract. Manager Hu shook his head and suggested, why not speak to the dean? Perhaps he might consider rescinding this commendation. If Zhu were to raise objections, he could easily attribute the decision to Du Liyuan. In such a precarious position, one must be cunning and resourceful. Nevertheless, Nanqiang shook his head in refusal. There is no need. I do not seek to retract the commendation. I merely hope you will contemplate my singular request. Nanqiang spoke earnestly. I wish to be transferred from the general department. Manager Hu was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. You are aware that Manager Gu harbors a disdain for my affairs. Remaining in the general department will likely lead to further complications. If matters escalate, and I am forced to confront the dean, it would undoubtedly place you in a difficult position as well. Perhaps you might consider a solution now to spare us both from future troubles? Nanqiang appealed to reason and emotion, appearing genuinely considerate of the other party's predicament. Let bygones be bygones. I harbor no resentment towards anyone. One must focus on the future. In truth, he had already resolved that as long as he remained under Gu Xingnan's command, a bright future was unattainable. Rather than contesting a commendation of nominal significance, it would be wiser to leverage this grievance for a personal favor, thus extricating himself from a perilous situation and seeking broader horizons. Manager Hu lowered his gaze and muttered, I will think about it. The following day, in the early hours, Du Liyuan, currently in the United States, received an email report from Manager Hu of the Human Resources Department. The content subtly conveys that due to the increasing workload of the current dean, Nanqiang, serving as an assistant, is exceedingly occupied. To address future business development, the Human Resources Department plans to propose the establishment of a dean's office, with the assessment of relevant personnel to be directly overseen by the dean himself. Of course, at present, the dean's office comprises only one employee. Du Liyuan glanced at the email and couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Ping from the Comprehensive Department was awarded the title of Outstanding Employee, a recognition he had tacitly approved, albeit at the expense of his subordinates' credit. However, Du Liyuan preferred to keep Nanqiang's presence under wraps, allowing Gu Xingnan's subordinates to bask in this minor glory, as he intended to offer greater compensation to Nanqiang in the future. What he did not anticipate was that Gu Xingnan would take advantage of his absence from the country to rate Nanqiang as unsatisfactory, a display that was decidedly ungracious. He had expected Nanqiang to weep and seek his counsel, waiting for him to exact revenge. However, after a prolonged silence, his phone remained eerily quiet. Ultimately, what he received was an email stating otherwise. He had resolved the matter on his own. He couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, his gaze softening. With a decisive tap on the keyboard, he typed his agreement and clicked the send button. Beside his elbow, on the polished walnut desk, lay an exquisite velvet box containing a radiant pink diamond ring. Following Western tradition, it is customary for a suitor to spend 3 to 6 months' salary on an engagement ring for his beloved. And such a magnificent colored diamond signifies that the gentleman possesses ample means to provide a lavish life for his partner. The melodious strains of jazz reverberated through the hotel room as Du Liyuan closed his eyes, envisioning his future. In a spacious and opulent apartment, he had just concluded a phone interview with a financial media outlet. Turning his gaze, he beheld his beautiful and gentle wife serving a steaming bowl of soup, while their adorable children played with building blocks in the living room, enveloped in warmth and happiness. Soon, this vision would become a reality, he mused to himself. Emerging from the Human Resources Department that day, Nanqiang casually inquired and discovered that the elder Mrs. Yu had already returned to Nice for her vacation, which filled her heart with profound disappointment. Even if her work performance was outstanding and she had gained the favor of the old lady, what was the use of it all? To the wealthy and leisurely Mrs. Yu, she was merely a dispensable staff member, someone easily replaced by a period of vacation. Moreover, Du Liyuan's reservations further diminished her chances of getting close to Yu Siwei. How effortless it used to be to interact with these individuals. A simple phone call or text message, and everyone would oblige her. Even the aloof Yu Siwei was someone she could playfully punch when her temper flared. But now, she was no longer a princess on a pedestal, but a commoner in the marsh, with no means to even catch a glimpse of Yu Siwei. With Mrs. Yu out of reach, what other options were left? She even contemplated the possibility of applying for a cleaning position at the Nanqiang building. Lost in thought, she exited the gates of Sacred Heart, intending to purchase daily necessities at the supermarket, when suddenly, someone gently tapped her shoulder. Her body tensed as she turned to face a radiant, youthful smile. "Wow, I finally found you," Yunyanzu exclaimed, his face beaming with such brilliance that it seemed to illuminate the dim evening sky as he gazed at the terrified girl before him. Rong Ziyu had taken 2 million from his cousin, but he still hadn't made any progress, as the information he gathered didn't match the person in the surveillance footage. Cousin's expression was exceedingly grim, yet Yunyanzu, taking a different approach, recalled that he had discerned the fragrance worn by the girl was named Revenge. This particular perfume belonged to an ancient European private enterprise with a heritage spanning several centuries. It was a cherished brand among the Yu family, yet it had not been officially introduced in the country, nor had it undergone any promotional efforts. Currently, it was available only in a highly discreet club in S City, where it was being trial sold in small quantities, known to only a select few, thus rendering it a niche product. Interestingly, the proprietor of the club was none other than Miss Ye Su Fei, who had secured the brand's agency for the Chinese market. Consequently, Yunyanzu effortlessly acquired the sales records for this fragrance. Even more fortuitously, the counter manager recalled Nanqiang, as she had not only purchased a bottle of Revenge, but had also acquired several other scents from that brand, exhibiting a remarkable familiarity, akin to that of a regular patron. The manager had never encountered a girl so young purchasing this particular fragrance. I remarked to her that for personal use, Revenge might be overly mature, not quite suiting the girl's age and temperament, and I suggested other fragrances more befitting youthful sensibilities. As the manager reminisced, she noted the girl's resolute demeanor, insisting on that very scent. "Can you ascertain if it was for personal use?" Yunyanzu inquired of the counter manager. "Most likely. At the very least, it was not for communal purposes," the manager replied with a smile, handing him a receipt. "You see, she requested invoices for all the fragrances purchased, with the recipient being a private sanatorium. Yet curiously, Revenge was omitted from the invoice, and the payment was made using a different bank card. I suspect that she is likely to use it for herself." Thus, armed with this invoice, Yunyanzu sought out the Sacred Heart Sanitarium, hoping for a stroke of luck. Fate, as always, paved a swift path for this favored child, and after waiting at the entrance for approximately 30 minutes, he beheld the girl who had left the art gallery in awe. She was of moderate height, fair-skinned and slender, with mid-length hair casually gathered at the back of her head in a loose low ponytail. Her forehead was smooth and full, and her hairline was proportionate and lovely. She retained her usual grace and vitality, reminiscent of their first encounter. "What do you want?" Nanqiang asked, her eyes wide as she scrutinized the boy before her, his radiant smile making her particularly wary. I neither study English nor wish to purchase a house, nor do I have any fitness needs. Thank you. As she spoke, she clutched her canvas bag tightly, on guard against any other potential intruders. Yunyanzu was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend why the girl was firing off a barrage of words, her smile growing ever brighter. Don't you remember me? It's me. He pointed to his prominent nose, his handsome face having always served as his passport. Who are you? Nanqiang tilted her head, straining to recollect this visage. The art gallery. We saw a painting together there. Yunyanzu felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed his face did not grant him the unimpeded recognition he had anticipated. Do you remember eternity? Oh, it's you. Nanqiang finally recalled, realizing he was the somewhat impolite boy from the art gallery. Do you have something to discuss? Unfortunately, I find myself in a situation that requires my immediate attention. Her demeanor suddenly shifted to one of politeness and detachment, clearly indicating her desire to avoid any interaction with him. Yunyanzu was somewhat taken aback by her conspicuously distant attitude. He had never encountered a girl so eager to push him away. Typically, he was the one who sent others on their way. Other young women would revel in the opportunity to exchange a few words with him, often basking in the joy of such an encounter for hours. Surely, she remains unaware of my identity. Once she discovers who I am, her attitude will undoubtedly transform entirely. He mused to himself. I merely wish to inquire about your name, he replied with an unusual display of patience. Might I obtain your contact information? Nanqiang paused momentarily, remaining silent as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Although he bore no ostentatious logos, she recognized that every item he wore hailed from prestigious, renowned brands. The limited edition shoes adorning his feet suggested a high probability of him being a wealthy heir. Is there something you wish to inquire about? Or perhaps you and your friends are engaged in a game of truth or dare? Nanqiang blinked, posing the question, having long surpassed the age of youthful dreams. And after witnessing many intricate entanglements, she understood that the likelihood of being approached on the street by a well-bred wealthy heir, based solely on her current appearance and background, was virtually non-existent. Yunyanzu found her vigilant and squirrel-like wariness amusing, nearly provoking laughter. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions, he said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, lowering his gaze to meet hers. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. To be frank, after I previously encountered you at the art museum and listened to your insights, I ventured to examine the reverse side of that painting and discovered some intriguing elements. He began to speak candidly, expressing curiosity about how you discerned the inscriptions on the back. Ah, that. Nanqiang exhaled softly. My vision is rather keen. I had seen workers transporting the painting, and at that moment, the back was facing me. Thus I caught a glimpse. It was merely a coincidence. She shrugged nonchalantly. Yunyanzu responded with an affirmative hum, finding this to be a plausible explanation. Yet, not everyone shares this view. He shook his head, appearing somewhat troubled. My cousin firmly believes you possess additional knowledge, as he does not subscribe to the notion of mere chance, and he has been searching for you ever since. Cousin? May I inquire about your cousin? Nanqiang inquired with an impassive demeanor. Ah, he is the current owner of that painting, Yunyanzu replied. Eternity has always been in his collection. With a creak, Nanqiang faintly perceived the sound of another door opening for her, as if divinity had intervened. When one reaches the end of the road, the path seems to vanish, yet amidst the darkness, a glimmer of light emerges. She glanced at the other person's age and surmised their true identity. She was indeed aware of Yunyanzu. The Yu family boasts numerous descendants, many of whom are exceptional individuals. Yu Siwei's uncle notably married the daughter of a rubber magnate from Malaysia. And it was only after the age of 40 that he welcomed a precious son, the youngest grandson of the Yu clan. This child is named Yunyanzu, with the English name Matt, signifying a gift from the divine. Years ago, when she married Yu Siwei, Matt was still in elementary school. He had once graced the list of flower boys for their wedding, but due to his advancing age, he was ultimately removed from the roster. On the day of the wedding, he went to the Amazon rainforest to participate in a scout camp. Nanqiang had seen the family photograph and remembered Yunyanzu as a stout, dark-skinned child with a simple demeanor. Little did she expect that the chubby boy from those days had grown so much. Since it is your cousin who harbors doubts, why has he not come to me himself today? Nanqiang cast a glance at him, already contemplating in her mind, before breaking into a gentle smile. He is rather busy. He is a businessman. Yunyanzu scratched his head, perhaps pondering how best to describe his profession. I'm merely here for leisure. So while I am idling, I might as well lend him a hand. Nanqiang nodded, expressing a hint of regret. It's unfortunate that I cannot explain this to him in person. Please convey a message when you return. Simply say it is all but a coincidence. As an ordinary staff member of a sanatorium, how could I possibly be privy to the affairs of prominent businessmen like yourselves? Yunyanzu found her reasoning quite sensible, and he did not perceive a scheming nature in a girl from such humble beginnings. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave, Nanqiang said softly as she turned to depart. After exerting considerable effort to find her, having barely exchanged a few words, the young lady suddenly announced her intention to leave. Yunyanzu hastily reached out to grasp her hand, unwilling to relent, and queried with a hint of reluctance. Are you in such a hurry? Is there something pressing you must attend to? In his previous interactions with girls, he had never encountered one who took the initiative to depart before him, and this young woman had indeed pricked his pride. Nanqiang smiled slightly, tilting her head, and remarked, "It is mealtime. I must hurry to eat." She gestured toward her stomach, which had begun to rumble. Her actions appeared remarkably natural. Unlike the models Yunyanzu had previously encountered, who exclusively consumed chicken breasts and salads, sipping on blended fruit and vegetable juices, while discussing fitness and yoga, as if they were ethereal beings untouched by hunger. How about I treat you to a meal? Yunyanzu suggested with a grin, patting his own stomach. I am hungry too. Nanqiang cast him a glance, offering a faint smile, yet made no move to accept. Thank you, but I must decline, she replied politely, her voice barely above a whisper. Yunyanzu was taken aback. He had never experienced a girl turning down his invitation to dine. Why not? He inquired, his persistence bordering on insistent. What is the harm in sharing a meal? I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to express my gratitude. It was indeed the first time he encountered a girl so keen to distance herself from him. But I do not know you, Nanqiang said, furrowing her brow with gentle caution. It dawned on Yunyanzu that the young lady had been wary of him all along. In a hurry, he retrieved his wallet and produced his driver's license, extending it toward her. Here, this is my identification, he stated earnestly. I do not possess my ID or passport. This is the only document that can verify my identity. He found it rather amusing that his identification would serve such a purpose, leaving him feeling both bemused and slightly embarrassed. Nanqiang cast a cursory glance at the driver's license, and indeed the name inscribed was Matthew. You bear the surname Yu, she remarked, her expression softening slightly, as if she had set aside her previous reservations. Mr. Yu, would you like to eat? Allow me to treat you. Finally receiving acknowledgement, Yunyanzu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face illuminated by a brilliant smile. That sounds splendid. Please just call me Matt. I am open to any culinary delights. Nanqiang led Yunyanzu to a venerable restaurant renowned for its local cuisine. After exchanging pleasantries, she learned that his return to the homeland was not merely to reconnect with his roots, but also to immerse himself in the rich tapestry of Chinese culture. Indeed, the profundity of Chinese culture merits thorough exploration. Pouring him a cup of tea, she likened it to pu'er, which grows more fragrant with age. The waiter suitably presented a plate of tea cakes, and after a moment of curious examination, Yunyanzu turned to Nanqiang and inquired, "What is inscribed upon this?" Upon glancing at it, Nanqiang noted that it bore the character for chess and seal script. It is the character in small seal script. I believe there are additional delicacies below, labeled, and a gentle smile graced her lips, her demeanor graceful. What is small seal script? Is there also large seal script? Yunyanzu asked, curiosity piqued. Indeed, there exists both small and large seal scripts. Ancient China was home to numerous script styles, and calligraphy is an indispensable aspect of our cultural heritage. Nanqiang gestured towards the various calligraphic works adorning the walls: running script, regular script, seal script, clerical script, each one exuding a unique beauty. Regrettably, with the proliferation of electronic devices, there are now too few individuals willing to put pen to paper. Her fair complexion subtly revealed a sense of lament. The cultural heritage of our ancestors has fallen out of vogue among the youth. Do you practice calligraphy? Yunyanzu, observing her poignant reflection, could not resist inquiring. Nanqiang refrained from answering directly, instead retrieving a notebook from her backpack and laying it open before Yunyanzu. I do occasionally indulge in it. It is my hobby and serves to soothe my spirit, she remarked with understated grace. Well, Yunyanzu exclaimed, although the contents of the notebook eluded his understanding. It did not diminish his impression of Nanqiang as someone distinctly different from those girls who incessantly discuss luxury goods and shopping sprees. She was a young woman well-versed in traditional calligraphy and knowledgeable about classical Chinese culture. Indeed, quite fascinating. May I inquire, esteemed calligrapher, how did you acquire the invitation to the art museum? After a protracted build-up, Yunyanzu finally broached the subject. I obtained it from the sanatorium. Nanqiang replied with a gentle smile, unhurriedly explaining that the museum had provided their sanatorium with 5 invitation letters. Is that so? Yunyanzu responded with surprise, however. When we inquired with Xingxin, they stated that not a single invitation was missing. I have even seen a photograph of the 5 invitation letters displayed side by side. Nanqiang raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that someone may have tampered with the situation. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Which department at Xingxin provided that response? She asked, maintaining her composure. It seems to be the General Affairs Department. Yunyanzu pondered for a moment. She had never encountered a department called Comprehensive Department before, which struck her as rather peculiar. What exactly was the purpose of such a department? Did it engage in a variety of tasks? Or was it merely a FAA for inaction? In a flash, Nanqiang grasped the situation. This was likely yet another instance of Gu Shengnan and her subordinates' dereliction of duty. She was acutely aware that she had 2 options, to unveil the truth or to assist in concealing the past. The question remained, why should she choose to cover it up? Thus she replied with a significant interjection. The intonation of the resonated in 3 distinct layers, each perfectly striking the tense nerves of her interlocutor. What? Is this department unreliable? Yunyanzu quickly detected an anomaly in her subtle expressions. I never said that. Let us continue our meal, Nanqiang replied, maintaining her composure and smiling, clearly unwilling to delve further into the matter. Yunyanzu, responding with a nod, picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, her mind racing with the realization that this comprehensive department must indeed harbor some issues. Chapter 21. Once more, Yu Siwei found himself within the confines of the Nan family mansion, personally tending to the chamber that once belonged to Nanqiang. At this moment, he reclined upon the grand bed, his eyes gently closed in repose. The passage of more than half a year had perceptibly diminished the lingering essence of Nanqiang within the room. Only the silk cushions retained a semblance of her presence, their fragrance still relatively potent. In times past, Nanqiang held a predilection for washing her hair in the evening. Her tresses, abundant and lengthy, required approximately half an hour to dry completely. Consequently, a household employee was dedicated to assisting her with the meticulous task of hair care. She cherished her naturally exquisite hair and, to safeguard its quality, insisted that the employee employ the hairdryer only to achieve 70% dryness, leaving the remainder to air dry naturally. Upon the culmination of all grooming procedures, she would leap onto the expansive bed, reclining against the opulent, voluminous silk cushions to allow her hair to fully dry. Over time, the silk cushions within the chamber became imbued with her singular scent. A confluence of shampoo, shower gel, and her own unique fragrance created an aroma so distinctive that not even the most accomplished perfumer in the world could replicate it. Inhaling the familiar scent, Yu Siwei drifted into reverie against the down-filled cushions, the tension that had accumulated throughout the day due to his professional obligations finally yielding to a moment of respite. He conjured an image of Nanqiang, adorned in a nightgown, reclining in this very spot as her hair dried, a vision of purity and delicacy, akin to a trembling rose petal adorned with morning dew. Siwei, I am parched, she would murmur, her lips pursed in gentle complaint. Siwei, my shoulder aches. She might suddenly exclaim, lifting her alabaster arm and extending it towards him with a furrowed brow. Whenever the two found themselves in private together, Nanqiang would invariably present a multitude of peculiar demands. In truth, he was well aware of her sentiments. She was merely a child at heart, yearning for her husband's attention. She harbored fears of the cold, solitude, and the prospect of being forgotten. Yet, in the realm of adulthood, one encounters far more than mere romantic delights and the warmth of spring. The higher one ascends in status, the more intricate situations one must navigate. For they bear not only the happiness of their own family, but also the livelihoods of countless ordinary households. Eventually, Yu Siwei too found himself growing weary, leading to trivial quarrels, sorrowful tears, and an enduring silence filled with unspoken words. During the days of their separation, what thoughts occupied his mind as he lay there? He gazed silently at the ceiling. Was he lamenting and resenting her indifference, or was he, in his solitude, nurturing hope for her return? Your wife is indeed rather petty, echoed his grandfather's haughty critique in his mind. Ultimately, it all boiled down to her humble origins, narrow perspective, and lack of a broader vision. Even if her family possessed a modicum of wealth, she was merely the daughter of newly affluent merchants. How had her father suddenly risen from the streets? Surely, there were unsavory reasons behind it. Since you chose to marry her, you must be prepared to face the consequences that may arise. In conclusion, while my grandmother and I do not hold her in high regard, since you willingly accepted this path, we shall not interfere. Every generation must find its own fortune. Regardless, we genuinely wish for your happiness, dear child. The final sentence reflected the heartfelt sentiments of an elder who felt powerless in the face of circumstance. Yu Siwei closed his eyes, a soft sigh escaping his lips. The fleeting exhalation seemed almost strident in the otherwise silent chamber. In the protracted solitude of the night, a lithe figure seemed to materialize, draping a light blanket over the slumbering man. Observing the furrows in his brow, the graceful form emitted a sigh, gently caressing his forehead, cheeks, and spine, her touch lingering until it reached the base of his spine. Gradually, the man's tension dissipated, and he drifted into peaceful slumber. In his dreams, he was transported back to the nascent days of his marriage. Time receded, and he found himself amidst the tender intimacy of their honeymoon phase. He and Nanqiang, brimming with youthful ardor, engaged in playful frolics upon their marital bed, enacting a spirited game of brigand and heiress. Endowed with natural strength, he held Nanqiang captive beneath him. Frustrated and indignant, she twisted her head and bit him in a surge of competitive zeal. Alas, her bite was too forceful, immediately breaking the skin. He, however, dismissed it with a hearty laugh, caressing the wound. Nanqiang, her eyes brimming with concern, hastily lowered her head and pecked at the injury several times. There, she consoled him clumsily. A kiss will make it all better. Yu Siwei found the gesture amusing. Why did Nanqiang's tone so closely resemble that of a mother? Perhaps she was emulating his deceased mother-in-law. However, his gaze dimmed. In his childhood, no one had ever uttered those words to him. Then came an earlier, equally sweet memory, the nascent days of their courtship. Yu Siwei was suddenly required to fly to the United States for a 5-day business trip. To surprise him, Nanqiang boarded a plane and traveled through the night to deliver a breakfast of freshly baked bread to his New York apartment. He recalled the moment the doorbell rang, believing it to be the building manager. Thus he opened the door in a disheveled state, with shaving foam still adorning his face. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a beautifully adorned young lady, her nose red from the cold. Surprise! Nanqiang exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Then rising onto her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss near his ear. You have foam on your face, so I shall refrain from kissing your cheek, she chattered playfully, lifting a bamboo basket covered with a floral cloth. Sir, would you care for some freshly baked bread? Or perhaps you could lend me your oven to warm it up. Yu Siwei seized Nanqiang in his arms, rubbing the foam from his face onto her lovely features. Oh dear, look at the mess. Your makeup is ruined. You spent an hour perfecting it. While the girl feigned annoyance with a delicate pout, she did not retreat. Instead, she leaned in to reciprocate his kiss. Siwei, do you miss me? She whispered softly, her eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. I miss you so much. Yet, later in his dreams, he found himself confronting the stark reality of his grandfather in a hospital room, encumbered by a multitude of plastic tubes. Your father married such a woman, and you still wish to inherit? His uncle's voice cut through the air, his expression grave and unyielding. The old man as well does not include you. Moreover, didn't you once boast that your spouse's wealth would suffice for your needs when you applied for marriage? Ultimately, the image that haunted him was that of Nanqiang, her face contorted in horror, her screams echoing in desperation. No, I've had enough. I want a divorce. I will not give you a single cent of my. Do not even think about it. Yu Siwei abruptly opened his eyes. No one had covered him with a blanket. He had been awakened by the chill. His head throbbed painfully as he slowly sat up, several crumpled sheets of paper sliding off his body. These were the unilaterally signed divorce papers, with his wife, Nanqiang, as the signatory. In another corner of the elegantly adorned Chinese restaurant, Nanqiang was enjoying a meal with Yunyanzu, the two engaged in cheerful conversation. Indeed, your elder brother must not be an ordinary businessman. Considering his collection of that renowned painting, Nanqiang remarked, lifting her teacup to take a sip, her gaze inadvertently glancing at Yunyanzu. Is it true that the figure in the painting is his wife? How exquisite. Indeed, she is beautiful. My sister-in-law was a celebrated beauty in social circles. Yunyanzu nodded, a hint of pride on his face. The artist was also captivated by her allure. To have Guanyin paint her portrait was no simple feat, Nanqiang gently interjected. It is said he never paints portraits. Yunyanzu couldn't help but chuckle. There is some truth to that, yet we need not mythologize him. He is, after all, somewhat related to my grandfather. When he was struggling and unnoticed, it was my grandmother who purchased his first painting. This connection provided a springboard for his rise, which allowed him to paint for my sister-in-law. One might say it was a reciprocal gesture. He spoke of these matters with a sense of ease, to the children of affluent, influential families. Everything appeared merely as a transaction of interests. Nanqiang remained silent, acutely aware of the situation. Initially, she hadn't genuinely believed that Quinian was solely captivated by her beauty when he painted her. She understood that he was using it as a pretext to ingratiate himself with Yu Siwei and his influential family. This realization brought her both elation and discomfort. Even within affluent circles, a hierarchy of disdain exists. Yu Siwei, backed by the Yu family, effortlessly received meticulously crafted paintings from renowned artists as wedding gifts, without even having to request them. In contrast, her father, despite possessing considerable wealth, had to lavishly spend money at auctions and in the black market to acquire artworks, using them as symbols of his refined taste and financial prowess. Consequently, the Yu family's gaze upon her and her father was akin to her own condescending view of the nouveau riche on the social scene, who delusionally sought to patronize her, marked by thinly veiled disdain and indifference. In essence, she would never forget that subtle feeling of unease. Regardless, your elder brother is truly fortunate to have had such a beautiful wife. Regaining her composure, Nanqiang donned her mask of amiability, rearming herself. Ah yes. Yunyansu's face betrayed a hint of regret. Alas, my sister-in-law departed far too soon, becoming a legend. Oh, surprise flickered across Nanqiang's face. How could that be? She was so young. An accident, a mere accident. Yunyansu shook his head. Beauty is often ephemeral, or so the elders are wont to say. Last year, she encountered a maritime tragedy while vacationing at the seaside. Oh dear, your elder brother must be utterly heartbroken? With a voice tinged with a slight tremor, Nanqiang posed a question she had contemplated countless times. What response might a husband exhibit after the death of his wife? Would he be heartbroken, vowing never to remarry? Such a reaction seemed overly theatrical. Indeed, such romantic ideals have become scarce. Yet, the calm acceptance and the unremarkable continuation of life, as demonstrated by Yu Siwei, evoke a chilling sense of desolation. Surely, he must have grieved. Yunyanzu, rather boisterously, remarked that sorrow, in the end, changes little. Life must persist. He bore no concerns regarding marriage, for numerous individuals eagerly awaited the opportunity to become his wife, perhaps the next one even more beautiful. Thus, the indifference of the Yu family towards Nanqiang was starkly evident. In the realm of fame and fortune, youth and beauty are hardly rare commodities. As for wealth, the riches of the late wife had been rightfully bequeathed to Yu Siwei, leaving the Yu family with no compelling reason to regard the previous union with any significance. Beneath the dining table, Nanqiang's palms clenched tightly, her fingernails digging into her flesh, leaving crimson impressions. Did your elder brother think similarly? She cast a glance at Yunyanzu, her smile beginning to falter. Indeed, Yunyanzu's thoughts had already wandered elsewhere. He lifted a pastry to his mouth, his words muffled. Previously, while on a retreat in Tanzania, I had inquired about his future plans, to which he had gazed at the sunset and simply stated that one must always look forward. Upon hearing the mention of Tanzania, Nanqiang's complexion turned pale and translucent. She had long understood that Yu Siwei did not possess an overwhelming love for her. In his heart, there has always existed a flower from Africa. During his years of study in the United Kingdom, he became involved with an NGO organization, where he encountered an angelic girl during his internship in Tanzania. For reasons unknown, they lost contact, and thereafter, Yu Siwei refrained from engaging with others for an extended period. His family was well aware of this cherished angel residing in the heart of their eldest grandson and never pressured him regarding matrimonial matters. These were facts that Nanqiang was cognizant of before her marriage. However, she firmly believed that with her beauty and her father's wealth, she would ultimately succeed in making Yu Siwei forget that ethereal first love. Apart from a beautiful silhouette, she left nothing behind for him. How could memories triumph over the presence of a living person? Yet, a decade passed, and even though she successfully married Yu Siwei and became Mrs. Yu, the white moonlight remained unchanged. After his wife's death, his first destination for solace was ironically the very place where he had encountered his first love, Tanzania. It seemed he had ultimately become the desiccated blood of a mosquito upon the wall, a sight that would likely evoke revulsion. The truth was indeed a sight most dreadful. Nanqiang forced a smile, while within her heart, it felt as though thousands of ants were gnawing away. As I struggle in hell? How could I allow you to revel in paradise? Such a thing must absolutely not be permitted to transpire. Chapter 22. Yu Siwei rested for several hours in the grand residence of the Nan family. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he received a timely evening report from Secretary Song on his mobile phone. Curiously, the diligent Secretary Song had also sent several videos showcasing the recordings of his inquiries into the background of Niu Funfang in Shizhou Nanya village. The first interviewee was Wang Dama, a villager of Niu Funfang. The interviewer first presented her with a red envelope before showing her the latest photographs of Nanqiang, inquiring whether she recognized the individual depicted. Wang Dama stared at the photograph for a moment, then scrutinized it closely several times. "Why, it's Funfang," she exclaimed in her local dialect, seemingly in disbelief. "She has changed so much after going to the big city. I almost didn't recognize her." The interviewer asked, "In what way has she changed?" With a beaming smile and clutching the red envelope tightly, Wang Dama replied, "She has become beautiful and sophisticated." She gestured toward the old, tattered posters hanging on the wall, saying, "Funfang used to dress like that. Did you watch Niu Funfang grow up?" The interviewer inquired, "Was there anything particularly special about her?" "Indeed, I did. I even held her when she was a baby." Wang Dama, "She was beautiful from a young age and excelled in her studies. What a pity about her health. Otherwise, I would have wanted her to be my daughter-in-law. My son June likes her too." "What is wrong with her health?" the interviewer asked. "She has a heart condition. The doctor said her heart didn't develop properly while she was in the womb. Something didn't fuse correctly. Everyone in our village knows about it." Wang Dama shook her head. "Such a hard life she has. Do you still have contact with her?" The interviewer inquired. "No, I haven't seen her since she went to university." Madame Wang shook her head once more. After speaking, she glanced at the camera and asked, "Are you planning to broadcast this on television?" She bashfully smoothed her gleaming forehead, wondering if her hairstyle was presentable. The next individual interviewed was the village secretary of Nanya village. "Funfang is an extraordinary young woman, truly our village's prized gem." The village secretary, seemingly more cultured, discreetly kept the red envelope out of view of the camera. When speaking of Niu Funfang, his face was filled with admiration. "In the past decade, she is the only student from our village to have been admitted to a prestigious university. Her mother abandoned the family due to their poverty, and the entire family relied on her father's fishing for a living. Last year, her father passed away as well, leaving her an orphan. I heard that she is now working in a large city. Finally, she has achieved success." He then recounted some amusing anecdotes from Niu Funfang's childhood and adolescence. "Is this what she looks like now?" The interviewer showed the village official Nanqiang's most recent photograph. The village secretary studied the photograph for approximately 30 seconds. "Yes, that's her, but she is far more beautiful than she was as a child." He chuckled, somewhat wistfully. "Her aura has transformed. I wouldn't recognize her if I saw her on the street." "Do you still keep in touch?" the interviewer asked. "No, I don't." The village secretary shook his head. "She has never returned since her father's death. I doubt she ever will." The third video featured an interview with Niu Funfang's neighbor, an elderly woman who was said to have cared for her in place of her mother during her childhood. This particular video was quite peculiar, even unsettling. The interviewer sought out the old woman, inquiring if she knew Niu Funfang. Without raising her head from washing rice, the old woman retorted, "Why ask about a deceased person?" Regardless of the interviewer's subsequent questions, the old woman adamantly maintained, "She is dead. Do not ask me," and persistently attempted to obstruct the camera with her hand. She also rebuffed the offered red envelopes. Her obstinacy and intransigence brought the interview to an abrupt halt, concluding the video. Subsequently, Secretary Song dispatched a summary report. Niu Funfang was indeed a real person in Nanya village, Shizhou city. Her childhood and adolescent photographs were authentic, and the details on her resume were essentially accurate, save for the concealment of her congenital heart disease and her father's passing the previous year. She had not ventured beyond Shizhou before attending university, implying that her acquaintance with Du Liyuan likely commenced after she began working, thus precluding the possibility of their paths crossing years prior. Upon perusing this investigative report, Yu Siwei was overcome by an inexplicable sense of vexation. It appeared that the current Nanqiang, formerly known as Niu Funfang, was indeed a real person. Therefore, even if she had ulterior motives for changing her name, she was merely a pawn in Du Liyuan's game. Much like countless others who sought to exploit a sliver of his memory to seize an opportunity to carve up the Nanqiang wealth empire, a venture with guaranteed returns. And those women who intentionally or unintentionally emulated Nanqiang were simply bargaining chips in their transactions. However, unlike the other beauties who had been presented to him, this time he was not entirely unmoved, at least regarding the moment when Niu Finfang blew the petals in the Sacred Heart observation room. It lingers in his thoughts. Her expression and subtle movements reminded him of his wife, who would grasp the petals in her palm, bring them to her lips for a gentle kiss, and then cruelly blow them away. Nanqiang always performed this ritual before discarding a petal or a leaf. She would tenderly hold them in her hands and bestow a kiss upon them. How pitiful, she would often remark, hoping that this kiss could impart warmth to the forsaken. Yu Siwei had frequently mocked her for her romanticism and naivety, believing it to be mere affectation. However, he later realized that Nanqiang genuinely possessed this quality, extending kindness to those and things she deemed abandoned, be it fallen petals, dying creatures, or her childhood admirer who cherished her. Yet even now, he remains perplexed as to whether this kindness stemmed from her innate gentleness or from an unarticulated guilt inherent in human nature. Regardless, it all seems to be a mere coincidence. Perhaps he has overthought it, since that Niu Finfang was merely an emotional crutch found by Du Liyuan. It hardly warrants further consideration. As Yu Siwei pondered this, he switched to his phone's main menu and discovered a message from Yu Nianzu that had arrived half an hour ago. The message was succinct, consisting of only a few words. Elder brother, the person has been found. The task is complete. Following this, a photograph was sent. He gazed at the image from Yu Nianzu, where the sunlit young man sat with a girl, sharing a midnight snack of beer and skewers. From the perspective of photography, he himself raised the phone to take a selfie with the girl. Clad in black, Yu Nianzu flashed a V sign at the camera, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, while the girl behind him donned a loose, cream-colored sweater that accentuated her delicate features, making her face appear even more petite. She gazed at the camera with a polite yet bashful smile. The two young individuals captured in the frame exuded a sense of youthful joy, vitality, and a carefree spirit. Suddenly, Yu Siwei felt a sharp pang at his temples. He never anticipated that Niu Finfang would so swiftly re-enter his line of sight, and in such an extraordinary manner. The girl he had sought for so long, who held the secret behind eternity, turned out to be none other than Niu Finfang. Where had she appeared from? Is there truly such a remarkable coincidence in the world? He stared at the youthful smile in the photograph, lost in contemplation. At 3 in the morning, Nanqiang lay in bed, her eyes wide open. Since bidding farewell to Yu Nianzu that evening, her mind had been in a state of turmoil, rendering her unable to sleep. Ultimately, she had to sit up and bite her finger. No matter how hard she tried to preserve her beauty or the substantial financial support she could offer, none of it could translate into an equivalent love within a marriage. At best, it was merely a mutual exchange of resources. What she once believed to be affection and sweetness, the tenderness and attention she enjoyed, were nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Beauty and wealth are not the keys to happiness in life. She believed that a marriage founded on the strength of two powerful individuals would be solid. In reality, it was fragile, illusory, and easily shattered. Throughout this union, she had always harbored a deeper affection for Yu Siwei, despite the public perception that they were a perfect match. Only she understood that Yu Siwei was someone she had painstakingly endeavored to win over, albeit through subtle and discreet means. After all, how could a diamond bachelor, who held himself in high regard and prided himself on his integrity, so readily pursue her? Ultimately, it was undoubtedly a calculation of the wealth that lay behind her. South Xiang was well aware of this truth, yet she consistently shied away from confronting it. Similar to her previous life with Yu Siwei, she never initiated discussions about his first love. She reassured herself that Mrs. Yu would never regard that delicate flower from Africa with any esteem. What was an African flower compared to her? Surely, it could not match her beauty, nor could it rival her wealth. Yet, she knew all too well that for Yu Siwei, that African flower would forever remain frozen in the beauty of her 18-year-old self. A nostalgic memory that lingered in his heart, immortalized through the lens of reminiscence. She would not be ensnared by the trivialities of life, nor would she be burdened by the haughty relatives of the Yu family. She would not endure months of solitude supporting her husband's career, nor would she feign joy at parties to bolster his image, only to be reprimanded later for meddling. That African flower, akin to the idol posters that naive youths affix to their bedroom doors, had already crystallized into eternity, untouched by the mundane. Occasionally nestled in Yu Siwei's embrace, she would perceive his distraction. After every fierce quarrel with him, he would retreat to the study, immersing himself in the rhythmic beats of African music, remaining in silent contemplation for an extended period. She comprehended this dynamic, thus burying her discontent deep within. Vowing to heed her father's counsel to forever retain control over their finances, she firmly believed that as long as money and shares remained in her possession, Yu Siwei would not voluntarily depart. Even if their marriage was but a game, the ultimate arbiter could only be herself. In this existence, Yu Siwei never broached the subject of his first love. Yet, she was acutely aware that he had not forgotten her for a single moment. Indeed, scarcely had her predecessor departed this world when he hastened to Tanzania. Notably, the significant milestones of his life with his wife were all situated in Europe. Yet he had never ventured there even once. In the shadows, Nanqiang's mind conjured the image of Yu Siwei's proud visage. Why have you become this way? He gazed down at her, his face etched with an unshakable disappointment, almost as though she were a stranger. She could not fathom how she had changed or what she had transformed into. However, men seldom grasp the reality that once a woman embarks on the journey of marriage and motherhood, she is no longer the angel who merely smiles and coos. Her life is no longer solely her own. In addition to her own existence, she begins to bear the weight of her husband's ambitions, her parents' well-being, her children's education, and the family's reputation. Her new identity is that of a comrade, of a partner. The wings of an angel will inevitably be burdened until they are broken, and the feet that once floated in the air will ultimately descend to the ground. The intricate dilemmas that women encounter within the confines of marriage often surpass the imaginations of young maidens. A life untouched by the realities of existence cannot lead to a triumphant conclusion. At this moment, she is suddenly consumed by an intense curiosity to discern the nature of that African flower, which has lingered in Yu Siwei's thoughts. What does it look like? And what is her character? Surely, she must now be in her 30s, with youth faded and beauty waning. Has she entered into matrimony? Does she have children? What manner of man is her husband? What sort of life does their family lead? If fate were to bring her face to face with Yu Siwei once more, would he still harbor an affection for her? After a quarrel, she had once leaned against Yu Siwei's chest, subtly alluding, "Darling, do not place your trust in the opposition. Once in power, they are all the same." It remains uncertain whether Yu Siwei grasped her meaning, for he merely chuckled and caressed her hair at that moment. Yet, he still clung to the notion that what is unattainable from the opposition must be the best, such as the flawed nature of humanity. Nanqiang closed her eyes. How absurd! How could she allow this remorseless perpetrator to revel in the joys of life? As a wife who had shared many years in close quarters, she was acutely aware of the precise strike she needed to deliver to Yu Siwei. She held a card in her hand. Opening her laptop, she accessed a certain website. In the dead of night, Yu Siwei received an email from America. The pink message, bursting with happiness and blessings, bore the title, "George, welcome to this world." The sender was St. Mary's Hospital. Following Nanqiang's disappearance, Yu Siwei assumed control of all her accounts, encompassing bank cards, mobile phone number, social media profiles, and email addresses. Despite the virtual absence of communication over the past 6 months, he maintained the habit of logging in periodically. Currently, he was accessing Nanqiang's most frequently used email address, characterized by its high level of privacy and freedom from unsolicited advertisements. Yu Siwei was taken by surprise when he noticed an unread message. Upon opening it, he examined the details. The email was a colorfully designed leaflet created from a standard template, predominantly featuring pink and blue hues. At the center of the email was a small ultrasound image, vaguely revealing a gestational sac. The precise date and time of the image were noted adjacent to the photograph. The body of the email read, "Dearest baby George, welcome to this world. Your mother and father love you very much, and we will provide you with the best care and attention." A concluding sentence added, "Love your mother, Ms. Nan, and father, Mr. Yu." Apart from the 3 names, the remainder of the email consisted of fixed phrases. After reading the email and suppressing the initial shock, Yu Siwei's immediate reaction was to use another mobile phone to call Secretary Song, providing brief instructions. Subsequently, after some deliberation, he swiftly switched back to his personal email account. Sure enough, his account had also received an identical email. Thereupon, he sat alone on the bed, silently gazing at the photograph, and entered a prolonged and anxious period of waiting. After an indeterminate period, perhaps a century or several millennia, akin to the arduous journey of Tang Sanzang to the Western Paradise, Secretary Song finally returned the call. "President Yu, we have conducted our investigation. St. Mary's is a venerable private maternity hospital renowned for its discretion, favored by numerous celebrities and dignitaries for childbirth. They offer a comprehensive suite of follow-up services. And with the client's consent, They periodically dispatched nurturing emails to designated addresses, chronicling the newborn's significant milestones from birth through the first month, the first year, and up to the third year. The pink-themed template you received appears to be the initial birth care email. The hospital is currently unable to ascertain why you unexpectedly received. Their explanation suggests a potential system malfunction, a pre-configured scheduled dispatch, or an inadvertent trigger by an operator. In any case, they express their sincerest apologies for the intrusion. Furthermore, we have verified that Madam is indeed a client of St. Mary's Hospital. She exercised utmost prudence, settling all accounts in cash, leaving no trace of payment on her credit cards. Hospital records indicate that she specifically came in for blood tests and later underwent a sonogram confirming an intrauterine pregnancy, with visualization of the fetal heartbeat and embryonic bud. However, there are no subsequent medical records for Madam. Nonetheless, the hospital's customer management system, based on temporal estimations, projected the due date and prepared a congratulatory email. In essence, according to the medical records, at the time of Madam's incident, she was already, for months, pregnant. Secretary Song, having uttered this final sentence with trepidation, dared not exhale audibly, having followed his employer for many years. He was well aware of Yu Siwei's yearning to perpetuate his lineage. Over the past several years, Yu Siwei had engaged in numerous disputes with his wife regarding the matter of having children. It was said that she harbored a profound aversion to pregnancy, plagued by a persistent sense of insecurity regarding their marriage, fearing that the arrival of a child would confine her and deprive her of freedom. Despite her husband's relentless coaxing and persuasion, she remained resolute in her refusal. As they approached her advanced maternal age in her 30s, the prospect of conception became increasingly challenging. In a moment of desperation, Yu Siwei even suggested that they seize the opportunity to undergo a comprehensive medical examination together. To his astonishment, before her untimely demise, she became pregnant. As the words hung in the air, Secretary Song trembled with trepidation, clutching her phone and awaiting a response. The silence on the other end was deafening. Yu Siwei offered no reply. He found himself at a loss for words. At that poignant moment, he sat alone on the opulent yet frigid bed, his gaze fixed intently on the photograph displayed on the screen of his phone. It revealed an oval-shaped gestational sac, a dwelling that once held his child. He envisioned tiny hands, small feet, a cherubic face, eyes as beautiful as his mother's, and a mind as sharp as his father's. He would have been nurtured and educated, destined for a promising future. He would have stretched out his chubby arms, calling out to his father in a sweet, innocent voice, while Yu Siwei would have held his sturdy hands to guide and protect him as he took his first wobbly steps. He would have been the universe to that little life, the very foundation upon which it would thrive. Countless times, he had dreamt of this. He yearns for his child to break free from the shadows of his own bleak childhood, hoping that this new life will be enveloped in boundless love and warmth from the moment of its arrival. In times of need, he wishes for more than mere caretakers or tutors. He desires to compensate for all that he has lost by showering his child with double. Any man can fulfill the role of a father, yet it requires someone truly exceptional to embody the essence of a dad. Yu Siwei's hands began to tremble slightly. After a prolonged silence, he bowed his proud head, covering his face with his hands, his entire being curling into a tight ball as his shoulders shook uncontrollably. On this frigid early winter night, he realized that what he had lost was not merely a photograph, but rather a vital connection flowing with his own bloodline. Chapter 23. In the modest single apartment of the Sacred Heart Sanatorium, Nanqiang retrieved the notebook from her bedside, delicately turning to the front page, her fingers caressing the name inscribed upon it, George. This notebook was the first object she beheld upon regaining consciousness, once filled with the fragrance of youthful exuberance. It chronicled the minutiae of her life, meticulously recording every penny spent, documenting her journey from hope to utter despair. After perusing all the entries, Nanqiang tore out 2 pages. George was the first name she had ever penned in this notebook, a name that symbolized the promise of new life. She would forever remember the moment at St. Mary's Hospital when the doctor, after examining the report, beamed and proclaimed, "Congratulations." Indeed, this child had emerged as an unexpected delight amidst the tumult of her life. Was it a boy or a girl? What name should be bestowed? Such considerations seemed trivial, for her immediate reaction was whether to bring this innocent life into the world. At that time, she had already begun her separation from Yu Siwei, and she feared her inability to provide the child with a happy and complete family. Was it necessary to give birth to this innocent soul? In the event of a divorce, Could she offer a nurturing environment that would spare the child from the tragic experience of her own single-parent childhood? Yes. She possessed sufficient wealth. Money could resolve many dilemmas. Yet, it could not purchase a harmonious family or a father who genuinely loved his child. After much turmoil and reflection, she buried every thought regarding this child deep within her heart, remaining resolutely silent. Until the very end, the child was taken to the grave by that tragic accident. A life extinguished along with another. Subsequently, she was granted the chance to return to this realm, and the first object her eyes beheld upon awakening was a notebook with a cover of brown craft paper. Indeed, she had returned. While her child had forever vanished into the depths of the sea, a child who was destined to inherit all her wealth and live a life of princely luxury. In addition to her identity, she had lost something far more precious. She lamented why she had hesitated upon receiving the joyous news of her child's existence. Surely, it was because her little angel had not yet heard the world's welcoming call that he chose to silently return to the heavens. Thus, she inscribed the name George on the front page of the notebook, a tribute to the unfortunate child who never came to be. This name became the source of her hatred and the wellspring of her strength. She no longer cared whether Yusiwei still loved her, nor did she dwell on her significance in his heart. Even her expectations of love had faded away. The once passionate Nanqiang had been a woman who could not survive without love, yet that premeditated death had revealed to her that everything was merely trivial. Money, love, and even this world seemed absurdly laughable. Rather than waiting for the affection of others, it was far better to safeguard what she cherished herself. In S City, within the opulent penthouse suite of a luxurious hotel, a man lay on the darkened king-sized bed, resembling a cold jade statue ensnared in a quagmire, slowly succumbing to decay. After immersing himself in personal turmoil for nearly an hour, Yusiwei suddenly lowered his hands, revealing a face devoid of expression. At this moment, he had completely regained his composure. Rising, he approached his desk, opened his computer, and retrieved his mobile phone. He sifted through his contacts and dialed a number. "Hi, bank. I need you to do me a favor," he stated succinctly yet firmly. In the darkness, his handsome visage appeared pale and brooding under the glow of the computer screen. Meanwhile, Rong Ziyu, stationed at the art gallery, had been on pins and needles for the past few days. Although Yusiwei had provided her with funds, she had failed to accomplish the task at hand, which was quite a predicament for her. Based on her understanding, given her stepson's temperament, it was highly unlikely that she would have any further positive interactions with him in the future. Just as she was feeling overwhelmed and anxious, she received a message from Yunyanzu. Although this second-generation heir intended to flaunt his ability to locate someone whom Rong Ziyu, he inadvertently provided her with invaluable assistance. According to the information brought back by Yunyanzu, the invitation from Niu Fengfang stemmed from the comprehensive department of the Sacred Heart Sanatorium. Thus, the young woman's presence exposed the inadequacies and fraudulent practices within the department. In Rong Ziyu's eyes, this issue was exceedingly grave. However, even if it were not, she could certainly escalate its severity. After all, she had received 2 million from Yusiwei without yielding any results, and she was at a loss for an explanation. The sudden emergence of Nanqiang offered her a lifeline. Consequently, she hurriedly detailed the fraudulent activities involving the comprehensive department of the Sacred Heart Sanatorium. Crafting a meticulously worded email to Yusiwei, vehemently condemning such conduct as intolerable, asserting that it had reached a level that could jeopardize the very survival of the Nanqiang group. Yusiwei was naturally repulsed by such deceitful behavior. Seizing the momentum of Rong Ziyu's uproar, he promptly forwarded an email to Yuan Fong, demanding a thorough investigation into this matter as a typical case, insisting on the dismissal of the responsible party. At that moment, Yuan Fong was at home supervising her child's homework. Upon receiving this unexpected directive, she inwardly lamented the chaos unfolding. Years of professional experience had instilled in her a sense of composure, enabling her to maintain steadiness in the face of upheaval. After discreetly probing Secretary Song and Rong Ziyu about the specifics, she quickly grasped the ins and outs of the situation and formulated a plan. The boss's decision was, of course, immutable. Her task was to manage the aftermath with finesse. Thus, she calmly explained the situation to Manager Hu, requesting him to promptly report to Du Liyuan, and then turned to call Gu Shengnan, urging her to prepare accordingly. The two were somewhat familiar with each other. When it came to affecting one another's affair, one could not be too ruthless. My goodness, I never imagined Lu Ping could pull off such a stunt behind my back, Gu Shengnan exclaimed bitterly over the phone, finding the situation utterly outrageous. In just a couple of sentences, she effortlessly cast Lu Ping aside, while also clearing her own name. On the other end of the line, Yuan Fong remained unperturbed. It's good that you are aware. Nonetheless, since the boss has spoken, this matter will be dealt with stringently. Will Lu Ping manage to keep his position? Gu Xingyan hesitated to inquire. Well, if you're willing to abandon your own position, Yuan Fong replied with a knowing chuckle. Her words laden with implication. Gu Shangnan immediately comprehended that the situation had reached an irreversible point, and contemplation settled in her mind. The following day, upon receiving her termination notice, Lu Ping collapsed into tears in Gu Xingnan's office. All those involved in the forgery of the invitation cards faced disciplinary actions, mostly demotions or salary deductions. Lu Ping, however, was the sole individual dismissed, chosen as a scapegoat. The recent honor of being named an exemplary employee at Xingxin was still vivid in her mind, with a bright future seemingly within reach. Lu Ping had planned to take her husband and child on a seaside vacation, with tickets and accommodations already booked. This notice struck her like a thunderclap. A bolt from the blue. Manager Gu, I was wrong. I failed to do my job properly, but can't you plead with General Manager Zhu? After all, no final notice has been issued yet. There is still room for negotiation. He holds significant influence within the group. Lu Ping covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers. Even if I am at fault, it shouldn't come to this. Just like that, I'm dismissed? I have worked alongside you for so long. While I may lack accomplishments, I have certainly put in my share of effort. You know, my family just bought a new house with a monthly mortgage of nearly 10,000. How am I supposed to earn money to repay the bank now? Gu Shengnan maintained a stoic demeanor, offering no response. What if you grant me a few months' leave? Once the big boss calms down, I can return. I am willing to come back under any circumstances, but how can you simply dismiss me? What losses have I inflicted upon the company? Lu Ping gasped for breath, her sobs choking her words. Even if I provided false evidence, my intentions were to spare you from trouble, to avoid provoking Director Du. I did all this for you. Manager Gu. Yet Gu Xingnan's expression remained impassive. Manager Gu, do you still remember How? Did you not say you would be his godmother? He is currently enrolled in a private kindergarten, which costs over 5,000 a month. Are you aware of that? Witnessing Gu Xingnan's icy demeanor, Lu Ping could not help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over her. How am I to find the funds for his tuition if you dismiss me? His father could toil endlessly and still not earn such an amount. As she spoke of her son, Lu Ping's tears flowed more freely, her sobs rendering her breathless. Even if I have erred, must I lose this job entirely? If I am terminated, it will spell ruin for my family. Gu Shengnan arched her beautifully shaped brows. Cease your tears, Pinger. She handed Lu Ping 2 tissues, her tone soothing and gentle. You must understand, I do not wish for this either. In fact, I have already submitted a request to the HR department for 5 months severance, plus an additional month's salary as compensation. I am in a difficult position. Yet this is the directive from the higher-ups, and I am powerless to alter it. She gently patted Lu Ping's tear-streaked hand, exuding sincerity. Lu Ping felt a surge of indignation. The company had a clear policy that mandated an additional month's salary for employees dismissed within their contract period. How could Gu Xingyan twist this into an act of benevolence? I do not want compensation. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot terminate me. Her cries grew louder. And in a fit of rage, she turned to fling open the office window. Are you trying to drive me to despair? If that is your intent, I shall show you what despair looks like. With tears streaming down her face, she approached the window, gripping the frame tightly, poised as if to climb out. Gu Shengnan gazed at her, her face finally betraying a flicker of emotion, a blend of pity and regret, as she looked down from her elevated position. Pinger, do not behave this way. It is truly unbecoming, she gently remarked. Turn your head and behold the reflection in the glass. Is that truly you? Gu Shengnan stood still, her voice remarkably calm. Lu Ping turned her head, staring blankly at her flushed and distorted visage in the glass, anxiety and ugliness rendering her unrecognizable. Do you wish for How to see you like this? Do you want your husband to witness such a version of yourself? Gu Shengnan sighed. Pinger, you are not this person. You would prepare a Christmas tree and stockings for your child during the holidays, bake cookies to take to kindergarten. You were once a mother who instilled pride in her child, and a wife who reassured her husband. Your life was meant to be dignified. Why must you sacrifice it all for this job? Dignity? Lu Ping numbly retracted her hands, pressing them tightly against her face. You have dismissed me. I can barely manage the mortgage, let alone maintain any semblance of dignity. The seemingly carefree middle-class family, burdened by substantial mortgage payments and the costs of educating children, was, in reality, fragile and vulnerable. What good is a severance package of 6 months' salary? A married woman of middle age, lacking ambition or specialized skills. Where could she find a position in today's world that offers comfort and abundance? Even if she had once secured a job through connections, she might no longer have the means to grasp such opportunities. Yet, how could Gu Xingyan be unaware of this truth? In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her identity as a single woman, free from the burdens of family and the considerations of children. All she needed was to live well and enjoy life, with significantly fewer responsibilities weighing upon her. She recognized that Lu Ping's family was destined for a challenging period ahead. However, what did it matter? The current predicament was ultimately Lu Ping's own doing, akin to a frog slowly boiling in water, passively awaiting its fate. If she were to find herself in a similar situation, should Zhu Ning ever decide to cast her aside, she would walk away with her head held high. Over the years, through her connection with Zhu Nong, she had amassed a network of contacts and even wealth sufficient to depart from this game with dignity. Unlike the foolish Lu Ping, who believed that clinging to a powerful ally would guarantee her security for life, Gu Xingyan understood that the only constant in this world is change. Dear Ping, rather than weeping here, why not return home and contemplate how to secure your next job? Gu Xingyan gazed at Lu Ping with gentle compassion. I will assist you in exploring opportunities. She comforted the woman on the brink of collapse. Whether or not she would genuinely help Lu Ping in the future was left to fate. After all, uttering a kind word would not cost her anything. As Lu Ping beheld the pity reflected on Gu Xingyan's face, her wretched cries abruptly ceased. It dawned on her that this beautiful yet duplicitous woman had long since relinquished her, unwilling to advocate for her or even mention her in front of Zhu Nong. What years of friendship, what godson and godmother, all of that is nothing but a facade. She has always been a mere instrument for Gu Xingyan, serving as her dagger when needed and shielding her from harm in times of peril. The camaraderie among women in the workplace is but a fleeting illusion and nothing more. She wiped away her tears, stood up with a cold smile, and silently turned to leave. Long ago, she understood the principle that those who tread upon others will inevitably find themselves underfoot. She comprehended this truth, yet never imagined that one day it would befall her. Chapter 24. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday, a day designated for the annual reunion of the class of '99 from the School of Economics and Management at S University. Every Saturday, Annie had her regular day off. And with her parents away visiting relatives, Yuan Fong had to rise early. She first took her child Mao Mao to English training class, then returned home to dress up before hailing a taxi to the venue of the gathering. S University ranks among the top institutions in the city and even the nation. Most of her classmates from this cohort have achieved professional success and enjoy stable family lives, embodying the essence of the middle-class elite. With a bit of wealth and leisure time, they agreed to meet biennially, choosing the finest Chinese restaurant in the city center as their gathering place. Ah, Yuan is here, exclaimed a male classmate, the first to rise and extend his hand upon seeing Yuan Fong. Unfazed, she smiled, accustomed to being addressed as Director Yuan after her considerable tenure at Nanqiang. Xiao Fong. Fong Fong has arrived, called out other classmates, more familiar from their younger days, standing to greet her with a tone of camaraderie. As they took their seats and raised their glasses for a toast, a recently returned female classmate, Xiao Bei, casually inquired, Yuan Fong, are you still working in human resources? Yuan Fong nodded and replied with a smile, indeed, it's the only thing I know how to do. Another familiar classmate interjected, Yuan Fong is quite formidable. She is now the Senior Human Resources Director at Nanqiang Group. The next step is to become the General Manager of the HR department. What are you saying? Are you planning to arrange that for me? Yuan Fong laughed heartily, playfully nudging her classmate before subtly shifting the topic. I'm merely the General Manager at home, managing my husband and child. Everyone burst into laughter, but Xiao Bei persistently continued her questioning. Ah, is your husband Lao Bai still working as a civil servant? What rank is he now? He must at least be a department head by now, right? A momentary stiffness appeared on Yuan Fong's face. During their school days, she and Xiao Bei had never quite gotten along. Although both were young women who had succeeded in their distant studies, Yuan Fong had carved her path through sheer determination, while Xiao Bei had always viewed marriage as a shortcut to changing her fate. They had once both admired the same campus heartthrob, who had participated in an overseas training program with Yuan Fong, and after a few exchanged words, Xiao Bei had been consumed with envy. Now, fortune had favored Xiao Bei, who had fulfilled her desires by marrying a foreign executive, becoming a full-time housewife, and bearing several beautiful mixed-race children. She spent her days abroad, nurturing her family, and her social media life appeared tranquil and poetic. "No, still in the same place, the same position," she replied with a bright smile, her demeanor betraying no hint of distress. In his line of work, the higher one climbs, the greater the risks. Ultimately, it's about finding joy in life. "Let us raise a glass to our Xiaofang." Male classmate B stood up, lifting his glass toward her. With such capability and responsibility, what more could one desire than to have a wife like Xiaofang? Laughter erupted once more, as if the earlier awkwardness had never transpired. Only Yuan Fang keenly observed the subtle, unspoken exchange of glances between Xiao Bei and another female classmate. She smirked inwardly and raised her glass in response to male classmate B. In this contemporary era, even as they reach the age of discernment, it seems that a woman's social circle still takes pride in her marital status, with many assessing a woman's success in life based on the caliber of her spouse. Those fortunate enough to marry men of higher status often look down upon women like her, who have ascended through their own efforts, regardless of their own lack of achievements or the true quality of their lives. Such women frequently misperceive their husband's resources as their own, becoming accustomed to a life of comfort that fosters complacency and a lack of ambition. Yuan Fang, however, feels the relentless push of life urging. She has never forgotten the profound words of Beauvoir's The Second Sex that resonated with her during her university days. The misfortune of women lies in being ensnared by nearly irresistible temptations. They are not called to strive for greatness, but rather encouraged to descend into complacency. By the time they realize they have been deceived by illusions, it is often too late, and their strength has been depleted through futile ventures. Regardless of the era or circumstances, one must ultimately rely on oneself to remain invincible, for others are unreliable. After a few rounds of drinks, she receives a message from Lao Bai on her phone. "I'm back. I'll pick up Mao Mao after class. I've steamed a pear in the rice cooker." A gentle warmth fills her heart as Yuan Fang turns off her phone screen. She has a long-standing ailment of allergic bronchitis, and a slight change in the weather triggers a cough. Lao Bai, having heard that stewed pear with fritillaria can alleviate her discomfort, has taken it upon himself to prepare it for her over the years whenever she shows signs of a cough. Although he will always prepare this dish using a rice cooker, Yuan Fang feels that it is sufficient. Life is akin to a marathon. When one reaches the midpoint, the burdens can feel overwhelming, and progress may seem arduous. In such moments, two individuals can support each other, making the journey. Reflecting on the tumultuous years shared with Lao Bai, she feels a sense of nostalgia. When she first graduated, her salary was on par with Lao Bai's. 3 years later, her earnings had doubled his, and now, it is better left unsaid. Regardless, the car, the house, and the financial stability have all been earned through her own efforts. Lao Bai's income serves merely as pocket money, insufficient even to cover their child's annual tuition and extracurricular expenses. Thus, Yuan Fang finds herself entrenched in her career, unable to retreat or pause. To maintain her family's current standard of living, she must shoulder all the major financial responsibilities. Consequently, her life is devoid of leisure. While her female classmates share images of travel and flowers, she is consumed by work trips, industry updates, and MBA courses. In the eyes of many of her peers who have married into wealth, she may well be perceived as a symbol of a less fortunate marriage. Alas, such is fate. Dismissing the slight discomfort in her heart, she self-deprecatingly shrugged. She noticed not far off, Xiao Bei and some other classmates were eagerly discussing how to choose an international summer camp for their children. "Excuse me for a moment," she said to a classmate engrossed in conversation, intending to visit the restroom. Upon exiting the private room and reaching the entrance of the hall, Yuan Fang suddenly halted her steps. She spotted a familiar figure, her boss Yu Siwei's cousin, Yun Yanzu, lounging on a sofa in the corner of the restaurant. His face alight with smiles as he engaged in conversation with a companion. This young master, Yun Yanzu, was someone she genuinely envied. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he enjoyed a blissful upbringing. His parents could afford him resources and opportunities that many could only dream of throughout their lives. In comparison, her own son, Mao Mao, seemed to her like a beggar. As Yuan Fang pondered this, she couldn't help but shake her head in realizing that she had reached an age where encountering such a handsome young man only reminded her of her son, rather than evoking thoughts of youthful charm or flirtation. In middle age, the weight of familial affection invariably outweighs the allure of impractical romantic love, if only by a fraction. Just as she intended to approach, she suddenly noticed, with keen eyes, the enchanting young woman seated opposite Yun Yanzu. To her surprise, it was Nanqiang, the very girl who had kept her awake for several nights in the past. Today, Upon seeing her again, Yuan Fong found her even more captivating than before, exuding a soft, alluring femininity. Her attire remained elegantly simple and refreshing. She wore a beige turtleneck knit sweater beneath a loose-fitting white cardigan, paired with khaki cropped trousers that revealed her slender ankles, striking a balance between androgynous style and feminine details. At that moment, she was smiling as she listened to Yu Nianzu speak, occasionally chiming in, her smile and makeup perfectly poised in their subtlety. Yuan Fong felt a twinge of surprise. Such precocity is indeed rare. Most young and beautiful girls from ordinary backgrounds, upon encountering individuals like Yu Nianzu or Yu Siwei, would inevitably feel a genuine sense of tension. She has encountered many girls feigning superiority, even if they strive to conceal their flaws, every time they face the eligible young heirs of the Yu family. It is akin to a prospector discovering King Solomon's treasure trove. Claiming to be unfazed in the presence of such vast wealth would be disingenuous. However, the girl Nanqiang appears distinctly different. Upon closer observation, one can sense that she engages with Yu Nianzu as an equal, devoid of distractions or ulterior motives. She possesses an aura that belies her youth and background, exuding a serene composure that remains unruffled by praise or blame, occasionally evoking a sense of otherworldly detachment. Yuan Fong, a connoisseur of human nature, quietly observed for a while and formed this assessment in his mind. He felt that there was an enigma surrounding Nanqiang, shrouding others in uncertainty, making it impossible to discern the path ahead. Is guest 99 truly in such a predicament? Yu Nianzu inquired, sipping mineral water and laughing heartily at Nanqiang, revealing his charming white teeth. He was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with her about work-related anecdotes, during which Nanqiang mentioned the elderly matriarch of room 99. Yu Nianzu refrained from disclosing his relationship with the matriarch, but listened with great interest. I am managing. The comprehensive department is rather challenging, Nanqiang replied leisurely, maintaining a pleasant demeanor in both her smile and tone. The elder is quite particular. Yet this also provides us younger generations with valuable opportunities for growth. Having experienced a succession of VIP managers, it appears to be quite the challenge. Yu Nianzu couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of sympathy gracing his features. He was well aware of his aunt's fastidious nature during meals at the ancestral home. Any breach of etiquette on his part would be publicly admonished by his grandfather, leading him to perceive dining at the Yu family estate as a veritable nightmare. Prior to each visit, he would cling to Ms. Xie Su Fei's leg, weeping inconsolably in a desperate bid to escape his dismal fate. His aunt, a staunch advocate of remaining unmarried, had perfectly inherited his grandfather's penchant for nitpicking. Not only could she not tolerate even a speck of dust, it was as if she were scrutinizing with a magnifying glass to uncover any imperfections, a truly daunting prospect. However, to earn her approval was no small feat. Yu Nianzu added earnestly. In his recollection, aside from his sculpted, flawless elder brother, he had scarcely heard his aunt express approval of anyone else. It seemed that his sister-in-law had been an exception, as her marriage to his brother encountered no objections from his aunt. Alas, she had since passed away. Nanqiang smiled softly, remaining silent. When will your friend arrive? She inquired casually, glancing at the time on her phone. Yu Nianzu had arranged to dine with her today, mentioning that a friend wished to meet him. It should be soon. He said he would arrive in half an hour, and 25 minutes have already elapsed. Yu Nianzu checked his watch and shrugged. If there were any possibility of him being late, my secretary would have notified me at least 10 minutes in advance. Nanqiang nodded, lifting her coffee cup to take a delicate sip. The oversized sleeves of her sweater concealed her slightly trembling knuckles, masking the quivering within her heart. Yu Nianzu raised his right hand high, seemingly signaling to someone. Nanqiang turned to glance behind, spotting a tall man in a tailored suit standing at the entrance of the hall, his gaze fixed upon them. Her eyes met his, sharp and incisive, cutting into her face as if to draw blood. Beneath the grand crystal chandelier, Yu Siwei quietly observed the young woman with an oval face. She turned her profile towards him, appearing almost like an innocuous sheep retreating from the pursuit of a wolf, illuminated by the soft light. Yet, those bright and wild eyes betrayed her inadequate disguise. Chapter 25. As Yu Siwei made his entrance, the hotel lobby manager greeted him with a beaming smile, acknowledging him as the most esteemed guest on the hotel's roster. At the manager's warm invitation, Yu Siwei, Yu Nianzu, and Nanqiang settled into the private room that had been reserved in advance. Prior to their arrival, Yu Nianzu had inquired about Nanqiang's culinary preferences, expecting her to opt for the elegantly plated, visually appealing Japanese or Western cuisine. To his surprise, she unhesitatingly chose Chinese food. a rather traditional inclination that caught Yu Nianzu off guard. Upon entering the private room, the smiling attendant presented the menu, adhering to the principle of ladies first. Yu Siwei cast a glance at Nanqiang's fair and youthful complexion, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Nanqiang turned to Yu Nianzu, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes sparkling with a hint of dilemma. Just be obedient. Choose whatever you desire, Yu Nianzu thought, finding her demeanor inexplicably endearing. His cousin was exceedingly generous, after all. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. Nanqiang, no longer hesitating, selected a few dishes from the menu and then handed it to Yu Nianzu. What would you like to eat? Her tone was both affectionate and casual. I shall eat whatever you choose. Yu Nianzu chuckled, as he was not well versed in Chinese cuisine, and deciphering the myriad of intricate characters was quite the challenge for him. And you, elder brother? He inquired, looking up at Yu Siwei. Yu Siwei shook his head. Let us keep it as is, no need for additions. He was indifferent to the dishes chosen for the day and paid little attention to Nanqiang's selections, merely observing the amiable interaction between the young couple with a detached interest. The waiter subsequently removed the menu, allowing the three individuals to formally introduce themselves for the first time. Natalie, this is my cousin, Mr. Yu Nianzu announced with a cheerful demeanor. Elder brother. This is Miss Nan, the lady I mentioned to you. Her English name is Natalie. Yu Siwei glanced at Nanqiang, raising an eyebrow. Hello, he greeted, his tone polite yet imbued with an air of arrogance. Mr. Yu, it is an honor to meet you, Nanqiang replied, nodding with restrained courtesy and a hint of distance. Miss Nan, why did you not inform my brother of your Chinese name? Are you harboring some concerns? However, Yu Siwei's next remark bore a hint of intrigue. He regarded Nanqiang with a trace of disdain, as if mocking her for being yet another woman who concealed her ambitions and desires behind an innocent facade. Nanqiang paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon her face blossomed into a composed smile. Mr. Yu, I had already conveyed to Secretary Song at Xingxin that sharing the same name is indeed a mere coincidence. I hope you do not place too much significance on it. She turned her gaze towards Yu Nianzu, her expression gentle. Just as Matt did not disclose his connection to you, I bear him no ill will, for sometimes silence merely stems from the absence of inquiry. She used Yu Nianzu to justify herself. Is that so? Yu Siwei pressed, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized her. Indeed, Nanqiang met his challenge with serene composure. In the dimly lit room, a silent tension lingered as time seemed to stand still, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Yu Nianzu, who had been reclining against the chair, instinctively straightened up. Oh, have you two met before? He inquired, gazing at the two individuals before him, utterly astonished by the familiarity in their tone. Never. They replied in unison, their voices unwavering and resolute. Yu Nianzu was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard. Well, I have met Mr. U.S. Secretary before, Nanqiang began, her demeanor softening as a sweet smile graced her face. We had a brief professional interaction, so she turned to Yu Siwei, continuing, after our last meeting. I learned a bit more about Mr. Yu through Secretary Song's remarks. Mr. Yu is quite renowned, frequently appearing in the news and newspapers. It's impossible to mistake him after just a glance. Facing the icy demeanor of the man opposite her, Nanqiang's smile became even more charming. However, she hadn't anticipated that Mr. Yu would recognize her. She glanced at Yu Siwei, playfully blinking, the remaining half of her thought about having perused her profile slipping away unspoken. Yu Siwei observed her playful display with an inscrutable expression, showing no sign of reaction. Then, Natalie, are you aware that my brother is the head of the Nanqiang group? Yu Nianzu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Nanqiang. Well, as an employee, how could I possibly not recognize the visage of the big boss? Nanqiang replied, nodding obediently. Thank you for introducing me to Mr. Yu. It truly is an honor. Oh, Yu Nianzu touched his nose, a sense of indescribable disappointment washing over him. It seemed that she had already discerned her identity along. Although she repeatedly expressed her deep honor, he could sense that her heart held no genuine surprise. This was a stark contrast to his anticipation of her ecstatic reaction upon learning the truth, akin to Cinderella discovering her glass slipper. Apologies for the interruption. Please serve the dishes. The waiter opened the door to the private room, entering in a steady stream, presenting an array of cold dishes, hot entrees, and staple foods. It looks quite splendid. Let us commence our meal, he urged, keenly aware of the awkward atmosphere. In an effort to dissolve the uncomfortable silence, Yu Nianzu swiftly shifted the conversation. According to his father, the Wall Street mogul Yu Sanyi, in Chinese society, there is nothing that cannot be resolved over a meal. If one meal fails, then perhaps 2, 3, or even 4 or 5, one can indulge as many times as desired. Nanqiang nodded, gracefully lifting her chopsticks with a leisurely demeanor, her dining posture exuding elegance, as if she had been well acquainted with such gatherings. Consequently, Yusiwei also picked up his chopsticks. Meanwhile, Yunyanzu, who stood by, could not help but exhale a long breath. For reasons unknown, he felt an unusually heavy aura emanating from his elder brother today, as if an iron weight of 1,000 pounds pressed down upon those nearby, making it hard to breathe. Gazing at the delectable dishes before him, Yusiwei furrowed his brow, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. All of it, he muttered. Indeed, all of it. Every single dish is something I do not eat. He had never contemplated that a single individual could so precisely order dishes that would entirely align with his aversions. Braised pork, spicy goose feet, spicy chicken slices, boiled fish. Each dish fell squarely within the realm he steadfastly avoided. He shunned spicy food and held a profound disdain for greasy fare. After returning to his homeland, Yusiwei seldom indulged in Chinese cuisine. Even when a change in palate was necessary, there were always provisions for lighter dishes that could be consumed with ease. However, this occasion exceeded his expectations in its severity. Remarkably, there was not a single dish on the table that he was willing to partake in. Nanqiang was evidently a connoisseur of bold flavors, relishing every spicy morsel, while the newly returned Yunyanzu was completely oblivious to his own dietary preferences. Thus he ate with gusto, harboring no objections to the dishes presented, gazing at the table laden with vibrant yet unpalatable offerings, and observing the radiant young men and women across from him delighting in their meals. Yusiwei inhaled deeply, contemplating a word, yet ultimately refrained. His chopsticks lingered in the bowl of white rice. "Brother, why aren't you eating?" Yunyanzu queried, savoring the exquisite pork belly. Casting a curious glance at the hesitant man, "Is the food not to your liking?" Nanqiang inquired, wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin, a smile gracing his lips. "Shall I order another dish?" "No need. I'm not hungry," Yusiwei replied with an impassive expression, continuing to consume the white rice in his bowl. A cold sneer flickered within Nanqiang's heart. Yet she dutifully lowered her head to resume her enjoyment of the delectable feast. She understood Yusiwei all too well. This man, overly concerned with his pride, would never retract his words. Once he declared he would not order more dishes, he would never indulge in an act that would bring him embarrassment. "By the way, brother, there is something I wish to discuss with you." As the wine flowed and the atmosphere became more jovial, Yunyanzu felt entirely at ease. "I would like to invite Miss Nan to be my calligraphy teacher. What do you think?" he said with a cheerful gaze directed at Yusiwei. The pair of chopsticks that had been dancing amid the rice suddenly froze. "Doesn't my father always say that I should immerse myself in Chinese culture?" Yunyanzu remarked, scratching the back of his head, a slight blush creeping to his ears. "I have observed that Miss Nan possesses remarkable calligraphy skills, and since she is on vacation with some free time, I thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to learn from her." After spending several occasions together, he had come to understand Nanqiang's current situation, a solitary girl with no support, hailing from a modest background and struggling financially. Such a girl was a rare sight in his social circle, stirring a sense of protectiveness within him. Nanqiang gazed at Yunyanzu's profile, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. However, despite the multitude of words she wished to express, they ultimately remained unspoken. She turned her attention to Yusiwei, her pitch-black eyes deep and inscrutable. "Have you asked Miss Nan?" Yusiwei paused for a moment, placing his chopsticks down and taking a sip of the lemon water. His movements deliberate. She would certainly be willing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunyanzu swiftly turned to look at Nanqiang, his demeanor earnest and serious. "Right? I would compensate you for your time." Nanqiang nearly burst into laughter. The children of affluent families always seemed to think that money could solve everything first. "Yes, I would be more than happy to. Thank you, Matt, for offering me this opportunity." She lowered her eyes submissively, continuing to play the role of the delicate, vulnerable girl he anticipated. "Then why even ask me?" A light laugh escaped Yusiwei as he set his cup of water down. "Matt, you have reached adulthood." He turned to Yunyanzu, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, and remarked, "You shall be held accountable for your actions, am I correct?" "Of course." Yunyanzu met his gaze. It was peculiar. Although his elder spoke in a gentle tone, Yunyanzu felt as if his scalp was pricked by 1,000 steel needles. Tense and uneasy. "That is well. I shall not interfere in the matters of the youth." Yusiwei smiled faintly and fell silent. The meal did not last long. As Yuan Fong and her classmates finished the latter half and exchanged farewells in the hotel lobby, they coincidentally encountered Yusiwei and his companions emerging from the private. "Mr. Yu," Yuan Fong approached to greet him, her eyes involuntarily glancing at Nanqiang. The delicate young lady smiled back at her. "Director Yuan," she nodded slightly, speaking softly as if somewhat shy. Yuan Fong responded with a smile, her mind racing to comprehend. Yu Siwei, Yu Nianzhu, Nanqiang. What an extraordinary trio gathered for a meal. Could it be that Yu Nianzhu had taken a liking to Nanqiang and intended to introduce her to Yu Siwei? Yet, observing their private interactions earlier, there seemed to be no hint of romantic undertones. Regardless, dining privately with the family of the higher-ups, Nanqiang had certainly ascended to a higher branch. She would need to treat her with more respect in the future. She felt somewhat fortunate to have attended the class reunion today, gaining yet another piece of intelligence to navigate the minefield. Was Yuan Fong also dining here? Yu Siwei glanced back at Yuan Fong, his expression relaxed and warm. After all, like Secretary Song, she had been his loyal subordinate for over a decade, deeply rooted in their mutual trust and affection. "Have you driven? I noticed you've had quite a bit to drink." "Not much, just a few glasses of red wine," Yuan Fong replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. "I'll call a taxi later." "Never mind. Let my driver take you home today. I need to head to the office anyway. It's on the way." Yu Siwei waved his hand nonchalantly. "By the way, didn't you mention last time that you were helping Mao Mao find the latest English children's encyclopedia? I came across it at a bookstore during this business trip. It's in the trunk. You can take it with you when you leave." Yuan Fong nodded, a warm feeling surging within her. For over 15 years, she had dedicated her youth and vitality to the endeavors behind this man. Throughout this time, there had been headhunters offering lucrative salaries to entice her away, yet she remained unmoved. Indeed, while Yu Siwei had provided her with substantial material rewards, it was also his charismatic persona that inspired her unwavering loyalty. Women often lean towards emotional inclinations, and for them, the subtleties reveal the essence. Beyond his extraordinary self-motivation and self-discipline, Yu Siwei was also a man of considerable warmth. He consistently offered special care to his long-standing subordinates, even providing extra golden envelopes as bonuses during the annual New Year celebrations. Moreover, beyond material rewards, he never forgot to show concern for their families. Initially, Yu Siwei resolutely chose to sell his technology company and take the helm at Nanqiang, with Yuan Fong unwaveringly following suit. With years of experience, she was acutely aware of the considerable obstacles she would face as an incoming human resources director. Neither the boss's father-in-law nor the entrenched veterans within Nanqiang were likely to readily accept their leadership. Yet, she harbored an unwavering faith in this man. She believed in his capabilities and in his judgment. If the realm were to be contested, Yu Siwei would undoubtedly emerge as the victor. As the quartet arrived at the hotel entrance, the driver, who had been waiting, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them. "Tai Jun, first take Director Yuan home, and then drop off Miss Nan," Yu Siwei instructed. "Nianzhu and I will make a brief stop at the company along the way." The driver hesitated, responding with a non-committal sound. "Brother, your vehicle accommodates 5. Your arrangement will result in 3 in the backseat, which may be uncomfortable for the ladies." Noticing the driver's predicament, Yu Nianzhu raised a hand, saying, "I will drive my own car back later." Yu Siwei glanced at Yu Nianzhu and nodded in agreement. As soon as the driver opened the front door, Yuan Fong, displaying commendable awareness, proactively took the passenger seat. When the driver opened the rear door, Yu Siwei, with a gentlemanly gesture, indicated to Nanqiang, "After you." Nanqiang nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude before comfortably settling into the seat behind the driver. Yuan Fong felt a twinge of surprise, but remained silent. Yu Siwei raised an eyebrow and quietly took her place behind Yuan Fong, a vehicle filled with individuals, each harboring their own thoughts and exercising caution in their words and actions. In an effort to enliven the atmosphere, Yuan Fong recounted amusing anecdotes about her son. Yu Siwei listened thoughtfully, though his interest seemed rather muted, while Nanqiang gazed out at the passing scenery in silence, as if lost in a reverie. What would typically be a 30-minute journey felt to Yuan Fong like it stretched on for at least 2.5 hours. Upon finally catching sight of the community's entrance, she exhaled a sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to her companions in the vehicle, she glanced back one last time. Yu Siwei's expression was placid, revealing no discernible emotions, while Nanqiang appeared composed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she occupied a seat that was not meant for her. According to the etiquette of business affairs, the back seat of a 5-passenger sedan is the safest position in the vehicle, typically reserved for the most distinguished individual. In Yu Siwei's official car, he always occupied the innermost seat, save for instances when his wife was present. This is a well-known convention. However, It was surprising that Nanqiang, a young lady, had breached this unwritten rule, committing such a fundamental faux pas. Although Yusiwei had indeed extended the invitation, it was understood by all that this was merely an act of gentlemanly courtesy, and a person of sound judgment would have politely declined. Clearly, she was still too young to grasp the nuances of such situations, Yuan Feng mused, shaking her head inwardly. Meanwhile, Nanqiang remained unaware of the turmoil within Yuan Feng's heart. She sat in that familiar seat, momentarily transported back to the vibrant days of her life, where fragrant silks and shimmering lights intertwined, only to realize that upon looking back, a century had passed. When did Miss Nan learn calligraphy? Yusiwei's cool voice resonated. In my childhood. Nanqiang snapped back to reality and smiled at Yusiwei. How young? Elementary school? Junior high? Yusiwei fixed his gaze upon her eyes, inquiring about the teacher she had hired. Elementary school, Nanqiang replied gently, swiftly transforming her fib into a semblance of truth. I didn't hire a teacher. My family's circumstances were modest. In my childhood, there was no television, and my father often went to sea. During my idle moments, I would copy from the calligraphy books he brought home. It required only paper and a pen, a form of entertainment that cost nothing. Yusiwei responded with a non-committal hum, his tone rising slightly at the end. He then turned away, no longer initiating conversation. Soon, the car arrived at the Nanqiang building. Yusiwei instructed the driver to ensure Nanqiang's safe return home, bidding a gentlemanly and polite farewell. Watching his retreating figure, Nanqiang exhaled softly. It had taken her considerable time to sit once more with this man. What lay ahead was a new journey. The car resumed its smooth course forward. Nanqiang took out her earphone and plugged it in, selecting her favorite French song, Le Temps de Fleurs. Dalada's voice was enchanting, resonating with the maturity of a woman who had experienced life. As we sang the song of forgotten love, in the prime of our youth, we were on. Tomorrow still promised to be as sweet as honey. You held me close, and I whispered into your voice. In those moments, we were truly young, believing in fate. She listened to the music, reminiscing about the awkward sight of Yusiwei picking at his white rice at the dinner table. Unable to suppress a smile as satisfaction washed over her, leaning back comfortably. When the song concluded, she removed her headphones. Do you not remember me? A sudden voice, that of an unfamiliar man, pierced the tranquility of the once silent car. Chapter 26. Do you not remember me? In the once tranquil confines of the automobile, a sudden voice, unfamiliar and masculine, pierced the air. Nanqiang turned her gaze towards the source, realizing that the speaker was Yusiwei's chauffeur. She held her breath, silently observing the silhouette before her. The man was tall, with a prominent hooked nose and a sharply defined jawline, exuding an aura of formidable strength, indicative of a seasoned warrior. He was indeed Yusiwei's dedicated driver. She recalled that his name was Tai Jun post-marriage. Both she and Yusiwei had their own personal drivers. While he was often preoccupied with official duties, she indulged in her leisure pursuits, seldom taking Yusiwei's official vehicle. Hence, her impression of Tai Jun was rather superficial. All she knew was that he was in his late 20s, likely a former transport soldier with a modest education. Years ago, he had skillfully rescued Yusiwei and his companions from a swamp in Tibet, earning Yusiwei's profound respect. It was reasonable to assume that this man had been at Yusiwei's side for several years now. What do you mean by do you not remember me? Tai Jun's words echoed in her mind. Nanqiang scrutinized the dark-skinned man before her, her thoughts tinged with caution. Could it be that he had previously encountered the original owner of this body? Or had he discerned her true identity? Either possibility was entirely unexpected. Xiaofeng. I am Tai Jun, the driver stated, maintaining a steady pace as he drove, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror. This declaration confirmed Nanqiang's initial suspicion. He recognized the true essence of Niu Fanfang. Nanqiang remained silent, opting to continue her reticence. She diligently pondered all the information she had once encountered in Nufengfang's dwelling, acutely aware that revealing any flaw at this juncture was utterly impermissible. Nufengfang, abandoned by her mother and bereaved of her father, had always been a solitary soul, possessing nearly no friends, with daily communication reduced to virtually nothing. Nanqiang had once believed this to be an impeccable facade. However, unexpectedly, a figure from the past emerged in the form of a man who appeared to be an old acquaintance of Nufengfang, speaking with an unsettling familiarity. Who was Tai Jun? What was his true relationship with Nufengfang? Xiaofeng. I am your brother Jun, the driver interjected, noticing her prolonged silence. Do you remember Aunt? I am her son. In a flash of realization, Nanqiang suddenly recalled. The words she had once spoken to Du Liyuan were indeed truthful. Nanqiang had a childhood neighbor, an elder brother, who had cared for her while her father was out at sea fishing. During the day, she would stay at her grandmother's house, and the kind-hearted Aunt Wang would bring her meals. Wang's son, several years her senior, attended the village school and would always include her in his games. They shared an innocent camaraderie, spending carefree days by the seaside, gathering crabs and harvesting seaweed, relishing the idyllic life of a fishing village. Yet one day, this brother mysteriously vanished. It was rumored that he had become embroiled in a brawl at the town's secondary school, inflicting severe injuries and ultimately being executed. Aunt Wang had exerted considerable effort to secure his place in the military, where he became a soldier. As for Nanqiang, she diligently pursued her studies and successfully gained admission to the prestigious secondary school in town, subsequently advancing to a renowned university. The two of them embarked on entirely divergent life paths, never again to intersect. To his astonishment, Nanqiang's neighbor, who had once been like an older brother, had now become Yu Siwei's dedicated chauffeur. How small the world truly is. Brother Jun? Nanqiang tentatively addressed him, recalling Tiejuan's self-introduction. A smile blossomed on Tiejuan's sharply defined face, softening his demeanor. Xiaofang, when I saw you beside President Yu today, you seemed utterly unfazed. I thought you might no longer wish to acknowledge me. His expression reflected genuine delight, as they were no longer the same people they once were. Nanqiang then realized that Tiejuan's earlier bewilderment upon their encounter was not due to uncertainty about seating arrangements, but rather the surprise of seeing his once familiar neighbor standing beside the esteemed boss. I apologize, Brother Jun, Nanqiang softly uttered, striving to convey warmth and familiarity. You have changed so much, I hardly recognized you. She recalled having seen a photograph of Taijun from his youth among Nanqiang's belongings. At that time, he was a handsome, dark-skinned boy from a fishing village, a stark contrast to his current appearance, making her excuse quite plausible. Have I grown old? Taijun jested as he drove, clearly accepting her explanation. Ah, it has been so many years since we last met. Now, you are a graduate of a prestigious university, while I am still driving for others. As he spoke, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if mocking himself. Nanqiang blinked. Is it not sufficient now? To be able to drive for a significant figure like Mr. Yu is something others can only aspire to. She gently offered her words of consolation. Yet it remains different. In our line of service, we are often regarded as inferior. Taijun chuckled, shaking his head, as if to cast away the discomfort. Let us not dwell on my matters, Xiaofang. How are you faring nowadays? He glanced at Nanqiang. She briefly recounted her recent circumstances, choosing only to share trivial details, and deliberately mentioned her name change for entry into Xingxin, to avoid any future revelations. As she spoke, she keenly observed the subtle shifts in Taijun's expressions. Despite his ordinary status, he could still jeopardize her plans. Given their shared history with Nanqiang, it was imperative to approach him with utmost caution. Fortunately, Taijun had not seen Nanqiang for many years and was unaware of her past, which alleviated some of her concerns. He listened quietly to Nanqiang, offering no further commentary, though a flicker of surprise crossed his face upon hearing about her name change. Urban dwellers often favor fashionable names. His initial astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a smile as he commended her, saying that her new name is splendid, cultured, and well-chosen. Attending a prestigious university indeed makes a difference. He repeatedly emphasized how Xiaofang had flourished and how exceptional she was, revealing little about his own circumstances, evidently cautious. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Xingxin, where Nanqiang and Taijun exchanged contact information and agreed to reconvene at a later date. For Nanqiang, these were merely a few polite remarks. Clearly, it was best to keep her distance from anyone who might expose her vulnerabilities. As they parked, a torrential downpour commenced outside. Iron Army promptly retrieved an umbrella, dashing to the rear of the vehicle to open the door, then positioning the umbrella at the entrance to shield Nanqiang from the rain. His movements were fluid and seamless. In truth, he need not have gone to such lengths. He could have simply handed the umbrella to Nanqiang directly. His demeanor, however, was imbued with a reverence that suggested he was attending to a distinguished guest. Thank you, Brother Jun, Nanqiang said softly, observing the dampness on one side of Iron Army's shoulder, feeling a twinge of guilt. I've always relied on your care. I feel rather embarrassed. Her fair complexion flushed slightly as she added, I appreciate your trouble. Iron Army was momentarily taken aback, after years of being a dedicated chauffeur. He had grown accustomed to such gestures. He had driven countless affluent and influential clients in Yu Siwei's official car. Yet it felt as though he had never truly heard a genuine thank you until now. Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. He replied quietly to Nanqiang. He then handed the umbrella to her, saying, "Here, take it. The rain is heavy, and there's another one in the car." Nanqiang nodded, accepting the umbrella and preparing to take her leave. Suddenly, a deep voice called out from behind, "Xiaofeng, remember to seek out Brother Jun when you are in trouble." Turning back, she saw the rain falling in a dense curtain across Iron Army's face, obscuring his expression. She nodded in acknowledgement and waved, saying, "Brother Jun, you should head back now." The Iron Army waved at her, yet remained steadfastly rooted in place. His tall, sturdy figure stood in the rain, resembling a lighthouse forged from steel. Concurrently, at the South Creation Building, Yu Siwei sat alone in the lounge on the top floor, gazing intently at the painting titled Eternal Love for an extended period. He observed the enchanting beauty depicted in the artwork, lost in silence. At that moment, rain began to fall outside, and the sudden downpour reminded Yu Siwei of London, a city notorious for its chill, where he once ran hand in hand with someone in the rain. His wife, Nanqiang, disliked using an umbrella. He had once thought this was because she preferred to carry designer bags. During their dates, if she felt cold, she would retreat into his ample overcoat, using his scarf to shield her hair and neck, resembling a little squirrel in desperate need of warmth. Why not use an umbrella? Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked her, "If I had an umbrella, how would I have an excuse to embrace you?" Her response was both cunning and unapologetically forthright. "You hug me far too infrequently." He closed his eyes and leaned back against the chair, contemplating whether, if time could be reversed and everything remained as it was then, life would be serene and untroubled. Would everything that followed have been averted? Beside him lay a freshly opened bottle of perfume, its vintage packaging encasing an amber-hued liquid, crowned with an exquisite brass cap, aptly named Revenge. According to the original plan, Du Liyuan was to return to S-City for 2 days during his visit to the United States to attend to the signing of important routine documents. During his absence, the events that unfolded at Xingxin were indeed intriguing. For instance, Gu Xingnan's capable assistant was dismissed, providing an opportunity for his aide to escape from the jaws of peril. The unfolding drama was so captivating that he could scarcely wait to converse with that charming little assistant about her journey. However, fate proved to be far more fascinating than the tales woven at Xingxin. Upon boarding the airplane and settling into his first-class seat by the aisle, he unfolded the day's newspaper, only to be unexpectedly approached by a statuesque woman. In an instant, he felt as though struck by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. She was a vision of beauty, with porcelain skin and lips resembling crimson petals, her long, cascading curls draping casually over her shoulders, exuding an air of languid confidence that was utterly captivating. Adorned from head to toe in designer attire, she did not come across as vulgar, rather. She elegantly proclaimed her privileged background and refined taste. A flower of wealth and beauty, yet why had she found herself scattered across distant lands? So familiar, yet so strikingly similar. Du Liyuan suddenly recalled a dream he had once had, in which a beautiful woman had relentlessly questioned him. "How do you know I won't return?" As he gazed at the visage before him, so reminiscent of Nanqiang, he found himself momentarily entranced. Throughout her life, Huali had witnessed many men lose their composure in her presence, but never had anyone, like Du Liyuan, gaze directly and unabashedly at her. One would assume that a first-class passenger would possess a certain worldly sophistication, and given the man's handsome and refined demeanor, she hesitated to categorize him as a mere lascivious libertine. Thus, she merely furrowed her brow inwardly while donning a polite smile. "Is there something on my face?" Her demeanor could at best be described as mildly gentle. That smile dissipated all illusions. Although Huali bore a striking resemblance to Nanqiang, their laughter exuded entirely different styles. She was reserved and haughty, perpetually maintaining the impeccable poise honed during beauty pageant training, whereas Nanqiang radiated warmth and spontaneity. Her laughter akin to a vivacious little son. "Ah, I apologize. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a friend of mine." Du Liyuan snapped back to reality from his reverie, hastily folding his newspaper with a hint of fluster. Such a cliché response. Huali flashed him a smile, her expression one of mild indifference. Before she casually settled into a seat just an aisle away from him, she retrieved her tablet and donned her headphones, evidently intent on isolating herself from the world. Du Liyuan quickly diverted his gaze. Seated, he closed his eyes, using the opportunity to mask the turmoil within. Yet, as time dragged on, His emotions remained tumultuous, his mind incessantly replaying the fleeting moment of that astonishing resemblance. How could someone look so much like Nanqiang? They could easily be lost in a haze of contemplation. The plane had taken off, and soon, many passengers succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the cabin was pierced by an urgent announcement. The flight attendant began inquiring if there were any doctors on board, as a passenger in economy class had encountered a sudden ailment in need of professional assistance. Without hesitation, Du Liyuan pressed the call button. As the flight attendant approached, he retrieved from his bag a credential for attending an academic seminar, which fortuitously displayed his professional information, title, and affiliated institution. "Good day, I am a physician," he informed the flight attendant, offering his assistance. Gratefully, she invited him to join her in the economy class. Meanwhile, Huali discreetly removed her headphones, setting aside her tablet, and gazed thoughtfully at his departing figure, her eyes shimmering with contemplation. In the economy, a passenger experienced heart discomfort due to motion sickness. After implementing basic first aid measures, the situation was stabilized. Despite the simplicity of the intervention, Du Liyuan returned to his seat amidst the heartfelt gratitude of the crew and passengers, reminiscent of a superhero. No sooner had he settled down than someone beside him presented a fragrant pink handkerchief emblazoned with the double C logo. "Wipe your hands," smiled the enchanting, her demeanor alluring yet gentle. "You've worked hard." It was Huali. At that moment, her expression transformed from an icy aloofness to one filled with the warmth of youth. Du Liyuan murmured his thanks, somewhat taken aback as he accepted the handkerchief. Unbeknownst to him, Huali had been observing his rescue efforts closely from a distance and had noted all the information on the credential left at his seat. While doctors are not uncommon, a male physician of his age seated in first class, bearing the title of director, was indeed a rarity. Huali raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man beside her as he wiped his hands. Young, handsome, with a professional background, exuding charm and intellect, brimming with potential. Thus far, she has encountered sufficient obstacles with Yu Siwei, each encounter leaving her dazed and bewildered. Astute as she is, the wise Huali has long recognized that the prospects for her and Yu Siwei to develop any meaningful connection are exceedingly slim. While a man perched at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy may seem desirable, he is akin to an impenetrable golden broth, unattainable and potentially fraught with complications. Hence, no matter how admirable or flawless Yu Siwei may be, he bears no relevance to her existence. As the saying goes, where one is not welcomed, another shall find their place. A hunter must cast a wide net and amass resources. In her youth and beauty, flourishing and vibrant, she must seize the opportunity to prepare herself with ample alternatives. Consequently, she opened the designer box in her bag and selected a card that exuded a subtle fragrance. Presenting it with grace, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Du," she said, tilting her head slightly towards Du Liyuan, her lips curving into a radiant smile, akin to a sweet net enveloping the world. Chapter 27. Following their recent dinner gathering, Yunyanzu swiftly arranged the schedule and venue for the calligraphy class, subsequently notifying Nanqiang via text message. Upon receiving the message on her phone, Nanqiang found herself momentarily taken aback. The location Yunyanzu had chosen was none other than the residence where she and Yu Siwei had spent a significant period of time together. Their home was situated in the most coveted area of S City, boasting a stunning river view, merely a few hundred meters from the city's bustling commercial center. Within this private residential enclave, Nanqiang and Yu Siwei possessed an expansive 3-level apartment with soaring ceilings. While they owned several properties throughout S City, Nanqiang held a particular fondness for this riverside abode, as its proximity to the Nanqiang building facilitated Yu Siwei's work commute, while also conveniently allowing her daily indulgences in beauty treatments and shopping. As she gazed at the familiar address displayed on her screen, she was enveloped in a She had not anticipated returning to this home so swiftly, yet this time, her role had transformed into that of a guest. On the appointed day, Nanqiang arrived at the riverside apartment as promised. Well acquainted with the intricacies of the residential area, she navigated through the security check with ease and ascended in the private elevator to the entrance. As she rang the doorbell, it was Yu Siwei who answered the door. "Mr. Yu?" Nanqiang was taken aback by his presence at the door, her surprise evident. "Aren't you going to the office today?" she inquired cautiously, weighing her words carefully. Her true curiosity lay in whether he would be visiting the hotel today, as she understood he had been residing there for an extended period and had not returned home in quite some time. "I'm taking a break today." Yu Siwei succinctly uttered a few words before turning abruptly to enter the house. Due to the comforts of home, He had shed his typically immaculate suit, donning instead a finely crafted cashmere sweater that lent him a softer, more relaxed demeanor, quite unlike his usual assertive self. With his wife gone, who tended to his daily needs? A personal assistant? A secretary from the executive office? Or perhaps that enchanting woman who had once occupied a seat in his car? Regardless of the circumstances, he remained unfazed and impeccable, as if he had lost nothing of significance, his wife and children mere trifles in the grand tapestry of his existence. So what was my role? And what of George? Nanqiang followed him quietly, her heart steeped in a bittersweet melancholy, akin to being marinated in vinegar. Upon exiting the foyer and stepping into the expansive hall, the space opened up before her, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. This beautiful and spacious abode, with every detail meticulously curated, from the overarching spatial layout and the walls to the staircase, down to the appliances, furniture, and decorative art, bore the unmistakable imprint of her personal aesthetic. Crafted alongside the designer. Perhaps this was the very reason Yusei hesitated to linger here. Each passing day served as a stark reminder of his guilt. A murderer who had orchestrated the demise of the lady of this house, leaving those with a guilty conscience eager to flee from its confines. Is Natalie here? At that moment, Yunyanzu was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a game on the large screen, his carefree spirit as vibrant as ever. A piece of licorice candy nestled between his lips. Would you like to play a game with me first? Last of Us Part 3 is set to be released next month, and their CTO graciously gifted me a copy. My brother is too preoccupied with his studies to join me, which is rather dull. He passed a controller to Nanqiang. Oh, my apologies. Nanqiang smiled shyly, waving her hand dismissively. What game is this? I'm not familiar with it. She found it hardly surprising that Yunyanzu could effortlessly acquire popular games in advance. Children from the upper echelons of society always find it easier to obtain what they desire. Is there anyone left who is unaware of Last of Us? Yunyanzu was taken aback, slightly disgruntled as he retrieved the controller. Aren't you still quite young? I truly apologize. I haven't played games in a long while. Nanqiang chuckled, making light of herself. In my spare time, I've been busy working to support my family. Yunyanzu shrugged and tossed the controller onto the sofa. Forget it. Let us head to class. He stood up, stretching lazily, and ambled along while inquiring, what would you like to drink? How about an iced cola? Orange juice? By the way, I have some excellent wine at home. He suddenly turned back, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Red wine, sake, anything you desire. Would this lady care for a glass? No need, I brought my own. Nanqiang raised her right hand, revealing a pink thermos. Unless it's for social engagements. She prefers to drink only hot water or tea when out, as it aligns with her personal habits. For Nanqiang, any beverage leaves an aftertaste in the mouth. And a woman of impeccable poise should never have an unpleasant breath. A thermos? Yunyanzu gazed at her, his eyes widening in astonishment. Why do you behave like a middle-aged person? He muttered, shaking his head. You're not soaking goji berries in there like my father, are you? Nanqiang let out a soft laugh. Not at all. What is steeping here is black tea, she replied gently. I cannot get accustomed to tasteless water. Hence I brought some tea. As the two exchanged light-hearted banter in the living room, Yusei had already settled by the floor-to-ceiling window. That spot, apart from the master bedroom, offered the best view of the river in the entire house. Nanqiang had previously placed a comfortable sofa there, relishing moments spent reading, sipping tea, arranging flowers, and painting, all while idling away time without purpose. Now, Yusei occupied the same position, engrossed in a substantial, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the two young people. Matt, shall we move to the study? Nanqiang discreetly glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window before inquiring of Yunyanzu. The study? Yunyanzu paused, then broke into a hearty laugh. No need, we can hold our class right here at the dining table. The study's desk is too small, and this space is ample. Nanqiang turned her gaze to the other side, where a long rectangular oak dining table, capable of seating 12, had been set up with ink, paper, and brushes. She distinctly recalled having personally flipped through the catalog to reserve it, air-freighted from abroad. Yet, to suggest that the study's desk was small? She vividly remembered that the study had been designed to accommodate a couple and their 2 children. As per Yusei's specifications, at that moment, their affection was at its sweetest. Yusei confided in her that his vision for family life entailed always being together. Regardless of the activities, be it his father working, the children doing their homework, or his mother beside them, engaged in flower arranging or painting. Are you sure about this? She inquired hesitantly, glancing at the dining table. The dining area and the floor-to-ceiling windows formed a diagonal line, with light streaming in and the layout appearing spacious and bright. Yu Siwei sat on the sofa, and merely raising his gaze allowed him to clearly observe any commotion in that space. This engendered within her a vague sense of being watched. Absolutely, Yu Nianzhu affirmed with a nod, scratching the back of his head. I am fond of that table. It evokes a sense of warmth. Nanqiang could not suppress a smile. This was precisely her rationale for persuading the designer to choose that large table. She feared solitude and neglect. She yearned for a time in the latter half of her life when numerous friends would gather to fill that table. Their laughter and joy suffusing her existence, allowing her to escape the haunting nightmares of her childhood isolation. All right, she replied softly. Drawing from her memories of Uncle Du teaching her calligraphy, coupled with her advanced preparations, Nanqiang adeptly assumed the role of instructor. To her surprise, Yu Nianzhu adopted a serious demeanor towards learning, showing no signs of difficulty and appeared genuinely interested in calligraphy and the Chinese characters. The two exchanged roles of teacher and learner, and time quietly slipped away, unnoticed for over an hour. As Yu Nianzhu focused on copying, Nanqiang finally found a moment to rise. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. She turned away, not glancing back as she uttered a brief Yu Nianzhu was diligently focused on his sketching, his head bowed as he replied in a muffled tone, the guest restroom is at the end of the corridor. When Nanqiang emerged from the restroom, she was met by a pair of contemplative eyes. Yu Siwei silently regarded her, his profound gaze appearing fathomless. Mr. Yu, have I perhaps offended you in some way? She inquired, unflinching under his piercing scrutiny, greeting him with polite composure. No, Yu Siwei responded, lowering his eyes once more to his book, seemingly dismissing the earlier exchange as though it had never occurred. Nanqiang offered a soft smile, remaining silent as she gracefully returned to the dining table, having long since accustomed herself to the man's enigmatic demeanor. The tower lesson swiftly came to a close, and Nanqiang glanced at the brass clock mounted on the wall. It was nearing dinner time, a signal that it was time to take her leave. You did wonderfully today. I shall return tomorrow, she nodded at Yu Nianzhu, her face adorned with an approving smile. All right, all right. Yu Nianzhu beamed with the exuberance of a spirited young man. Being praised was undoubtedly a delightful experience, especially coming from such a charming and youthful teacher. By the way, it's rush hour now. How will you be getting home? He asked, turning to gaze out the window with a concerned expression. The subway must be quite crowded. Would you like me to have my brother's driver take you home? He glanced at Yu Siwei, confident that his elder brother would not refuse his suggestion. According to the family tradition of the Yu clan, it is the duty of every gentleman to protect a lady. The driver is on leave. There has been a matter back in his hometown. However, Yu Siwei did not adhere to the script he had in mind. Allow me to escort Miss Nan, he declared, rising from his seat and seizing the coat draped over the sofa. He then turned to glance at Nanqiang, inquiring, may I have the honor? His commanding presence rendered the question less an invitation and more a decree. For a moment, Nanqiang appeared somewhat dazed. Yu Nianzhu stood rooted to the spot, utterly astonished. Thus, that evening, it was Yu Siwei who accompanied Nanqiang home. Yu Siwei drove his usual private vehicle, an SUV adorned with the emblem of the sea god. Once again, reminiscent of times long past, Nanqiang found herself seated in the familiar passenger seat, once exclusively hers. A place that granted her the unique privilege of having Yu Siwei as her chauffeur. The evening rush hour traffic was perpetually congested, and regardless of the luxury brand, every vehicle was compelled to queue amidst the relentless flow of cars. Even the swiftest wings could not soar above it. In the midst of silence, two adults, each burdened with their own thoughts, watched as the brake lights ahead gradually morphed into a sea of crimson. The atmosphere within the car grew somewhat awkward. Mr. Yu, shall we listen to some music? Nanqiang suggested with a smile, glancing at the central console. Yu Siwei nodded in agreement and pressed one of the buttons, allowing the soothing melodies of an accordion to fill the air. The piece was Wesoly Capue's, hailing from Poland, narrating the tale of a clown. The clown, having made plans to gather with friends in the city, meticulously adorned himself at home, only to inadvertently misplace his own head. In order for the jester to be recognized by his friends, he donned a peculiar hat and wandered through the town, serenading with this song. Nanqiang rolled down the car window and turned to gaze at the myriad lights of the city. The world resembled an immense circus, where each person donned various masks in different situations. She had once occupied the same seat, sharing passionate kisses or heated arguments with those beside her, laughing and weeping for them. The man beside her represented her entire world. The steering wheel in his hands could dictate the direction of her next journey. Yet, the romance gradually faded with the passage of time post-marriage. She reminisced about countless nights spent alone on the cold, expansive bed, clutching the pillow that belonged, cherishing the faint warmth he provided. However, he was perpetually occupied with work and social engagements, forever burdened by endless meetings and ceaseless business trips, leaving her with an unbearably scant amount of time. What are you truly upset about? Don't you have everything? Whenever confronted with her grievances, he remained utterly perplexed. Is being busy a fault? Besides, I have never strayed. Isn't that enough? In numerous heated arguments, he consistently maintained his innocence, questioning her incessant do you have any idea how many people envy you? I see you as simply too idle. Until finally, he uttered those fateful words. In this absurd patriarchal society, it seems that as long as a wealthy husband refrains from infidelity, it is considered the utmost respect for his wife. In such a social circle, no one cares to ponder the innermost thoughts of their wives. They regard women merely as appendages, seemingly content to remain silent and serve as. Do these ladies truly desire nothing more than a life of opulence within gilded cages? No. At least one among them yearns for a pair of wings that would soar alongside her, providing warmth and strength. Nanqiang closed her eyes, attempting to banish the memories from her mind. Like a moth drawn to the flame, she had expended all her energy for this love, only to find herself now estranged. Life can indeed be remarkably absurd at times. Miss Nan, have you ever ridden in such a vehicle? During the lengthy and anxious wait in the traffic jam, Yu Siwei cast a glance at the young woman beside him, breaking the silence. No, I haven't. Nanqiang quickly turned her head, donning a sweet smile to fortify herself. Why do you ask, Mr. Yu? Oh, I merely noticed that you seem quite familiar with the vehicle's features, Yu Siwei replied with a smile. Are they not all quite similar? Nanqiang mentally retraced her actions upon entering the car, closing the door, fastening her seatbelt, suggesting music, and rolling down the window. Everything seemed normal, without a hint of flaw. Indeed, they are quite similar, Yu Siwei softly responded, not contradicting her. Perhaps sensing Nanqiang's tension, he chose to remain silent thereafter, escorting her to the gates of Sacred Heart. Thank you. Before departing, Nanqiang courteously bid him farewell. No need for thanks. Yu Siwei nodded in acknowledgement. As Nanqiang alighted from the vehicle, Yu Siwei promptly ignited the engine and, without a trace of hesitation, departed in a cloud of dust. Nanqiang stood rooted in place, gazing at the familiar silhouette of the car as it receded. If only she had possessed a dagger in that moment. Would she have had the audacity to plunge it directly into his heart? Certainly not. She was acutely aware of her own limitations and understood that resorting to violence was not the wisest course of action. Such a reckless act could potentially lead her to incarceration, squandering her remaining days. She shook her head in self-deprecating acknowledgement. For a man who callously abandoned his wife and child, what form of retribution would be most effective? Perhaps it was not merely to strip him of life. That would be far too merciful. What truly mattered to him? What did he genuinely fear losing? Was the answer wealth or power? With one last glance at the departing vehicle, she turned away, her expression icy. On the return journey, Yu Siwei drove in silence, burdened by unspoken thoughts, his countenance somber. Suddenly, a red light illuminated ahead, prompting him to slam on the brakes, his expression one of surprise. In a fleeting moment, his gaze wandered into the distance, where he beheld a pair of individuals he had never anticipated would be seen together, Hua Li and Du Liyuan. Hua Li appeared to have taken great care in her appearance, facing Du Liyuan with a radiant smile, her demeanor lively and charming. Du Liyuan, however, stood with his back to Yu Siwei, obscuring his expression. The tension in Yu Siwei's face began to dissipate, and he raised an eyebrow, a knowing look crossing his feet. As the red light extinguished and the green light illuminated, he turned away and pressed the accelerator, forging resolutely onward to the other side of the road. Chapter 28. The following afternoon arrived, marking the time for the anticipated calligraphy lesson. Nanqiang arrived punctually at her former residence, pressing the doorbell. Suddenly, a dark face peered through the crack of the door, startling Nanqiang. It was Yu Nianzu. What are you doing? You nearly scared me to death, Nanqiang exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gasped for breath, patting her chest. At times, she found herself utterly helpless against the mischievous antics of this big boy. Yu Nianzu burst into hearty laughter. You were the one who got scared, he teased, humming an off-key tune as he swung open the door, a refreshing and cheerful aura enveloping them. Are you responsible if I fall ill from the fright? Nanqiang retorted, unable to resist the light-hearted banter inspired by his sunny disposition. Of course, I'll carry you to the hospital, all right? Yu Nianzu boasted, playfully thumping his well-defined chest. Look, I'm pure muscle. Nanqiang covered her mouth, striving to suppress her laughter as she walked into the living room, her eyes gliding through the corridor to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Suddenly, she halted. In the familiar spot, Wei sat quietly on the sofa. His smile vanished entirely. "Mr. Yu?" A look of surprise crossed her face. "Aren't you still on vacation today?" "Working from home," Wei replied, his keen gaze swiftly assessing her expression. He raised an eyebrow, remaining as succinct as ever. On the coffee table beside him lay an open laptop, accompanied by scattered documents and pins, clearly indicating he was in the midst of work. "I apologize for the interruption. I was unaware of your presence." Nanqiang hastily offered his apologies, promising to be quieter in the future. "Do not mind him. He is hardly the type to be disturbed." Yanzi, who had been standing behind, briskly stepped forward, adding that if he were truly concerned about being a nuisance, he would have retreated to the study long ago. "By the way, do you care for a snack? Someone delivered a box of fruits today. I shall fetch it for you." Suddenly recalling something, he joyfully dashed toward the kitchen. "We shall eat before class." Nanqiang watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile as she shook her head. This young man always had a spontaneous idea up his sleeve. She then quietly made her way to the center of the living room and settled onto the sofa, carefully placing her canvas bag and thermos down. She chose the single seat on the right side, remembering that the left side was reserved for YSWI, likely untouched by anyone else for quite some time. Before long, Yanzi returned, presenting a large platter of fruits before Nanqiang. The fine porcelain fruit dish was brimming with exotic delights. Mangoes from Australia were artfully sliced into long pieces, forming beautiful yellow roses, while the center was adorned with deep red cherries from Chile, complemented by fragrant green grapes from Japan. It was evident that considerable thought had gone into the arrangement, rendering it quite exquisite. "Help yourself," he urged, his face alight with anticipation. It tastes delightful. For him, these fruits were far from rare treasures, but instinctively, he believed that the less fortunate Nanqiang had likely never tasted such luxuries, and he hoped that she would find joy in them. "Ah, the presentation is truly splendid." Nanqiang gazed at the fruit platter, a polite yet admiring smile gracing her face. "Did Auntie cut the mangoes? Such skillful hands." Yunyanzu fell silent, taken aback that, amidst an array of seemingly expensive fruits, Nanqiang's focus was on the artistry of the knife work. "I did it. Annie is on leave." Behind them, Wei replied nonchalantly, his voice low and measured. The smile on Nanqiang's face faltered. "Mr. Yu, you are truly remarkable." She struggled to articulate the final words from her throat. Wei merely hummed an acknowledgement and returned to his documents. As she gazed at the exquisite mango blossoms in the crystal dish, a sense of bewilderment washed over Nanqiang. After years of love and marriage, she had never realized that Wei possessed such deftness. During their time together, they had never engaged in household chores, as they were always aided by maids and assistants. While this had saved them considerable time, it seemed to have deprived them of the joys of shared domesticity. A man skilled with a knife, yet deeply concealed. In a flash, this thought crossed her mind. Perhaps, in the countless nights spent side by side, he had contemplated her demise, envisioning her dismemberment, erasing her from How terrifying! Nanqiang cast a glance at Wei in the corner, her expression akin to one witnessing a ghost. "Miss Nan, are you unwell? You appear rather pale." Wei's voice broke through her turbulent thoughts as he set down his notebook, looking intently at her. No, I simply feel a bit cold in this room." Nanqiang managed to muster a faint, hollow smile. Wei desisted from further pronouncements, immersing himself once more in his work. On the screen before him, an intriguing intelligence report from across the ocean elicited an amused smile. "Miss Nan," he uttered, his gaze fixed on the screen. "Yes," Nanqiang responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Do you happen to know the reason behind Dean Du's trip to the United States?" he inquired, without lifting his head. "Isn't it for an academic visit and inspection?" Nanqiang replied, perplexed by the question. Wei chuckled, remarking, "It seems you're unaware." His expression then returned to its usual composure. "No matter, you'll find out soon enough." As Nanqiang was still pondering his words, Wei, as if struck by a sudden thought, turned and asked, "By the way, Miss Nan, have you seen Dean Du recently?" "No. Dean Du has been away on a business trip in the United States and hasn't returned yet," Nanqiang answered cautiously. Upon hearing her response, Wei paused, then quirked the corner of his lips. Nanqiang, observing the cryptic smile on his face, felt a sudden chill run down her spine. She recognized that expression all too well, the malicious glee of a hunter who had successfully cornered his prey. the condescending amusement of someone in a position of power watching a spectacle unfold. Inwardly, she furrowed her brow. The following afternoon, in the vice president's office at Holy, Zhu Neng was engrossed in the news on his phone screen. This article, published by a financial media outlet, reveals that the American company Fino has reached a strategic cooperation agreement with China's Nanqiang Group, poised to acquire a significant stake in its subsidiary, Sacred Heart Nursing Home. Representatives from Fino indicated that this venture would serve as a gateway into the vast senior care and medical industry in China, aiming to carve a niche in the mid to high-end medical sector. Upon finishing the article, Zhu Neng exhibited a peculiar smile behind his golden-rimmed glasses. He then picked up a phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Editor Zhang? It's me. I noticed your media's report about our Sacred Heart." "Oh, no. You misunderstood. I am not asking you to remove it. Rather, I wish for it to be featured prominently." "Yes, exactly. You grasp my intention. Thank you very much. Indeed, I shall visit you at a later opportunity." After hanging up, he picked up another phone and made a call, this time to Gu Xinan. "Please arrange for the article I just forwarded to you to be disseminated across multiple media outlets. The greater the influence, the better. Move swiftly, no matter the cost. I want this news to gain momentum and explode." Gu Xinan, upon glancing at the article on her phone, immediately understood. She promptly contacted all reliable media acquaintances on her list, and soon enough, news of the American Fino Group's acquisition of the Sacred Heart Nursing Home under Nanqiang Group began to surface across mainstream media and search engines. Upon the release of the news, Fino's stock price surged significantly overnight, while Nanqiang's shares plummeted during the day. Investors unanimously opined that, whether examining financial reports or scrutinizing operational data, Fino is a foreign medical enterprise whose comprehensive strength pales in comparison to that of Nanqiang. This acquisition was clearly an instance of the outsider's advantage, reminiscent of a serpent attempting to engulf an elephant. The acquisition of the strategically significant asset, Shengxin, undoubtedly favors Fino, while it represents a considerable loss for Nanqiang Group's industrial layout. Many speculated that if the acquisition were indeed true, it would indicate that Nanqiang was grappling with substantial internal issues. In a flurry, the president's office at Nanqiang found itself inundated with calls seeking verification of the news. No. We currently have no information to provide. We are still investigating the source of the news, Secretary Song sighed as he hung up the 33rd inquiry. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he dared not reach out to his superior. For Yu Siwei had expressly instructed that from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. each afternoon for the past week was a period of absolute privacy, free from disturbances. Switching his phone screen back to the news homepage, he gazed at the article regarding Fino's acquisition of Shengxin Rehabilitation Center. Following the news release a couple of days prior, the domestic market had begun to react, with numerous financial journalists and experts stepping forward to comment. They suggested that this could signify Nanqiang Group undergoing a period of introspection and healing, interpreting the acquisition as a signal of a thorough contraction and cessation of business expansion. Some experts even posited that this might herald a downturn in the real economy, even amidst the turmoil. There are those opportunistic public accounts seizing the moment to concoct a series of sensational articles titled Nanqiang, Surviving in Tears, The Tragedy of Nanqiang. And Nanqiang has fled. What are we holding on to? These pieces have captivated the public's attention, leading to a wave of pessimism regarding the future of Nanqiang, with panic spreading through the investment market. What a chaotic situation this is. Secretary Song, perusing the vague and sensational rumors circulating in the public accounts, felt an overwhelming. After some contemplation, he picked up the phone and called the manager of the Public Relations Department. "Please compile a list of all media and public accounts disseminating false information by today, and then devise a crisis management strategy. I will present it to General Yu for review after 8 p.m. At precisely 8:15 that evening, Yu Siwei replied with the crisis management plan. Initiate after 48 hours. Secretary Song could hardly believe his eyes. Everyone knew that the essence of crisis management lay in its promptness. Delaying for 48 hours would render the situation irretrievable. "Boss, wouldn't 48 hours be a tad too late?" He pondered, mustering the courage to send a message. Yu Siwei promptly responded with the title of a film, "Let the Bullets Fly for a While." Secretary Song stared at the message, utterly perplexed. However, given that it was a directive from the boss, he felt compelled to comply. Thus, he dutifully informed the Public Relations Department to activate the crisis response plan after 48 hours. On the other side, In a distant hotel across the ocean, Du Liyuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at his phone. During this business trip to the United States, aside from his company's routine tasks, he had been introduced to representatives of the American Finno Corporation, with whom he had engaged in several discussions. The head of their China division had expressed a willingness to recommend renowned cardiovascular specialists from across the United States to Xinjiang, and to arrange for these esteemed doctors to serve as special consultants for the organization in a collaborative manner. This initiative addressed the significant challenge posed by Nanqiang Group's medical department, which was reluctant to provide support to Xinjiang under the group's name. Du Liyuan placed great importance on this collaboration, as having a publicly listed medical company as a backing would significantly enhance the success rate of inviting these experts. To prevent any interference from Zhu Neng that might jeopardize the partnership, he had meticulously navigated the discussions alone, refraining from notifying any management at Xinjiang or Nanqiang, thus maintaining utmost discretion. The conversations progressed smoothly, and the list of consulting doctors provided by Finno was sufficient to elevate Du Liyuan's reputation within the domestic medical community. Their sole request was to acquire a portion of Xinjiang's shares from him, citing the protection of the consultant's rights as the rationale behind this proposal. Du Liyuan's initial reaction to this suggestion was one of refusal. However, the Finno representative promptly warned him that should he decline their offer, they would cease all avenues of collaboration and redirect their resources to other partners. Reluctantly, Du Liyuan did not wish to forfeit this lucrative opportunity that was within his grasp. Thus, in a bid to buy some time, he verbally indicated that he would consider the matter of the share transfer, and subsequently signed a strategic cooperation memorandum with them. In his perspective, the memorandum of cooperation holds no legal validity. It merely serves as a record of a meeting. He had deliberately scrutinized its contents, noting that the language regarding the acquisition merely suggested potentiality without imposing any rigid stipulations. Consequently, his initial strategy was to use this memorandum to stall Finno while preparing for subsequent negotiations, intending to return to City S with a dedicated team for collaborative discussions. However, upheaval can occur in an instant. Suddenly, news emerged on American websites about Finno's acquisition of Xinjiang, and soon after, domestic financial news began to leak, transforming private communication intentions into a well-structured acquisition narrative. Unverified rumors metamorphosed into overwhelming negative publicity, rendering Finno's acquisition of Xinjiang seemingly credible. With the capital market responding accordingly, Finno's stock surged while Nanqiang's plummeted. Previously inexperienced in business matters, Du Liyuan found himself utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. As he pondered the situation, the news interface on his phone was abruptly interrupted by an incoming call. The screen displayed the name of the general manager of the medical division at Nanqiang, who also happened to be his direct superior within the group. With a sigh, he answered the phone. Yes, just as I mentioned before, it is merely a memorandum. There is absolutely no consensus on an acquisition. I truly do not understand how it evolved into an intended acquisition. Yes, I am aware of the group's equity transfer system. Any transfer of subsidiary equity must be decided by the group's board of directors. Very well, I shall return to explain in person. There is no need for you to fret. Understood. I will book the tickets now and arrive tomorrow. After hanging up from the furious call, he cast aside his phone and collapsed onto the grand bed of the hotel, utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away. The boy who once ran barefoot through the mountains had finally become a dragon-slaying warrior, embarking upon the castle he had long yearned for. Yet upon arriving at the castle, he discovered that there were no flowers nor applause. Instead, he was surrounded by watchful foes and treacherous traps. The crumbling castle could not serve as the final destination of his life. Thus the boy was compelled to summon his courage and gaze resolutely towards the menacing dragon and the abyss that lay ahead. Chapter 29. Within a private club in City S, two gentlemen, both well past their 50s, indulged in the exquisite pairing of red wine and cigars. This establishment was renowned for its exclusivity, with meticulously selected staff who had all signed confidentiality agreements, allowing patrons the freedom to converse without restraint. At a table in their secluded booth, a man with gold-rimmed spectacles lifted a bottle of red wine and gestured towards his older companion. Herbert King, 1989, he declared, a hint of pride gracing his features. Parker had remarked that it was the wine he yearned to savor before his demise. The other man cast a fleeting glance at the bottle and nodded slightly, seemingly approving of his discerning taste. Such generosity. You are aware that I am celebrating a joyous occasion. Zhu Neng waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance as he spoke, embodying a spirit of ephemeral triumph. That fellow Du is certainly doomed this time. He drew deeply on his cigar, releasing a perfect, snow-white smoke ring into the air. As the saying goes, one who strides too boldly is bound to stumble. His countenance was flushed and radiant, evidently reveling in the moment. Opposite him sat Jiang Ren, the vice president of the Nanqiang group, second only to Yu Siwei in rank. Jiang Ren was a longtime comrade of Nan Dalong, having fought side by side in their early endeavors, and he wielded significant influence and connections within the group. A mere word from him could send ripples through the organization. In contrast to Zhu Ning's exuberance, Jiang Ren maintained a more reserved demeanor. He gently swirled the contents of his wine glass, observing the delicate ripples of the red wine. Taking his time before relishing the first sip, Du Liyuan mistakenly believed that by holding a significant personal stake, he had effectively claimed ownership of the Xingxin. Did he think that such shares could be sold at his whim? Zhu Neng, smiling, addressed the individual across from him, asserting that if he wished to liquidate his assets, he would still need to consult whether the group would permit it. In my opinion, this incident is sufficient grounds for his dismissal. Engaging in discussions with foreign enterprises without the group's consent, and allowing them to exploit the situation by disseminating misleading news about a potential acquisition, resulting in ambiguous losses for the shareholders, constitutes a grievous dereliction of managerial duty. Observing Jiang Ren's impassive demeanor, Zhu Ning couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. How should one interpret this? The matter holds the potential for both escalation and diminishment. To his surprise, Jiang Ren did not follow his lead but instead responded with a nonchalant remark, "Do you believe someone on the board will come to his aid?" Zhu Ning instantly realized the implications, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Surely not. That Du fellow, aside from being the heir to the Nan family's fortune, possesses no substantial connections, and even Yu Siwei looks down upon him. If that were not the case, why hasn't he made a statement to refute the rumors by now? He must also be waiting to strike. Upon hearing Zhu Ning mention Yu Siwei, Jiang Ren raised an eyebrow. Zhu Neng noticed this subtle change in expression, and a spark of realization ignited within him. He understood that the individual named Yu was also a source of concern for Jiang Ren. This Vice President Jiang, who once ventured into the murky waters of business alongside Nan Dalong, has since amassed considerable wealth, yet he has always remained in the shadows, a perennial second fiddle. Originally, it was thought that with Nan Dalong's departure, leaving behind a frivolous daughter, one could escape the fate of being a perennial second-in-command and ascend to the throne. However, it was utterly unforeseen that the astute Nan Dalong had already groomed a son-in-law to be his successor. Presently, within Nanqiang, Jiang Ren remains the second-in-command, an elderly gentleman in his 50s who is compelled to heed the commands of a newly appointed young man in his 30s. How could he possibly swallow such indignation? Both individuals are rather unremarkable. Their fortunes derived solely from one woman. Contemplating Jiang Ren's sentiments, Zhu Neng's face betrayed a mixture of disdain and contempt. As the adage goes, life's three great pleasures are promotion, wealth, and the demise of one's spouse. Yet, Yu Siwei seems to have all three in abundance, having effortlessly reaped immense benefits. Reflecting on his own wife, who perpetually wore a cold, unyielding expression, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Why should all the good fortune in the world befall Yu Siwei alone? His luck appears to be overwhelmingly strong. As for himself, he does possess some capabilities. Upon hearing Zhu Ning's appraisal of Yu Siwei, Jiang Ren finally offered a nonchalant assessment, at the very least. He is quite diligent. He then took a sip of his drink, a smile gracing his face. Young people, do they truly believe that hard work equates to total control? It is not as simple as that. Zhu Neng was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face was adorned with a sycophantic grin. Indeed, he is merely a decorative figure. A mere facade. Were it not for your strategic guidance at the helm of the group, Nanqiang would have collapsed long ago. He ought to reflect on his own capabilities before daring to occupy such a position. It is sheer overconfidence. Here's to you, General Jiang. I toast to your remarkable achievements. With that, he raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Jiang Ren smiled taciturnly, continuing to swirl the wine in his glass with a languid indifference, as if watching a familiar film he had seen countless times. Just as he exhaled a plume of smoke, a bottle of unopened red wine was presented by the waiter with impeccable timing. Mr. Jiang, this is the wine you stored yesterday, Eagle Estate, 1992, the waiter announced in a gentle voice, showcasing the label. It is the inaugural vintage of the estate, with a total production of only 250 cases for the entire year. Congratulations on acquiring such a fine bottle. Zhu Ning set down his glass. gazing at Jiang Run in stunned disbelief. You. That is quite a gesture. He was, of course, familiar with the legendary wine. The estate was renowned for never accepting orders, and tasting it required a reservation, often entailing a wait of several years, even for those with the means. The first vintage, now out of print, was an almost unattainable treasure, regardless of price. Oh, just something to sip on. A gift from a thoughtful wine enthusiast, Jiang Run replied non-committally with a faint smile. I'll invite you and him for a drink sometime. His countenance was inscrutable, as if he possessed complete mastery over all things. The widely circulated news of St. Hart's impending acquisition by Fino finally reached Nanqiang's ears. She stared at the news on her phone, scarcely crediting her eyes. It had never occurred to her that Du Liyuan would ever consent to selling his shares in St. Hart. Once a fervent youth, ablaze with the ambition to heal and mend, and later, a diligent scholar immersed in the throes of academic writing, she had envisioned the Sacred Heart as his life. Entrusting him with her shares and appointing him as the dean, she acted on the conviction that he was a benevolent and capable individual, certain that under his stewardship, the Sacred Heart would flourish, becoming a beacon of innovation for South. Had she misjudged him? Was Du Liyuan merely seeking to amass wealth before departing? Dean, rumors abound that you intend to sell the Sacred Heart shares. Is this true? She mustered the courage to inquire, sending a message to Du Liyuan. Though such an inquiry was a presumptuous breach of protocol for an assistant, she could no longer bear to witness the situation spiraling out of control. She yearned for resolution. An hour elapsed, then 2. 10 hours drifted by. South languished in anxious anticipation, but Du Liyuan remained unresponsive. As the clock on her bedside table struck 1 a.m., she succumbed to slumber, her heart heavy with trepidation. Meanwhile, in a lavish apartment, Du Liyuan, too, awaited a pivotal message. His phone buzzed with countless inquiries, yet he dismissed them all, focusing solely on the target number, for he craved but one answer. The phone screen illuminated in the darkness, a beacon of hope illuminating the path ahead. The screen displayed a mere few lines. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., Far Mountain Club, roommate. Your uncle has agreed to meet. Thereupon, Du Liyuan set down his phone, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The anxiety that had been plaguing him finally abated. Nanqiang encountered Du Liyuan the following evening, having just completed a shopping trip for household necessities. Laden with bags, she arrived at the entrance of her apartment building and immediately recognized Du Liyuan's familiar SUV parked below. Director. Nanqiang paused, then hastened her pace towards him. Du Liyuan emerged from the vehicle, his expression inscrutable. He appeared to have lost weight, which only served to accentuate his upright stature. He stood silently by the car, observing the girl approaching him, his tall figure resembling a jade tree in the spring breeze. Hey Yuan. Years ago, a young girl would rush towards him after school, clutching her textbooks. The early summer breeze would stir the wisps of hair around her temples, and the sound of her light footsteps would carry her sweet fragrance. The boy, who had been waiting patiently by the school gate, would smile gently and take the burden of her satchel from her shoulder. Did the math teacher scold you today? He would tease, knowing that mathematics was her Achilles heel. No, the girl would respond, lowering her fair face and concealing her apprehension behind long, dark lashes, shaking her head as she spoke. Really? But I heard you only scored 30 marks? A new record low. The boy, unable to resist, would reveal his knowledge. Amused by her bashful demeanor, Du Liyuan, the young girl abruptly lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red. Why did you go to the academic office to inquire about me again? I truly have been trying. I've memorized all the formulas, yet those problems elude me. Teacher, we says I'm dull, that I lack talent. What can I do? Her fierce expression softened in an instant, transforming into one of pitiable vulnerability. Please don't tell my mother. It would break her heart. The boy observed her panicked and aggrieved demeanor, and his previously sardonic expression gradually faded. Du Liyuan withdrew from his reverie, gazing at the girl rushing toward him. In his youth, he had always believed that exam scores equated to happiness, eagerly anticipating the day when he could cast aside textbooks and showcase his true self. It was only after leaving the school gates that he realized the institution was, in fact, the epitome of fairness, as everyone utilized the same curriculum, had access to the same teachers, and referred to the same answer keys. Students remained oblivious to the fact that society is comprised of countless exams, both grand and trivial, devoid of reference books and teachers to highlight key points. Children born with a silver spoon benefited from the guidance of exceptional parents, always arriving at the correct answer. Meanwhile, Those without protection had no choice but to run barefoot alongside wealthier peers on the same track, until one fateful day, when the skies unleashed a torrential downpour. "Dean, when did you return to the country?" Nanqiang gasped as she approached him, her small face alight with hope. She made every effort to display joy and happiness. "Why didn't you inform me in advance? I should have arranged for a driver to pick you up. Just got back." Du Liyuan lowered his gaze to the girl before him. Simple, intelligent, and effervescent, her features faintly merging with the youthful visage etched in his memory. As if touched by an unseen force, a faint smile finally graced his face. "Are you free this afternoon? Would you care to join me for a movie? Let us refrain from discussing work today." He extended 2 tickets towards her, the stubs indicating a popular commercial comedy currently captivating audiences. Nanqiang hesitated momentarily. The tempestuous weather outside seemed ill-suited for a cinematic outing, yet she had no intention of declining. After all, she harbored an abundance of inquiries for the man before her. "All right," she replied softly. That evening, Du Liyuan procured a pair of colas and popcorn at the cinema, the cola cups adorned with a whimsical couple of feline motifs. They settled into the sparsely populated Dolby Theater, indulging in popcorn and sipping cola, while the absurd and comedic plot had them laughing uproariously. Throughout the brief span of 2 hours, Nanqiang laughed until tears brimmed in her eyes. It was only during the film that she could fully relinquish her identity and narrative, immersing herself as a spectator, momentarily forgetting her own misfortunes as she invested her energy into the tales of others. Du Liyuan too found joy in laughter. He would glance at Nanqiang, and witnessing her delight, the corners of his mouth would lift further. After the film, they ventured to a nearby complex for dinner, where Du Liyuan chose the Japanese barbecue that Nanqiang adored. As they dined, they engaged in a lively exchange, traversing a myriad of topics that had previously eluded discussion. They discerned an astonishing convergence in their perspectives on numerous matters, even sharing analogous interests. When in each other's company, they found themselves immersed in an inexhaustible exchange of narratives, precluding any apprehension of awkward silences. Time elapsed with remarkable celerity, and an atmosphere of perfect accord prevailed. However, whenever Nanqiang was inclined to broach the subject of Sacred Heart, Du Liyuan would gently interject, "Let's not discuss work." Consequently, Nanqiang would reluctantly desist. On this particular day, subsequent to their repast and libations, the hour had grown late. Du Liyuan conveyed Nanqiang to her abode in his motorcar. En route, they engaged in intermittent conversation, with Nanqiang occasionally erupting in peals of laughter at Du Liyuan's jests. The ambience was one of unadulterated mirth. Du Liyuan, observing Nanqiang's crescent-shaped eyes and her nose crinkling in amusement, maintained a perpetual upturning of his lips. His spirits seemed to be exceptionally buoyant. The automobile arrived at the portals of the apartment complex. Nanqiang alighted from the vehicle first. With considerate solicitude, Du Liyuan retrieved her acquisitions from the emporium from the vehicle's storage compartment and assisted her in conveying them via the elevator to her very threshold. "Thank you. Today was delightful," Nanqiang expressed, as she proactively relieved Du Liyuan of the plastic receptacles, strategically positioning herself to obscure the keyhole. This gesture served as a courteous indication of farewell. In the subdued illumination cast by the energy-efficient luminaires adorning the corridor of the apartment complex, Du Liyuan perceived her guarded demeanor. He responded with a refined smile. "Does your neighbor harbor a feline companion?" he inquired, diverting his gaze toward the corridor's terminus, his countenance etched with perplexity. "No, not at all. I have not encountered any felines." Nanqiang, following the trajectory of his gaze, turned her head to survey the corridor's end, only to find it utterly devoid of occupants. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, prompting her to swiftly pivot her head. Alas, it was too late. Du Liyuan's kiss had already alighted upon her brow, an ardent, fervent, and irresistible touch. Nanqiang sought to interpose a defense, yet her hands were encumbered with the weighty shopping bags, rendering them immobile. It dawned upon her then why Du Liyuan had acquiesced with such smiling compliance when she offered to take the bags from him. It was all preordained. Many years prior, the boy who trailed behind the girl would sometimes become lost in reverie as he gazed upon her retreating figure. The sun caressed the beautiful child as she skipped along the edge of the tree-lined path, her slender neck and ponytail tracing graceful arcs in the air. "Hey Yuan, can we skip math class today? Or perhaps we could study English instead?" She would suddenly turn, her alabaster cheeks aglow in the sunlight, her voice as melodious as a Russian music box. "Teacher Zhang praised me today. She said my pronunciation is impeccable and that I could study foreign languages, so I would never have to study math again." The boy remained silent, quietly regarding the ingenuous child before him, the most delightful person he had ever known. Innumerable times he had yearned to hold her hand, or even to brush against her pristine little finger. However, his inner pride forbade it. He was Du Liyuan, the prodigious student lauded by the entire school, and he could never deign to ingratiate himself with a student whose academic achievements were less distinguished, albeit talented in arts and sports. Dream on, he retorted, his tone severe and rigid. What do you intend to use to get into the foreign language department? Your 30-point math score? Go back and diligently review your mathematics. This response was anticipated, so the young woman did not become upset. She merely glared at Du Liyuan. Her lips pursed high, resembling a vibrant rose. Very well. She obediently turned her head and continued to skip along the curb. But you must not tell my mother about the exam. Rest assured, I give you my word, came the reassuring murmur from the young man behind her. Du Liyuan's kiss concluded as swiftly as it had begun. In truth, this action was more akin to a youthful dalliance. Nanqiang stood in place, dazed, a blush gradually spreading across her porcelain cheeks, like milk being tinted with color, eventually reaching her ears. Du Liyuan, observing her bewildered state, could not help but chuckle. How utterly endearing, he mused inwardly, ultimately reaching out to gently stroke the young girl's head. Just as many years ago, when the young woman was distressed and tearful during tutoring sessions due to her inability to solve mathematical problems. The young man had reached out for the first time to comfort her by stroking her head. Go inside, take a bath, and get a good night's sleep. Du Liyuan, gazing at the hesitant and flustered girl before him, spoke with a gentle tone. I also had a wonderful time today. Do not dwell on anything else. Then, his tone became serious. The rumors circulating outside are false. I will resolve everything. Finally, he directly addressed the question Nanqiang had been longing to ask. Nanqiang, still somewhat disoriented, simply nodded obediently and blankly. The girl who was once consoled, the one next door, invariably trusted the boy across from her, never doubting his authority or capability. Go on, Du Liyuan said, a smile gracing his face. Thereupon, Nanqiang turned, retrieved her key, unlocked the front door, activated the hallway light, and stepped inside. Goodbye, director, she said, standing behind the open door, her figure bathed in the immaculate light, waving farewell to Du Liyuan. Goodbye, Du Liyuan replied, maintaining his smile as he watched her. As the door closed, the slender figure vanished from sight, and the warm, white light was extinguished. The smile on Du Liyuan's face dissipated entirely. He gazed at the closed door, his eyes no longer clear, but filled with a deep obscurity. Chapter 30. The following day heralded a turn for the better, with external issues resolved precisely as Du Liyuan had foretold. Nanqiang Group issued a formal statement, unequivocally denying any acquisition of Sacred Heart by Pheno, emphasizing Sacred Heart's integral role within the group and their unwavering commitment to advancing the medical industry. Further, Nanqiang vehemently denounced the media outlets responsible for disseminating inaccurate information, asserting that their actions risked disrupting the secondary market and that Nanqiang reserved the right to pursue legal recourse. Pheno's China division also released a statement, facilitated by the Nanqiang International's intervention, clarifying that the acquisition of Sacred Heart was unfounded, attributing it to speculative media conjecture. Thus, the widely publicized Sacred Heart acquisition seemingly reached its conclusion. However, beneath the surface, Nanqiang remained in turmoil. A faction led by Zhu Ning seized this opportunity to lobby for the immediate removal of Du Liyuan from his position as president. Many within the organization had long resented Du Liyuan's sudden ascent, and those with vested interests eagerly sought to oust the young, unestablished newcomer who had disrupted the status quo. During a lesson at the Riverside apartment, Nanqiang learned of these internal struggles from Yun Yanzu, causing her to feel disoriented and lose focus on several occasions. She had envisioned a smooth path for Du Liyuan, but it seemed his arduous journey had only just begun. Natalie, are you disinclined to study today? Yun Yanzu inquired, noticing her preoccupation. I, too, am disinclined to study. Shall we engage in a game together? He smiled at Nanqiang with amusement. At long last, the elder brother has returned to his professional duties. No longer will he act as a human surveillance device, scrutinizing his siblings' calligraphy practice from the confines of their abode. Freedom is at hand. What are you prattling on about? Nanqiang retorted, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. Mister, you engaged my services to instruct you, not to indulge in games. If you remain silent, and I remain silent, how shall he ever come to know? Yun Yanzu responded, a triumphant grin spreading across his visage. And even if he were to discover the truth, what then? We shall simply attribute the notion to my own contrivance. At worst, I shall endure a scolding. What is there to fear? Nanqiang remained hesitant, yet Yu Nianzu had already risen to his feet, extending an arm to draw her upward. I comprehend your apprehension. You fear incurring my elder brother's displeasure, that your employment may be jeopardized? Fear not. Should he indeed dismiss you, I shall beseech my mother to secure you a superior position at the club. Nanqiang could no longer contain herself, erupting into laughter. Such an uncomplicated young man. His parents must have shielded him meticulously, for he harbored scarcely any suspicion toward others. Very well, she conceded. But it has been an age since I last engaged in such diversions. She regarded Yu Nianzu with a smile, underscoring her point. Truly, it has been an age. Once upon a time, Yu Siwei's inaugural venture was a gaming enterprise. During his university years, he had assembled a cohort of like-minded companions, and together they developed a single-player game that garnered favorable acclaim. This success swiftly attracted initial investment, whereupon the ambitious young team persevered, creating a second online network game that achieved resounding success. Yu Siwei thereby distinguished himself as a precocious commercial prodigy. When Nanqiang first encountered him, Yu Siwei had only recently returned to his homeland to partake in the burgeoning domestic gaming industry. He operates discreetly. With no one aware of his association with the Yu family, the public only recognizes him as the proprietor of a flourishing emerging technology company. Although the scale and influence of his enterprise pale in comparison to the already established Nanqiang, their few encounters in social settings have captivated her with his youthful, yet composed demeanor. Amidst a crowd of affluent second-generation elites, who are only acquainted with sports cars and glamorous models, the young Yu Siwei stands out remarkably. It is rumored that the daughters of the wealthy circle eye him with envy, wagering amongst themselves as to who will secure the attention of this rising star in the industry first. After just a handful of brief meetings, Nanqiang has already set her sights on this man. She is acutely aware of the fierce competition. Yu Siwei is surrounded by exceptional women, distinguished in education, career, and family background. In stark contrast, she feels she possesses nothing beyond her beauty and wealth. Eager to capture Yu Siwei's attention, she endeavors to amplify her advantages. She has inquired about all the venues where he might appear, meticulously adorning herself to present her best self before him each time. She places immense importance on these appearances. Fearing that she may not sufficiently impress this luminary, she unabashedly showcases her collection of limited-edition luxury bags, haute couture garments, and opulent accessories across various social media platforms. Her father's finest luxury vehicles accompany her everywhere. In no time, she has become a prominent figure within her social circle, garnering a substantial online following. People flock to laud her as a goddess, delving into her background, emulating her style, and eagerly purchasing the items she promotes. Ordinary individuals possess an insatiable curiosity to glimpse into the private lives of the affluent. Each person yearns to comprehend the existence of the stunningly beautiful, privileged women who seem to inhabit a world apart. The emergence of Nanqiang has serendipitously fulfilled this desire, despite the cacophony of criticism surrounding her ostentatious lifestyle. At that moment, Nanqiang remained indifferent to the judgments of others. Her sole concern was to capture Yu Siwei's attention. Her father, Nanqiang, once proclaimed that marriage is fundamentally a transaction of social resources. Thus, she aspired to enhance her bargaining power. She yearned for Yu Siwei to recognize that, in addition to her wealth and beauty, she possessed fame, a form of currency that could, to some extent, traverse the globe. Yet, regardless of her extravagant attempts to gain his notice, Yu Siwei remained profoundly silent, never offering any indication of interest. Even when they brushed past one another at social gatherings, he never made an effort to introduce himself. This frigid demeanor left her utterly disheartened. She began to suspect that she had misjudged the situation entirely, and that perhaps Yu Siwei was indifferent to women altogether. It wasn't until when an old friend invited her to a restaurant gathering, that her circumstances shifted. Familiarity dulled her preparations, leading her to don a simple, comfortable shirt paired with cigarette pants and flat shoes. Her hair hastily left half damp as she rushed to the meeting. As she emerged from the cellar staircase, she was suddenly met with the sight of Yu Siwei, clad in a pristine white shirt, smiling amidst a table adorned with wine racks. In that fleeting moment, Nanqiang felt as if a multitude of fireworks had ignited around her. The world's most exquisite red wine paled in comparison to the intoxicating effect he had on her. Upon regaining her composure, her first thought was one of endless regret. After all the effort she had exerted for so long, Why had she relaxed her vigilance today and neglected to present herself with due diligence? Yet, it was too late for remorse. In an attempt to salvage the situation, she took the initiative to mention her fondness for gaming during the dinner gathering, prompting her friends to perceptively introduce her to Yu Siwei. By the time the meal concluded, she had already acquired Yu Siwei's gaming account details and, under his guidance, transformed into a novice player. The two exchanged phone numbers on the spot, and everything unfolded with astonishing ease. In truth, Yu Siwei was unaware that Nanqiang had only ever played this one game, his own creation. Moreover, her skills were woefully inadequate. To avoid being looked down upon by Yu Siwei, she secretly invested considerable amounts of money to purchase equipment, dubbing herself a RMB player in pursuit of a more exhilarating experience. After all, her admiration for Yu Siwei had once been so profound that she was willing to go to great lengths to align herself with him, studying his preferences and striving to become the woman he would cherish. Looking back now, such fervent infatuation seemed utterly ridiculous, almost laughable. Years later, the new game that Yunyanzu recommended to Nanqiang was titled Desperate Survival, now in its third generation. Players could create personalized appearances within the system, selecting their occupational backgrounds and experiencing extraordinary adventures that a mundane life could never offer. Drawing from her previous gaming experiences, Nanqiang quickly acclimated under Yunyanzu, effortlessly creating her personal account and sculpting her character to mirror her current self before embarking on an expedition into the Amazon rainforest alongside Yunyanzu. Yunyanzu did not boast. Indeed, the game Desperate Survival is exceptionally well-crafted, captivating players and making time slip away. The afternoon swiftly passed amidst the delightful laughter of two young individuals. "Matt, have you been out for so long? Aren't your family worried?" As Yunyanzu was engrossed in the game, a gentle voice from the girl resonated in the room, subtly nurturing the atmosphere. "My parents? They're quite busy and don't concern themselves with me," Yunyanzu replied, his gaze fixed on the screen, barely turning his head. "What about your grandparents? Don't they miss their grandson?" Nanqiang inquired, her tone unobtrusively probing. "I'm not their only grandson," he replied, preoccupied with maneuvering his character, his answers automatic. "My grandmother has passed away, and my grandfather has been in the hospital since last year, unable to even speak. Shouldn't you spend more time with him?" Nanqiang asked with genuine concern. "Seeing him like this saddens me too." He shook his head, "But even if I were by his side, I wouldn't be of much help. There are plenty of uncles and aunts. There's no need for worry, because my grandfather is exceedingly wealthy." At that moment, as he finally defeated an NPC in the game, a satisfied smile broke across his face. Not just wealthy, but extraordinarily so. They all yearned to win his favor before his passing, hoping the will would reflect their desires. Nanqiang raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked softly, "Is that so? Then, considering your family's current situation, might it be somewhat sensitive?" "I believe I understand what you mean." Yunyanzu blinked, casually waving his hand. Yet he was not truly concerned, for his grandfather's will had long been established. The will extended only to his father's generation, leaving the younger ones with no hopes of inheritance. Everything was managed by lawyers, and in the event of misfortune, all that was required was to announce the execution of the will. In simpler terms, it was a matter of determining whose father was favored by grandfather. Nanqiang let out a soft exclamation, her expression as solemn as the depths of water. "Do not worry, even if my father proves unworthy and receives no inheritance. I have a wealthy mother." Yunyanzu jested with a smile, remarking on her affluence to the extent that his father dared not express anger at home, retreating instead to the balcony for a solitary smoke. Upon uttering this, he could not contain his laughter, throwing his head back in mirth. Nanqiang managed a faint smile, albeit somewhat strained. She was well aware that these were merely Yunyanzu's playful words, a privileged young man, untouched by hardship, enjoying a harmonious family life, and thus devoid of any defensive instincts. It was easy for him to speak lightly of family matters, supported by wealth that generations of ordinary people could not hope to amass. In contrast, Yu Siwei was always reticent about his parents, rarely mentioning them even in the presence of his wife. His origin was a taboo subject within his life's narrative, perhaps marred by resentment towards his disreputable parents, which became an insurmountable barrier. Now, her suspicions were confirmed. The Yu families will indeed excluded grandchildren. In other words, without a father, Yu Siwei would receive not a fraction of the inheritance upon his grandfather's passing, save for a family trust fund to ensure his daily sustenance. A multitude of past events suddenly flooded her consciousness, each piece seemingly falling into place with newfound clarity. It illuminated, for instance, Why Wei, upon graduation, ventured out to establish his own enterprise instead of joining the family conglomerate. Initially, it was perceived as an act of self-reliance and fortitude. However, it now appeared that the formidable uncle had long seized control of the family business, denying him any prospect of accession. Furthermore, Wei's unwavering deference towards his fastidious aunt, marked by perpetual concessions, now took on a different light. Her own relentless efforts to ingratiate herself with the aunt at Wei's in order to gain entry into the Yu family now seemed driven by the desire to inherit the old lady's fortune, given the absence of any other heirs. Alas, wealth is not the ultimate arbiter of happiness, Yu Nianzu interjected, noticing the pensive demeanor of Nanqiang. My great-aunt has stipulated in her will that her entire estate shall be bequeathed to charitable foundations upon her demise. Furthermore, she has established a development fund worth several hundred million in the bank for the university. Upon hearing this, Nanqiang's countenance darkened precipitously. The entirety of the old lady's estate donated. The final avenue for Wei to inherit the Yu family's wealth had been irrevocably sealed, leaving her as his sole target. During a heated exchange with Wei amidst their divorce proceedings, she had, in a moment of agitation, asserted that the Nanqiang group was her premarital asset, her father having meticulously safeguarded her interests, ensuring his dispossession in the event of a divorce. Could this, then, be the impetus behind Wei's ultimate act of violence against her? A desperate attempt to seize the vast fortune held in her name? She stared blankly at the pristine white screen before her, feeling as though the overgrown thicket resembled a piercing green mustard, assaulting her eyes. Money, money, money. One cannot take wealth to the grave, yet money can certainly lead one to hell. Soon, the agreed-upon end of class arrived, and the joyful Yu Nianzu was reluctant to let Nanqiang leave, forcibly keeping her there. Thus, the two ordered takeout, eating and playing simultaneously. Ultimately, as they beheld the myriad lights outside, Nanqiang felt compelled to insist on taking her leave, prompting Yu Nianzu to reluctantly allow her to return home. The sensation of mentoring a novice disciple was delightful, entirely fulfilling his grand aspiration of safeguarding the innocent from malevolence. As he basked in Nanqiang's admiration and exclamations, Yu Nianzu found the experience utterly exquisite, forgetting to tidy up the aftermath, and blissfully retreated to his room to watch a film and sleep. Late at night, Wei returned home, the first sight greeting him being the scattered takeout boxes and beverage bottles strewn across the living room, alongside a chaotic assortment of gaming equipment. He sighed, acknowledging that his cousin had yet to mature. Furrowing his brow, he navigated through the mess to the coffee table, discarding the leftover meal containers into the trash and retrieving the chip bag from the single sofa on the left, which was designated as his seat. After accomplishing these tasks, he settled onto the sofa and began messaging Secretary Song, requesting that he arrange for someone to come and clean the room. Then, after a moment's thought, he turned on the television, intending to casually watch a documentary to unwind. However, the gaming console remained powered on, and as the screen illuminated, the previously saved scenes appeared on the grand display. Wei stared numbly at the images and numbers flickering before him. Suddenly, his attention was captured by one particular account, a crimson female username, Psyche1213. Wei straightened his back abruptly, trembling hands grasping the remote control as he navigated into the account's main interface. In the depths of winter's night, Yu Nianzu was yanked from his cozy bed. What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed? He blinked sleepily, his eyes meeting the tense expression of the person before him. Bro, the remnants of drowsiness fled his mind instantaneously. You're back? Yu Nianzu stammered, swallowing hard, noticing the pallor on Wei's face. Did you eat explosives? He instinctively shrank back, cautiously observing Wei's countenance. Tell me, who did you play games with today? Wei's words came out in a rush. His thin lips pressed tightly together, brows furrowed in distress. Yu Nianzu blinked, his eyes darting to the left. No one. I was just playing at home alone this evening. He certainly would not confess to skipping class to indulge in gaming. Speak the truth. Wei's voice rose sharply, his agitation palpable as he seized his cousin's pajama collar, knuckles widening. Really, it was just me. Yu Nianzu, taken aback by the sudden intensity, silently vowed to uphold his dignity as a man and not reveal his secret. As Wei observed the boy's defiant expression, he released his grip, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Matt, even when lying, one must employ some intellect, he remarked, his face stern as he gazed down at the young man before him. The takeout on the table was clearly intended for two, with 2 cups of beverages and, most notably, 2 game controllers carelessly tossed onto the sofa. He arched an eyebrow, Are you attempting to convey that you were playing against yourself, manipulating the game with your feet? Yu Nianzu let out a disheartened exclamation, lowering his head in frustration. Alas, I forgot to clean up the evidence. I never anticipated my elder brother would return home today. It was Natalie, Yu Nianzu admitted with a sigh. However, brother, it was I who insisted she stay and play games with me. This matter does not concern her. He quickly added a few more words. Fearing that this king of spades might inadvertently blame her, jeopardizing the poor young woman's job. Please, do not make things difficult for her. Return to sleep. This is not your concern, Yu Siwei replied coldly, tossing a blanket in his direction. Chapter 31. The following day, Nanqiang returned to the Yu residence for lessons. Greeted at the door by Yu Siwei. Mr. Yu, working from home today? Nanqiang remarked, accustomed to the routine. Now that the company was firmly under his control, no one would dare to voice any dissent regarding his arrangements. Just laying low, Yu Siwei replied, casting her a glance before turning towards his usual spot by the floor-to-ceiling window. Nanqiang understood immediately he was referring to the recent fervor surrounding the Xingxin acquisition case. Although Nanqiang had publicly announced the matter under the group's name, there remained a cadre of astute journalists eager to uncover the underlying truths. And several factions were keen on seeing Du Liyuan's downfall. It was likely that more than a few individuals sought an audience with the president's office. Matt has gone downstairs to fetch some cola. Please wait a moment, Yu Siwei said as he settled back onto the couch, picking up a hefty book. Seemingly disinterested in engaging in conversation with her. In the past, Nanqiang would have promptly turned to leave, striving to minimize any interaction with him. However, this time she stood alone, rooted to the spot, for she had a pressing matter that only the man before her could address. Mr. Yu, I apologize for the intrusion. But may I pose a question? Nanqiang gazed at the tall figure seated by the window, steeling herself before speaking. Yu Siwei set the book aside, raising his gaze to scrutinize her. Backlit by the sunlight, his features were sharply defined, his long eyelashes lending him an almost sculptural quality. This was a silent invitation for her to continue. You see, the incident involving Xingxin and Fino has stirred quite a commotion. I wonder how you intend to handle Dindu. She gazed at Yu Siwei, her eyelashes fluttering. There was a hint of fear, coupled with some concern. Yu Siwei paused momentarily, observing the girl before him bathed in sunlight, the slanting rays elongating her shadow, while her chest gently rose, and she was undeniably real, with a pulse and a heartbeat, vibrant and full of life. How to handle it? He snapped back to reality, echoing Nanqiang's question. A playful smile gracing his face. What do you wish for me to do? Oh, you flatter me. I have no standing to dictate actions, merely. Nanqiang, sensing his displeasure, timidly bit her lower lip, adopting the demeanor of a frightened little girl. However, you must understand, although I am still on leave, I am, after all, Dindu's assistant. If he encounters any trouble, my own position may be jeopardized, and I could very well return to find myself without a job. Her shoulders trembled gently under Yu Siwei's gaze, resembling a little white rabbit, anxiously fretting over its future. Oh, you are so concerned? Yu Siwei observed her hesitance, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his smile. You are overthinking it. Then he lowered his gaze to the book resting on his lap. Dindu is exceptionally astute and knows how to navigate circumstances. He will not face any repercussions. Nanqiang discerned an underlying meaning in his words, but remained unclear about his true implications. Are you suggesting that he will not be penalized? Nanqiang observed Yu Siwei's expression with great caution, concern evident in her demeanor. However, I have heard whispers that certain individuals within the group wish to see him ousted. With a sharp snap, Yu Siwei closed the book in his hands. Miss Nan, I have made myself perfectly clear, he stated, lifting his gaze to fixate on her with a penetrating and chilling glare. Your Dindu will not encounter any issues. Instead of worrying about others, you ought to be more concerned about your own circumstances. He regarded her with a cold, discerning look, suggesting that placing too much faith in others is often an unwise choice. Is there a hidden meaning in your words? Nanqiang tilted her head slightly, her smile becoming somewhat strained. Well, ignorance often breeds fearlessness. Yu Siwei sighed as he took in the guarded demeanor of the girl before him. Tell me, your concern for Du Liyuan, is it due to any promises he has made to you? Or has he made any propositions? He raised his head to scrutinize Nanqiang, his eyes icy. No. She hesitated for a moment, instinctively concealing the fact that Du Liyuan had expressed a desire to pursue a relationship with her. Is that so? Then that is fortunate, Yu Siwei remarked, observing her evident reticence without exposing it, merely offering a disdainful smile. You are quite astute. I trust you understand your own situation quite well. What do you mean by that? Nanqiang's expression shifted dramatically, her body bristling as if pricked by needles. Yu Siwei regarded her once more, his gaze laden with implication. Enough of this. There will be no classes this afternoon. You are to accompany me to a certain location. He finally rose, grasping the car keys from the coffee table, and strode towards the door with resolute steps. Nanqiang observed his silhouette, initially taken aback, but ultimately gritted his teeth and followed suit. Yu Siwei led Nanqiang to a luxurious hotel in the city center, heading straight for the VIP banquet hall on the second floor. The entrance to the hall stood firmly shut, adorned with a modest sign of white roses. Inscribed simply in black ink on white paper, Ms. Zhang Mingming's birthday banquet. It appeared that someone had reserved this venue for a birthday celebration. Yu Siwei boldly pushed open the grand door and entered, with Nanqiang closely trailing behind. In stark contrast to the understated exterior, the banquet hall radiated opulence, filled with elegantly dressed guests mingling amidst the clinking of glasses in the exchange of pleasantries, exuding an air of refined sophistication. Standing beneath the grand crystal chandelier, Nanqiang felt somewhat disoriented. It had been ages since she had attended such an affair, and the present moment was a far cry from the past. Gazing upon the self-satisfied faces of the esteemed dignitaries, she felt a pang of unease against her own humble attire. Amidst this disquiet, her gaze fell upon a face brimming with ambition. Du Liyuan stood beside Hua Li, frequently raising his glass in acknowledgement to the well-wishers, his demeanor polished and graceful. A far cry from the awkward youth he had been a decade ago, retreating shyly to the corners of the banquet. Today marked the 60th birthday of Hua Li's mother, Ms. Zhang Mingming, and it was also her retirement day, prompting the Hua family to invest considerable effort into orchestrating this grand celebration. Zhang Mingming hails from an illustrious lineage. Her father once held a position as a state official. Later, she wed her university classmate, Hua Rufu. Although Mr. Hua has made little headway in the political arena, he has thrived in business, leveraging the influence of his father-in-law. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingming has dedicated her career to the economic development zone, engaging with numerous merchants. Now, despite her radiant retirement, the guests who have come to celebrate are of considerable stature, encompassing both government officials and the president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Consequently, when Huali extended an invitation to his mother's birthday banquet, he exerted every effort to ensure its success, ultimately garnering the approval of her parents. Mrs. Hua is indeed fortunate to have a daughter of such beauty and to have found such an exceptional partner. They truly make a splendid pair. The guests showered praises upon the handsome young man before them, raising their glasses in jest, inquiring when they might be invited to partake in a wedding feast. Zhang Mingming held her glass aloft, smiling silently. Huali, casting a sidelong glance at Du Liyuan, wore a playful yet proud expression. It's still early. Let us see how he performs. Laughter erupted among the crowd, a harmonious blend of joviality. Du Liyuan joined in the laughter, raising his glass repeatedly towards the guests across the table, graciously accepting all compliments and envy until a familiar figure caught his eye amidst the throng. Through the sea of people, he spotted a slender girl, clad in a plain acrylic sweater, a cotton long skirt, and canvas sneakers. Her modest attire appeared rather incongruous amidst the grandeur of the high-profile banquet. Gazing upward, a fair and delicate visage quietly reflected upon it, with amber-hued irises brimming with the clarity of autumn waters. In a flash, thoughts in his mind whirled in a tempest of bewilderment, astonishment, and embarrassment. At the crossroads of life, he made a choice that was entirely contrary to the one he had made merely months ago. He had long anticipated the arrival of this revealing day and had prepared himself. However, he never expected it to come so swiftly. A myriad of emotions surged like tumultuous waves, ultimately leaving behind a resolute fearlessness, rearmed and ready to face the world. "Mr. Yu, what brings you here?" Secretary Song inquired, her expression one of incredulity as she spotted the man lurking in the shadows of the corner. "Wasn't it sufficient for me to come on behalf of the CEO's office?" "Oh, I merely came to retrieve something," Yu Siwei replied casually, having chosen to position himself against the far wall of the banquet hall to evade notice. Yet, he was still detected by the astute Secretary Song, a veritable dynamo amongst secretaries, endowed with exceptional instincts and keen eyesight. "Xiao Song, please shield me. I prefer not to converse with others. Since you're here, I suppose I must be of service," Yu Siwei instructed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on a specific spot within the sea of people ahead, intrigue dancing in his eyes. "Understood." Without hesitation, Secretary Song took her place beside her boss, attempting to obscure the dazzling brilliance of his presence from the throng behind them. "By the way, what has you in such high spirits, sir?" Secretary Song ventured after 10 seconds of silence, unable to restrain her curiosity. Me? Happy? Whatever do you mean? Yu Siwei scoffed at his superficial understanding, remarking on his poor eyesight. Ah? Secretary Song, chastised, turned away with a look of grievance. After all, the boss appeared to be genuinely enjoying himself. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such heartfelt laughter. Du Li Yuan ultimately raised his glass towards the girl across the table, knowing she was astute enough to comprehend without excessive words. The torrential rain fell relentlessly. A child without an umbrella, wishing to avoid getting drenched, must first seek to borrow another's. Although the young assistant was gentle and wise, she could not compete with the timely assistance offered by Huali. At least she understood Jiang Ren's preferences, being able to procure rare vintage wines to please him and persuade him to meet during tumultuous times, securing assurances for his position. During the downpour, Huali not only lent him an umbrella but also provided him with waterproof shoes. On the inherently unfair race of life, only those equipped can journey further. The dragon-slaying youth recognized that the castle was not his destination. Beyond the castle lay broader mountains and seas. Before reaching that point, the youth needed to venture light, leaving behind allies who could not keep pace and forging new bonds. Nanqiang, observing the smile on Du Liyuan's face, grasped the implications behind it, a resolute apology. Du Liyuan had discovered the life he desired and would uphold and defend the state. The charming young women by his side and the matron surrounded by guests bore a striking resemblance, evidently a mother and daughter of high standing. Du Liyuan stood beside them, exuding an undeniable vigor. He opted for a swift and spacious highway, ensuring that the journey ahead would be marked by comfort and ease. In that fleeting moment, Nanqiang found her mind awash with a torrent of memories, drifting back to a summer-long past. Beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, two youthful figures walked home side by side. A trivial disagreement sparked a quarrel, leading the girl to sulk as she turned down a bend, only to be jolted by the shrill screech of brakes ahead. When she regained her senses, she discovered herself pinned beneath someone, rolling to the roadside. As she lifted her gaze, she was met with the ominous tread of a massive tire looming before her. Most of the subsequent memories faded into a blur, but she vividly recalled being unscathed, while the boy who had shielded her bore injuries that marred his flesh. The driver responsible for the incident fled swiftly, and in a daze, she found herself escorted home by Du Liyuan. From that day forth, Du Liyuan never uttered a word about the incident, neither boasting nor seeking praise, as if it had never transpired. He even implored Nanqiang to keep the matter from both their families, fearing that they would lose sleep over it. Ultimately, no one ever learned of the event. It remained a cherished secret between the two young souls. For the impressionable Nanqiang, Du Liyuan was always a figure of admiration and reliance, since he had saved her life. What harm could there be in sharing a portion of her newfound fortune with him? After all, she had struck a lottery, standing triumphantly atop her peak, while her savior continued to toil up the steep incline. It seemed this time, the boy was destined to soar even higher and revel in the As the myriad of sails passed by, only a sense of relief remained. Nanqiang smiled gently at Du Liyuan, her expression brimming with warmth. To whom are you greeting? Huali turned her gaze towards Nanqiang, following Du Liyuan's line of sight, her red lips parting slightly, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light. Ah, my assistant. She just came over to deliver something to me. Du Liyuan looked down at his enchanting girlfriend beside him, his tone gentle and indulgent. Huali casually assessed Nanqiang, dressed in simple attire, concluding that she posed no threat, and a perfunctory smile graced her lips. Let us go. Mother is taking us to see President Jing. She swiftly turned back, linking her arm through Du Liyuan's, affectionate and sweet. He oversees the Wenzhou Chamber of Commerce here. Let us go. Du Liyuan nodded, leading Huali in another direction. In the distance, Yu Siwei observed the scene, fixating on the girl's contented smile. As the joy that once adorned his face slowly succumbed to an encroaching coldness, Nanqiang watched Du Liyuan and Huali's retreating figures, taking a deep, something warm welled in her eyes, and she fought to suppress it. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. She turned away, striding towards the entrance of the banquet hall, in a direction opposite to theirs, her back straight, her neck slender, her ponytail tracing elegant arcs in the air. Be happy. Ah Yuan. Ah Yuan goodbye. End of Volume 1. Nanqiang exited the banquet hall, finding a solitary place on the marble steps of the hotel's elevated floor, sitting with her back to the crowd. As the grand doors closed, all the bustling splendor faded into oblivion. The girl, with her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a white dress that flowed like water over the cold steps. Her expression was calm and solemn, resembling a still oil painting, leaving everyone to ponder the thoughts of the figure captured in that moment. In the distance, on the higher steps, someone observed her every movement in silence. Wei, looking down from his elevated position, furrowed his brow. His gaze held both curiosity and an inexplicable perplexity. Meanwhile, every detail was keenly noticed by Ziyu, who had initially followed Wei out. After the recent exhibition titled Eternal, no matter how she attempted to arrange meetings with him, he evaded her with various excuses, leaving her in a state of distress. The one person she could ill afford to offend was this son-in-law, who held the vast fortunes of the Nan family tightly in his grasp. Even her art gallery relied on the Nanqiang group for its survival, rendering him her primary benefactor. This thought ignited a deep-seated resentment towards Nandalong, especially after she learned that he had secretly established a will designating his daughter Nanqiang as the sole heir to all his assets, effectively casting her aside as a mere interloper. The most infuriating aspect was the stipulation in the will that, should anything happen to his daughter, he had named his son-in-law as the sole inheritor, leaving her no last avenue of escape. Thinking of her, Ziyu, who had toiled tirelessly from a textile factory worker to her current esteemed position, spent the first half of her life entirely at the mercy of Nandalong's whims. What was her ambition? Did she truly desire to continue living in the shadows of others for the latter half of her life? Thus, she sought to negotiate with Wei, hoping that her role as his stepmother, along with the significant assistance she had previously rendered him, would persuade him to allocate a portion of the Nan family's shares to her. She considered this request to be entirely reasonable. After all, she had no intention of meddling in the operations of Nanqiang's enterprises. Nor did she wish to engage with any complications. She merely hoped to sit back and await her dividends. Of course, she recognized that someone as astute as Wei would not easily acquiesce, and she needed a compelling bargaining chip to sway him. Initially, she believed that the incident in Hong Kong would provide a rare opportunity, only to discover that Wei merely lent her the painting Eternal in return. Indeed, this was an exceptionally valuable artwork. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Wei had neither incurred any cost nor suffered any loss. His strategy was undeniably shrewd. Regardless, she still required a more potent bargaining chip to bolster her negotiations. With this thought in mind, Ziyu unexpectedly spotted Wei at the banquet and followed in his footsteps until she arrived outside the banquet hall, where she was struck by a sudden memory of a girl seated alone on the spiraling staircase, who had once graced the opening day of the Eternal exhibition at the gallery. Subsequently, Wei had unexpectedly directed them to expend considerable effort searching for an individual who had not appeared on the guest list for the opening ceremony. A person ultimately discovered by Yunyanzu. Could it be that the person they are seeking is the girl standing on the staircase before them? Ziyu gazed deeply at Wei, not missing even the slightest shift in his expression. Wei's demeanor was so intensely focused that he remained utterly oblivious to the voyeur lurking in the corner. Men truly are heartless creatures. Observing this scene, Ziyu couldn't help but recall the young and spirited talent from the banquet hall earlier. She was, of course, familiar with Du Liyuan, the infatuated youth who ardently adored Nanqiang. He possessed a sharp intellect, yet lacked the familial support to propel him forward, and stubbornly clung to his pride, unwilling to take shortcuts. To her, he appeared merely as an ambitious bookworm. Yet now, barely half a year after Nanqiang's departure, Du Liyuan had awakened to reality, securing a girlfriend who could help him soar to new heights. Indeed, people are all creatures of pragmatism. No emotion remains unscathed by the forces of self-interest. As she observed the tall figure lingering by the escalator, a knowing smile graced Ziyu's lips, reflecting the all-too-familiar nature of men. After all, as long as there are vulnerabilities, matters become manageable. Even the invulnerable Achilles succumbed at his heel, did he not? That night, the driver, Taijun, was tasked with escorting Nanqiang and Wei home. Originally, he had been ordered to transport Secretary Song to the banquet, but the sudden appearance of the boss necessitated that he prioritize returning the employer and guest to their residences. The carriage enveloped in silence. The iron-clad man discreetly observed through the rearview mirror. He noticed Wei and his younger sister Xiao Fong seated side by side in the back seat. Xiao Fong wore a solemn expression, while the esteemed boss occasionally tilted his head to steal glances at her, seemingly unable to contain his intrigue. "Did you not feel disappointed in the banquet hall just now?" Wei finally inquired, having pondered this question for an extended period. "Disappointed? Nanqiang, pulled from her reverie, turned in surprise to gaze at him. Disappointed in whom? Why? Ah, I see, she continued, noting the hesitance in Yu Siwei's demeanor, a languid smile gracing her lips. Are you referring to Director Du? The boss's rise to prominence surely implies that the assistant's life will also improve. Why should I feel disappointment? She turned her gaze back to the swiftly passing scenery outside, her expression indifferent. Thank you for personally bringing me to witness his triumphant moment. It's truly thoughtful of you. She understood well the genuine intentions behind Yu Siwei's gesture, yet she was determined not to let this man have his way. You? Life is good. Yu Siwei scoffed, a laugh escaping him as he inwardly ridiculed her naivety. Did she truly believe that Hua Li and Madame Hua were innocuous? Nanqiang, upon hearing his words, turned her head, her autumn-like eyes quietly fixed on Yu Siwei, as if awaiting his next words. Never gazing into those bright and tenacious eyes before him, Yu Siwei felt the urge to speak again but swallowed his words. Do not place too much faith in this world. He turned his head, gazing straight ahead, speaking in a nonchalant tone. One understands etiquette only when one's granaries are full. One recognizes honor and disgrace only when one's basic needs are met. The impoverished are unworthy of love. In his view, love was an extravagance, a sentiment that could only flourish when material conditions had first satisfied one's desires. Only then could it be deemed true love. Anything else was merely a common emotion, tainted by ulterior motives and lacking purity. To fulfill their desires, individuals exploited and compromised with one another. And such impure relationships could easily be shattered by the temptations of reality. In short, relationships built upon shared objectives could be allies or partners. But they could never be true lovers, incapable of enduring the test of time. As his words hung in the air, Nanqiang unexpectedly glanced at him again, while the driver, Tai Jun, tightened his grip on the steering wheel. For Nanqiang, she was taken aback not only by Yu Siwei's bluntness but also by his belief that love was a luxury. For Tai Jun, however, the weight of such a statement felt like a brazen mockery and judgment from someone of high status upon the lower classes. Is that hurtful? Yu Siwei remarked, observing Nanqiang's astonished expression, a knowing smile gracing his lips. While his words were harsh, they were nonetheless the truth. After all, how much genuine love could one truly find in this world? He lifted his gaze towards the window, seeing merely the compromises made under the calculations of current. Look at Director Du. Hasn't he adapted quite swiftly after his troubles? And as for his girlfriend, Yu Siwei shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, leaving only a visage filled with scorn. He was acutely aware of the intricacies of the situation. Du Liyuan was evidently the optimal choice for Huali after her unfulfilled desires. She realized that in her lifetime, she could never ascend to the grand vessel that was Yu Siwei, thus she chose, under Mrs. Hua's guidance, another promising opportunity that had presented itself. Du Liyuan, possessing wealth, charm, and intellect, was backed by Xingxin Holdings. Although his family background was somewhat lacking, it conveniently became his Achilles heel, allowing the Hua and Jiang families to hold him firmly within their grasp. In the game of chess, one must also consider the efficacy of the pieces at hand. Silence enveloped the car as no one spoke. Tai Jun seemed to have something to express, but refrained, stifling his thoughts due to Yu Siwei's authoritative presence, and continued driving in silence. Meanwhile, Nanqiang gazed vacantly at the dusk outside, the chilly breeze tousling her hair back, revealing her smooth, fair neck. Time passed. I cannot ascertain whether the impoverished experience true love, yet at times, the affections of the affluent are equally dubious. The crimson twilight flowed by like a fleeting memory, and the young girl suddenly parted her lips, her expression somber. Yu Siwei was momentarily taken aback, observing the petite figure beside him, seemingly lost in a dreamlike reverie. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Subsequently, Yu Siwei alighted from the vehicle midway, returning to Jiangbin apartment, leaving Tai Jun to accompany Nanqiang for the remainder of the journey to Xingxin. Once the major figure departed, the atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. While waiting for a red light, Tai Jun produced a candy from his pocket, turning back to present it to Nanqiang with a sense of pride. Xiaofang, do you remember this? The sour candy, once a favorite of hers, brought a smile to his face as he remarked, they still sell it in town. He continued, sometimes, when I feel drowsy while driving, I indulge in one to perk myself up. Upon returning to the shop, he had purchased a considerable amount. Nanqiang glanced at the candy in his hand. The packaging, a cheap blend of red and green, clearly indicated it was produced by a small workshop in a third-tier urban-rural confluence. Were it placed before her, she would not spare it a glance. Thank you, Nanqiang said politely as she accepted the candy, promptly stowing it away in her bag. Iron Army noticed her reluctance to open and taste it, revealing a hint of disappointment. However, he chose to remain silent as he turned the ignition and started the vehicle. Lost in her own thoughts, Nanqiang failed to notice this exchange. She settled into the leather seat of the back row, fatigue overwhelming her as she closed her eyes. Xiaofeng, what did that conversation with General Yu in the car today truly signify? Iron Army inquired cautiously, glancing in the rearview mirror at the girl. He is warning me, Nanqiang replied, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. He advises me to remain content in my place and not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about the dean. Is that so? Iron Army's grip on the steering wheel tightened in frustration. Is he trying to thwart your romantic prospects? Perhaps, Nanqiang replied wearily, shaking her head. Did he not just say that the poor are unworthy of love? He looks down upon us. She deliberately used the word us, subconsciously seeking to align Iron Army with her, hoping to forge a bond between them. Born of the same origins and belonging to the same class. It is only through shared misfortunes that this somewhat insecure man can lower his defenses. Huh. Taijun emitted a somewhat jarring laugh from his throat. Wealthy individuals are all of a similar ilk, are they not? Who else could there be? Nanqiang, feeling a twinge of sensitivity, perked up her ears. Never mind, it is better left unspoken. Taijun shook his head, remarking that it was merely a matter of being born into a fortunate family. Yet he carried himself with an air of superiority. Without their well-to-do parents, what could they possibly achieve on their own? This was the first time he exhibited a hint of anger towards the rich, causing Nanqiang to blink in surprise. In the face of Taijun's willingness to express his emotions, she suddenly sensed a palpable opportunity before her. Brother Jun, I have heard that Mr. Yu's wife was also a woman of means. Is that true? She inquired, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Indeed, wealthy people dread the thought of others coveting their riches. Hence they opt for alliances with those of similar financial stature. However, she passed away a year ago, Taijun replied with remarkable candor. How did she die? Nanqiang clenched her fists. It was said to be a maritime disaster, though who can truly say? Taijun did not turn his head, adding that perhaps she had been a victim of foul play. Oh, do you possess insider information, Brother Jun? Nanqiang's heart stirred, a slight smile tugging at her lips. As for insider knowledge, there is none. I simply find it perplexing that after his wife's death, Mr. Yu carries on as if nothing has happened, displaying no sorrow whatsoever. Indeed, it appears he has been consistently transferring substantial sums to a certain private account. I have overheard him instructing Secretary Song to remit payments to that person in Hong Kong on numerous occasions. Who knows if that person is perhaps a mistress? It is difficult to ascertain. Upon hearing the last sentence, Nanqiang felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. Is there anything more tragic than a wife being betrayed by her husband over inheritance? Yes, indeed, there is, a husband who conceals his infidelity from his wife. A surge of immense fury constricted her throat, her eyes burned with rage, and her hands clenched into fists, leaving her momentarily speechless. Oh, why do such wealthy scoundrels not simply perish? After a prolonged silence, she uttered softly, almost in a trance. Xiaofeng, the driver, Taijun, appeared somewhat astonished, likely perplexed by the sudden ferocity of the neighbor girl. Ah, I was merely jesting. Nanqiang, as if awakening from a dream, regained her composure, slipping back into the guise of a young girl. I merely feel that the world is profoundly unjust. The affluent seem to navigate life with such ease, yet they revel in mocking our last vestiges of dignity and pride. She spoke in a gentle tone, casting a wistful glance toward Taijun, saying, Brother Jun, you are correct. We are ultimately but the underclass, serving them, incomparable to their station. It is indeed quite unfair. Taijun replied softly, yes, particularly unfair. How exhausting it is. Leaning her head against the glass, Nanqiang reflected, sometimes it feels as though living is an exhausting endeavor. Childhood was far better, collecting oysters by the seaside and scraping seaweed, sitting in the sunset waiting for father to return home, with nary a worry in the world. She had perused the diary of Niu Fenfang, which recounted that gathering oysters and scraping seaweed constituted the greatest joy of her childhood. As evening descended, she would sit by the pier, awaiting her father's return from the town, eager to discover what delicacies he had brought home. Do you long for those childhood days? Taijun replied affirmatively, tightening his grip on the steering wheel, a look of tenderness crossing his face. Then do not speak, just rest well. I shall awaken you when we arrive. Thus, Nanqiang fell silent, gazing out the window at the bustling traffic. At times, she would close her eyes for a brief slumber, while at others, she would open them to watch the shimmering neon lights outside. Taijun focused on driving, occasionally stealing glances at the indifferent girl in the rearview mirror. The car glided silently along the road until, nearing the heart of Xingshin, a drunken man suddenly stumbled into the middle of the thoroughfare, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, swaying as he clutched a beer bottle. Damn it! With a jarring screech of brakes, Taijun narrowly avoided colliding with the vagrant. Watch where you're going. Do you wish to be hit? He shouted, leaning out to berate the man. The sudden jolt roused Nanqiang from her reverie. She too turned her gaze towards the drunken figure. The man appeared haggard, his disheveled state evoking a sense of desolation. Beneath the glaring headlights, he raised a hand to shield his eyes. She noticed that his right hand bore only 3 fingers, the index and middle fingers having long since vanished. Never mind, he is a disabled person, she remarked to Taijun. Though Iron Army was exceedingly angry, he refrained from further outbursts in the presence of Nanqiang, reluctantly retracting his head and starting the car with a simmering discontent. Meanwhile, the vagrant staggered onward, continuing his path across the street. Such a person is truly courting death, Iron Army muttered in exasperation. Nanqiang remained silent, leaning back against her seat. Yet a thought lingered unspoken in her heart. She could not shake the feeling that she had seen the vagrant somewhere before. However, she could not recall where at that moment. The car continued its smooth journey, approaching the familiar intersection, with the gates of St. Hart drawing near. Outside, the streetlights loomed high, casting beams of white light that swept past them. Ah, Nanqiang exclaimed softly. She finally remembered. That vagrant was the very man who had stolen her wallet at the entrance of St. Hart. Chapter 33, S-City, Yuanshan Private Club. In the familiar setting, 2 men, both in their 50s, were savoring red wine accompanied by cigars. One of them wore a serious expression, while the other appeared relatively relaxed. Old leader, what do you make of this situation? Zhuneng inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Ren, whose face bore a distinct look of suppressed displeasure. Why has the proposal to dismiss Du Liyuan been suppressed at the board meeting? He has clearly committed a grave error, resulting in significant losses for the group. Isn't the company's stock price back up? Jiang Ren casually swirled the wine in his glass, responding with indifference. Zhuneng was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a moment's pause, finally managed to stammer, what about the company's reputation? And what about his clandestine dealings with Fino? Are you really going to let that scoundrel roam free? Enough, heed my words. Jiang Ren took a sip of his wine, lifting his chin to interrupt Zhuneng. From now on, do not involve yourself in matters concerning Du Liyuan. The tendrils of smoke curled around his fingers, and this seemingly nonchalant statement struck Zhuneng like a colossal hammer, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Didn't you mention that the Eagle Estate wine was quite good last time? Jiang Ren appeared unfazed, shifting the topic effortlessly. A friend of mine has a bottle. I've arranged to meet him here tonight. While Zhuneng grappled with the unsettling news, the server had already introduced the newcomer. Jiang Ren greeted him warmly, shaking hands and patting the man's shoulder, their body language exuding familiarity. Come, allow me to introduce Mr. Chun from Dongshan International. He gestured, who appeared ashen beside him. That evening, Zhuneng departed early from the gathering at the Yuanshan Club for the first time. Typically, no matter how late the revelry extended, he would personally escort Jiang Ren home. However, today he fabricated an excuse, claiming his daughter had returned from abroad and required his personal attention. Jiang Ren remained non-committal in his response, merely pursing his lips and waving him off. Once outside the club and settled in his car, Zhuneng promptly retrieved his phone to make a call. After several exchanges, he arrived at a conclusion that aligned with his suspicions. Jiang Ren was indeed shielding Du Liyuan, who was likely to ascend rapidly and become a relative of Jiang Ren. Humph, a 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. One can always count on that old fool to be unreliable. Contemplating Jiang Ren's insincere, calculating visage, Zhuneng clenched his teeth in frustration. Yet, it mattered not. If you have your cunning strategies, why should I not possess a means of surmounting obstacles? Hello, it's me. His next call was directed to Gu Shangnan, seeking to establish contact with General Manager Fong from Zhuaneng Advertising. I wish to dine with him this weekend. By the way, there is a matter I need to address. Du Liyuan's exploration in America has concluded, and the 1-month sick leave he meticulously orchestrated has officially ended. On the final day of the holiday, Nanqiang dutifully reported to work at Xingshin. The moment she stepped into the dean's office, She was taken aback to find an identical desk positioned directly opposite hers, complete with a computer and office supplies showing signs of use. Suppressing her surprise, Nanqiang turned to Manager Hu, who was approaching with a smile, and inquired, "Manager Hu, has there been a new addition to the dean's office?" Manager Hu, holding a stack of documents, appeared momentarily taken aback by Nanqiang's ignorance of the matter. "Indeed, the new assistant just reported a few days ago. Didn't Dean Du mention it to you? He personally recruited her," he replied, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "She didn't mention it. I suppose it must be a fashionable young lady." Nanqiang glanced at the desk, her gaze drifting over the studded backpack, the orange wallet, and an assortment of flamboyant decorations, her mind already forming an impression of the newcomer. "Look at your outdated tone," Manager Hu chuckled. "She is about your age. Just a girl who recently returned from studying abroad, lacking work experience. You are the mentor here. Do take her under your wing." Nanqiang smiled faintly, a touch of shyness appearing. "Manager Hu, you jest. I have only been working for a little over 6 months. I hardly qualify as a mentor. Currently, you have been in the position of Dean's assistant the longest, and the Dean is most satisfied with your performance. It would be quite appropriate for you to assume the role of a mentor." Manager Hu laughed heartily, then shifted the topic. "By the way, the new assistant is out with the Dean on business today. Once she returns, I will formally introduce you. Oh, and to celebrate your return from vacation, Manager Gu has arranged a dinner at Guiyu Fong tonight." "Manager Gu?" Nanqiang raised an eyebrow. "Gu Shengnan? What has prompted her sudden kindness?" "Indeed," she remarked, "that as one who has emerged from the comprehensive department and now stands independently in the Dean's office, a celebration is in order." Manager Hu's eyes crinkled in mirth, and I observed that there was no escaping this dinner invitation. South Chong remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. This evening's gathering included not only colleagues from the comprehensive department, but also members from the human resources department, and the atmosphere was filled with light-hearted banter as they discussed current hot topics. Amidst the jovial teasing, South Chang learned that Xiao Zhang had entered a phase of romantic ambiguity with a boyfriend. However, despite everyone's probing inquiries, Xiao Zhang remained tight-lipped about her partner's identity and their acquaintance. "Oh, how could I forget someone who repeatedly claimed to shun romance?" One male colleague playfully teased Xiao Zhang. "What is the matter, Xiao Zhang? You seem rather uncharacteristically secretive. Engaging in a clandestine affair, perhaps? Is your partner a super-rich tycoon or a celebrity? Typically articulate." Xiao Zhang's face flushed crimson under the playful scrutiny, leaving her somewhat flustered. "Clandestine affair? It's merely fate knocking at the door. One cannot resist its..." South Chang cast a knowing glance at the male colleague, deftly diverting attention from Xiao Zhang. Grateful, Xiao Zhang offered South Chang a look of appreciation. After several rounds of toasts, South Chang excused herself to the restaurant's balcony for a breath of fresh air. Moments later, as anticipated, Gu Shengnan appeared before her. "Did you think that stepping into the dean's office meant victory?" She arched an eyebrow at South Chang, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she expertly lit a cigarette. "Now you understand? The journey is far from over." Manager Gu's words seemed somewhat incomprehensible to me. Nanqiang appeared well-prepared and maintained a calm demeanor. "You don't..." Gu Shengnan scoffed at her feigned ignorance, exhaling a perfect smoke ring from her crimson lips. "Director Du has found himself a wealthy and influential fiancé. Her uncle is the vice president of the Nanqiang group. He is soaring to great heights while you've been cast aside." Manager Gu's news was indeed swift. Nanqiang still wore a pleasant smile. "However, you are mistaken. I have not been jilted. Enough of your pretense before me." Gu Shengnan coldly huffed, casting a sidelong glance at Nanqiang, her cascading waves of hair framing her face with captivating allure. "Weren't you previously intent on ensnaring Director Du to become the wife of the director? Now that the heiress from Huada has arrived, your hopes are entirely dashed." At last, Nanqiang grasped the true intent behind Gu Shengnan's invitation to dinner and felt a sense of relief. She merely wished to see her folly. "You may not believe it, but I truly never contemplated becoming the director's wife." She smiled gently, her tranquility unshaken. "I am merely Director Du's assistant. Our paths cross solely in a professional capacity." "Stop pretending." Gu Shengnan narrowed her phoenix eyes and released another smoke ring. "I saw you on your date with Director Du at the film studio. You were all smiles, thinking you could star in a tale of transformation from sparrow to phoenix. Yet, in the end, you find yourself merely played by a man." Gu Shengnan observed the shifting expressions on her face, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Did she truly believe she could become the confidant of the dean? A girl hailing from a humble town, devoid of any resources, What could she possibly contend with against the daughters of affluent families? Just because of her modest background? She tapped her forehead, as if to imply her cleverness was trifling. Nanqiang remained silent. Consider your own worth. You are merely a tool for someone else's ascent. Gu Xingnan murmured, what did Dean Du convey to you? A peaceful separation as if nothing had transpired? To be his clandestine lover? Or perhaps he doesn't even deem you worthy of an explanation. She cast a sidelong glance. Nanqiang continued to maintain her silence. Never mind. I must have been intoxicated to share these thoughts with you. How you two resolve matters is of no concern to me. Gu Xingnan scoffed with a hint of disdain, clutching her wine glass and swaying as she turned to leave. Heed my advice. Inquire into the background of the new assistant, and you will return to express your gratitude. She raised her hand in a graceful farewell. That evening, the revelry extended late into the night, and Nanqiang invited Xiaozong to stay at her apartment in Xingxin, to which Xiaozong readily agreed. On their way home, the two long-lost friends seized the opportunity to catch up on various topics, such as Xiaozong's mysterious new boyfriend and Du Liyuan's new secretary. Xiaozong revealed that she met her new boyfriend through a matchmaking website. He is a mature, divorced man with assets, hence she remains tight-lipped about their relationship. Additionally, there was a rather surprising revelation. This boyfriend is considered a high-profile client of the matchmaking service, for which Xiaozong had paid a substantial membership fee to gain the opportunity to know him. The once nonchalant and seemingly indifferent Xiaozong, who publicly proclaimed a lack of urgency regarding relationships, has quietly descended into a state of anxiety over her prolonged singlehood. What prompted the thought of a matchmaking website? Nanqiang could not help but inquire about the service fee. Xiaozong gestured and uttered a single word, 10,000. Such an amount? Nanqiang was taken aback. For a girl in the working class, this was certainly no trivial expense. Fortunately, she mused, by foregoing a few trips, it could be considered a form of self-investment. With a hint of self-mockery, Xiaozong reflected, during the recent New Year festivities, when her mother fell ill and she witnessed her father's diligent care, it struck her that everyone inevitably craves companionship. The fleeting joys of indulgence and entertainment soon lose their charm when experienced in solitude. Her family often remarked that a woman over 30 experiences a dramatic depreciation in desirability, calculating her own proximity to that age. She acknowledged her average looks and limited social circle, thus rationalizing her decision to invest in quality connections. After all, at her age, a misstep in choosing a partner could prove to be a significant setback. Nanqiang, observing Xiaozong's proactive measures, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. In the realm of matchmaking websites, love and marriage have been reduced to commodities, all transactions laid bare. Yet, no one dares to condemn the participants, after they are striving for their own happiness. So how far along is she now? Nanqiang inquired, curious about the other party's character and reliability. Not bad, Xiaozong replied. He seems sincere. Last weekend, he took me to view several properties, mentioning his consideration to purchase another home. Xiaozong appeared somewhat bashful, presumably due to preparations for marriage. Nanqiang sensed that this progression seemed rather swift, yet she could not pinpoint exactly what fell amiss. Perhaps Xiaozong had genuinely encountered a kindred spirit. Let us discuss Director Du's new secretary, she suggested, shifting the topic. Du Liyuan's newly appointed assistant, named Hua Xia, is the cousin of Du Liyuan's girlfriend, Hua Li. It is evident that this position was established at the behest of the Hua family. The reason for their eagerness to place a family member in Du Liyuan's employ likely serves two purposes: to facilitate interference in Xingxin's affairs while simultaneously monitoring Du Liyuan's activities. How are your days treating you? She suddenly recalled Yu Siwei's meaningful smile in the car. A man as astute as he must have foreseen the Hua family's assertive intervention in Du Liyuan's life and work. After all, in the union with the Hua family, it is Du Liyuan who finds himself in a position of dependence. As the saying goes, one is often beholden to those who provide. It seems his future days may not unfold as freely as he would wish. By the way, speaking of which, did Manager Gu ever have a heart-wrenching love story? Nanqiang suddenly remembered another topic. After a drink today, she had shared some peculiar sentiments with me, as if bearing the scars of past affections. Indeed, it is said that she is a woman with a tale to tell. Xiaozong, still under the influence, had a rosy complexion. It was rumored that she was the belle of the Economics and Trade University, particularly radiant, and nearly what a scion of a high-ranking official upon graduation. However, for reasons unknown, the marriage did not materialize, and the suitor ended up marrying the daughter of a neighbor, with whispers suggesting that the other woman, despite her family background, bore no advantage over Xiaozong. After that incident, Gu Shangnan was heartbroken and soon married her high school classmate, who had always pursued her. As for what transpired afterward, you are already aware. She grew disillusioned with her husband's lack of ambition and became involved with director Zhu, ultimately leading to another divorce. Transforming into the woman behind the financier. Nanqiang listened to all of this in silence. This evening, Gu Shengnan organized the dinner gathering, seemingly to sow discord between herself and Du Liyuan, and perhaps to evoke some bittersweet memories. A young woman, vibrant and beautiful, ultimately succumbed in the battle of love to another ordinary girl of higher social standing. It was likely her first realization of how fragile love is in the face of reality. She couldn't help but recall Yu Siwei's teasing remark. How many genuine loves do you think exist in this world? They are merely fleeting arrangements dictated by interests. On a similar night, in an upscale Western restaurant in City S, Du Liyuan was dining with his girlfriend, Huali, and his new assistant, Washasha. In contrast to Huali's charming and refined demeanor, Washasha embodied the spirit of a rebellious young woman, adorned with tattoos on her wrists and neck, multiple piercings in her ears, and nails painted in dark, bold hues. Once she shed her jacket, she appeared ready to take the stage and scream out rock anthems. How is work treating you? Huali asked with a warm smile, gazing at her cousin. Is it more exhausting than studying? Washasha, the youngest in the Hua family, had been sent to boarding school at a tender age. With lackluster academic performance, her family had arranged for her to study hotel management abroad, returning with a diploma that could at least impress. In the current climate of fierce domestic employment competition, the instances of returnees becoming stagnant are numerous. Washasha, wholly devoted to her art, is unwilling to endure the rigors of a conventional job, perpetually dismissing various opportunities. Consequently, her parents, leveraging Du Liyuan's position, placed her in the esteemed St. Heart Institution. It is advantageous to have someone watch over young Du, lest he strays into frivolous pursuits outside. Thus, Mrs. Hua imparted this wisdom to Huali, emphasizing the importance of keeping a close eye on men. As a result, Huali initiated a conversation with Du Liyuan, who, predictably, offered no objection. It's manageable, not too much going on, he remarked. Meanwhile, Washasha nonchalantly rummaged through her salad plate, discarding anything she deemed unpalatable. Sister, why did we come here for dinner? It's utterly dreadful, not authentic at all. Even the corn is frozen. This place pales in comparison to the little eatery by our home. Across the table, Du Liyuan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing her words. This restaurant was his selection. Huali, concerned about traffic, had requested a nearby dining option. He had identified this establishment as the most expensive within a 5-kilometer radius based on online research, only to find it critiqued by Washasha. What nonsense are you spouting? This restaurant came highly recommended by your elder brother Du, Huali interjected, casting a glance at Du Liyuan while soothing Washasha with gentle reassurances. I find it quite delightful. Brother Du, have you been so engrossed in work that you neglect the pleasures of dining and leisure? Washasha inquired, her eyes narrowing into mischievous slits, resembling a cunning little fox. You found this restaurant online, didn't you? Filtered by average price? Allow me to express that the expensive does not necessarily equate to the exquisite. Here, it is merely the decor that dazzles the eyes. Moreover, the internet is rife with those who peddle insincerity. One must truly experience to discern quality. As she articulated these sentiments, Du Liyuan could not suppress a cough. My dear child, Huali chided gently, giving Huasha a light tap on the arm. Hurry and pour a drink for brother. You will need to rely on him for guidance in your future endeavors. With that, Huali raised her glass and flashed a sweet smile at Du Liyuan. Liyuan, thank you. Huasha shrugged her shoulders, stood up, and awkwardly raised her glass towards Du Liyuan. Thank you. Brother Du Liyuan met her gesture with a composed response. Oh, this wine is truly dreadful. Huasha could not help but murmur as she settled back into her seat. What kind of training do the servers undergo here? They can't even recommend a suitable wine pairing? However, the wine had been selected by Du Liyuan prior to their arrival. Enough, enough. Do you think we are at home? Huali shot a glance at Du Liyuan's expression, realizing that her cousin had once again misspoken. She gave Huasha a warning look, urging her to cease her comments. This child has been spoiled. Her father cherishes wine above all else, with each bottle in their cellar being a rare treasure. She then turned back to Du Liyuan, her expression filled with sincere apology. Du Liyuan remained silent, sitting upright, his demeanor composed and dignified. Indeed, Washasha's observations are not unfounded. He possesses little experience in the realms of indulgence and leisure. Throughout the earlier part of his life, he dedicated himself fervently to study and professional development, tirelessly striving to accumulate qualifications in anticipation of a breakthrough. For him, the mere presence of a warm meal is sufficient satisfaction. He remains indifferent to the nuances of fine wines and the freshness of ingredients. His existence is driven by more pressing needs than gourmet cuisine, and thus, an appreciation for a refined lifestyle has yet to seep into his very essence. In stark contrast, the two young ladies before him, blessed with a fortunate paternal figure, regard indulgence as an inherent entitlement. To them, it transcends mere privilege. It constitutes a fundamental aspect of their everyday existence. "Ah, this dessert is quite delightful," Hua Sha remarked, casting her gaze upon the plate presented by the waiter, finally offering a note of satisfaction. The dessert, a mousse jelly cake crafted in the likeness of a grape, revealed 3 layers of filling upon being sliced, complemented by a tangy yogurt drizzle that tantalized the palate. Du Liyuan, observing the petite cake, was suddenly reminded of a recent occasion when he and Nanqiang shared grapes in the office. At that time, his young assistant exhibited remarkable intelligence and attentiveness. With just a few words, or even a mere glance from him, she intuitively grasped his intentions and had everything meticulously arranged in advance. In truth, he ought to express his gratitude to her, for it was her compilation of the department's negligence in misappropriating entertainment expenses that ultimately garnered Jiang Ren's approval of him. Indeed, I hold a deep appreciation for those who possess a keen eye for detail. I still recall the moment in the club suite when Jiang Ren, after perusing the documents, revealed a smile laden with significance. "I had presumed Zhu Neng to be sufficiently cautious, yet your vigilance surpasses his. Such details could indeed be uncovered." With a decisive snap, he closed the folder and remarked, "Huali speaks truthfully. You are a person of great potential." Upon hearing these words, Du Liyuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief in his heart. He understood that he was now irrevocably part of Jiang Ren's team. "Liyuan, is your favorite fruit grapes?" Hua Li's gentle voice drifted from afar, drawing him back to reality. "On several occasions during our meals, you have chosen grape desserts." "Ah, yes," Du Liyuan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I truly enjoy them." For him, it was a vibrant memory, lush and full of life. Chapter 34. The top floor of Nanqiang building in S City. Upon returning from an outing, Yu Siwei lifted his gaze to the resplendent golden platter plate. "Secretary Song, could you kindly elucidate what precisely is this item on my desk?" He succinctly conveyed his inquiry over the internal phone. Secretary Song hurriedly entered, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Boss, have you noticed the pristine white envelope within the platter?" She gestured with her hands, imploring him to graciously open it. "An invitation from the Earth Care Mountaineering Association? What is this nonsense?" Yu Siwei's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the card within the envelope. "Who is responsible for this? How did it end up on my desk?" "It was sent by Ms. Rongziyu. It pertains to their art museum surrounding public welfare project," Secretary Song replied, her expression turning grave. "For this invitation, I made 3 calls, emphasizing the necessity for you to see it. She expressed a sincere hope that you would honor the weekend mountaineering charity event with your presence, assuring that it would be worthwhile. Thus, I scoured the entire office. And this grand golden platter was the most prominent item, ensuring it would catch your eye upon your return." Secretary Song beamed at her own cleverness. "What do you—" Yu Siwei cast a stern glance at Secretary Song, his demeanor exuding authority. "This is not merely a golden platter. It is a sculpture by Iko Miura. Should it be damaged, I shall deduct your entire annual salary and bonus." Instantly, Secretary Song's smile froze upon her lips. "All right, off you go. And please inform Rongziyu that I will be attending this weekend." Yu Siwei waved his hand, adding, "This time, it shall not happen again." Secretary Song nodded, as if granted a reprieve, and turned to leave. The moment he stepped outside, he immediately pulled out his phone to search for Miura Kazuo and Miura Yoshio. Why is there no mention of a sculptor? He muttered to himself, scratching his head in confusion. However, it was only after he had exhausted all searches for Sujimura Yoshio without any success that he finally realized he had once again fallen prey to his boss's antics. Meanwhile, at the Rong Art Museum, Rongziyu received confirmation of Yu Siwei's attendance, which filled her with immense joy. "Could you please check once more if the attendees from the Sacred Heart Sanatorium have been confirmed?" She hummed a tune while instructing her assistant. "Those I have invited must be present." "Yes, they have confirmed. The director's office just sent over the attendance list," the assistant replied, handing her a phone. "Here. This is the email response." Rong Ziyu's eyes lit up as she spotted the names she had hoped to see on the list. Excellent. Very good, she praised her assistant. An uncommon compliment, as she began to hum a light and cheerful melody. The anticipated weekend arrived swiftly, marked by an altruistic hiking event, Caring for the Earth, which she had personally organized. Participants, motivated by their love for the environment, were set to voluntarily clean the litter from the forests. As long as the location was chosen wisely, it promised to be a dignified and relaxed social gathering, seamlessly blending hiking with charitable endeavors. Rong Ziyu has always been well-versed in this art. This time, she chose a mountainous forest farm approximately 3 hours' drive from S-City. A place where transportation is convenient and the scenery is breathtaking, yet untouched by extensive tourism, embodying a sense of wildness. That morning, Nanqiang set an alarm to rise early, her youthful visage requiring little embellishment. A simple ponytail and a dab of sunscreen sufficed, and she was ready in nearly 10 minutes. However, just before stepping out, she found herself in a quandary. Niu Fengfang did not possess professional, while her casual attire could serve as a substitute. The question of footwear remained. After scrutinizing her options, she discovered only a pair of everyday casual shoes. In her former self, had she known about the hiking trip, she would have undoubtedly procured an entire ensemble of new gear, clothing, shoes, hats, vowing to be the most radiant woman in the team, leaving a stunning silhouette in the lens. Gazing at her sparse wardrobe and contemplating the dwindling numbers in her bank account, she could not help but shake her head and chuckle. It was wise to face reality and act within her means. After some contemplation, she finally retrieved the only pair of shoes in her cabinet that could be deemed somewhat athletic, despite their heels being unevenly worn down. She donned these shoes, intending to take the subway to the bus assembly point. On that Saturday morning, the streets were sparsely populated. After waiting by the roadside for about 5 minutes, a black SUV glided toward her at a leisurely pace. Hi, beautiful, good morning. Yu Nianzu's handsome face emerged from the driver's seat. His smile as radiant as the morning sun. What brings you here? Nanqiang looked at him, somewhat surprised. I sent you a message to request leave. Today I have an event to attend, so I cannot accompany you to the calligraphy class. I know. Yu Nianzu replied with a playful smile. Does that mean I cannot join the hiking trip? They invited me as well. He waved the invitation card in his hand, grinning with delight. I made a special trip this morning to pick you up. Surprise. He eagerly handed over a warm brown paper bag. Have you had breakfast? I bought you a sandwich. Nanqiang paused for a moment, then smiled. I didn't expect this foolish boy to be so enthusiastic. He truly is a considerate student. Not forgetting the importance of respecting his teacher. Is it filled with sour cucumber? How did you know I like it? She took the warm bag, glanced inside, and turned to open the front passenger door, only to freeze when she noticed who was in the back seat. Mr. Yu? She hesitantly called out, looking at Yu Siwei, who sat upright and composed in the back seat. Yu Siwei nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Is Mr. Yu joining the hike as well? She shot a glance at Yu Nianzu, playfully chiding him for not informing her that Yu Siwei would also be present. Of course, they invited my brother. I'm just tagging along. Yu Nianzu, completely oblivious to the reproach in her eyes, continued to focus on the backpack in the passenger seat. You should sit in the back. This bag is filled with food and drinks, and it would be inconvenient to access it from the trunk once we hit the highway. Nanqiang glanced back at Yu Siwei once more, but his expression remained unchanged and inscrutable. She could only respond with a soft murmur, slamming the door of the passenger seat before opening the rear door. Once seated in the back, the familiar scent of the man beside her enveloped her. Nanqiang silently leaned towards the window, striving to maintain some distance. Miss Nan, would you prefer coffee or soy milk? Yu Siwei glanced at her, his expression indifferent. Soy milk, Nanqiang replied instinctively. She had never been a coffee drinker. As someone highly sensitive to caffeine, just a few sips would rob her of sleep. Her dietary choices had always consisted solely of sparkling water, black tea, and soy milk. Wow, brother, you truly possess extraordinary foresight. Yu Nianzu in the front seat couldn't help but exclaim, turning to Nanqiang with a playful wink. I suggested buying coffee and a beef and tomato burger, but my brother advised adding a cup of soy milk and a sandwich filled with pickles, claiming that girls generally enjoy that. He shook his head in resignation, handing her a cup of hot soy milk. All right, I concede. Dinner will be on me when we return. What shall we have? How about barbecue? Nanqiang accepted the food, casting a sensitive glance at Yu Siwei. Still have time to ponder the thoughts of young women? Truly a model of lifelong learning. Yu Siwei, either intentionally or unintentionally, avoided her gaze, turning instead to admire the crimson leaves outside. "The weather is quite pleasant," he remarked with genuine appreciation. The car exited the highway and soon arrived at the parking lot at the trailhead, the destination being an undeveloped forest. From a distance, it appeared sparsely populated and lushly green. Nanqiang alighted from the vehicle, her gaze fixed apprehensively upon the winding, muddy mountain path ahead. The ground still bore the remnants of last night's rainfall, and her casual footwear lacked proper traction, leaving her susceptible to a potentially humiliating fall. Lost in thought, she was suddenly approached by a massive luxury SUV, from which emerged a striking young woman chewing gum, donned in an entire ensemble of expensive outdoor gear. This was none other than Washasha, the newly appointed assistant from the dean's office, whose shoes unmistakably indicated her seasoned experience. Washasha clearly noticed Nanqiang's presence, yet she offered no greeting, merely casting a dismissive glance before diverting her attention elsewhere. To Washasha, Nanqiang was merely an inconsequential figure, someone who hadn't even shared a drink with her at the welcome dinner. She had heard from Du Liyuan about this assistant, an earnest individual devoid of connections. To entrepreneurs, such individuals are akin to chewing gum, occasionally useful when chewed vigorously for a hint of sweetness, but ultimately discarded like refuse once their utility wanes with age. Nanqiang's hand, once extended in greeting, froze mid-air as she sensed Washasha's indifference, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. However, Washasha remained indifferent to Nanqiang's emotions. Standing in the parking lot with her chin held high, surveying the crowd with a sense of disdain, reflecting on what she perceived to be a gathering of indistinct bumpkins. Her aloof gaze swept over the throng until it landed upon Yunyanzu, at which point her demeanor shifted slightly. The tall and handsome Yunyanzu stood out like a radiant beacon amidst the assembly, eliciting an involuntary smile from the worldly Washasha. Following closely into the parking lot was Yuan Fong, at the wheel of a rather commonplace imported SUV. Accompanying her was her husband, Lao Bai. Both were attired in outdoor apparel, evidently well prepared for the day ahead. "Where's Mao Mao?" Yu Siwei inquired, recognizing his old subordinate and approaching with familiarity. "Did you leave him with Grandma? I entrusted him to a classmate's mother. They are visiting the planetarium today," Yuan Fong replied, her face radiant with a cheerful smile. "He won't be back until evening. I thought you might bring Mao Mao along." Yu Siwei jested, "Children should have more exposure to nature." "Oh, one cannot always bring him everywhere. Even our parents deserve a little respite to enjoy life," Yuan Fong remarked, casting a playful glance at her husband. "Tell me, when was the last time it was just the two of us at the movies? Do you remember?" Lao Bai chuckled softly, but remained silent. He was a middle-aged man of average build, with a round face, clad in a simple windbreaker and sporting the most common hairstyle. In the bustling streets, he would easily blend into the crowd, unnoticed by most. "Mr. Yu," he greeted Yu Siwei with a smile, displaying composure and poise in the presence of this affluent and promising young man, revealing no trace of excitement or sycophancy. "Ah, Miss Nan, you look absolutely stunning today," Yuan Fong exclaimed as she turned to see Nanqiang by the car, her smile growing even sweeter. "Youth is truly wonderful. Just look at your skin. It's as smooth as silken tofu." She beamed as she approached Nanqiang and linked arms with her, pondering, what is the term for that? At this moment, her heart was brimming with confusion. Why had Nanqiang arrived alongside the Yu brothers? Why was she standing so upright beside their vehicle? Yet, these questions remained unspoken. It mattered not who had brought her, for once one had entered the Yu family's circle, they had already ascended to a higher echelon. As for whether she could maintain her position thereafter, that would depend on her fortune and skill. Yuan Fong, entwined with Nanqiang's arm, walked forward with warmth, casting a glance at Old Bai. However, Old Bai seemed oblivious, engrossed in opening the trunk to retrieve equipment, failing to approach Yu Siwei as she had hoped. Time and again, he remained as stubborn as ever. Yuan Fong sighed internally, gritting her teeth in frustration as she continued on her way. As the appointed hour arrived, the opening ceremony commenced. At the organizer's cue, everyone pulled out a banner for a photograph, and Rong Ziyu personally declared the commencement of the mountain climbing event. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed with a cacophony, each person heading off into the wilderness. Among the group from Nanqiang, Yu Siwei exuded an icy demeanor, creating an aura of the Antarctic that silenced those around him. In stark contrast, the newcomer Yunyanzu appeared far more popular, quickly surrounded by a throng of eager young ladies as they walked together. Having been raised with the principles of gentlemanly conduct, Yunyanzu found himself unable to rebuff their enthusiasm, thus becoming ensnared in their company as they ascended the mountain. Ultimately, overwhelmed by their attention, he hastened his pace. Swiftly advancing to the front of the line, with Hua Shasha closely trailing behind until they vanished from sight. Among the remaining group, Yuan Fong was evidently the most vivacious woman. She moved gracefully, closely following Yu Siwei as she discussed industry trends and shared gossip about the employees, most of which comprised delightful little tidbits. Nanqiang observed Yuan Fong's ostentation with a detached gaze, unwilling to join the fray. She simply walked silently behind. Lao Bai similarly strolled leisurely at the rear, burdened by 2 bags, one slung over his back and the other hanging in front of his stomach, with 2 water bottles strapped to it, creating a comical sight in conjunction with his sturdy physique. "Mr. Bai, those bags aren't too heavy, are they?" Nanqiang inquired politely, noting his relaxed demeanor. The recent steep incline had left her slightly breathless. "I'm just helping my wife. She never carries anything when climbing," Lao Bai chuckled. "Do you have a lot of things? Would you like me to assist?" He glanced at Nanqiang and extended a hand, offering, "Let me carry your water bottles." Thank you, Mr. Bai. You are truly kind," Nanqiang replied, feeling a tightness in her chest. She seized the opportunity to pass him the water bottles, exclaiming, "Sister Yuan is indeed..." "Not quite." Lao Bai squinted, his expression earnest. "She works hard. There's not much I can do to help. As a man, I should exert myself when the time calls for it." Listening to his words, Nanqiang faintly recalled having heard snippets about Yuan Fong in the past, such as her reputation as a strong, career-driven woman and the primary breadwinner of her household. Rumors suggested her husband was an unremarkable civil servant, possessing no skills beyond the steady job provided by the system, which rendered Yuan Fong's life quite arduous, as she had to strive for everything on her own. If Sister Yuan is busy with work, who takes care of the home? Nanqiang glanced at Lao Bai, inquiring if there was a division of labor agreement between them. She harbored a certain curiosity about the family model where women are the primary breadwinners, although the majority of Nanqiang's shares were once under her name. The actual operators were Nan DeLong and Yu Siwei. At that time, she believed it was only natural for men to take the lead, while women would step onto the battlefield only when absolutely necessary. There was no need for such intricacies. Lao Bai chuckled at her words, remarking that in a family, one cannot be too calculating. When difficulties arise, they help each other out. If she is busy, he will take on more responsibilities. After all, he paused. She earns more, doesn't she? As he spoke, a hearty laugh escaped him, his face devoid of any embarrassment, radiating instead a sense of pride for his wife. Nanqiang observed the plain features of the middle-aged man before her and found herself at a loss for words. Your sister Yuan is intelligent and of good character. Never harboring any malice, Lao Bai added nonchalantly, she simply has a strong sense of crisis and is accustomed to holding the reins. Miss Nan, please walk slowly behind. Don't tire yourself too much. I'll follow along to see, he said, and with that, he matched his pace with Yuan Fong. Nanqiang stood momentarily stunned by his unexpected remark, only to realize several steps later that perhaps her disdain for Yuan Fong's adeptness had been noted by her husband. Lao Bai, feeling displeased, could not help but defend his wife. With this understanding, a medley of emotions stirred within her. Perhaps old Bai is not as dull as he appears. He has been quietly supporting his assertive wife in his own way. She suddenly finds herself somewhat envious of Yuan Fong, the middle-aged woman whose beauty is faded. With old Bai's departure, no one in the group shows any inclination to approach the insignificant young girl, Nanqiang. She walks alone, silently making her way into the mountains. The path and her ill-fitting shoes compel her to tread particularly cautiously. Breathing heavily, she realizes she has fallen behind, left far behind by the main group. Are her shoes unsuitable? Suddenly, a familiar male voice resonates beside her. Chapter 35. Nanqiang lifted her gaze to behold Yu Siwei, clad in high-end outdoor gear, standing before her. She glanced behind herself, noting the absence of any other individuals or footprints, surmising that he must have retraced his steps. There's nothing inappropriate, Nanqiang murmured, a hint of defiance in her tone. Yu Siwei regarded her briefly, refraining from further comment, merely responding, "Very well, let us proceed onward." Nanqiang ignored him, lowering her head as she ascended a few. Distracted and anxious, she nearly slipped on the moss beneath her feet. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from behind, steadying her. It was Yu Siwei once again. "Thank you," she said, casting a quick glance at him before hastily shaking off his hand, as if swatting away a fly. "Mr. Yu, why are you moving so slowly? There are too many people ahead. Let us steer clear." Yu Siwei observed his rejected hand with indifference, a smile gracing his lips. Seeing his calm demeanor, Nanqiang surmised that he was likely weary of the multitude of individuals approaching him with ulterior motives, which explained his deliberate retreat for solitude. "If Mr. Yu dislikes being disturbed, I shall keep my distance," she replied pointedly. It was a pity that his aversion to disturbance had led to the demise of his only companion. Such a person deserved divine retribution. She secretly wished for a massive boulder to descend from the heavens and crush him to oblivion. Yu Siwei made no attempt to persuade her to stay, clearly allowing her to make her own decisions. Fury and indignation swelled within Nanqiang, prompting her to quicken her pace. Combining 3 steps into 2 as she exerted all her strength to climb higher, striving to distance herself from this heartless wretch. However, 5 minutes elapsed, then 15, until half an hour had passed, and Yu Siwei remained unhurriedly trailing behind Nanqiang. It appeared that Miss Nin was not particularly adept at climbing. Observing her repeated glances of irritation cast in his direction, despite her silent restraint, Yu Siwei leisurely spoke, "Look at you," employing both hands and feet, yet ascending at a pace akin to that of a turtle's stroll. His tone conveyed a sense of palpable regret. Nanqiang, already vexed by his persistent following, felt her irritation mount as she beheld his calm demeanor, prompting her forehead to throb with frustration. "If you excel at this, why don't you just soar past?" In a moment of impatience, she halted, turning to face him, her expression one of indignation as she pointed to the narrow mountain path beside her. "Fly. Show me how you fly, why don't you?" This time, Yu Siwei fell silent, merely standing on the stone steps below, quietly observing her. "Very well." A sudden smile illuminated his face. Nanqiang, bewildered, found herself unable to comprehend his intentions. "I am about to take flight, so watch closely." Unhurriedly, Yu Siwei stowed his climbing pole, securing it to his backpack. "Huh?" Nanqiang stood there, speechless, her eyes wide in astonishment. With a subtle smile, Yu Siwei stepped back slightly, adopting a preparatory stance, and then with a graceful stride, he effortlessly leaped over to her. In the blink of an eye, a rush of wind whistled past her ears, and in an instant, he had gained several meters ahead of Nanqiang, firmly standing on the stone steps before her. He pivoted, offering Nanqiang a serene smile, his composure unruffled, as if he genuinely possessed wings, a testament to his extraordinary athleticism. "You," Nanqiang stammered, momentarily speechless, her intended words failing her. As she opened her mouth to speak, her body involuntarily began to lean backward, a consequence of the gust of wind generated by Yu Siwei's earlier movements. "Ah!" she shrieked, her voice laced with terror as she realized she was about to tumble down the slope. Yu Siwei, startled, swiftly lunged forward, seizing Nanqiang's arm and pulling her toward him. With remarkable alacrity, he secured his other hand around a nearby tree trunk, utilizing the root's grip. Ultimately, they managed to regain their balance after a few precarious wobbles, averting a calamitous descent down the mountain. Upon regaining her senses, Nanqiang realized she was firmly ensnared in Yu Siwei's embrace, her face pressed intimately against his chest. It felt like an impenetrable fortress, a harbor she had once cherished. The familiar scent, a constant companion for many years, permeated her every pore, evoking a sense of poignant nostalgia that left her momentarily disoriented, transitioning from a sensation of gentle warmth to one of profound cold. When she fully recovered, her hands forcefully shoved Yu Siwei away. Caught off guard by her sudden action, Yu Siwei's back and arms collided with the tree trunk behind him, eliciting a suppressed groan. Observing the pained expression on his face as he bit down on his lower lip, Nanqiang experienced a mixture of resentment and satisfaction and resentment that she hadn't pushed him harder, wishing he would tumble down the cliff and be maimed. Yu Siwei, clutching his arm, waited for a considerable time. Yet he discerned no hint of concern or gratitude on Nanqiang's face, compelling him to straighten his back once more. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his voice tinged with hesitation. "I'm perfectly well. Thank you for your concern," Nanqiang replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. "And Mr. Yu? How are you?" This question lacked sincerity, prompting Yu Siwei to smile without responding. "Miss Nan, what brings you to participate in the mountaineering event?" He shifted the conversation, observing Nanqiang closely. "Aren't you troubled by your heart condition?" Nanqiang was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. Indeed, she had felt a bit anxious and breathless during the ascent, consumed by determination to prove herself, nearly forgetting that Niu Fengfang suffered from a congenital heart ailment. The art museum extended the invitation. They specifically requested the office of the director to represent them. She lowered her delicate neck, so fair and slender that it seemed it could snap with the slightest twist. "They specifically requested, and Du Liyuan simply let you go?" A hint of chill crept into Yu Siwei's expression, pondering whether he was unaware of her heart condition or if he had grown indifferent to her well-being. The director is unaware of my health issues. Nanqiang shot him a glare, her gaze decidedly unfriendly. Why did he keep mentioning Du Li Yuan? Oh, how does Mr. Yu know about my heart condition? She suddenly realized. Suspicion flooding her eyes as she fixed her gaze on him. Have you had someone investigate me? Observing the young woman's fierce demeanor, Yu Siwei inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. He turned his gaze towards the mountain ahead, eyes lost in the distance. Look over there, the flowers are blooming. Nanqiang followed his gaze and beheld a dozen forsythia blossoms exuberantly blooming on the cliff across the valley, their golden figures standing out splendidly against the chilly mountainside. This commonplace plant, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, exudes a certain boisterous charm when it blooms in a cascading display. Isn't it beautiful? Yu Siwei softly remarked. As the forsythia blossoms, winter gives way to spring. He turned to glance at Nanqiang, who averted his eyes and continued up the stone steps without looking back. The meteorological criterion for the arrival of spring is an average temperature of at least 10 degrees Celsius sustained for 5 consecutive days. I checked the weather forecast before I set out, and the average temperatures for the coming days are all below that threshold. She paused. This indicates that winter has not yet departed, nor has spring arrived. Yu Siwei was momentarily taken aback by her words. Subsequently, he fell silent, merely trailing behind Nanqiang with a faint, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The two continued their silent ascent along the mountain path. Nanqiang's face flushed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his heartbeat intensifying. Just as he was gritting his teeth to endure, Yu Siwei's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Miss Nan, I believe I may have injured my knee and intend to retrace my steps. Would you care to accompany me down the mountain? She turned to look back at him, finding Yu Siwei gazing at her with an expression of calm assurance. Bathed in the glow of his good looks, he suggested retreating with an air of noble savior. No, I wish to reach the summit. As a representative of Xingxin, I cannot bring shame upon the company. She resolutely declined. However, it was evident that Yu Siwei was unfazed by her rejection. Didn't your office recently acquire an assistant? I perceive her to be quite competent and physically capable. She has already dashed to the forefront of the team. With such a colleague, why the haste? He remarked casually. Nanqiang cast a sidelong glance at him, lowering her eyes in silence. There is no fault in competition. It merely requires discerning the appropriate context. Observing the determined expression on the girl ahead, Yu Siwei appeared to possess profound insight. Have you heard of the strategy of racing horses? As long as one can emerge victorious in the end, it is unnecessary to strive for triumph in every contest. Nanqiang understood his insinuation and bit her lip, though a sense of reluctance lingered. She had to concede that Yu Siwei was correct. She had indeed been provoked by Hua Shash's demeanor in the parking lot. She resented the idea of losing to this arrogant girl and did not wish to be looked down upon by her future disciple. Yet, she also recognized that such fleeting emotions were unwarranted. Raising her gaze to Yu Siwei, she found him as composed as ever, his countenance devoid of turmoil. Save for his dark pupils which retained an animalistic vigilance, there seemed to be nothing in the world that could elude his keen perception. He was no ordinary individual. He was the esteemed son-in-law representing the pinnacle of his father's aspirations for his daughter, the eldest grandson of the Yu family who had long mastered the art of discretion. Mr. Yu, did you mention discomfort in your knee? Coming back to her senses, Nanqiang quickly subdued her sharpness, reverting to her usual compliant demeanor. Allow me to call the organizers and request someone to attend to you. She retrieved her phone from the pocket of her coat. Just as Yu Siwei was about to voice his objections, it was too late. Nanqiang's arm inadvertently collided with a branch behind her. A piercing scream echoed as her phone slipped from her fingertips, tumbling into the underbrush and crevices of the hillside, vanishing from sight. What to do? Nanqiang's face drained of color, becoming as pale and translucent as parchment. How could this happen? Without a second thought, she was ready to descend the slope. Are you out of your mind? Yu Siwei exclaimed, seizing her body before she could leap down. It's too dangerous. Are you really willing to risk your life for that phone? It has pictures of my father. Nanqiang fought with all her strength to break free from his grasp. Nearly in tears. These are the only ones I have. You can't stop me. Only then did Yu Siwei recall that Nanqiang had been using an outdated smartphone. Initially, he had assumed it was due to financial constraints, but now he realized the truth was more profound. Frowning, he glanced down the slope and quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Wait here for me, he instructed, turning back to her. his hands firmly gripping her shoulders to anchor her to the stone steps. "I will go down and take a look for you." Nanqiang's eyes widened in disbelief as she wiped away her tears, hardly able to comprehend his words. "Really? Thank you, Mr. Yu." She blinked her dew-laden lashes, appearing utterly forlorn. "But how will you manage to get down?" Yu Siwei offered no reply, swiftly unbuckling his climbing backpack. From within, he retrieved a climbing rope, securing one end around his waist while fastening the other to the sturdiest tree trunk by the roadside. He meticulously tightened the rope on this side of the trunk, attempting it several times until he was satisfied. Fortunately, the slope was not too steep. With climbing gear, it would have been a trivial task. Regrettably, today he had neither harness nor descender, only a single rope to make do. With nimble hands and feet, Yu Siwei completed the task and finally had the leisure to converse with Nanqiang. If all went as expected, he should be able to retrieve it. "Listen to me. Stay put and do not come down," he reiterated as he prepared to descend. Nanqiang, looking bewildered, nodded in compliance. After uttering these words, Yu Siwei grasped the rope and carefully made his way down the steep slope. Watching his figure diminish on the incline, the girl's initial panic gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a serene composure. Nanqiang did not disclose the truth to Yu Siwei. Indeed, that old phone contained something of paramount importance. Though it was not a photograph of Niu Fenfang's father, the antiquated device was a memento of Niu Fenfang, serving as her sole connection to her identity. Through the remnants of its password, she accessed all of Niu Fenfang's social media and email accounts, gleaning fragments of her life through various conversations. This old phone was the lifeline that affirmed Niu Fenfang's existence. Should it be destroyed, the bond between her and Niu Fenfang would sever irreparably. As the rustling sound subsided, Yu Siwei's figure soon vanished into the thicket on the slope. Apart from the occasional noise, the forest returned to its tranquil state. Nanqiang seated herself upon the stone steps, casting her gaze upon the open black backpack resting atop the stairs. In her haste, Yu Siwei had neglected to take it with her. She picked up the backpack and meticulously examined its contents: a water bottle, a compass, a survival whistle, and then returned each item to its original place. Her attention ultimately settled upon a sandy yellow outdoor knife, adorned with intricate patterns. This was a high-end military knife crafted in Italy, produced by a brand specifically dedicated to developing and manufacturing tools for the armed forces. It was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through steel effortlessly, instilling a sense of dread. She turned her gaze toward the nearby tree trunk, upon which a climbing rope was tightly secured, the rope quivering slightly, indicating that someone was moving at the other end. As the rope swayed up and down, a multitude of memories began to surface in her mind, those lonely nights spent shedding tears in solitude, the desperate outcries of unbearable anguish, the child who had not yet seen the light of day, and a face etched with indifference and numbness. Ultimately, it was the familiar silhouette she had glimpsed before sinking to the ocean's depths, standing upon the deck. With a sudden resolve, she grasped the knife tightly and bit down on her lower lip. Yu Siwei ascended the slope step by step along the rope, diligently searching for her lost phone. After an indeterminate passage of time, as she neared the valley's base, her perseverance bore fruit. She finally spotted her pink phone nestled within the fork of a bush. A long-awaited smile graced her face. However, just as she descended to reach for the phone, calamity struck. With a resounding snap, the climbing rope above her severed abruptly. Before he could even utter a cry, Yu Siwei felt his body lighten, and he plummeted down the mountainside. The world spun around. The resplendent sunlight overhead was obscured by gathering clouds, and the calls of birds in the mountain forest gradually subsided. In a few hours, the sun would be setting. The sun would soon set. Yu Siwei glanced at his watch. Nearly 4 hours had passed since he found himself lying in this ravine. Fortuitously, he had been spared from serious harm, as multiple thickets had cushioned his descent, ultimately allowing him to land on the soft earth blanketed with thick fallen leaves. The loose soil had spared him any life-threatening injuries, though he was bruised and battered in several places. Grasping a nearby tree trunk, but a piercing pain shot through his ankle, indicating a likely sprain. Helpless, Yu Siwei shook his head and slumped back against the tree. "Mr. Yu? Siwei?" A distant voice seemed to call out. Yu Siwei's keen ears caught the sound, and he replied loudly, "I'm here." Before long, someone approached, following the sound of his voice. As he focused his gaze, he was astonished to see Nanqiang, looking quite disheveled. "Miss Nan, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in surprise. Her condition appeared no better than his own. She was covered in mud, her hair a tangled mess, and her clothes were riddled with numerous tears, suggesting she too had encountered some misfortune. "So, you're here," she said, visibly relieved upon spotting Yusiwei. Her legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. "You scared me to death," she added, patting her chest, clearly still shaken by the recent events. "Were you specifically looking for me?" Yusiwei inquired, his gaze lingering on her petite form, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Indeed, it truly frightened me. I almost thought you." Nanqiang glanced at Yusiwei and, sensing the inquiry in his expression, swallowed the latter part of her sentence. "I am relieved you were safe. It is best to refrain from uttering ominous words," she said, turning her face away with an awkward smile. "How did you manage to find me?" Yusiwei fixed his gaze upon the girl before him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "I heard something fall from the mountain, which terrified me, so I went to pull the rope, only to discover that the other end had become remarkably light." Nanqiang raised her dusty little face, her long eyelashes fluttering. "I was so frightened that I kept calling your name, but you did not respond. Eventually, I decided to climb down the rope. When I had descended a considerable distance, I realized," she swallowed hard, hesitating, "that the rope had snapped. Consequently, I clung to the hillside, grasping the underbrush as I slowly slid down, searching for you all the while. Ultimately, I found myself in this ravine, and I continued to search along the mountain path until I finally located you." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with the clarity of a pristine spring, filled with genuine concern. "Why did you risk danger to come find me? Why not seek assistance first?" Yusiwei, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Nanqiang's eyes. "I had no means to call for help. I did not possess a phone, and after waiting for a while, no one arrived from the mountain. I feared that by the time I reached the summit and reunited with others, it would be dark, and finding you would be impossible." Nanqiang met his gaze fearlessly, her reasoning sound and logical. Yusiwei lowered his head and smiled. When he lifted his gaze, a radiant expression illuminated his face. "Thank you. I am quite taken aback," he replied softly. "What brings you to sit here? Are you injured?" Nanqiang's eyes gravitated towards his leg as she retrieved the rucksack from behind her, extending it towards him. "I brought your pack down. See if there's anything. I've injured my ankle." Yusiwei accepted the rucksack, gesturing towards his right foot. "I'm temporarily unable to venture outwards. Forcing it would likely exacerbate the... What shall we do?" Nanqiang's face drained of color. "Did you bring your phone? Have you made a distress call?" "The phone broke when it tumbled down the slope. The phone was damaged when it tumbled down the hillside." Yusiwei produced a mobile phone with a completely shattered screen, displaying it to Nanqiang. "It's beyond operation. It should be intact," Yusiwei added with a hint of resignation. "Though the battery is no longer functional, it has run out of power." Upon hearing the initial part of his statement, Nanqiang's heart leaped with joy, but upon hearing the latter part, her face turned ashen. "Did you bring a charger?" she inquired. Regret etched on his face. "What then?" Nanqiang exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Are we to simply wait idly? At present, it appears we have no other option. Are we to simply await rescue without taking any initiative? For the moment, it seems that is the only recourse." Yusiwei shook his head. "We lack communication devices. There are no dwellings in the vicinity, and I am unable to travel far due to my injury. We must patiently await assistance." "That is unacceptable," Nanqiang exclaimed, leaping to her feet. "If we merely await rescue, when will it arrive?" "Perhaps your secretary placed the charger in your bag," she suggested, reaching for Yusiwei's backpack. "Isn't he remarkably thoughtful and anticipates everything?" Yusiwei chuckled. "I doubt it. I distinctly remember leaving the charger in the car before we disembarked. It's just unfortunate. Don't concede so readily," she urged, her anxiety growing at Yusiwei's resignation. Maybe he anticipated this and discreetly slipped one into it. Seeing Yusiwei's lack of initiative, Nanqiang took it upon herself to rummage through his bag. "Search again. Doesn't your phone remain on around the clock? Surely Secretary Song wouldn't allow your phone to die." She was determined to leave no corner of Yusiwei's backpack unexplored. Yusiwei, amused. Nanqiang slumped to the ground, her face etched with despair. "How will we summon assistance?" "You?" Yusiwei echoed, focusing on her choice of pronoun. "Of course me." Nanqiang slumped to the ground, her face etched with despair. "How will we summon assistance?" "You?" Yusiwei echoed. She glanced pointedly at Yusiwei's ankle. "Unless I possess the strength of Wonder Woman, carrying you up that mountain is out of the question." Yusiwei couldn't help but laugh. "What makes you so confident that you can locate the path back?" "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. Yusiwei couldn't help but laugh. "What makes you so confident that you can locate the path back?" "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. "Do you truly believe I acted rashly and descended with mere enthusiasm?" Nanqiang could not help but roll her eyes. "Every time I arrive at a new..." Yusiwei observed her expression, the smile on his face unwavering. That is none of your concern. Nanqiang shrank her neck, her ears inexplicably turning crimson. Seeing her like this, Yu Siwei could not help but shake his head in amusement. There is no need to rush. Let us wait a while longer. Someone will surely come looking for us. He glanced at Nanqiang, urging her to trust him. A man is reliable. A sow could climb a tree. Nanqiang thought to herself that trusting him was akin to consuming excrement, and without further ado, she seized Yu Siwei's phone and began to fiddle with it. Is this not the most expensive and latest model? Why is it so fragile? She seized Yu Siwei's phone and began to fiddle with it. Is this not the most expensive and latest model? Why is it so fragile? Intending to disassemble it, Yu Siwei remained silent. What is going on? You can't take out the battery? Unfortunate circumstances only fueled her determination. She aimed the phone at a stone by the roadside and began to bang it. Let me give it a try. When I was a child. She aimed the phone at a stone by the roadside and began to bang it. Let me give it a try. When I was a child. The paint nearly chipping off. He opened his mouth several times to offer a protest, but ultimately refrained. The outcome was predictable. A small shard of glass fell from the screen of Yu Siwei's phone, yet it still refused to power on. Nanqiang no longer harbored any resentment towards Yu Siwei's phone, turning her attention instead to her own device, determined to tinker with it until, at last, she relinquished her efforts in resignation. It seemed that neither the heavens nor the earth would heed her call this time. With a heavy sigh, she surrendered to her frustration. She relinquished her efforts in resignation. It seemed that neither the heavens nor the earth would heed her call this time. With a heavy sigh, she surrendered to her frustration. Dusting off her trousers with a determined expression, Mr. Yu, is your foot feeling any better? Yu Siwei lifted his gaze to meet hers and shook his head. It's all right. Come, I will assist you in walking. The girl crouched down, effortlessly looping her arm around Yu Siwei's, gritting her teeth as she struggled to rise. Let us attempt to retrace our steps, moving as far as we can. Yu Siwei offered no resistance, willingly taking a few steps forward with her. However, given his imposing stature and her petite frame, it was not long before Nanqiang found herself flushed and breathless. Miss Nan, perhaps you should proceed on your own, Yu Siwei suggested, observing her anxious demeanor. Nanqiang looked up and shot him a quick glance. Did you not leave a marker? You can ascend first. And once you locate them, you can guide them back to me using the markers, Yu Siwei explained. Nanqiang fell silent for a moment. Nightfall approaches, and they say, and once you locate them, you can guide them back to me using the markers, Yu Siwei explained. Nanqiang fell silent for a moment. Nightfall approaches, and which contains a flashlight and a lighter. If there is fire, the beasts will not approach, Yu Siwei gently reassured her. I have taken everything with me. What will you do? Nanqiang replied without raising her head. We cannot leave you behind. A flicker of understanding shone in Yu Siwei's eyes, and she refrained from further persuasion. The two supported each other as they progressed slowly, yet the path ahead led to a slope with no way to ascend. And he ceased his entreaties. Hand in hand, they advanced with measured steps. However, their which Yu Siwei could not ascend without Nanqiang's support. What shall we do? Nanqiang lamented, sinking to the ground in despondency. The forest's embrace grew dim as the sun prepared to relinquish its hold, casting a veil of twilight and uncertainty upon the land. Miss Nan, let us tarry here. Just as she felt helpless and nearly lost hope, Yu Siwei's resolute voice resonated from above, like a celestial melody. Trust me, someone will surely come. Following the sound, Nanqiang lifted her gaze, her puzzled expression illuminated by the backlight. In that moment, Yu Siwei extended her hand towards her, and in a daze, Nanqiang reached out. Feeling a surge of warmth and tenderness in her palm, she was gently assisted to her feet by Yu Siwei. The two made their way to a nearby clearing with a relatively broad view, and then sat down. Are you hungry? Would you like a piece of chocolate? Yu Siwei retrieved 3 golden candies from her backpack and offered them. It's too sweet. I won't eat it. Nanqiang shook his head. Yu Siwei remained silent, engrossed in unwrapping and savoring the chocolate. He chewed slowly, relishing each bite. Once he finished one piece, he quickly opened another. Can you really indulge in such sweet treats? Nanqiang inquired. I had assumed that men generally eschewed chocolate, particularly a man as outwardly austere and aloof as yourself. It seemed utterly inconceivable to associate him with the sweet delights cherished by children. Men? Yu Siwei mused, popping another piece into his mouth, savoring it deliberately. Yu Siwei placed a piece of chocolate in his mouth, ruminating over the flavor. You seem to have an extensive acquaintance with the male gender. Well, a few. I wasn't raised in a convent. She hastily justified herself. Yu Siwei smiled, offering her the remaining chocolate once more. Trust me, indulge in a piece, at times like this. Maintaining one's figure should take a back seat to ensuring one's energy supply. His words struck a chord with Nanqiang, and her cheeks flushed. Indeed, now is not the time to be concerned with maintaining your figure. Ensuring an adequate supply of energy for your body is paramount. As a renowned beauty who had meticulously controlled her diet for years, she had long abstained from candies and chocolate. It was a deeply ingrained habit. As a renowned beauty who had meticulously controlled her diet for many years to preserve her appearance, she had abstained from candies and chocolates for an extended period. This practice had become deeply ingrained in her habits, hence her reflexive initial refusal. The consumption of sugary treats stimulates the secretion of consuming them in copious amounts. How is it that you didn't become overweight? Nanqiang gazed at Yu Wei with evident astonishment. His physique now reflected a commitment to rigorous exercise and dietary discipline, an embodiment of optimal health. She was entirely unaware of her husband's former fondness for confections. Noting that his physique now reflected a rigorous commitment to exercise and dietary restraint, she was entirely unaware of her husband's former fondness for sugary treats. Reluctant to delve deeper, but later on, due to certain circumstances, I gave up sweets. What circumstances? Nanqiang's curiosity was piqued, compelling her to press him further. Reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. Eventually, I gave up sweets due to certain circumstances. What circumstances? For a girl I liked. Yu Wei seemed to reminisce. I had to shed the excess weight to catch her attention. This answer was far beyond her expectations. Nanqiang blinked, momentarily speechless. She was uncertain whether to feel envy or sorrow. Regardless, it was a chapter of his life wholly detached from her. But no one in this world is perfect. This time, Nanqiang was not taken aback. She thought to herself, of course, I know you are not perfect. You are not just imperfect, you also possess some character flaws. I am not disappointed, she shook her head, likening it to a textbook stating that every part of a pig is valuable and edible, yet there are indeed parts that should not be consumed. Yu Wei was nearly rendered speechless by her response. He fell silent for a moment, took a sip of water, and swallowed the chocolate. Where was this place? Ultimately, he could not suppress his curiosity. Pig tooth. Nanqiang turned to him, revealing her pearly white teeth with a playful grin. Yu Wei seemed startled, instinctively leaning back. Observing his timid demeanor, Nanqiang could not help but wear a smirk of triumph. It was evident that this pig was rather wild. Yu Wei lowered his head and softly uttered a phrase, his eyes and eyebrows sparkling with mirth. Only then did Nanqiang realize she had fallen into his trap. And in a fit of irritation, she raised her fist and aimed it at him, exclaiming, You are the pig. You are the Genoa two-headed black pig. Yu Wei chuckled as he let her childish punches rain down upon him, not retaliating. Upon hearing the last remark, he stifled his laughter and slightly raised an eyebrow. The self-satisfied Nanqiang finally caught on, hastily turning to snatch the chocolate from his palm, tearing open the wrapper and unceremoniously popping it into her mouth. I won't talk to you anymore. I want to eat candy, she mumbled. I'm hungry. Yu Wei gazed at her pouting profile, chuckling silently. He opened his backpack and handed her the last piece of chocolate. Wait here for me. I'll go gather some things, he instructed Nanqiang, struggling to rise to his feet. We'll need to start a fire soon to keep warm. Don't move. Don't move. Wait for me, Nanqiang exclaimed, hurriedly putting the chocolate into her mouth, jumping up in a flurry. What should I look for? Just tell me. The dry branches and leaves, the drier the better. Yu Wei scrutinized her with resolute eyes, noting the abundance of combustible materials surrounding them. Select carefully. The quantity should be as ample as possible. Under Yu Wei's guidance, Nanqiang scurried about and, just before the sun dipped below the horizon, managed to gather a sufficient amount of branches and leaves. By the time she had heaped everything in a clearing, she was breathless and drenched in sweat, resembling a ripe tomato ready to burst. Ah, Mr. Yu, do you think an airplane might fly over here? Once she completed her task, an idea struck her, and her eyes widened. We should create a distress signal like in the movies before starting a fire. True to her word, she quickly arranged the kindling into a haphazard SOS. This will do. We should light a fire like this, so that if an airplane passes by, it will notice us, she murmured, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. Completely oblivious to her disheveled appearance, her face smeared with dirt, Yu Wei, composed and unperturbed, sat in the clearing, observing the industrious little bee flitting about, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Nightfall finally enveloped them, the sun completely vanishing beyond the horizon, and the torch forming the SOS was ignited. In the pitch-black, chilly forest, light and warmth emerged at last. In the profound stillness of the night, tiny sparks floated upward, carried by the rising warmth, resembling scattered fireflies dancing in the dark. The fragrant aroma of firewood and the crackling sounds of burning branches enveloped the two stranded souls, alleviating their solitude and even imparting a subtle sense of tranquility reminiscent of nature. Nanqiang gazed vacantly at the starry sky, her thoughts a mystery to all. Yusei lay on the ground, his coat as a pillow, looking up at the intermittent flickers of fireflies in the sky. His gaze ultimately fixating on the silhouette of the person ahead. Within his pupils, something shimmered, akin to stars from the depths of the cosmos being shattered and carelessly sprinkled into his eyes, filled with a myriad of fragmented light.